it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens? No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Is it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
This is the ball game, 4th and 3. Snap is back. They blitz, and he throws deep left. He's got Lamb down the left side, and he can't hold it. Diving out at the 25, and he just couldn't put it right on him, and Lamb diving couldn't hold it.
And that is how it ended. Good morning, Metroplex. Shout out to the 6 a.m. club, our best and toughest audience of the entire show, because we are going to assume that you got just those few hours of sleep and are waking up with us here on the home of the Cowboys with Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and back off the plane from Filthy after the rain delay, Bobby Belt. When did you get on the plane? When did you land? When did you get in here?
We got on the plane at 2:15 Eastern, I think, so 1:15 Dallas time, and so we landed at 4:06 Dallas time. Then you got a taxi and everything else. Finally got here at the station at 4:50. So that's what we're rolling.
Is that your most brutal overnight return from
Pittsburgh
primetime?
Pittsburgh last year. Pittsburgh was the same thing. Pittsburgh, I think we landed at 5:06. Like we were off the plane at 5:06. But all I can think is Pittsburgh, Philly, Mike McCarthy. Like, there's just Pennsylvania has just been the bane of my existence with the Cowboys.
Well, you're looking better than I thought you were going to. Let's see how long.
I'm delirious.
Yeah.
But there's fun football to talk about, so.
RJ Choppy, we got spitting, we got shootouts, we got drops. We have an amazingly entertaining opener to discuss all morning long.
Correction, we have an entertaining first half to talk about. And then both teams forgot how to score in the second half. And I assume that the delay took a lot of the wind out of the sails, but still, I mean, there were still 10 minutes that went by in that third quarter with a whole lot of nothing that went on. But it was a very entertaining. It was a tremendous first half. If you like scoring, that was an awesome first half. If you like defense, that first half was probably the worst thing you've ever seen. It was like Bobby with McCarthy.
Yeah, I think everyone pretty much has the same game summary of defensive adjustments, whether you think Philadelphia went conservative or the Cowboys lost their momentum because of the weather. The Cowboys defense maybe giving you some hope there in the second half, but early on, you're feeling like Bill Belichick, North Carolina opening drive. You just hope it doesn't crumble after that. Defensively, it did, but this thing went back and forth, and I was just terrified throughout that the Cowboys were going to have to win 43-40, but defense did settle down as, again, same story for both sides with the offenses chilling out.
Yeah, I mean, that was an instance of when they had to kick the field goal to make it 17-14 in the second quarter.
It felt like game over.
I felt I was like, they just lost.
Yeah.
I was like, because they're not going to. This is supposed to be like Kansas City Indy from like 25 years ago, where it was like Peyton Manning and that Priest Holmes team, where it's like, nobody's going to punt today. Everybody's going to score touchdowns. And if you don't score touchdowns, you lose. And that's what it felt like it was going to be. Yeah. And then defense settled in a little bit. That rain delay probably helped as the Philly fans were chanting, "Refs, you suck." Because, of course, the referees declared a severe thunderstorm warning for Philadelphia. That was the referees who did that. And then they were just booing every time there was lightning, like they were booing God for just putting lightning in the sky. They are very petty there in Philadelphia. But coming back out of that break, I wonder how much it was just rust or whatever else versus Eberflus made changes. Eberflus started blitzing when he came out of that break. And that was, to me, a big part of it because they were not getting home with those four rushers. And this felt like Jalen Hurts on his own was going to rush for 200 yards on no designed runs, just scrambling.
Yeah, Steven said you could generate pressure. We saw it with Diggs and Bland. Now they both missed, which I was ready to lose my mind over that. Like the angles that this defense was taking last night were not good, but you were able to go ahead and get some stops. But there was some pressure finally being generated.
Well, look, I mean, when you go to halftime, and every coach, everybody has said there's really no adjustments at halftime. There's no time. It's 12, 15 minutes. They pee, they get a banana, they go back out. You actually had a full hour.
Yep.
Like you could have gone in and watched actual tape. And that
look for cold cuts like Trayvon.
Or look for cold cuts. I mean, look, if you're hungry, you gotta get food.
Oh, I don't blame him for being hungry. I'm like, why isn't there food in the Cowboy locker room where Trayvon was walking into a Eagles fan suite and they're like, you need something, man? He's just walking through there like, yeah, let me grab some salami.
You know what this reminded me of? Remember when Nerlens Noel went viral for going into the
dog.
going to get the hot dog during halftime. People were like, what the hell are you doing? Like, it reminded me of that. But no, they had the Uncrustables. Those are the staple in every locker room.
Yeah.
They had the Uncrustables. I guess he didn't want peanut butter.
Well, look, two obvious reasons
That
for
peanut butter skin.
Two obvious reasons for the Cowboys' loss. The thing that is so heartbreaking about being a Cowboy fan, I just said it on NBC5 to Laura and Deborah. I convinced myself to emotionally be invested in every scenario going into last night, except for the one I'm feeling right now. You win, it's thrilling. I was expecting them to lose by 14 or more, so I had already had that in my mind for a week. But then they get you to this point where Tolos are tweeting, okay, I'm back in. Okay, I'm back in. I'm interested for the season. I think that this can be a playoff team. So they get me in that middle gray area where you tell yourself, I'm going to see my ex tonight. I know she's going to be at this event, but I've moved on. It's not going to bother me. And then you see her, and then you start taking a few shots, and then you go back home, and then you can't sleep. And that is what happened with the CeeDee Lamb drops. Because big picture, I think we're all feeling pretty good. We'll talk about the forecast moving forward. We're all saying they might be better than we think. They gave a better performance than I thought. We thought they were going to get blown out or lose by double digits. And then the least likely thing to happen is your best player on offense having drop after drop after drop. And it's just a scenario that's so Cowboy-esque because they figure out a different way to rip your heart up. Here's CeeDee on all the drops.
Man, that's terrible. Honestly, I feel like, I can't point no fingers at nobody else, you know what I'm saying? And I take full accountability and everything else that come with it because, as for me as a player, I've prayed for moments like that, you know what I'm saying, and the ball to come my way. And obviously for me to not come up with it, but it stings a little bit. But I will tell you, if you think I'm not coming back any times harder than this, you got another thing coming.
So that was CeeDee. Afterwards, he took the accountability. He said, I need to catch the damn football. You know he is a competitor. You know he did not sleep last night or on that plane or had the upset stomach. But daggammit, whatever word I can say, drop after drop after drop that ended you. The number one reason, the number one individual player reason to me that the Cowboys lost, and you never would have been able to predict it.
No, you wouldn't have. And this is especially after, he had a pretty big first half where, he was really a monster on especially those first two drives.
He was the best player in the game in the first half.
Yeah. And then
Dory Jackson.
Right. And then the second half, it's the same thing that happened to the rest of both offenses happened to him in the second half. They just forgot how to play football, especially late. And that sucks because you don't expect it and you don't pay for it and you don't plan for it. And when you throw the ball to CeeDee Lamb, he even told us, he goes, I'm always open. Well, it doesn't matter if you're always open if you don't catch it. And that's the problem.
I could have imagined that scenario if you tell me, like, hey, a CeeDee Lamb drop was going to cost you. Like, all right, it can happen. It's happened with CeeDee at times. He will have focus drops or other things. And it happens with great receivers where they will have a big drop or whatever else. But if you told me it's going to happen on 3rd and 10 on the second to last drive of the game, it's going to happen on 1st and 10 on the final drive of the game, and it's going to happen on 4th and 3 on the final play of the game, I would have never thought that CeeDee would have done it on 3 targets in 6 plays or whatever it was.
Yeah.
That felt like almost a mental thing. The last one isn't a drop. That's not a clean drop, but he should catch that.
Are we all on the same page with that we're not counting it as one of the drops? He's going to tell you that he should have had it. His reaction on the field was, I should have had it. If it touches your hands and all that stuff, I'm not counting that as a major drop for him.
I try to do it the same way I would do an error in baseball. If you dive, if you leave your feet.
Yeah. I think out of 10 attempts, he catches it 5 times.
Then that's not then that's...
To me.
It would have been a great play. We would have been talking about, that was a great, we would talk about, oh my gosh, he made the highlight reel play. It was
above
extended.
expectation.
It's above expectation. If it's above expectation, then I don't think you can count as a drop.
The move he made to get into the position he was with the ball, where he's extended out, that was very impressive. At that point, the ball was firmly in his hand. It wasn't his fingertips. It was in his hands, and he just couldn't pull it in. So, I mean, I don't think it's a drop, but it is like if you can get right there, you got to finish it. The other two, the 3rd and 10 was brutal. And then the first down throw, that looked like that was about to be 6. That looked like that was a touchdown, and we were about to have major drama to finish the game.
And then the other turning point in this game that I was going to have for the main reason that the Cowboys dropped this heartbreaker in filthy, R.J. Choppy's boy.
Sanders stays at running back. Receiver Tolbert in motion to the right. And Prescott gave it to Sanders, and the ball came out. It's picked up by the Eagles. And Quinyon Mitchell recovered it at the 25-yard line.
Devastation. Brad Sham with the call on this radio station, 105.3 The Fan. So Sanders has the 50-yard run down to the Eagle 11. A lot of people having a problem with Miles that he didn't have the breakaway speed there. All right, so they're like, if that's Jaden Blue, all right, playing the what-ifs.
That was Jaden Blue. That was a 3-yard gain. Jaden Blue's not patient enough to wait for those blocks to develop and get down the field.
So Miles runs for 50. Then George Pickens with the personal foul. That's another side point we need to talk about. That's the biggest backlash I caught on social media when I said, Pittsburgh Pickens has arrived. And people are like, that's not a personal foul. Dumb, soft take. So it's 3rd and 22. The Eagles, and this is so refreshing and promising for the Cowboys, the Eagles were by far the dumbest team on the field last night as Blankenship hits Ferguson high, automatic first down. There are people getting on Jake that he should have had that ball even before the penalty. That's another side topic to put alongside Pickens. 1st and 10 on the 11 after the 3rd down gift with a personal foul. Miles Sanders with the fumble. Dak Prescott with the save.
Big save.
Crushing.
Big save. Yeah, and I was upset because I had, Javonte and the over on the over yardage.
We got that.
We did. But at that point, I don't think we had it just yet. We were still a couple of yards shy, and I was like, dude, before this guy gets hurt or something like that, let's get that over in the bank. Look, I mean, players, I'm not going to criticize using him in that situation, right? The fumble doesn't mean, they shouldn't have used him, right?
The only thing some people were questioning, I don't know how many, was it 2 plays later? They're like, why is he still in after that 50-yard run? But it was not the very next play. We had the Pickens personal foul, and we had the Ferguson play.
Yeah, and I mean, that didn't look like a guy who, I can't hold on to the ball because I'm gassed. It was like he just got stripped.
And sometimes that running back schedule is this is your drive.
Right.
Like, we've seen it for years.
This is your drive, or, you're in a certain situation. You're in 2nd, 3rd down. This is your spot. Short yardage, long yardage. I mean, it all depends. There's no, we got to take him out now. He just had a 50-yard run. And you're right. I mean, there was a couple of plays in between anyway. Yeah, that was obviously a big-time game changer. Those are points. Those were guaranteed points you were getting to that spot. You were getting a minimum 3. And then how does the game change after that? That final drive, you're not playing for 7, you're playing for 3 if they have that.
Yeah, I mean, it was a big play. There's no doubt about it because it's not as simple as just saying.
And I'm only honing in on this much because in this circumstance, those things can't happen. You can't win against a team like Philly and you're on the road.
Yeah, and
by the way, it was the 4th play. The 5th play after the run. So there were 4 plays in between, and then that was the 5th play after the run.
Yeah, so that was a bad point, Maggie Gray, this morning by you to think that was the reason why he fumbled. The issue of the like to look at it and say just it's simple as they stopped him the next drive, so it doesn't matter. It's not as simple as that because you obviously were in the red zone that needed to be points. But again, it is compounded by the fact of that is a legitimately great run by him. It's legitimately great blocking that made it develop to the point where they were even in that spot to be able to be in a position to score. So it's a giveth, take away thing. Miles Sanders is not a big time career fumbler. That's not something he's done a lot in his career. So I don't know. I think it was an unfortunate. He's getting dragged down and just the swipe comes in and pulls the ball out. It's just bad luck.
Let's introduce you to our first star up, star down of the Cowboys season. If you are new to the show, star up, your positive grades on that report card. Star down, who needs to be called out. It's all brought to you by Wild Fork Foods. And the way you get us your star up, star down is on the Franklin Franco fan text. 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. Your first Cowboy report card of the season in the form of Star Up, Star Down is next. But just in case you're dealing with some...
V products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just think this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
gotta forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it? Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
What is it? Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Blades.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
And this upcoming segment is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at Cars for Kids and by Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Snap is back. He looks to his right. He looks to his left. He runs to his right. Foot in the ground. Wide open lane. Touchdown, Jalen Hurts.
Brad Sham with the call. This is Star Up, Star Down, brought to you by Wild Fork Foods, the only place you'll ever go again for all your grilling needs. With all your meats and all your proteins, let me know what you're throwing on the grill this weekend. Wild Fork with Star Up, Star Down. It's your Cowboys report card here with Sean and RJ. Bobby Belt is up and energetic, just landing from Philadelphia and the airport hours ago. We got Jake in for Pepe and Aiden in the back live on the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Star Up, head coach debut. We all feeling good enough to give a star up to Brian Schottenheimer? I am, as he was emotional before the game, as he told the NBC crew during the anthem. He's always talking to God and his pops. So the tears were flowing for Brian Schottenheimer.
It would have been it would have been disappointing if, like, because he has been waiting his whole life for that game, the first game of the season, first game of your coaching career, first half of the first game. Every play, you had all off season to script all those plays you wanted to get out there and run. It would have been a little bit of a letdown had those not been okay, because that offense was cooking in the first half.
Fun.
The pace was fun. I really enjoyed the offense in the first half. Stalled out a little bit, and look, and some penalties that Philly had helped it along. That's part of the game. It happens.
Some drops too.
Yeah.
Some drops.
Some drops also kind of stalled out the offense.
Stalled out the offense in the second half. Yes, the first half though, it was cooking in the first half. So I was feeling pretty good about it. Now you get in the weeds of the season, and now you see what happens, game to game. But I don't think you can have a negative viewpoint of Shoddy in the first after week one.
Chris Collinsworth was talking about the new offense with quick motions and tight formations. It felt like they were being choppy type aggressive and going down the field. And you have that with Pickens now. Like, hey, screw it. It's 2nd and 18. Chunk that mother up and let George go up and get it or draw a penalty. You can now go ahead and do that.
Yeah, I mean, opening drive, it's 3rd and 1. And what they run play action and throw a deep corner to CeeDee Lamb 30 yards down the field. Like, I mean, it wasn't just your standard, what I think people have come to believe about Brian Schottenheimer's offense. Last night, if you look at the clock management to end the first half, the decision to start Tyler Guyton without any practice when people wondered if Nate Thomas should start, the decision to make Jaden Blue inactive and ultimately still have success with the running game. They had 119 yards rushing last night. The first time they got to 119 yards rushing last year was week 9. So they were having success. They were moving the ball. Guys, CeeDee Lamb and Luke Schoonmaker in that final drive, in the final 2 drives, they didn't finish plays. Otherwise, this is a different outcome. But I thought decision making. There was one call all night that I could think of where I was like, I didn't love that call. And it was on the second to last drive. It was on 1st and 10, and they ran like a stretch run to Javonte Williams, and it lost 2. And I was like, I don't love that there on 1st and 10. But
I mean, look, they scored anyway on the drive. I didn't love at the end of the first quarter letting the clock run out. I mean, you had them on their heels. Just go. Just put the hammer down. Don't give them a breather.
I loved the way they throttled tempo, though. they consistently, when they had a big third down conversion, they would immediately go to tempo and put them on their heels. That's what they did after the 3rd and 1. They did that after the 3rd and 2. But they would start tempo, then they'd slow it down. Then they'd go up to the line with tempo, and then they'd slow down before they'd snap the ball. They were doing a lot of different things to really kind of play with Philadelphia. And I thought that was full-on A grade for Brian Schottenheimer.
I agree. I think the only little other small criticism I saw of him was not getting the play off before the 2-minute warning in the 4th quarter to give yourself an extra timeout.
Right, yeah.
I don't know whether they felt set and all that, but dude, what you knew it was going to be a circus here, right? We said this to Schottenheimer when he joined us the other day. You lose your best player, you go into Philly, you have a rain delay, you got a spitting incident, you got CeeDee Lamb drops. Brian Schottenheimer after his first game was done.
I think they were great. I mean, I thought the defense did great. You know, it's not our first rain delay. We've been through it, Pittsburgh last year. So similar type thing. You know, the league did a great job communicating to us, hey, what time we think we're going to go out. And we have a plan in place for that. Those are things you plan on. But, again, no excuses. We just got to find a way to finish that game.
Jerry Jones was pained. He was proud but pained afterwards in saying, this was a great effort. We're happy. I wanted this one for Schottenheimer, though. I wanted this one bad for our head coach.
Well, I don't know how you even qualify need to see something. Boy, he had this team ready to play. And he had them prepared. He had them prepared on all sides of the ball. And he had them mentally ready to play. And I'm just sorry that when it got right down to it and we need to make those plays, we didn't get them made. But we all know we played a good team out there tonight. We played them at their home, hostile environment. Brian's first chance to really be a head coach and stepped out there. And in my mind, he didn't let his team down. They didn't let him down either, in my view.
So star up to Brian Schottenheimer, weekly guest Fridays, 8:20 on this show and station. I'm going star up Dak Prescott. Jerry said afterwards, and the numbers do not bear this out, that's one of the best games he's ever seen Dak play. You got to remember how long it's been since Dak's last regular season action was with the injury. And when he was walking in the stadium, Bobby, you started changing your mind about the game a little bit.
Just made me wonder, because you walk into football games and like 90% of the time when you go into an NFL game, Vegas may have their thoughts, fans may have their thoughts. 90% of the time, teams usually walk into that knowing who's about to kick whose ass. They usually know. And so when Dak is walking in and very purposefully, in like a silk romper basically, walking by the media and starts singing out loud, not mouthing the words, singing out loud for media to hear, fly like an eagle as he's walking by the media. It's like, okay, what do you know that I don't know? What do you know that we don't know, that you are confident enough to walk by and do this? You're confident enough to stare and smirk at Jalen Carter. You're confident enough to walk right up to him and face to face. I will say that energy, CeeDee Lamb making the catch, and then it obviously turned around later, but looking up at the crowd and like he's waving at the Philly crowd and some of the Javonte Williams stuff, the culture and everything else that Shotty's trying to establish, the like energy that he's trying, it was on display within their play last night.
CeeDee robbed him of better numbers. The numbers, if you didn't watch the game, you're not going to agree with me or Jerry afterwards, but 21 of 34 for 188, 5.5 a pass. I mean, these are stunning numbers to me with how I thought he actually played. The QBR was a 58-7, 0 touchdowns, 0 interceptions. I thought he was much, much better than that. He was active. He wasn't limping around, dragging the piano with the mobility. And again, CeeDee robbed him of a lot more yardage and maybe even a touchdown or two. I have no hesitation to giving Dak Prescott a star up.
Me either. I mean, and when you say the numbers don't look as good, how many throws last night would we say that was a great throw that wasn't a completion? 5?
It was a great throw.
You had the one to Ferguson in the end zone. You had the one to Pickens that was pass interference down the sideline. You had 2 of the CD drops. You had the Schoonmaker drop. That's 5 right there. Like where they were, like the one to Schoonmaker to me is one of the best throws I've ever seen him make, and it wasn't a catch. That the way, like, I mean, that was put right on his hands between 2 defenders. That should have been caught. And so to me, like I thought there were a lot of throws he made last night that were like, that's the old Dak. That's not the same guy who was out there on the field last year who, even before he got hurt, didn't look right.
Here's Dak on how he played.
I got to go back and look at it. It was fun just to be out there. Super thankful and blessed to be back into the game, back with those guys, that line, that group, those receivers. Just felt good, felt great out there. Obviously, there's some throws, particularly right, couple to one to Jake right there, one to Brev. I want to get a little bit higher. Give them a little bit more catchable ball, but I feel like I played a smooth game.
Now, he threw a couple where he got his guys murdered, so I was taking that.
Yeah, hospital balls, that happens, though. Like, you can't worry about that.
They got to fix the seam throws. The seam throws are a problem.
Star up, star down. Your Cowboy Report Card brought to you by Wild Fork Foods on Sean and RJ.
The interior of the offensive line, especially in the first half, they were running the ball pretty well in the first half. I was really impressed with Javonte. He looked like he was, pre-injury for a minute there. Things those stalled out a little bit, but I thought all three guys, Beebe, Smith, Booker, on the interior, played a really solid game.
Dak said they changed the entire game plan as soon as Carter got tossed. They changed everything.
That would make sense.
Cowboys finished this game averaging a yard more per carry than Philadelphia did. Philadelphia ran the ball 19 times in the first half and 19 times in the second half. In the first half, Philadelphia was 19 for 123. In the second half, they were 19 for 35.
I got some people sending me, messages on social media about, Saquon. They had the over 24.5 rush yards in the first quarter. He had a 16-yard run, and he still didn't hit it. Still didn't hit it. What happened?
I would say this is a tough star up, star down in terms of because you feel like there was so much give and take at different points of the game. I do think that you mentioned the interior of the offensive line. Tyler Guyton deserves a ton of credit for not practicing basically for a month, 6 weeks, whatever it's been, going into a slick surface in a hostile environment. As Jerry said last night, he's like, I don't think we had any pre-snap penalties tonight. And he's like, and Tyler Guyton was kind of like emblematic of pre-snap penalties last year, and he didn't have any of that tonight. And Jerry, like when he was walking back to the locker, that's who he was walking like arm in arm with to the locker was Tyler Guyton, and just telling him how proud of him he was and how he went out. Jerry's like, I don't even need to go back and look at it. I know he played well, and I know he played the way we need him to play. And so I think Tyler Guyton deserves a big star up. If you want to talk about star down, obviously other than a CeeDee Lamb, something like that, the next man up, the next up pass rushers and all the depth we heard about didn't do enough to get home with 4 rushers. And I know Sam Williams at times flashed. I thought overall Marshawn Nealand had a really good game.
Collinsworth was in love with him.
I thought Nealand was really good. Nealand is starting to look like the DeMarcus Lawrence starter kit that they wanted him to be. Like over the summer and into this first game, he's showing flashes of being able to do some of those things. But the fact that the pass rush could not get home until they started blitzing corners, that's a problem.
So the biggest question moving forward after this game for me is how much are you buying into the defensive adjustments in the second half after the rain delay? How are you really feeling? Because for the first half of that game, it was Groundhog's Day all over again. Excuse me. Helpless on defense. Absolutely helpless. Now, the Eagles were helpless as well, but I don't care about the Eagles. I'm not worried about them. The Cowboys have all the defensive questions, and they didn't have their best players. Everyone made the joke. We lost our best defender. They may as well lose their best defender. But, man, it's just a helpless gashing that made me feel bad for the offense. And Dak and Shoddy right off the jump saying, you're going to have to score every single time out. And then they start blitzing the DBs a little bit. And then the interior of the defensive line steps up to a degree. And the Eagles out. And I'm like, all right, you had your opportunity. They still had one more offensive opportunity after I thought it was already done, that they had already blown it because they had gotten 2 straight stops, and I was ready to throw a parade. And the great question was asked to Jerry Jones afterwards, did you miss Micah in this one?
Well, anytime you have a great player and don't have him out there on the field. But I specifically was watching a lot of the guys that were taking up the slack. Might have been in this spot. 54 had some really significant impact on their offense. And so all in all, this group adjusted, made the adjustments. We stepped up in the second half on defense. Didn't quite get it done like we did in the first half on offense. But that type of thing does give you courage. I'm sorry, though, that we lost the game. Been a fairy tale to step up here and beat the world champs in his first game. But It doesn't always happen the way they wrote Cinderella, but I'm pretty proud of this team.
Star up, star down, brought to you by Wild Fork. That is going to be the question of the week moving forward in my mind. How much of that defensive fix are you buying into? We have news coming in as we speak on the spitting incident. Dak explains, is Philly right in blaming him for starting it? Is Jalen Carter going to be suspended? News is coming in on Spitgate next on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation week.
Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
5-yard line. Conduct. Defense number 98. Number 98's defense actions has disqualified him from the game.
Whoa.
15-yard penalty.
Whoa.
Automatic. First down.
So Jalen Carter, the focus and the star for the Cowboys, for the Eagles on the front line, out for the game before a snap.
And I think everyone said the same exact thing in their living room or car. Whoa! Jalen Carter is gone before he has a snap in the football game. The Eagles lose their best defensive player. That is our buddy, friend of the show, Mike Tirico, on the call for NBC. And we're off and running with the 2025 season. Sean, RJ, and our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt back from Philadelphia here on DFW Sports Station. Thank you for lighting up the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube, and turning it on, leaving it on. That is what TOLO stands for. Why did it take about 2 hours and change for NBC to come out with the extra Dak footage? Nick Harris was on this. He reported exactly what we ended up seeing. Choppy, take us through Spitgate.
Well,
nice job. Aiden's got it on the fan cam.
You mentioned it, the 2.5 hours to find out what had started it or what did start it. But when I first saw this, I was like, "Is that gum?" Because that was a very white loogie. A lot of times my loogies are pretty yellow.
Yeah,
get a little brown thrown in there, especially if you got some. Especially if you were a smoker at the time, it's definitely a brown loogie. Definitely a brown loogie. But that's just a little spit, a little water spit. But they gave him the heave ho. I was very surprised they threw him out.
You were very surprised they threw him out, like just when you heard the news. You're saying when you saw what it was for.
Yeah, even when I saw it was for, like,
Choppy lit up social media with his take.
I assume people get spit on in the course of an NFL game all the time. I assume, like,
intentionally.
Yeah, like you're in the bottom of a pile, you're in the trenches. Like, what goes on in there? To me, like, I've always been pretty consistent. I don't think what happens in the locker room or on the football field should be held to the same standard as society. It's just different.
Should Cortland Finnegan and Andre Johnson been ejected when they got into a fist fight?
No.
You don't think so?
I don't think so.
Well, I mean, that's precedent.
Well, but also a fist fight. Look,
it's precedent to eject for spitting, though. They've done it.
I've never seen it
Terrell
before.
Owens was going to get... If Terrell Owens had been caught spitting on D'Angelo Hall in that Thursday night football game, however long ago it was, when in the post game, no cameras caught it, and Terrell Owens goes on TV and goes, "Yeah, I did spit on him. He made me mad." And then he got in trouble. But if he had been caught doing that, he was going to get suspended. Sean Taylor was ejected for this at one point. Jalen Carter... Terrell Owens would have been if he did. I believe Jeffrey Simmons was either suspended or ejected for it. So, I mean, if you spit on somebody, they will eject you.
Okay. I mean, look,
you just don't have as big of an issue with spitting.
I don't. Like, it's, I don't.
As Jason Kelsey tweeted, you're supposed to, I think he said you're supposed to swallow anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know what that means.
That's what Jason said.
What is he talking about there? Yeah. All right. I never got the.
But look, your take is either the most mature or the most spineless take that you could ever have.
Well,
that's what I decided last night. Because you do have a maturity about you. I know people would find it shocking where you're like, I'm not going to get in a bar fight. I'm not going to sit here and go to jail over something stupid. And your point was, if someone's getting eye gouged or if someone's getting their nuts grabbed at the bottom of a pile, that's way worse than spitting versus that all-time human rule that has just always been out there, that's the lowest thing and most disrespectful thing you can do to someone. You just don't subscribe to it.
I don't buy it. Like, I don't subscribe to it. Like, spitting out somebody was never even, I've never even heard of somebody actually doing that in real life.
Because it's that insane to do it to somebody.
Right? It does. Maybe true. But, it just doesn't, it never drew me off sides. Like, I always thought, like, if you're willing to let another man draw you off sides, you've already lost.
So if somebody spat on you, you would not do anything.
I mean, how drunk am I?
You're completely sober.
What?
You're completely sober.
No, like I'd be like, what are you doing, man? I would look at you, what are you doing? Are we childish?
I just think
and by the way, does it touch skin, eye? Where's it touch?
Right on your cheek.
Cheeks, man, cheeks tough. Cheeks tough. Cheeks tough. Cheeks tough. Too close to the orifices.
Yeah.
Like if it's on my shirt, I just wipe it off.
Yeah. You just have to, whenever it comes to spitting, I hear what you're saying. You're not going
to get me off sides like that.
Okay. I think you just got to envision me standing face to face with you and everything that's going through my body and my mind when I'm looking at you and I'm like,
oh yeah, it was like that.
Yeah,
or was it just was it just what's in your mouth? If it's from the lung,
yeah,
I think that's level 2.
Let's see if Choppy dominates worst take at 9 for saying, basically in Choppy's NFL world, if the league started yesterday and there was no precedent and football started yesterday and this happened, you don't think Jalen Carter should have been thrown out? You are the head of officiating. You're not throwing him out.
No.
Okay.
I'll tell you this. You're a football player. You are going, let's see, you're going over the middle. Okay? To me, a hitting a defenseless receiver is much worse and much more ejectable than that.
Okay.
Right? Like
what happened with Blankenship and Ferguson you thought was worse? Blankenship thought,
yeah, but that was
you
not
texted us now. That's ejectable.
That was yeah, but then seeing the replay, that wasn't helmet to helmet. Like, would you rather get spit on or get somebody to go crown to crown on you?
Spitting on somebody is a crime. Like in most states, it is considered assault or battery.
I had this fight with my neighbor. He not my next one across the street. He sprayed water on one of the neighbors. And he goes, "That's assault." I'm like, that's not assault.
Let's hear from the actual involved parties. Here was Jalen Carter after the incident.
I don't try to do nothing out of the ordinary. Anything that I feel like I've done something back is provoked. But if it's something out there, y'all see it, we'll go off that.
I don't even know what he said in that. I don't even know what he said, but I actually watched the post game afterwards, and I did not come away from that going, okay, Jalen Carter's excused. There's a reason that Jalen Carter dropped. Now, Philadelphia has already benefited. They have a Super Bowl, and he balled out in the postseason. But, Bobby, you did the scouting report. There's a reason why Jalen Carter, this was not surprising what he did last night.
Maturity issues, off-the-field stuff, that was the biggest concern with Jalen Carter. Like, when there's some people who are, again, it matters also, I think, for me, I don't think it mattered for the refs, but it does matter for me, like, who's doing it, too. Like Jalen Carter doing something like that is like, well, Jalen Carter, you've got a reputation and you've got issues with being somebody who provokes and somebody who has issues off the field and on the field now, it seems like. But no, I think that he was a red flag character concern for almost everybody. The Eagles probably had him as a red flag character concern, right? They investigated it. They felt comfortable with it, but almost everyone had him as a red flag.
Tom Pelissero is reporting the NFL is reviewing last night's incident for possible additional discipline. Worth noting, Jalen Carter effectively served a 1-game suspension by getting ejected before the first snap. So that's Tom Pelissero. Now, all the Eagle fans came out and it started trending. Oh, Dak actually was trending. Dak actually spit first and started it. I thought Prescott, I was amazed he went into this much detail in talking about how it went down.
Yeah, I probably spit 1,000 times throughout the game. I mean, especially game day, maybe even in general, and something I guess I'm not proud of. But in that case, he was trolling, I guess you could say, trying to mess with Tyler Booker. I was just looking at him. I was right here by the 2 linemen, and guess I needed to spit, and I wasn't going to spit on my lineman, and I just spit ahead. But I would say he was back there where Jory was in that sense, and he asked, or he goes, "You trying to spit on me?" And at that point, I mean, I felt like he was insulting me. Like I wouldn't spit on somebody. I'm damn sure not trying to spit on you. Like, we're about to play a game. I'm wondering why you're trying to mess with the rookie. And so when I stepped through, I actually say the words like, "What the hell would I? Excuse me, but I'm probably even more colorful. What would I need to spit on you for?" And he just spit on me in that moment, and it was more of a surprise than anything. Refs obviously saw it through the flag. I was like, "Hell yeah, we get 15 yards to start the game off." Didn't realize he was getting ejected. Unfortunate that he did. Hell of a player. Changed our plan and our blocking scheme, as I've told you all right before the week, that we're going to protect against him. So helped in that manner, but I don't wish for anybody to get out of the game. I'm sure he probably regrets that to some extent. I'm pretty sure he knows I didn't try to spit on him or wasn't even aiming to spit on him. So something that's probably going to get a lot of coverage and a lot of attention that feel sorry for him in the sense of, I know how excited each and every one of us are, right, to kick off the season and the season opener, and hell of a player like that doesn't even get a chance in the first play. Unfortunate circumstances.
Did anyone change their mind about what happened after the Dak video came out?
No. It's mental warfare. Mental warfare.
You think he was screwing with him?
Yeah, if he was, I have no. He was trying to draw him off sides. He was trying to bait him. I have no problem with that.
So after the Dak video came out, or Nick Harris's report, Slater had texted, and she's like, "It makes more sense now." And I said, "No. Don't give Jalen Carter that pass." What I told Bobby before the show, whether it was intentional or not. First off, Dak Prescott, if you watch him play, and I watch more football than everyone, of course. Don't use this against me either. Back there. He spits nonstop. He's a nonstop spitter. He just is. He's like, I'm not necessarily proud of it. It's an ugly look on TV. He spits all the time. But where I agree with you, Choppy, Dak's eye contact and the way he was looking at Jalen Carter, I thought it was a perfect possible baiting. This is Draymond Green on the other side. I thought it was the perfect balance of, I'm going to make you think I could be spitting at your feet or in your direction, but I'm really not. It was the perfect touch on the spit of how far it went, but he made that eye contact like, what are you going to do? And that enraged and set off Jalen.
You draw him off sides. That's what happens. And look, if you're 10 feet away, you can even spit at them. Like in the air, and as long as it doesn't reach, hey.
But as I said this morning, again on TV, only someone from Philadelphia could think that what Dak did and what Jalen Carter did were the same thing. Only someone from Philadelphia, as trashy as that individual could be, could think that was the same.
It's nothing close to the same. If you look at it, Tyler Booker is standing between Dak Prescott and Jalen Carter.
Yeah, that's
Tyler Booker runs more of a risk of being spat on by Dak than Jalen Carter does. Dak is spitting, and then he looks up, and Jalen Carter says that, and that's what he looks like. The hell, what? Like, that's what he's like, is laughing and stuff like that. He's not even looking at him when he spits. And it's down at the ground within their circle. There's no way you could interpret that as spitting at him. That was Jalen Carter being a baby about it. And anybody defending it since is trying to give covering fire for Jalen Carter for whatever reason. Jason Kelsey, namely, who tweeted last night when that video came out, he went, "The truth will set you free." Shut the hell up.
Pander, simpy pander.
I didn't realize he was either that dishonest or that stupid.
Would Micah have made the difference? And we'd be talking about a 1-0 football team this morning. 877-881-1053. We continue with the coverage on your home of the Cowboys next.
But let's get you.
remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Sassy Squad?
Nutmeg Ladies?
Freak Herb?
No.
Nutmeg Maids?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
What's it sometimes called?
Studio. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Snap is back. He looks to his right. He looks to his left. He runs to his right. Foot in the ground. Wide open lane. Touchdown, Jalen Hurts.
Would that have happened as much as it did if number 11 was on the field? Good morning, Metroplex. It's a Cowboys Friday with Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and our insider on No Sleep, Bobby Belt, off the plane. We got Jacob in for Pepe. We got Aiden in the back, and we got you, thankfully, to start off your weekend on DFW Sports Station. 877-881-1053 to answer all the Cowboy questions on the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line. Jalen Hurts was doing whatever he wanted on the ground. It was infuriating. 14 carries for 62 yards, 2 rushing touchdowns. He only threw for $152, and the Cowboys got to him one time. They finally got a stop with Nealand and I think Kenny combining. It was Clark and Nealand combining, finally getting them off the field. 1 sack. Dak Prescott, by the way, props to the Cowboys' young O-line. He was not sacked at all. But did you say to yourself, and how often last night, this would not be happening if Parsons was out there as the lion chasing down Jalen?
Well, I mean, look, you got all that good run defense in the middle there that you got in return. So,
after the rain delay.
Yeah,
Hunter
absolutely.
Lipke. You get to keep Hunter Lipke, who played a career low 8 snaps.
There were no doubt times. Now, look, it's not as if Jalen had a good game, but it's not as if he was slinging it all over the place to the wide receivers. Wide receivers didn't have a catch for. I mean, A.J. Brown went to the fourth quarter?
AJ and Javonte, I believe, had one catch for 6 yards the entire first half, and Philly's still scoring on every possession.
And they're still scoring.
Because they're running.
Yeah, because they're running. So it's not like they were dropped back and they needed an edge rusher on a strict drop back, right?
If Jalen Hurts had half the yardage, the Cowboys win that football game. His legs on their side was easily and by far the biggest difference. My answer to this is, for last night, and I throw Overshown into this mix with his speed. I think the Cowboy fans who are sick and tired of Micah were like, if we had Overshown, it would have been fine. He's got the speed. He's just as fast, if not faster. Yes, last night, I think the Cowboys probably win if Micah's out there to chase Jalen. But I will say this. The same helpless run defense feeling I had last night, I've had for years with Micah Parsons also out there on the field. Bobby, what's your answer to it? Were you feeling the big Micah regret last night? And talk about the spy that I don't think Collinsworth covered nearly enough. And a lot of Tolos are asking this morning, ask Bobby why Maris Leofau only played 6 snaps, if that's the exact number.
So a few different things there. So Leofau first. I'm guessing we don't have a good answer on that yet. I'm sure.
6?
I think it was 6 or 8, something like that.
How about that referee call?
7.
How about that? Getting his helmet ripped off, and then he gets flagged as he was dropping the hammer on special teams. And Leofau is one of my favorite players.
6 snaps from Leofau. It was the fewest snaps that any of the defenders who got in the game played.
Oof!
Wow.
Damone Clark played 42 snaps. Damone Clark is a
Mulligetta guy.
He is that. But Damone Clark to me is he's a stronger player. The only thing I can figure, if they thought this was going to be a between the tackles Saquon Barkley game, I could see them thinking, let's have Damone in there more for some of the stuff that's going to be a little more rough and tumble. Not that Maris Leofau is not a physical player and not an aggressive player, but I think they just felt like, let me get the bigger brute in here to deal with some of the stuff on the interior, especially with the way that Philly's offensive line can be. So there's that aspect of it. The Jalen Hurts running stuff was very reminiscent of the back end of Rod Marinelli's time here, where they had that run of Jeff Driscoll, Mitch Trubisky, Josh Allen, how they all ran for 70 yards on the Cowboys on scrambles in a 3-4 game stretch where everybody's like, why is every random quarterback who don't like these guys don't run? Trubisky doesn't run, and Trubisky was running for 70 yards on 10 carries against them. Why is everybody doing this? And at the time, it was the Cowboys looked at it and said, Rod is so for rushers and get the defensive linemen, all of them upfield, attack, get them upfield, and then it just creates running lanes. And guys can then, Jeff Driscoll will run. Mitch Trubisky will run. And Eberflus being a Rod disciple does make me wonder if that's just something you may have to deal with sometimes, that if things are covered up and they're not getting home with the pass rush, it's just got open lanes for guys to run.
Let's talk about spying. The concept of it does that not exist in this defense?
No, so you can spy typically
and that's setting one person designated to watch Hurts run.
And the problem is now it's 11 on 10.
So essentially a spy is you've got a zone, right? So the player's basically resting in a zone where they could cover things that come across the middle. They can they're still in a zone essentially right there, but they're spying the quarterback for scrambling. So they are kind of confined to an area to all right, you will be responsible for some stuff in this area, but you're also keeping an eye on the quarterback, making sure that if he scrambles, you've got him. So a lot of people would suggest that that always came up every time Cowboys played Baltimore, for instance. People always thought Micah should spy Lamar Jackson. Cowboys didn't really like spying with Micah Parsons because they wanted him to just attack. They wanted him to go after the quarterback. They didn't want to waste him on just kind of stay in this neutral area, do these things like that. You could have done that. I think that you're generally not expecting Jalen Hurts earlier in his career, maybe, but you're generally not expecting that Jalen Hurts is going to run all over you.
I am.
I don't this was.
I'd much rather him drop back and pick me apart I'm telling you, if he ran for just half the yardage, the Cowboys win. That was their offense to me. That was the most, and it felt like it did keep happening, and I knew it was going to keep happening.
Sure. I just mean, like, in general, Jalen Hurts has not been a guy who runs like that consistently. He's become more the tush-push guy. If you look back through his career, his highest rushing games are generally 2020, 21, 22. I think last year this would have been his, if this wasn't his highest, it would have been like his second highest rushing performance. He was moving more than he typically does, and it's because it was covered up. I think a lot of what they were doing, they're dropping 7, playing man-to-man, having some zone out there, and then rushing 4 because they thought, all right, let's try to get home with these 4.
Yeah.
Diggs is compromised. We don't know about Elam. We've got these questions in the secondary. Let's try to do our best to make sure this is covered because they can pick us apart otherwise.
So Choppy was playing this on Underdog yesterday, Hurts with the yardage, and I gave him the rushing totals last year. 41, 45, 59, 39, 39, 56, 67, 85. So
he's at the higher end of that.
I agree that he's been running less. I feel like he was injured, a year or two ago.
Yeah, the leg.
He was trying to preserve a little bit more and just pick and choose more, but that was the number one Achilles heel defensively, I thought. Before we hear from the Tolos on whether they thought missing 11 cost them last night, here's Dak on playing without playing without Parsons. Sorry.
Yeah, I think they were great. I don't think that was in anyone's mind. They're professionals, and particularly on that side of the ball, right? That they went out there and did their job. I don't think it was like we're going to miss this or miss that. He's a hell of a pass rusher, and probably would have made plays, but we're not going to live in that, and don't care to, honestly. We wish him the best, and truly wish him the best. And this is about this team. This is about the 2025 Dallas Cowboys, that defense, those young rushers making a name for themselves. Guys went out there and made some plays and got some pressure there late in the game when we needed to. So I don't think necessarily a beat was missed, and I really give credit to it, right? I mean, unfortunate, I won't say the holdout, but the hold in during training camp, right? He wasn't necessarily taking the reps with the team, so I don't think that was something that they had to figure out. I was just go out there and let's build off of what we've been doing since training camp.
Franklin injury returns fan text on weighing in on Micah. I didn't think of Micah at all. Let's see. Only reason this game was close was the Carter rejection. Let's not kid ourselves. Hurts had almost the same yardage last season.
Only reason was Jalen ejected?
Yeah. Let's see. Defense looked better without him. He was a run game liability. Selfish football. Defense looked better last night. Just needed a spy. If our running back could outrun our linebacker, we win. Then a lot of people complaining about the missed holding calls on Philadelphia. Not one time did I say I missed Parsons.
Wow.
So
last year, for reference, by the way, he against the Cowboys, Hurts ran 7 times for 56 yards. And I don't know why I can't find the other game. I have no idea.
He has scored in his career between the playoffs and the regular season. Jalen Hurts has scored 67 rushing touchdowns in his career. Last night was the second time in his career that he had 2 rushing touchdowns that were 4 yards or longer in the same game. It's always just the quarterback sneaks and stuff. Like, generally, he's not that kind of threat specifically in the red zone. He was dropping back. A lot of times it was like, this is covered. Okay, I'm just going to run because there's just space in front of me.
Which, by the way, I thought they did halfway decent against the tush push. I know they allowed the conversions, but they were late. They were secondary pushes.
Like garbage that they try to call football. There's even a Tolo saying that Schottenheimer should have challenged the second one because they did such a nice job. By the way, Micah is firing his shots. This was shots fired. I've never been in a locker room with guys like this in Green Bay. I came in Tuesday for treatment, and I saw almost every guy in the locker room. I said, this is the first time I've ever seen this, and that just shows how much these guys want to be here. They say it's because there ain't nothing else to do here, but there's other things you could do. I think that's important, and when you're around guys like that, it makes it exciting to come to work. Wow. Bobby, reaction, or you want me to take it?
No, I mean, that's I'm interested that that's the angle he was decided to cut at, because specifically of how some of the criticism has been about his level of engagement.
Yeah.
But I
criticizing the people here for level of engagement. You've been there a week. Now you think it's like a new employee walking into your building for a week and giving this entire analysis and assessment like there's some expert on it, And then people came back with, yes, podcast Parsons. Just wait for Moody Micah to show up. And Moody Micah is going to show up sooner rather than later. That's me speaking. But everyone else said, hey, what he said is true. Everyone who leaves says the same.
Yeah, I don't know that it's ever been what people have typically said about here have been distractions and different things like that. Like you'll get some guys who say that when they leave. You haven't typically talked about lack of player engagement in the locker. Like I don't think that's been a common criticism that like, oh, these guys, because of the distractions, a lot of them aren't engaged in the locker.
Yeah.
In fact, the only time that has been publicly levied that I can think of in the last few years was Malik Hooker saying it about Micah. That was the last time I can remember that being brought up as a potential issue publicly here in Dallas.
What'd you think, Chop?
It's a shot. Oh, there's no doubt about that. It's also a shot at Green Bay. Like there's nothing to do here. But I say there is one thing he said in the course of this entire interview that, I mean, I couldn't stand up for an hour. And he was talking about, he goes, I hate Detroit. I never liked them. And he said, quote, trick plays are for people who can't beat you straight up. And that is one thing I've always, Lou Holtz said that. Oh, yeah, the moment you use your trick play, you're done. You know, he's always said that. I totally agree. Trick plays are for people who can't beat you straight up. It's the Jason Garrett thing, man to man. Right? We're not gonna out scheme you. We're gonna out muscle you.
Tolo's responding at Legally on Twitter. Micah's my guy, but he got to chill with the indirect shots. He was one of the main contributors in the locker room of people not focused solely on football. And then I love Matt on my Instagram page. Should have taken the Luka notes. Could have had both fan bases, and I absolutely love that. And I made the prediction on the crowd reaction when Micah returns in week 4 with Zach Gelb, CBS Sports Radio. We'll save that for another time. Right now, I want to get to your phone calls on kind of the moral victory topic, but really did last night change your mind about what you thought the season was going to be? How are you now feeling about the Cowboys after the 24-20 loss in Filthy? 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. How are you feeling about the season now? I'm going to guess it's a ton of optimism as we continue to get you closer to your weekend. Your Cowboy calls in the commercial-free expressway on Sean and RJ next. But
The Fan, and it's brought to you by the on-time experts, and the HOV lane of the expressway is driven by Mercedes-Benz of Plano.
Side the one, Lipke motion right to left, handoff, Javonte Williams, bang at left guard, and the Cowboys score the first touchdown of the season.
Brad Sham with the call. It's a Football Friday here on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. Are you feeling better than you thought you were going to 24 hours ago? I know people hate the idea of moral victories. I think that they are valid depending on your situation, right? The Philadelphia Eagles, the Kansas City Chiefs, the Buffalo Bills, moral victories are they don't apply to them. Brian Schottenheimer multiple times last night in the Post, and he does have to say this, says there's absolutely no moral victories. Our standard is winning, and we need to win championships. But yesterday I laid it out here on the show that my moral victory checklist, if you lost, were the following. Going toe-to-toe, head-to-head. You weren't just losing by 4 because of some garbage time points at the very end. And this team has done that a lot. That's a check. You went toe-to-toe, head-to-head, exchanging roundhouses, especially Tyler Guyton at left tackle boxing in the rain. Woo! That could have been a penalty.
That was a literal Mitchell Schwartz quote tweeted that, the old offensive lineman, and he was like, I've never seen somebody stiff-arming basically somebody with the right hand and then literally just cocking back with a left hook to the face mask on the other. Just that seemed like he hated whoever he was blocking in that moment.
Yeah, that was vicious. So standing toe-to-toe with the champs on the road, banner night, check. Moral victory for me. Line of scrimmage on both sides. Offensive line, check. Physicality of Javonte Williams that you just heard on the call, we were all loving that. So a nice debut for Javonte with how hard he was running. He was a battering ram.
How many different, there were probably, I'm trying to think, like 3 different runs he had where he probably picked up 3 or 4 extra yards when it's like, where's the whistle? Like, whistle's about to
down
come
by
right,
the goal line.
and he's still just chugging and churning and pushing the pile ahead. He was physical last night. That's the identity they want.
15 for 54, 2 touchdowns. Glad he was on my fantasy bench. 3.6 a carry. That's not great, but again, you had to watch the game, right? Offensive line protection. Dak to me saved. You're gonna say what I'm going to say.
Yeah, it wasn't as good as like
the stat line. He didn't get sacked.
Right.
He got hit. The Eagles were credited with 1 quarterback hit.
Yeah,
Wow.
There was pressure, though.
There was pressure. I give Dak a star up to his,
That's without Carter.
His legs and elusiveness. Dak saved to me a sack or two. And he made some fantastic plays getting out of trouble. But I'm not failing them whatsoever for offensive line play on the line of scrimmage. Moral victory, check. Defensively, fail. Line of scrimmage, pushed around, handled. Them doing whatever they wanted. So my line of scrimmage defensively is a fail. Offensively, it's a pass. And then moral victory that Brian Schottenheimer did not look overwhelmed and drowning. That's a check. So technically on the score sheet for me, it's a moral victory for the Cowboys. And I think we're all sitting in here pained that CeeDee Lamb cost you the football game, and you never would have been able to predict that. And it was there, and there's a lot of people saying you should have won it and all that stuff. So there's a micro and a macro. The micro to me is painful and really disappointing this morning and last night. The macro is positive and optimistic with the way you went in, stood toe-to-toe, and lost by 4.
Yeah, like they, when Dak is healthy, they generally don't get. And I was talking about this with my handicapper buddy. We don't
easy, Peyton.
I know, right? Handicapper buddy.
Would you play him in horse?
The Cowboys with Dak healthy, they don't generally get blown out, especially in division games. And there's a reason why. And I saw this stat yesterday. 81% of division dogs cover week 1 in division.
Dogs?
80% cover week 1 in division.
Yeah.
Historically.
You said that late money came in on the Cowboys.
Money
cost you.
It did. The line, I had it at 6.5, so it didn't do anything for me.
Yeah.
I had it earlier, but I lost either way. I didn't cover that because the Cowboys covered the spread. So probably should have thought differently that maybe they would have. Maybe we could have seen this. But we were so in our own. We were too close to it and we knew all the warts. The thing about Shotty, everything was fine. There was no problem. We didn't get a chance to see how he would react and how he would play some of the fourth downs because they didn't have those crucial 4th and 1s at your own 35.
Yeah. Collinsworth had said one where he's like, I think this is 2 down. And I was like, no, it's not. It's way too early. What are you talking about? And then the one at the end with the throw to Lamb, that was an obvious 4th and go.
It was an obvious one. Philadelphia had one. They had one late. It was like 6-7 minutes to go. They had a 4th and 4 around midfield, and they punted it. And I was like,
Let's hear from the Tolos at 877-881-1053, the D&M Leasing Hotline. Your own star up, star down, brought to you by Wild Fork Foods. And how are you feeling about your football team this morning moving forward? You got something first?
I was just going to say, when Choppy mentions that Dak usually plays well within division games, I had heard somebody say this yesterday, that I guess they said it on NBC. I don't know if you guys had heard it or said it on ESPN. I went and looked it up just now to see. I didn't realize this. We're 10 years into Dak's career. He's never turned the ball over in Philadelphia.
Wow.
What?
When they have played in Philadelphia, he has not turned the ball over. He has not lost a fumble. He has not thrown an interception in his career in Philly.
Wow. Steven in DeSoto, start us off. You are live on the home of the Cowboys, Steve.
Hey, good morning, brothers. Good morning. I love the show. Listen, had that not been for CeeDee last night, the 3 drop passes and the fumble would have been a totally different game. I think defensively, we are always where we needed. We were always where we were with the Eagles on defense. So having Parsons, not having Parsons was a non-issue. I think if we'd had the drop passes and not had the fumble, would have been a totally different outcome.
You don't think Hurts runs less with Micah out there?
I think it's about the same. If you look at the numbers from last year, it's about the same with Micah.
Yeah. Good call.
With Micah.
Good call. Good point, Steve. Way to start us off. Michael in California listening on the Odyssey app. Mike, you're live on Sean and RJ.
Good morning, Bobby. Good morning, everybody. Hey, man, I just want to say that I've been a Cowboys fan my whole life, and this may sound dumb, but that was probably one of the best losses I've ever seen because I just made me feel good. It makes me feel like Coach Shoddy, like he belongs, and we're on the right path. Our offensive line, man, those young guys showed up. They showed up big, and I'm just happy with the way things went down. I would have been even more happier with the win, of course. But man, I can't be mad at that. That was, like I said, it may sound dumb, but I think that was a good loss. And God bless you all. Happy Friday to the whole Cowboys Nation, and you guys are the best. Have a great day.
Back at you, brother. Always love hearing from Michael. He's always bringing that optimism from Cali. All right, Jake, where you want to go next? I didn't see a number 3 on here.
Let's go to Jeff and Keller.
All right, Jeff, hit us up. You're live on Sean and RJ.
Well, boys.
Oh, hey, Jeff.
Hey, no, somebody sighed like I was going to say something bad. Stop. I am not. I am impressed. Shoddy won the coaches interview the other day, best one I've heard out of the last 3 coaches. Shoddy outcoached Sirianni last night. You guys are mad that Hurts was running all over the place. Maybe look at it as that I thought that secondary was going to get carved up like the USS Arizona at Pearl Harbor. And your defensive line went against one of the best offensive lines. Hurts had nowhere to throw the ball, so he had to take off run. Kind of maybe look at it this way. The only coaching mistake I see maybe Shoddy might have made, I don't know. Javonte Williams was running the ball and setting the tone. That run where he was outside the 10, down by the goal line, and just basically willed his way down and got a first down, that showed something. I think you guys should be very happy about where you're at. You don't need Micah, and don't worry about Micah. Micah keeps running his mouth, and A. Sewell's going to put him in a wheelchair Sunday, so don't worry about Micah.
Jeff and Keller always bringing it strong. One of our top Tolos ever. Fantastic. Brad in Fort Worth, you're up next on the D&M Leasing Hotline. Go ahead, Brad.
Say, Bobby, we ain't gonna get into it today about Dak. Dak actually showed me some good stuff yesterday, man. Them throws that weren't even completions to Ferguson over the middle that he was trying to hit in the end zone was some nice dimes. The dimes to CD, oh my God, bro, I can't believe CD was dropping them things, bro. Right. But the defensive line really showed me some, bro. They showed me they're gonna be able to hold.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Brad, where'd you go? Are you guys surprised that people aren't more down on the defense? I need help with this. I can't get
the second half. It's what you see last. If they had held them to 0 in the first half, and allowed 24 in the second, it's a completely different narrative this morning.
I'm way more concerned about the defense first half than the offense second half as the game flip-flopped. Way more.
Yeah. I will say that. I'll say you did see there's at least a schematic change you can point to that may be responsible for some of the improvement where you started seeing them bring blitzes and different things like that.
And I have to be rational in saying, right, Philly's probably the best team in the league. Many people have them. And that's the best run game in the league with the offensive line. So measuring the Cowboys defense against that, like I need to balance
It's
that.
open-ended. The Cowboys defense right now, like it's still up for debate. We think the offense is going to be good. If Dak's healthy, the offense is always going to be good. I mean, he's going to get them the 9-10 wins anyway. Just based on that, the offense has it. We know what the offensive ceiling is.
Yeah, I think that you saw adjustments that then can help explain why the defense performed better in the second half. So I think that may be why they're getting a little bit of a pass, is because I think some people may go like, well, they started doing some different things and they started trying to do, this and that. That's also why I think it gives some encouragement, is because they feel like, well, they saw what was wrong and they fixed it.
Andre in Nashville, you're up next here on Sean and RJ. Go ahead, Andre.
What's going on, man? Tolo for life here in Nashville, Tennessee. Understand this. Tennessee is Cowboy country.
Oh.
Don Sharif, your nephew plays for Vanderbilt. I'm a big Vanderbilt fan.
Oh,
so when you come to town, give me my info. But anyway, about the game, I was impressed. I was very impressed about Shoddy's first game. His game management. The defense played okay. I don't think Michael would have made a big difference. I think that they should have played Maris a little bit more.
Yeah.
I also believe that they should have went to instead of going to CD, they should have went to Pickens a little bit more.
Let's talk about. Go ahead, Dre. Sorry.
And people, the points of the game, man. I think Pickens would have made a little bit more plays than CeeDee would have at that point of the game. And I'm also surprised the defense was okay. Man, we got to get better with the run defense, man.
Yeah.
And discipline. If Micah had played in that game, I was watching number 13, and he would do the same thing that Micah would do. Micah always lost containment. He wasn't good against the run. I don't think it would have been a big loss, man, if Micah wasn't there. But I'm impressed by Shotty, man. I really am.
Great call, Dre. We appreciate you. So Dante Fowler's getting a star down from a lot of people. Now, he got worked by Saquon. What's he doing out there? Dante Fowler getting a star down, and Kenny Clark is a big man, as Mickey Spagnola told KNC from the locker room.
Yeah, Fowler's...
They had 123 rush yards at half. 123.
Fowler's got to be better as a pass rusher. He's got to make more of an impact here. That's one of the reasons why they brought him back. I mean, that's the reason why they brought him back, was to impact the game as a like pin your ears back pass rusher, and it's something that he still has a lot of success with. It is going against a really good offensive line. It's going against a really good set of tackles there with Jordan Mailata and Lane Johnson. So they're going to get the better of you a couple times. He finally won, I think, a rep or two later in the game. Like in the second half, I saw Fowler win a couple. He almost had a sack. I think right after the Nealand one, he hit Hurts as he was throwing the ball. But yeah, Fowler's got to be better. Now, maybe post-cut clarity on Monday, I'll go back and look and I'll say Fowler was not as bad as we thought. But yeah, initially first watch, I remember thinking last night it was far too quiet for Dante Fowler.
Star up, star down calls in the commercial-free expressway on a Cowboys Friday with Sean and RJ. Trucker Rick in Paris. Rick, you're up next.
Paris.
Hey, I'm going to give him a star up. I'm telling you, coming into this season, last year, first game, I was, after 3 12-win seasons, my expectations were off the chart. This year coming in, after last year, thinking, you're not getting me this year.
Yeah.
And it looked good. It was a good game. They kept it close. Shotty didn't mess anything up. Dak looks good. CeeDee made some drops. I'm excited. I'm ready for game 2.
Thanks for the call. Star up to penalties as well. This is something I was waiting for them to jump on that late game situation. I was waiting for Sam Williams to go offsides. Mm-hmm. And this team multiple times in years past would have done something stupid, but they won the penalty battle. 4 for 42 for the Cowboys. Eagles had 9 for 110.
Man, Philly kept some drives alive.
Yes.
They especially defensively, they were dumb.
They picked up 6 first downs by penalty. Dallas did.
Whoa.
It's a lot.
That kind of scares me.
That it was luck.
No, it wasn't luck. I mean, I don't think it was luck.
The Pickens one, George was going to make that catch.
Yeah.
That's not BS.
Right.
You got lucky with the Blankenship one.
Although that should have been a finished catch. But yeah, that was one that you would think that one should be finished.
Let's talk about the other weapons for a second, because people are getting on Ferguson. They're debating whether Jake should have had more catches. Bobby, you talked about the seam routes. And then the Pickens involvement. George was a lot more upbeat. Jane Slater is a fangirl of George Pickens already. She's like, look at him in that post game. I thought he was more upbeat than he could have been with 3 catches, 30 yards on 4 targets. And one of the biggest arguments of the game on my timeline was the George Pickens personal foul going high for the 15-yard penalty. Let's start there. Was that a penalty?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a penalty.
Okay.
Although I think it was Barstool that tweeted, I thought it was funny. They're like, George Pickens should be allowed 1 personal foul per game.
Yeah, I saw that. you recall the play?
Yeah, this is yes.
He just went straight in and
the arm flailing.
Yeah. That was a penalty, right?
That's a penalty, yeah.
I'm not crazy.
No.
That was nothing but homers that were shouting down at me on my timeline. And I said, that's a stupid play. That's a George Pickens Pittsburgh special. That got you to 3rd and 22. That's crippling. I don't care what happened afterwards with the Blankenship personal foul in Ferguson. You cannot sit there and back up 3rd and 22. That, the Miles Sanders fumble, those are the little stupid, crucial things that have haunted this football team. But I just wanted to make sure we were on the same page that was a flag and that was a penalty. What about his involvement? Were you all disappointed? Were you looking for more?
Wondering where he was. Yes, there was a stretch, the second and third quarter, it was like the amount of where's Pickens? So yeah, I was a little disappointed in his involvement. This is one of the things we were worried about. Like we even said, George looks up at that scoreboard and sees like one or two catches in the second half. What's going to happen?
And again, his stat line does look different. You could give him 35 more yards with that catch against Quinyon Mitchell, the PI. That was on 2nd and 23 in the second. That was going to be a play. Like Quinyon Mitchell had to interfere, so you could say that George had 4 for 60 if you wanted. Bobby, Pickens' involvement.
No, I don't have a problem with the George Pickens involvement. You should have been going to CeeDee. CeeDee finishes those plays most of the time, but he was open a lot of the night, and CeeDee was getting the looks that they want. The whole point of CeeDee and Pickens together is the idea is that you can't cover both of them. Somebody's supposed to be able to get opportunities. Somebody's supposed to be able to convert that. So I think for them, they just looked at it and said, CeeDee's the progression right now. He's the read. This is what we're getting. Pickens got a couple opportunities. They took the deep shot to him. That was the pass interference, like you mentioned. He got fed early. He got the first target of the game of any of the receivers from Dak. And they went to him on that, last drive in the fourth quarter. He had a big catch there. So I think Pickens is fine as long as he sees, all right, we're getting CeeDee involved because of what I'm doing here. And I'll get my opportunity when CeeDee gets taken away. There were opportunities last night that CeeDee doesn't normally get because of George Pickens being out there. And so I think that it was still a positive having him out there and doing what he did.
Broadus texting, good morning, sir. Hope it's a good broadcast for you on my way to watch the film. My God, what a monster. That was actually at 6 a.m. 6 a.m., already up and driving to the film room. Jake and Anna. Jake, you're next up here on the home of the Cowboys. Jake?
Hey, big star up for me. If I told you yesterday morning Saquon Barkley was going to rush for 60 yards, A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith would combine for 4 catches and 24 yards, and we would lose, I think you'd probably call me a liar.
Yeah.
Big star up. I don't know. We traded blow for blow with the perennial NFC favorites. Everybody's very much on board with that. Saquon had 18 yards on 12 carries between the tackles. That's a big star up, too.
Yeah.
There's some cleaning up to do, but I think there's a lot of positive from yesterday. My only star down on Dak was his one missed throw on the seam route. I think if he puts a little bit more air on that in the end zone, not the one where Ferguson got hit, but the one previously, and then you're a fumble away from winning that football game, or at least being in a good position.
Great stuff, Jake. You're appreciated. How about Trayvon? We have not mentioned him yet. I kept saying, is Diggs playing? And then I look up, and he is out there while searching for cold cuts during the rain delay.
So here's the thing. If you don't, is a corner like a ref? If you don't notice a corner,
right?
Does that mean they're doing well? Or is that, or do you want to notice them because they're either doing something great? On the flip side, you got to deal with something bad. I'd rather just not notice them.
Or were they not involved in Philly's game plan?
If you don't notice a corner too, it could be that they're not out there because Diggs was not out there the first 2 series of the game, I think.
Oh.
They were going 3 linebackers, 2 corners for the opening 2 series of the game. Diggs ended up playing 27 snaps, so he was less than half the snaps on defense. But I mean, he allowed 1 catch. That's all he allowed in 27 reps.
And props to him for being out there. Props to him for getting out there and not totally mentally collapsing with Micah gone.
By the way, when we talk about the catches that they allowed that 50. Kyrie Elam allowed that 51-yarder to Jahan Dotson. They did not allow a pass 10 yards or longer the rest of the night on that. In fact, Philly had as many 15-plus yard penalties as they had 15-plus yard plays on offense.
Wow. Bobby Belt with the statistics here on 105.3 The Fan. Let's get to Harrison and Mesquite. Harrison, you're next up on Sean and RJ.
Hey, morning, fellas. It's definitely a star up for me. I want to see Shoddy blueprint on the team, and I saw it. And the team is led by a good coach. So I think we solved that problem going forward in the future. Do we miss Micah? Hell yeah. Micah's going to run down Jalen all the time. Go back and look at film. Micah's going to run you down and cause chaos. You're not going to scramble in the end zone. Another thing, I thought the linebacker play was poor. I think we need to start the rookie, Bobby, with the long hair, 35 from Notre Dame.
Maris Leofau?
Yeah, he needs to replace Clark. Clark has had too many opportunities. You got to move on some at times from these players.
Secondary did play good. Choppy, the offensive line, the whole offensive line played good. Dak was under very little duress last night. It gave him time. And the Cowboys is going to go as far as Dak takes them. He looked at healthy. He looked at good.
Yes.
Bobby, you were right about Lamb because Pickens took a lot of pressure off of Lamb. Lamb just need to catch the ball. If we didn't have Pickens this year, Lamb wouldn't have had the game he had. Believe me, I understand that was a good point. Going forward, defense need to come out better and start the first half. And we shouldn't have a problem. I'm saying 10 wins this year, fellas. It's not a lot of hype. We played a good team. And Giants, Commanders, I don't see them being a problem for us. We got the Panthers. Yeah, we're gonna have a 10-win season. Let's go Cowboys. I'm excited. Y'all have a good one.
Good call, Harrison. Have a fantastic weekend. Eric in Dallas, you are up next on the D&M Leasing Hotline. Go ahead, Eric.
Good morning, Sean and RJ. It's your president, Donald Trump, calling from Air Force One. I want to say shout out to Pepe for moving me to the front of the line. I called after the Micah trade and I said, I don't have time, Pepe. I'm running a country in case you didn't know. And he didn't put me at the front of the line. We had a bad connection and he dropped me and I uninvited him to my special event in Mar-a-Lago. But Pepe, you're invited again.
You know, Jacob's in for Pepe today, Mr. President.
Well, you know what, Pepe, you deserve the time off. Maybe you need a little more time.
He does not.
He does not.
No.
He does not deserve the time off.
And we already have too many non-working holidays, right? That's what he said.
Well done, Eric.
I want to give star up Dookie Dak. He impressed me. He played it pretty well. Star up my mentee, Jerry Jones. I told him, trade Micah. Micah is a loser. What a loser. We call him my baby Micah. And that's guys, I've got a country to run. I've got to go. Pepe, when you get back, I expect to be put at the front of the line every time.
Well done, Eric. Oh, I think Air Force One just dropped yet again.
Must be a Boeing, yeah.
Well done. Sean, RJ, and Roberto here on DFW Sports Station. It's Jacob running things for Peyton, Russell, Aiden in the back live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Let's get to the junk drawer.
Did you know that Benjamin Franklin invented the junk drawer? Junkin!
We gotta get you covered with your fantasy football weekend. RJ has the best and worst fantasy football names. First, Bobby, clean up the rest of your Philadelphia trip as you got kicked out of the hotel early yesterday with no sleep.
I did. Well, I mean, I guess I didn't get kicked out. So typically, when we are on the road and there's a night game, the hotel, a lot of these different hotels that we go to, the checkout maybe like 3 or something like that. So you end up having like an hour of wiggle room where, okay, well, I got to go down to the lobby for an hour, do something like that. I did not realize till the email came across as I was sitting there wrapping up the show, putting up the Comrex, everything else. And I got an email at 11 a.m. Eastern that said, thank you, you've been automatically checked out, as checkout was at 11 a.m. Eastern. And I went, oh, what now? Because I'm not packed and I've done nothing.
And that usually doesn't happen?
I don't get the automatic checkout usually. And so, like, getting the automatic checkout and the note that said that. So I just called down to the front desk and they're like, we can extend you to noon. I was like, perfect. Yeah, just extend me to noon. So then I packed up. It was fine. I packed up. I went down to the Shining Time Station or whatever that
the Reading Terminal.
Yeah, that thing that Kevin Hagelin told me to go to, and I was John Machota and Calvin Watkins. I think felt y'all's pain of going out to eat with me.
Oh yeah,
yeah, because it's like a legacy.
It's a market. You have a choice of anything.
So I came and sat down, and John goes like, "Are you waiting for your food?" I was like, "No, I didn't get anything." And he's like, "Why not?" I was like, "I literally here's the only thing." Overwhelming the number of options. Like you walk in there, it's just
overwhelmed.
No, I'm telling you, walk in there, you go like, okay, so like I don't have any idea what any of these are. They're not like any sort of like chain. I'm trying to Google and see like what's good here, like what are considered the hot spots, and there's nothing that's like super clear when you look at Reddit and other places that give you feedback and different things like that. So everything that I thought, okay, that looks okay, was like a 20-person line because it was noon, and so I was like, I'll go sit down. I'm not in a rush. I'm going to go sit down, wait for it to thin out, and then I'll just spot where I see something that's a little lighter, and then I'll just walk up there. So that's what I did. And I ended up at a place called Molly Malloy's, which didn't have a line at all. And I was like, all right, give me your cheesesteak. Better than Ishkabibbles, better than the Joe's Steak and Soda Shop.
Oh.
And that's because it had actual flavor to it, which I'm sure Philadelphia doesn't like. That's probably why there's no line, because they're like, oh my gosh, garlic, onion, salt, pepper. These are disgusting things we would never put on ribeye. But it was solid. It wasn't like incredible. It felt a little more mass produced. It felt a little bit more like something you would get in that sense. What?
This is the when people not from that part of the country go up there and eat Italian food. They want Olive Garden, not the local fare.
Yeah, like I said, it felt a little more mass produced. It didn't feel like. It didn't have that fresh, like, ooh, this is like a real fresh made thing. It felt like something that they could have had on a heating lamp, but the flavor was a lot better. Now, I still think Shay's is the best one that I've had. That was the one we had last year, Zero and I. And that was a Philadelphia place.
So how was the city in terms of Cowboy Venom going in? Did you all get hit with eggs inside the stadium?
Did not get hit with eggs. It was the most... I've been kind of disappointed in Philadelphia the last couple of years rolling into the stadium, where it hasn't been as aggressive as I've always heard from people. And this time it was definitely more intensity. I don't know if it's because it's just an opening game, and so there was a little bit more built-up tension of an entire offseason where people were ready. But there was more venom as we're going along, more people shouting at us, more people giving us middle fingers, more people waiting at the hotel, more people waiting by the stadium and giving us that energy. So I remember as we were rolling in, I was like, this has a different feel to it for the city tonight. Like so I was hoping we were going to get a little bit more aggression, and we did get that, but overall, no eggs being pelted at us. I'm stunned we made it out alive. John Machota and I were both just like talking about, boy, when you go through something like that, that's a different thing. And that is the guy who was driving the bus. Holy cow. The way he slammed on those brakes and was inches from the bus in front of us on like 6 different occasions. I really thought we were going to end up smashing the back of it. I don't know why this guy had a depth perception problem or something with brakes, but that was a close call on about 6 different occasions.
Way to the bus, man. Right? Probably was.
Adjust.
Yeah.
I've been on tons of buses for the Cowboys. I've never had that experience.
Choppy, let's hear the comedy attempts at the best and worst fantasy football names for this week.
All right, so some new ones they got this year, and this obviously is relatively timely. Hulk Hogan won the Leg Drop Legends. Yeah. That's one of the names. For Bobby's girl, Caitlin Clark and Awe.
Gone for the season.
For Bruce Willis, who's obviously been detailed his bout with dementia. What you talking about, Willis?
Okay.
Right? Okay, there we go.
These are not as good as normal.
So let's get to the rookie ones. Cam Ward. I kicked ass. Cam, you dig it. Cam, bam, thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
All right, those are all good ones. Let's see.
Right now, my favorite, I might change mine, is Dak Tua.
Very nice. For Ashton Genty. Ashton 316.
Okay.
Little WWE one right there.
Yep.
Genty in a bottle. Genty from the block. All right, instead of Jenny from the block. Let's see. Travis Hunter. The Hunter for Red October. The Hunter Games. Scavenger Hunter. Let's see. Cheese Traviolis. Travis.
Traviolis.
Travis.
Okay.
Travis. For Shador. Shador Shank Redemption. The Boys Next Shador. Murder Shador wrote. For Tet McMillan, Chillin' Like a McMillan, $1,000,000 Baby, One in a McMillion, Slumdog McMillionaire.
Those aren't bad.
Not bad. Jackson Dart, Shot Through the Dart, Action Jackson, Lights Camera Jackson, Connect the Darts, Last Jackson Hero, Milrow Row Your Boat.
Okay.
For Jalen Milrow. Milrow to Nowhere, Milrow's Place.
Good.
Melrose Place.
Ever see that show, Bobby?
Melrose
Place.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. And then for Travion Henderson, Henderson, son of a preacher man.
Okay.
Like
some old school, some oldies in there. Good luck with your fantasy football weekends kicking off last night. Did you have Dak? Is Dak your quarterback or no?
No, I have.
I'm facing you.
We are?
Yeah.
I got to set my lineup. I don't even know who's in it.
Dang it. I should have said anything. Dang it. Are you in our league, Jake?
I'm not, no.
Okay.
I didn't get the invite.
All right, well, hey, you're young. Yeah, you got earn your stripes.
Gotta pay your dues.
Gotta pay your dues, Leah Fowl.
Pay those dues to Carter Freeman, and then you want to actually get it going.
I've got, let's see, I got Penix and Goff.
Penix and Goff. All right. Is Jalen Carter and should Jalen Carter be suspended? And maybe our first NFL Sunday is not going to be ruined. That's next on the home of the Cowboys with Sean and RJ, 105.3 The Fan. I know that you're...
Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
56 seconds in the half. They will run a draw to Barkley up the middle. Broke a tackle, broke 2 tackles. Touchdown, Barkley.
Brad Shan with a call last night on your official home of the Dallas Cowboys and Texas Rangers. In case you did not know, on DFW Sports Station, it's Sean, RJ, Roberto back from Philadelphia. We got Chica Lee from down the hall and LeGrande crushing it in the ratings in studio. He's a diehard sports fan, diehard Bears fan. So you watched this last night, I know.
Yeah, love football.
Opening impressions of the Cowboys, better than you thought?
Yes, definitely yes. I got tickets for the Bears-Cowboys already for week 3. I'm going to Chicago to go see my Chicago Bears, hopefully walk away with a W. But I will say that I'm a little bit more nervous after seeing the Cowboys yesterday. I'm a little disappointed, though, too, with all these taunting calls yesterday. Yeah. I am like, what is going on with the NFL?
That was soft.
Yeah.
Cowboys were the beneficiaries of it.
Yeah.
But this, who in the sportsmanship, I hope it wasn't Stephen Jones, who in the committee is like, we really need to just up sportsmanship. Yeah. And this is going to be a 15-yard taunt. No one's calling for this.
Yeah, I don't know who was the driving force, but the committee has been on board with that. It was a collective of them that went in that direction. So that's just
But
that's
it's
the
football.
new thing now.
It's one of the most savage sports that exist. Yeah. I mean, so are you supposed to rub his leg and say, I hope you're okay? Yeah. Let's go to the sideline. I got some Gatorade waiting for you.
It's on a monster dunk. I want to see you scream over the opponent. Yeah, exactly. They're not going to sit there and fight anyway.
How much did you enjoy watching the first half and going, oh yeah, I remember this Matt Eberflus defense?
You know what? I mean, I was impressed. I'm going to be honest. I was impressed the way the Cowboys looked yesterday. I mean, the defense wasn't great on either side, but I will say that Dak Prescott looked really good. CeeDee Lamb, obviously, man, missed a couple of those passes that were huge. But I got to say, I was expecting a bigger blowout.
I've been fighting with Bobby over Cowboys versus Bears this year on who's going to be better. He's been saying Chicago.
Yeah, I agree with Bobby.
Still?
Yeah.
Still after last night?
Yeah, I mean,
all right. Well, we're gonna bet something.
Well, what are we gonna bet?
We're gonna bet something. You got money to spend.
How about some Lou Malnati's pizza?
I'm in on that.
Flight
I'm
in,
gonna trash roll.
Goldbelly.
Hey, that's a good idea. What about why don't we do a pizza party? Loser has to pay for the pizza party.
But
we have to fly it in.
If you're getting Chicago style, what are you calling it? Because it's not pizza.
What
are you going to call it?
Man, come on. Chicago pizza is the best pizza in the world, dude.
Whose side are you on with Spitgate? Who's at fault?
At first, I couldn't believe it, but then when I saw the Dak part of it, I thought it was fun and cool. I don't know why they're making such a big deal about it, but I got to say, whoever got caught. I mean, Dak didn't get caught.
But did you think Dak's initial spit warranted that response? But were the spits the same?
It looked like they were spits between friends. That's what it looked like to me.
What type of Friday night you got going on, Chicken Lane?
I think it was playful. I think Dak was looking at him like, "What's up? What's up?"
So you agree with Choppy that Jalen Carter should not have been tossed? Spitting's overrated.
I agree.
Wow,
I agree.
There you go.
Are you in agreement with Chop? Are you in agreement with Chop that if somebody walks up to you 6 inches from you and spits on you, that you're not going to do anything? Chop said he's going to go, what are you doing?
And on the street?
Yeah.
No, it's different. That's different.
Choppy said he would just allow somebody to spit on him on the street.
Well, look, I mean, as soon as during the delay, I had someone spit on me.
Chop said as long as they make eye contact.
Yeah.
All right, get out.
On the street, that's one thing, but on a football field,
that's the whole thing, right? The rules are different.
Yeah, exactly.
The rules are different.
It's going back to the whole taunting thing. It's like, where does it stop? Where does it end, man?
What's going to be what was Eberflus known for in Chicago?
For not managing the clock.
And defensively, did you feel like you were?
I think he was a good defensive coordinator. I just of what I hear from buddies in Chicago. One of my buddies does the Spanish play-by-play for the Bears in Chicago.
Well,
what I hear is that supposedly he just had no control in the locker room. That the players were just not on his side.
What's the Bears' record this year?
Whew, man.
Just say 7-10 because they always are.
10-7.
10-7. There it is. Chicoline, LeGrande.
Two.
I spit on you. Dak Tua.
Spit on that thing.
Dak Tua. Thank you, brother. Chicoline down the hall. LeGrande in the morning here on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. Let's talk about that rain. 65-minute rain delay. I did a live stream on Twitter.
I saw later. I saw the video. I didn't turn the sound on, but I saw the video.
And then you said something about pudding, and I didn't really understand what was going on. And then you disappeared on the group text for a while. I said he passed out because you told someone you were 4 or 5 drinks in. I didn't know if you were just joking. I said he must have been 4 or 5 drinks in, and he passed out and went to sleep. Did it really happen?
What, the pudding?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
You guys took a rain delay bedroom break?
We did, yeah.
Very impressive.
Yeah. I mean, look, we didn't need the full 65 minutes.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
We didn't need it.
But how did the conversation start? Like, how did the idea even come up?
Well,
spitting.
Yeah, that's really what it was. So the rain delay happens, and I'm like, oh, God, how long? And the first thing that happens is, all right, so the youth sports dad in me is like, okay, I know it's always 20 minutes from the last lightning strike within 8 miles. That's the rule of thumb. And you got to listen for the bell. Brr, brr. The three bells, and you're back on the field. So then Tirico said something like, well, we expect to be back playing in about an hour. And I was like, oh, man, we got a full hour here almost. So I flip over and, flip over some baseball, watch some baseball for a little bit. And then she says, do you want to have some pudding? And I was like,
so your pudding is Bobby's cereal?
No, this was actual pudding.
Oh,
this was actual pudding. She goes, you want some strawberries in it? I go, that sounds delectable. Let's do it. And then as soon as we got done with the pudding, I said just something to her like, hey, let's make this a little bit more. We got 45 minutes to kill. Let's make this a little bit more interesting.
Wow.
And we did, and we reenacted the Dak Jalen Carter spinning incident.
Which one were you?
Yes.
And Jason Garrett reported on this. They made Jason Garrett a reporter yesterday, sent him into the parking lot to tailgate with the Eagle fans, and then he's a sideline reporter afterwards on NBC.
Dak said he was talking to his lineman. He was talking to Tyler Booker, and he had to spit, so he spit over Booker's shoulder. And I guess Jalen Carter was looking at him, and he came over and said, are you spitting at me? And Dak said, why would I spit at you? And he got closer, and he spit back at him. I guess it was a misunderstanding.
He can't even report on a spitting incident and injection without laughing. His dimples have to hurt so bad. I've never seen a human being able to smile more and longer than Jay Jeezy. Will and should Jalen Carter be suspended for a game or longer? My answer to both is no. He will not, because I think that later Dak video that came out, which I don't understand. If I'm an Eagle fan, I am a little bit ticked off at NBC, and I'm thinking conspiracy. Why didn't you release that footage earlier? I got to give that to the Eagle fans. And then
I think it was Nick and Jason talking about it made them go look for it.
Nick
I don't Harris. I don't think they I don't think they necessarily saw that. And then when it was mentioned to them, when they started getting buzz about what it was, I think they went back to go look to see if they had it, and that's why.
Are you saying this with a straight face?
I'm being 100% serious. I think that's what it was.
You think Nick Harris?
I'm saying Nick's thing, Jason's thing. Garrett and Nick Harris were talking about it. I don't know which one, but Nick Harris's blew up immediately. There were a bunch of different people that were quoting from it, and Garrett's little report there during the thing, that's when they go and find the video at that point. I don't think they had any clue that's what had happened.
Garrett's wasn't post, that report right there?
I don't think it wasn't that during the delay.
He talked to Dak and got the spitting update.
I thought that was during the delay. I wasn't watching the broadcast.
Jake,
so I don't
do you know when it was? Do you know if that was Garrett post or during the game? Do you have any idea?
That was directly after post game. It was after Dak walked off the field.
Well, then either way, that had started getting talked about because it was literally 15 minutes after Nick tweeted it. They posted the video. That I think they went and found it because I don't think they know. I don't think they realized that's what was happening.
I don't think he will be suspended. I don't think he should be suspended. You don't even think he should have gotten tossed last night. So your answer is obviously no.
Well, no on the should, but I do think he will.
Really?
Yeah, I think this is obviously clearly a point of emphasis.
To me, it's time served. He did.
He served the whole game.
He served a game,
the full game, yeah.
And then I think the Dak video will get him off the hook. That's my prediction. But you think he will be suspended?
I mean, look, they just seem to be making a point of emphasis on this. Like that was.
I'll take it.
I'll take it.
I will freaking take Kansas City at Arrowhead. Please, league suspend him, but they're not going to.
I don't understand why the Dak portion of it would even let him off, though. Like I think the bigger thing is he missed the whole game. He missed the whole game, and like that's something Rappaport and Pelissero were talking about this morning already. Is they're saying that generally the league will say if you miss the majority of a game, you got thrown out of. They kind of say there's your punishment, and so they won't do that. If they find out after the fact, they may suspend you from that. But like I genuinely 100% believe what Dak said of like he was not even thinking about that until he looked up and saw Jalen Carter mean mugging. And then he's like, the hell's your problem, dude?
I just think the league will use Dax as an excuse to not suspend him. Like, okay, maybe he was responding. Maybe he was responding to it. I hope I'm wrong. I hope he's gone for Kansas City, no doubt about it. 877-881-1053. What did Ryan Clark say about Jalen Carter?
Ryan Clark was going off. So Ryan Clark, who was on First Take this morning, and he was talking about the Jalen Carter incident.
Generational talents?
He loves those. He loves those generational talents. But what Ryan Clark said, he called him, I'm trying to find where the exact quote is. He called him a sub-level human being. He said, you showed what a sub-level human being you were in that moment. And now I'm paraphrasing this, but he had said that essentially Jalen Carter had abandoned his teammates to do something dumb, to get retribution for something that was stupid, something that was silly. But yeah, Ryan Clark went all the way after Jalen Carter and called him out big time.
All right, other things that happened. Stephen A. said, to hell with just an ejection, suspend that man. So we'll see. I hope I am incorrect, but props to Nick Harris for getting that report and maybe getting that started.
I do think the fact that generally when Pelissero and Rappaport are ahead of like almost kind of like preparing people for something, I think the league ties the fact that they're with NFL Network matters in that moment. And I think they know the league is probably not going to do
Which
anything.
Impact do you think affects the game more? The Cowboys have a better case for winning without Micah, or the Eagles with Carter?
I would say
are we feeling too good about sticking around with just Jalen Carter gone?
So here's my thought with that. The Cowboys planned to have this game without Micah.
Yeah.
And the Eagles didn't
Yeah.
plan to have it without Carter.
Right.
So I think it's easier for the Cowboys to be better prepared to not have him in this game.
But the Cowboys also built an entire game plan around Jalen Carter being there. Like they did plan on him being there. And look, if you want to talk about where are they strong, BB, Booker, Tyler Smith, like where he's going on the interior. Jalen Carter's a great player, but I mean it's the same sort of struggles we would talk about of like, yeah, Micah's still going to have a challenge going up against Lane Johnson. He's still going to have a challenge going up against Jordan Mailata. Not that Booker's on that level yet of those guys, but I also don't think Jalen Carter's quite on Micah's level yet either.
Jerry Jones was asked afterwards, can he recall a spitting incident or anything close to that?
Well, let me just say this. I know that real emphasis this year on sportsmanship, and I was sitting with Steven, who's co-chairman of the competition committee. He said we're just going to have a lot of emphasis on sportsmanship and things that stand for sportsmanship. And so that was his guess as to how that initiated. But I know this, that Carter's a good player. And they'll have him next time we play him, and it'll be that much more of a challenge for our offense. But I don't have a real understanding of the technical explanation.
So there's Jerry. Tolo Mike, I don't get why anyone cares about Dak spitting. They're not one and the same. It's Eagle fans. It's Eagle fans desperately trying to compare the two and justify Jalen Carter's actions and trying to beg for him not to be punished and suspended. That's Eagle fans last night. Stupid.
Yeah, one is spitting at someone, one is spitting on someone.
Like I compared it to last night. It's like being out in public, you're standing around somebody and you cough into your arm. And then that person goes, were you coughing at me? And they go in your face and cough in your face. They're not the same thing. They're not even close to the same thing.
What to watch the rest of this football weekend, and maybe our first NFL Sunday is not going to be ruined. All that plus Below, the Bell, Nick Eatman back from Filthy as well. Your Cowboys Friday continues. No reason to go anywhere else than Sean and RJ.
Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Dallas.
Get your star up, star down ready for 8:40 and Below the Bell on the official home of the Dallas Cowboys. It is brought to you by Wild Fork Foods. Sean Sharif alongside RJ Choppy. And do not miss out on the KNC Masterpiece today. They're going to be at Uncle Julio's in Fort Worth. They got Tolo Trucker hats as well. I don't think I've seen the Tolo Trucker hats. So they're going to have them while they last. KNC today, Uncle Julio's in Fort Worth. And we're going to start off with Jerry Jones next Tuesday at 8:30. And then Brian Schottenheimer next Friday, also in the 8 o'clock hour. So we're going to have Jake Ferguson weekly on G-Bag, Stephen Jones weekly on KNC and G-Bag, the Player Show with Brad Sham, Jerry and Brian Schottenheimer on this program, and Nick Eatman at 9:20 back from Philly. Brad Sham actually hit me up yesterday. He goes, "You still doing Star Up, Star Down?" I said, "Yes, sir." This is during the broadcast. He goes, "I just shouted out for Javonte Williams and Brian Schottenheimer." So thanks, Brad Sham, for giving us the shout out on the Dallas Cowboys Radio Network. All right, what's up?
Two very deserving star ups, I think, both of those guys, Javonte Williams and Brian Schottenheimer.
We'll get to your full star up, star down on the fan text at 8:40. The Red Zone doing panic control yesterday. Adam Schefter looking like an arm of the league coming out and saying, "Well, it's just a couple seconds, okay? It's just this little amount." The Red Zone, week 1 free, by the way. Yesterday I went home and I tried to just purchase it and buy it. It's my favorite thing in all of sports inside the NBA second. Red Zone is going to include 4 15-second commercials over the course of 7 hours for week 1. That's according to the front office sports. So 7 hours, 4 15-second commercials. They will not be full screen commercials. It'll be a split screen with the Red Zone. That, to me, is a humongous sigh of relief. I'm feeling great about that.
Is that really what it was? Or do you think they adjusted?
I don't know.
Hey. I bet they adjusted. And the NFL does not normally back down to people complaining at them. Usually the NFL is, you will feel every bit of our power and we'll flex it. This is the same league that said, we'll spend $25 million to go to court against the face of our league to tell him how he's not going to tell us what to do. Like, the NFL will usually check people. So for them to come out and be like, guys, calm down. That means this sent them into a bit of a panic.
It definitely sent them into a panic. But, I don't think they would have changed it. I don't know. I don't think that they're going to come out and come up with this newfangled way to do it just because of some backlash. The NFL has never cared about backlash. They do what they want to do.
The split screen is a complete change to what was being reported the first day, though. So that was either massive miscommunication, or they're now saying, oh, that was miscommunication, and they changed that aspect of it.
I saw a Twitter account say, as sports fans, we used to have Red Zone without commercials, actual sports reporting on ESPN, geographic college conference alignment, every NFL and college football game available on a basic cable package. We used to have it all.
We used to have, just forget
Tell
about
your grandkids about it one day.
Just forget about college football and the NFL on basic. We used to have every sport. Now, the NBA, you're going to have to get Prime. For this, you're going to have to get Prime. Baseball's on Peacock. I mean, you're going to have everything all over the place.
Tonight is getting crushed. I know you've been killing it. Dan Patrick went off about it yesterday. Absolutely no reason. Bobby loves it. That Chiefs-Chargers and AFC West division game. You got football tonight, y'all. 7 o'clock on YouTube? What? It just says YouTube.
I thought it was on Prime. So it's on YouTube?
Yeah, they've got. I don't know if it's a simulcast. It's going to be on YouTube. This game is going to be on YouTube tonight. And then it's I love YouTube functionality is good. You can operate with that. That's going to work.
So I can just go to YouTube, find it, watch it.
Yeah, this isn't just like a YouTube TV thing. This is like YouTube, the platform that like people can go access.
Your TV will have the app. I think it's absolutely disgraceful. And completely outside the realm of competition to have a division game be on a neutral site. If you're going to do that, and
you don't care that it's necessarily in Brazil, like the travel. No. It's just neutral site.
Yeah, I mean the Chargers are losing a home game. Divisions.
Do the Chargers play any home game?
Well, that might be fair, but still, that's the point.
Why do you think they send Jacksonville and the Chargers and teams like that to do this?
Yeah, I get that, but the point of the home game isn't even necessarily the crowd. It's your own bed. It's the lack of travel, your circadian sleep rhythm. It's the lack of weather, at different times of year. If you wanted to take this game and move this to Brazil, I have no problem with that. But then when they go play the Chiefs at Arrowhead, that game's got to be in Toronto or somewhere else. Have it the Bastille Day Classic, the day after Thanksgiving.
You're fine with the alternating of teams losing a home game every year, but just not division.
Not division. It's too important.
I get it.
Because it's a home and home.
Yeah.
So why did the Chiefs get a home game at a great home atmosphere, but the Chargers don't? Like, that's just not fair.
Yeah, the most screwed up part of this is now with the 17-game schedule. I hadn't looked yet. I was wondering. The Chiefs are only playing 7 road games this year. I figured with 17 games, they would probably make it 8-8, and then this would be a neutral site game, and both the Chargers and the Chiefs would play 8 home, 8 road. No, the Chiefs are playing 9 home games, a neutral site game, and 7 road games this year.
Other games this weekend. Just stop me when you're in. Buccaneers at Falcons. I'm interested in Penix starting off year 2. Bengals at and keep in mind, Cowboys-Eagles is the biggest spread in the National Football League. So the Cowboys putting it in at least Vegas's face last night. Bengals-Browns, I don't care about Joe Flacco starting.
By the way, those 2 games, you have division games where the road team is the favorite, and the home team in week 1 almost always covers those.
Dolphins, Colts, Indy's probably the most least interesting team in the league for me.
What's it say about Miami that Indy's a favorite?
That Mike McDaniel's in trouble and that the Dolphins have become insanely boring over the last 12 months.
Indy's a favorite?
Yeah, 1.5.
Whoa.
Those are, I think, they're the 2 most likely to get fired first this season, Mike McDaniel and Shane Steichen.
Another day closer to death, right, Mike? And Tyreek's dropping in fantasy. Like, I stole Tyreek. He'll be one of those swing guys for me that I got him so late. If he is 3/4 of himself, I'll probably be the champion again.
He lost his captain role, too, and people are now, Tyreek's like, I don't need to have a patch. Yeah. I'm a captain.
I'm in on this Raiders-Patriots because I want to see Drake May. I want to see all this Mike Vrabel hype and see if Drake May is ready to take over. I'm not diehard into it, but I'm interested. And Pete Carroll's debut.
Lots of Patriots drama right now that Bill Belichick has banned them from going to UNC.
We'll get to that in a second. Cardinals at Saints. Kellen debut, but no. I think Arizona can be a team that makes some noise. Steelers, Jets.
Yes.
Absolutely.
I'm in on that.
That's the lowest number of the week. It's over under 37.5.
How will the Giants look in D.C. against the Commanders? Because the Cowboys get the Giants in week 2. That's a noon game. Panthers at Jacksonville. Ugh. I ended up with Trevor as a backup fantasy quarterback, so I'm a little interested in that. And Bobby, you're buying Bryce Young stock.
I'm up on Bryce. I love Tet McMillan. I'm kind of interested to see what Liam Cohen's going to do with Trevor Lawrence, how Travis Hunter performs. So there's some intrigue to that I would not normally have.
I am interested in Titans at Broncos. Is Denver worth all the hype? Chris Sims has Denver knocking KC out of the West Championship and the Cam Ward debut. In Tennessee, they just keep saying, y'all sleeping on Cam Ward, the most disrespected number 1 pick in a long, long time. I am really interested in this game.
8.5.
Denver feels a little like, they were better last year than this team, but it feels a little bit like all the hype that was around the Jets last year, where it's like, it doesn't totally seem to match to me.
49ers at Seahawks. Sam Darnold. I'm more interested in how ugly, hopefully, will San Fran look.
Yeah, I'm interested. I'm interested to see if San Fran's bouncing back. People are buying stock on San Fran again, and I don't know why they're all so high on them after they purged half their roster.
3:25, probably going to be the Romo game. Lions at Packers. Will Micah Parsons play? While he was taking some shots at the Cowboys locker room yesterday, and Micah's mom was at the game last night wearing a Cowboy jersey. Florio had that. Is that true?
Yep. She was walking around the stadium with Cowboys gear on. I don't know if it was a jersey, but she was wearing Cowboys gear. It was not a Micah jersey. I know that for sure, but she was wearing Cowboy stuff. I don't know why. Maybe she already had tickets, and so she was like, might as well use them.
Some Cowboy fans loved it. They were like, you're a diehard. You don't leave your team. It's weird.
I would love to think that Philly was like, you want to come to the game? I would love to think they did that.
And David Mulugheta was with her. He's got, of course, George Pickens and Damone Clark. Texans at Rams, also at 3:30.
It's a good one. I'm a little surprised the Rams are more than a field goal favorite. A little surprised.
Especially with all the Stafford questions.
Sunday night. Ravens at Bills, the heavyweight fight. Buffalo is a 1.5-point dog at home for Sunday Night Football. And then Monday night, Vikings at Chicolin's Chicago Bears.
The Bills-Ravens, is the highest total. So the Jets-Steelers, the lowest total of 37.5. This is the highest at 50.5.
Have the Bills, the better they've become, and Josh Allen winning MVP last year, have they become a more boring watch?
We haven't seen them.
But like last year, the way they were better last year, and that was the least interesting they were to me over the last 3 years.
What Bill Belichick did in banning the Patriots scouts from North Carolina practices, what a joke.
He needs to be sent to the retirement home. If you are a player with NFL aspirations, why in the world would you go to North Carolina?
This is a loser move. You are taking your kids. Your kids are playing to get to the next level, and you're going to remove one of the 32 opportunities that they have. That's a terrible move.
Disgraceful. What a dodge it. Oh, dodge it. What a bullet dodged. What a bullet dodge and not getting him here. I probably would have ended up being really, really wrong about that. And Robert Kraft the other day just said we were planning on building him a statue next to the Brady one when Bill's done coaching. And what about what you're doing to Vrabel? What about Belichick and what he's done to Gerard Mayo and Mike Vrabel, who helped you win championships? Yeah. Maybe the Mayo thing was a little bit of a backstab, I guess, the rumors, while Bill was there in his final year. Has Mike Vrabel done something to Bill Belichick? And you're going to hurt Vrabel's staff and organization and ban them because you're so ticked off at the Crafts, the father-son?
So this gave a little bit of context. Did you see? So there was a controversy a little bit where people were like, that was weird, where Vrabel had gotten asked on his radio show about Belichick's debut before this story came out that he had banned the Patriots. And they're like, what do you think? Does it just take a little while to get a program going? Said, I don't know. Urban Meyer won 12 of his first 12 games at Ohio State. Didn't take him long.
Yeah.
And that's all he said.
Yeah.
And they're like, okay, that was chilly. Something's wrong there. And then it comes out, as Mike Florio wrote, he sent his consigliere, Michael Lombardi, to tell everyone they sleep with the fishes, and the Patriots aren't allowed at practices out there.
Your Cowboys report card for Star Up, Star Down, brought to you by Wild Fork Foods. That's next. And below,
the belt
on the home of the Cowboys after this.
After we get you over to Underdog Fantasy.
Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me
No,
take off my belt.
we're not.
Over to you, Bobby.
Sanders stays at running back. Receiver Tolbert in motion to the right. And Prescott gave it to Sanders, and the ball came out. It's picked up by the Eagles. And Quinyon Mitchell recovered it at the 25-yard line.
Star up Dak Prescott for the defensive play of the evening. I swear, when that ball was fumbled and it was picked up, and I don't know if I processed quickly enough that's Dak standing there, but I saw there's one person standing there, and if that person does not stop them, this is a touchdown because it was just clean sailing the other way for 90 yards.
Yes.
And they ultimately get it. Let's talk about some star up, star down here as the Cowboys drop the opener 24-20 against the Philadelphia Eagles. This is Below the Belt, which is sponsored by D&M Leasing and Window Nation. Before we get into the specifics of our star ups and star downs, I heard last night we were riding over to the charter site, and I was listening to Broadus on the postgame show, and he kept coming back to like, you were better than them for most of the night. Like you should have won this game. Do you come away from this game saying this was a missed opportunity, or do you come away from it saying, no, you blew it, you should have won?
More missed opportunity. I disagree with those who were saying, I heard Maggie and Perloff before our show say that, oh, how did the Cowboys not win this? Or their producer was going off on a rant about the Cowboys always choking. No, I do not. Look, even if CD makes the catches, you're not inside the 10. You still have to score a touchdown. It was a even heavyweight fight for the most part in the first half. I felt like the Eagles were going to be able to sustain what they were doing more so than the Cowboys because I had some more faith in the Eagles defense than the Cowboys defense. But after Dallas got like that third straight stop in the second half, which I did not think was possible, there was your opportunity. But they should have won the game? No, I do not go along with that. I don't think that this was a game that the Cowboys gave away or definitely should have won. They had an opportunity to win it.
They had a lot of they had a lot of opportunities to win. Yeah, I can't say should have because any number of things could have happened. It's just like you go back to the Dez catch game. Like, yeah, let's say they gave it to them. The Packers still had 4 minutes. Like you can't even say that cost them the game. We don't know. And the same thing here. Like even if
it sucks, you didn't beat them with their best offensive player not playing. And the reason you lost was CeeDee Lamb dropping multiple passes.
Yeah, and they lost.
That stings.
They lost an offensive lineman too, right?
Landon Dickerson,
and that's a big loss for them, right? That's a big loss. So those are two in the trenches guys that you lose, and you weren't able to take advantage of it. It's disappointing. It's a missed opportunity.
Yeah,
but I don't think I don't know. I can't say they should have won because we don't know how the game would have gone. Even if they scored even if they take a lead 27-24 with 5 minutes to go. There's who knows what happens there.
Is this
Do you agree?
Yeah, I don't know that they should have won. The best argument for the case that says they should have won is you went 3 straight passes in the second quarter when you got into the red zone again, and then you had to kick an Aubrey field goal. That could have been a touchdown. The Sanders fumble, that probably should have been points, and then the CD drop should have been points. So when you start tallying up, what points did Philly leave on the board? Philly didn't leave points on the board. Dallas left a few different points on the board. And so, when you start looking at it from that perspective, you can make a case. But I think ultimately, it's just a missed opportunity. Now, I'm going to have you go back in time a little bit. So you're going to have to remember the context of how you felt about it at the time. Do you feel better coming out of this loss? Or did you feel better coming out of the opening night loss to the Buccaneers a few years ago that was considered the moral victory loss where they lost 31-29 to the defending champs?
I don't remember it. That was Dak balled out, right?
He balled out. That was him coming off of the lat injury where he threw 42 passes, and that was coming off the 6-10 year McCarthy's first year. Dak coming off of the leg injury, and then they pushed Tampa Bay to the brink.
I probably feel better about this because I'm more worried about the Cowboys defense. So I'm more encouraged that things got settled or fixed in the second half. But I felt great about Dak after that game.
Yeah, I don't really remember. The one thing that would sway me towards feeling better against that one is that you were playing. I mean, a Brady-led team is just different, and they're just,
especially when he's playing Peyton.
Well, not in the playoffs. Not in the playoffs. But it's Philadelphia.
Old man Brady, though.
It was old man Brady.
At
but
the time we're thinking.
Because
was that after their title?
No,
or the
it was the year after they beat Mahomes. That was like their first night back. It was like same situation as Philly. It was opening night game. Dak coming off of an injury and against the Super Bowl champs.
I retract.
But it all matters on whether you think like Philly was on the same level as that team. Like I think that Tampa team was much better.
I come away from this one a little more encouraged than the Tampa Bay game, because at the time things had left off with Dak. The first 5 weeks of the season, you were like, oh my gosh, he's playing out of his mind. He's throwing for 500 yards every week. And then he got hurt, and it was like, well, this team's going to spiral. So like you knew they had talented players. They still had Amari Cooper. They had their strong receiving core. They still had the running game that was building. So like you knew Dallas was talented. It was just a matter of like, how healthy does Dak look when he comes back? Everybody thought this was a bad Dallas team, like heading into this. And they still may be a bad team, but like coming into this, I think they've just blown away expectations. Yeah, or we heard from Nick Eatman. I felt this way, like 500 that then became maybe like a little below 500 after we saw them.
8, 9.
And I think that could be an indictment on Philly. That could be Dallas playing emotional for Brian Schottenheimer, doing whatever else. But I came away from this one more impressed with them in this than I did in that Tampa game. Some of the star up, star down. I'm going to mention a couple of people that we have not talked about yet.
Star up, star down, brought to you by Wild Fork.
Star up, Osa Odigizua played well. I thought that Osa was good.
See him showing off them guns, walking in the pregame outfit. My goodness,
he's a tank. Dude. He is a unit. But I thought Osa was really good in this one. And I think when I watch the tape back over the weekend, I think I'm going to see that Osa, Marshawn Nealand, maybe some Solomon Thomas. Those are going to be the guys that I'm pretty impressed with. The star down, and I understand rookie, everything else. Donovan Ezeraku's we got to show, especially when Brian Schottenheimer's telling, I think it was on our pregame. Brad Sham, he was telling Brad Sham that he thinks Ezeraku. He used the term star, like that. I think Donovan Ezeraku is going to be a star in this league, and he's an advanced pass rusher. He's supposed to have pass rush moves that can come in here and make a difference. And when you're rushing doing these 4-man rushes, and you're in there as the Micah role, you're the most similar, size profile, athlete, like tools package, all those different things. You're the most similar one to Micah that they had. You've got to step up and perform in a big way, especially after the training camp where everybody was raving about you.
Yeah, right now he's looking like a training camp star, and it has not been maintained since.
Yeah, and that to me is just the most frustrating aspect of this, because I had said it, I looked at, even with Micah here, I thought Ezeraku 6 sacks as a rookie minimum, because I think he's just in situational pass rushing instances, he's going to be able to use that toolbox to his advantage and be able to show that he's an advanced rusher. He's clearly getting checked a little bit by some offensive linemen in these preseason games and then into the regular season already, and that's caused some issues here. Another one, and we've made reference to it, but I got to give this star down to overall played well. Kyer Elam giving up that long third down catch on 51 yards down the field to Dotson. That turned into points. That was in a game where it was kind of ping-pong back and forth.
6.
That felt like
before the half.
Just devastating.
Yeah, I was just begging for one third down stop.
And Dotson, of all, this wasn't, you got beat by Smith. This wasn't A.J. Brown. You let Jahan Dotson, who has been a bust to this point of his career, get you deep down the field. That was a tough one to swallow.
And they end up going 8 plays, 81 yards in a minute 43 and take the lead before the half with 51 seconds left. That was a gut punch.
Yeah,
Saquon, that was his touchdown. But the Cowboys, to their credit, had an awesome response with a field goal. Hit a 53-yarder before the half. But
44 seconds to go.
But they got a touchdown.
And I was, wondering how they were going to play this. And I was thinking to myself, we are not far removed from an era that even if you had 3 timeouts and 44 seconds left at your own 15, you're taking a knee.
Yeah.
We are not far removed from that. Thank God. Thank God that awful era of football is gone.
My favorite moment in terms of decision-making, trust between coach, quarterback, everything else that happened in this game was on that 2-minute drill at the end of the half, which was they use up the second timeout. There's 15 seconds left, 14 seconds left, something like that. And at that stage, I think it was like a 65-yarder for Aubrey. And so when
McCarthy would have kicked that.
He would have kicked it.
Would have kneeled and then kicked.
And Schottenheimer, you saw Dak on the broadcast, like, putting his hands up and say, like, I got it. Like letting Schottenheimer know, like, I got it. We're good. We'll be fine. McCarthy would have called a draw play probably with no timeouts and 15 seconds left. But
hey, McCarthy was loving the Cowboys yesterday on McAfee. He goes, you better take the Cowboys and the points. He was absolutely right about that. And he was raving about the Cowboys moving forward.
So Dak drops back. I think it was to Pickens. It was Pickens or Lamb, but I think he threw to Pickens there, where it was drop back, get the ball out, complete it. Everybody got up to the line of scrimmage quickly. Everybody got set. They let the ref touch the ball. That was a big thing too. And then they spiked the ball with that 3 seconds left, put Aubrey in a position to get those 3 points. You had tweeted it at the time I saw it, where it was like, this is a good early test for Brian Schottenheimer clock management and how he responds to that. I thought Dak, Schottenheimer working together on that, handled it pretty flawlessly. It made me feel comfortable about if they get in a similar situation, the 2 minute, that they might be in a good position to do that.
I've got a couple of star ups, if I may. One, big Eagle fans. I did not hear a single misspelling of EAGLES the entire time.
Yeah, but I thought their PA guy messed up some grammar during that interesting pregame show with an anthem that NBC didn't realize. I don't think they were broadcasting. People killing Boys the Men for their national anthem. And then their PA person, I thought, messed up the English language.
See, and I was going to say star up for having Boys to Men out there.
Well, for having them.
Yeah, I'm not results oriented. See, I'm a process guy. I don't care about results. The process of getting Boys to Men there is the right process. That was the right move. You would do that again.
That banner ceremony before the game, I will say, aesthetics-wise, it was kind of cool.
Look, the green lights. I didn't know you could do green lights. That was kind of cool.
That, like the Cowboys having to trot out onto the field in this like green glow and this roaring crowd.
I'm not saying this to be a homer. I'm really not. You can't take yourself seriously with that stupid Eagle chant cheer. You can't.
The song or just the chant?
The song.
Yeah, Sarah said, what are they playing? I said, this sounds like 100 years old. It's corny. That was back, like, they made it back when, they had, Prohibition.
So terrible. Star up, star down, brought to you by Wild Fork here on DFW Sports Station. Did RJ Choppy lock up worst take of the week?
No.
By saying Jalen Carter should not have been ejected. Worst take will make you some football money with the Degenerate and Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com after this.
But first, look.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Angel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
This is the ball game, 4th and 3. Snap is back. They blitz, and he throws deep left. He's got Lamb down the left side, and he can't hold it. Diving out at the 25, and he just couldn't put it right on him, and Lamb diving couldn't hold it.
Ball game over. Final hour. Is it fist pump worthy?
Oh, yeah. It's always fit. Listen, it's the last work hour of the work week. I think, you gotta look big picture here.
What sentiment have you been getting on the fan text this morning about feeling positive?
There's some people that are like positive. There are people that are obviously like angry. I don't say angry, but disappointed. So there's obviously an air of disappointment on the fan text, but relatively positive.
We were talking about this yesterday, John Machota and I. He said if they win this game tonight, this was in the afternoon. He's like, if they win this game tonight, he's like, name a bigger non-playoff win for this team in the last 5 years.
Seattle.
Which one?
That's the only one I can think of. Seattle on 14. The road. Terrence Williams.
Yeah. So that was like 11 years ago. And so when
11 years.
Yeah. I mean, Dak was at Mississippi State when that game happened.
I was at the bar where the Kelvin incident happened. Right near that. We used to have events there. I can't remember.
Oh
what it
yeah,
was.
the hell's the name of that place? I don't know.
You remember, Chubby? You have no idea. It's on Greenville, I think.
Boss Man Gat. Yeah, that was his bar.
Someone will text.
Idea.
But the only other one, the biggest regular season win, I think I can. Were there ones that get in NFC East Championship, basically final game of the regular season, they lost 3 in a row? I'm trying to think if there's a win and in. I don't think so.
Yeah, but if that would probably that'd be right up there as one of the biggest road victories of Dak's career. It'd be next to Pittsburgh in 2016, probably.
Yeah.
But I mean, we're talking about it. We're like, the more we got closer to game time, we're like, if they were to somehow win this, it would. Fans tomorrow would be out of control with just all in on Shoddy. This is it. He's done it. And I think we didn't quite get that because they didn't win it, but I think he got a lot of that same sentiment anyway, because I don't think anybody's really putting any of this on Schottenheimer yesterday. And I think now you're getting a lot of, all right, I'm trusting the process. He's showing what he can do.
Who could have predicted that CeeDee Lamb would be the wrong type of GOAT? Well, David Lombardi said you could have predicted it. Lamb led the NFL with 11 drops last year, and Pickens was worst of all qualifying wide receivers with a 13% drop rate. Simply put, the Cowboys have to bake drops into their game plans.
Wow.
They're the least likely team to play a clean catching game. That is from David Lombardi, who's got a big YouTube following.
So which one is it, David? Are we talking about the drop percentage, or are you going to give me the raw drops when CeeDee's targeted 400 times? Which one are you going to lean into as being the bigger problem?
CeeDee, devastated and disappointed after.
Man, that's terrible. Honestly, I feel like, I can't point no fingers at nobody else, you know what I'm saying? And I take full accountability and everything else that come with it, because, as for me as a player, I pray for moments like that, you know what I'm saying, and the ball to come my way. And obviously for me to not come up with it, but it stings a little bit. But I will tell you, if you think I'm not coming back any times harder than this, you got another thing coming.
Yeah, to me, the drops aren't the concern year to year. The Cowboys have, based off 2024 numbers, the trio of Lamb, Pickens, and Tolbert are the number one penalized wide receiver trio in the NFL. That's the bigger concern, is the penalties that and we saw with Pickens last night. That's the bigger concern. The drops, he led the league of drops. Bobby said it right.
I don't know.
He has 5 billion targets.
I don't know that I'm more concerned with the penalties because of the frequency. Like, how often do those happen at wide receiver?
Well, you get offensive pass interference a lot. Like, not necessarily a lot, but
Yeah.
that's the one they're called for the most. I guess they could be called for
I'm thinking
illegal shifts.
Because I'm thinking of a
Not set.
5-yard penalty versus a 30-yard drop.
Yeah,
that you don't get.
The bigger,
but Lamb has done this last night.
Yeah,
the homers were yelling at me when I said a couple bad drops for Lamb, and people are losing their minds. You're capable of having a good game, but a bad play. You know that is possible, right? You can have a really good game, be a fantastic player. I got no hesitation in throwing those exact same passes to CeeDee Lamb. He's a superstar stud. He's worth all that money. I know people are like, oh, move on. You pay him $30 million. I got no hesitation in going back to him over and over and over and over again. But this has been part of CeeDee's game.
Yeah, and that's something that occurs. But again, I think also the volume is important. So he had 11 drops last year on 160 targets. Pickens had 13 drops on 103. That's a bigger issue. And so, he's not going to typically have 3 drops in a night. And that's where I think that it's where you muddy the waters a little bit when you take it that way. The bigger penalty issue to me was last night they got another 12 men on the field. Last year they led the NFL in 12 men on the field on defense and offense. They were the most penalized team in the NFL on both sides of the ball, and they got another one last night.
Shoddy on CeeDee's night.
Don't worry about CeeDee Lamb. CeeDee's going to be fine. What a great player. Again, this was a team defeat, and we own that. We understand where we can go as a football team. We understand. I love the competition. I thought guys competed their butts off. I thought that was great. But we're all about winning, and we didn't win tonight, and so therefore it's not good enough.
The two most bugged individuals walking into the locker room last night. Brian Schottenheimer was second. the most bugged by far, just looking pissed off on their face, was Clayton Adams. Clayton Adams looked like he wanted to fight somebody walking off the field.
The O-line coach.
The offensive coordinator. So the one who was brought in as the O-line coach from Arizona, he just walked in. He looked like he was just trying not to scream.
Will RJ Choppy dominate this week? It's the 9 a.m. staple. It's known as Worst Take.
Ever met someone who is so extremely dumb that they don't know how stupid they actually are?
There's been a whole lot of stupid said this week. You are made of stupid.
That's right. It is time for Worst Take, and a lot of it's going to surround the Dallas Cowboys and this game that happened last night.
Enrique, remember, the OT Tavern. Nice job, Enrique.
There we go.
Yep, that's where it happened.
So this is where we take the worst takes of the week, and we sort through them, and we vote on them to determine who had just the most awful take. And we've got a couple of submissions from RJ Choppy, and RJ Ochoa. Now set up for us, Sean, the RJ Choppy submission that you have.
So Jalen Carter spits at Dak, gets tossed. I go to social media. People start tagging me in a tweet at 7:32 p.m. Has 60,000 views.
Hell yeah.
Getting Carter out is great news, writes RJ Choppy. But moving forward for the league, that's soft. That is not worse than what happens at the bottom of a pile with a guy checking oil or trying to break a finger. We've lost our way.
Statement.
We've lost our way as a society. Is this what is called getting ratioed? 44 retweets, 230 comments in response, 208 likes.
See, the like to
I don't know what the ratio is.
Yeah, well, the like to comment ratio is even, so that's good.
Okay.
Right? That's good.
You're controversial right now. You're not necessarily ratio.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
Listen, I stand by this. I think that what's worse. Like,
does Sarah agree with you? I was wondering, because that's a statement to make that I think your woman could judge your manliness. Or she, like I said, it's either the most mature RJ Choppy take or the most spineless. She could look at you like, you would allow another man to spit in your face? You're not a man. Or she could be like, you are really, really mature that you wouldn't let liquid get you put in jail.
I'm not going to get nothing. You can't get me to go to.
You can't get me in jail. You can't get me in jail.
Look, if I would take much more offense to it if you spit on her. That would get me go. Spit on me, like that's not.
Yeah,
you can do whatever you want to me. I don't care.
It's like a shower on your weekend. It's like jumping in the pool.
Yeah, don't touch my kids and don't touch my wife. Like, you can do what you want to me. That's kind of how I do it. But
I want you to ask her if she's listening. I want to know what she thinks.
Okay.
I want to know if she views the spit. And do women do that? Do women view it the same as guys?
They do. Trust me.
Very good.
But also, like, what is done on the football field versus what is done in the wild, I think are totally different. Like,
or the bedroom.
Right. It's much worse. It's much worse in the wild to do this. On the football field, this is mental warfare. You know, Dak, I applaud Dak for spitting in the direction of Jalen Carter. You got him in his emotions, and that ultimately led to getting him kicked out. I don't know if that was the plan or not, but that was good.
Let's go to our next RJ submission. And this is RJ Ochoa, and I had two people tag me in this last night.
Two people tagging.
And they say, and I love RJ Ochoa from Blogging the Boys. I've known him for 11 years. He's a good friend.
Well,
but when the people speak and they want something nominated, it has to be nominated. Des Bryant quoted this tweet last night and said, "You sound crazy," and that's what really launched it off. But somebody had tweeted at RJ and said, "Doesn't fall on Dak the game. Maybe a little better of a throw on that last one to CeeDee, but he was also hooked a bit. Sanders and CeeDee, they'll be okay." And RJ quoted it, and he said, "I'm as big of a Dak fan as you'll find. Part of this game absolutely falls on him." And everybody in the comments crushed it. This is ratio. He got 874 replies to 298 retweets. That's a ratio. When the replies blow up the retweets and the likes like that, the likes were at 700. That means people are responding to you and not liking the content that you've put out there.
Wow.
So that one got him pretty much in trouble. We got one more tweet before we get to RJ Choppy's submission. Jason Kelsey last night, when the Dak video was shown of him spitting, as we go back to the Dak spitting.
Don't make me start disliking Kelsey.
Oh, I'm out on him now, especially after I saw him walking around the stadium last night, all just like with security, basically. It was kind of douchey. But last night, Bustin' with the Boys tweeted the Dak video and said, "Dak spat first." And that's when Jason Kelce said, and the truth shall set you free.
Yeah.
Which then got him crushed in his comments of, oh, you're saying that this is equal somehow, that Dak's
He
spitting.
got crushed in comments. I figured it'd be more Philly followers.
Yeah, I mean, he had some Philly followers in there. The vast majority was, do that. You spit in front of somebody, have them spit on you. Let's see how you react. I would like to remind Jason Kelce how he reacted to the whole phone incident, somebody putting a phone in his face, and how that whole interaction went, and see how he thinks about that. But that's Jason Kelce's submission. Then, Chop, what did you have?
Sporting News. They used to be a magazine. Now they're just a website. And they should be gone by now. Everybody's doing these top 25 since the last 25-year thing, and they did the NFL's top 25 individual seasons since the year 2000. So just give me an example of what you think some of the best seasons that individuals have had in the National Football League in the last 25 years.
Broncos, Peyton.
Priest Holmes, 03.
All right. Those are great submissions.
Thank you.
Okay.
Randy Moss, Pats.
Randy Moss, Pats. Hey, it's a good one.
Brady, 07.
Yep. Randy Moss, Pats, 07 was number 20. Broncos, Peyton was number 18, the 2013. Behind, that was the sixth best quarterback season this century, according to them. It was Peyton's only submission. Not 04.
God, I swear if this is Bo Nix.
Matt Ryan was in 2016 was 17. Charles Woodson in 09 was 16. Ed Reed. Tom Brady's 2007 season was the 14th best season according to them this century. Sean Alexander was higher. Derek Brooks in 02 was higher.
So who's number one?
Lamar Jackson was number 8 in 2019. You had Cooper Kupp in 2021. Adrian Peterson in 2012 was 4th. At number 3, it was Rodgers in 2011.
Okay.
Aaron Donald in 2018 was number 2. And Rodgers 2020 was number one. So Brady's 07, there were 4 quarterback seasons better, and there were 6 quarterback seasons better than Manning in 2013. And no Brady 2010, no Breeze.
Kevin Hagelin must have made this list.
And no Peyton 04.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Let's vote. I'm actually voting for RJ Ochoa.
Oh, baby.
I'm getting RJ Choppy off the saliva hot seat. RJ Ochoa putting any of that on Dak Prescott last night with the drops. Ochoa, like ya, love ya. You got the worst take.
Jason Kelce was pretty bad, but he's also a homer. He's pandering. This is RJ Ochoa, and I love you, RJ, but that was bad.
I think it's Ochoa as well.
Jacob, you get to vote.
Clean sweep. I'm going Ochoa, man. You can't get ratioed that bad on Twitter and not win. So
what's the text saying? Is it RJ Choppy?
No, there's not a whole lot of RJ Choppy. It's a lot of RJ Ochoa is what's coming in, and then people just hating on Jason Kelce.
All right, so RJ Ochoa wins. Worst take here on your home of the Dallas Cowboys. I don't know if it's applaud worthy. This one hurts, and that's a good thing. It's written by Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com. He joins us next. But let me go ahead and make you feel better.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Snap goes to Prescott. Handoff. Williams up the middle, plowing for the touchdown. I guess Javonte Williams will be okay.
Brad Sham with the call. Start to Javonte early on the battering ram. Jason Garrett tried to take a shot at the Cowboys backfield in the pregame by saying, one thing I learned, the runner matters. Well, I would say that was 0 for 1 with that take last night, although you have Saquon on the other side. Either way, Cowboys lose 24-20. Bobby Belt running on no sleep back from Philadelphia, and so is this man, Nick Eatman. DallasCowboys.com brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort, proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly here on Sean and RJ, and Nick's headline on DallasCowboys.com is, "This one hurts," and that's a good thing. Please explain.
Well, I mean, obviously we know who the quarterback for Philly was, and he made the difference there, in my opinion. But the fact that, regardless of what your expectations were, I think a lot of people would have said, oh, they would have been surprised by 24-20. But it was 24-20, and they could have won. You can argue that they should have won, and they were right there. And I think it's a good thing that this one hurts, is because last year you could have said, well, hey, that's not bad. Let's see what happens in other games. That's the defending champs in their house, and they went toe-to-toe and should have won the game. And that's why I think, it's a good thing that's where I think the expectations now should and could be.
What stood out to you about Schottenheimer's game plan?
2nd and 23 from the 40-yard line. You're pretty much in range for Aubrey, and you're just going to go deep down the field to Pickens. And there were some other plays early on there as well. Everything seemed to be, we're going for points. And that can be scary, but I like the tempo. I liked how they went in, they went inside out. The first couple of drives, Turpin and Pickens and CD, and then Ferguson a few drives later, and then runners as well. And everybody kind of got involved, and they're going down the seam to span forward. It's Schoonmaker. Now maybe they shouldn't all the time, but they are trying to spread things around, and I thought it was good. I thought it was a good first half, but give credit to the Eagles. They made adjustments. So did the Cowboys, and then it became a different game in the second half.
Can you remember, quarterback aside, can you remember as great a player as CD having this type of game for the Cowboys, or when's the last time you remember it? Because of all the predictions, Nick, and of all the ways to lose, no one is going to have CeeDee Lamb multiple drops at the top.
No, that's the thing that stands out of like, wow, that's why they could have won it. And I'll answer that in a second, that part about which player. But when I think about, the Eagles and the Cowboys defense, the Cowboys, I thought for the most part, really stopped them in the second half.
Yeah.
And the Eagles, they stopped them and they stopped the run, but they still, Dak had plenty of throws that were right there that they should have been able to score. And so, that's why it's sickening. And I don't think CD will have 4 more drops the rest of the year.
Yeah.
But it's what happened in this game. And it's just one of those weird things where, it started weird. It was weird in the middle. And then you've got your best player, dropping some passes. And whether you call that last one a drop, it's a catchable ball for a $34 million a year receiver. So, but it reminded me of a game where T.O., and he did have a broken hand, but T.O. had like 5 drops in a game. It was like it became mental, and that's what you hope here, that this doesn't become that.
Nick, should they have gotten George Pickens more involved in the game?
I think that's a product of what this offense is, and we kind of knew that there would be times like that where CD's going to catch the ball and a lot, and then depending on the coverage. I didn't really see it that way of like, man, why isn't he getting the ball? There were some times, but But I just feel like, I mean, if he's going to throw the ball down the seam to Brevin, Spanford, and Schoonmaker, the reason why I keep bringing that up is, you know, he's going to throw it to everyone. I mean, get open, make the play. And he did. I mean, I thought Pickens was a difference maker. 34 yards is not going to show up on the stat sheet, but that led to a touchdown, him with the pass interference down the field. So I didn't have a big problem with the production of the passes. I mean, the ball's supposed to go to CeeDee Lamb, and it went right in his hands, and then threw it.
Nick Eatman joining us here, 105 to the Fan. Did you think the way they used Turpin, Tolbert, etc., that's about was Philly doing things to take away the number 3 receiver? I guess what I'm trying to say.
I don't think so. I mean, I don't think they had the talent to take away your number 3 receiver and stuff like that. I mean, they had a hard time with the 1s and 2s, but I think I liked what they did with Turpin early. I felt like that sort of went away in the second half. I'd have to go back and watch. But you know, it definitely changed. It changed in the second half. But I mean, to me, the most pivotal play was when Miles Sanders was streaking down the field and gets tackled by a linebacker from behind. That led to some weird plays, back and forth penalties, and then the fumble by Sanders. And hey, I'm all for rewarding a guy to get you down there, but that's got to be Javonte Williams for me. I mean, thanks, Miles, great run. Kind of wanted you to score there, but then you got to give it. And I think you got to give it back. Go back to Williams there. But I thought that whole sequence was, I mean, because at that point they had scored 4 straight possessions. They started the third, had a chance to take the lead, and then that fumble happened, and then of course the rain delay. But that would have been huge to score right then and there, take the lead, and then go into the weather delay.
Nick, what adjustments did you see or hear Eberflus making in the second half, and how different do you think Hurts running around would have been with Parsons or even Overshown out there?
Well, okay, I definitely think, I mean, we all saw the one thing that Eberflus did to scheme up some pressure, which was blitzing the corners off the edge in consecutive plays.
Yes.
I can't remember seeing that before with both starting cornerbacks, you know, blitzing on back-to-back plays. And so, but that's when, you know, I was thinking about the press conference after they traded Micah, where they said, you know, you can dial up pressure. And I was thinking at some point, like, all right, well, let's grab the phone then, you know, let's start calling for the pressure. And then they started to do that. I just think it was mixing it up in different ways, with you know, where the blitz was coming from. To answer your question, yes, Micah would have made a huge difference. I mean, there's no doubt about it. They missed him for sure, and they're going to miss him. But you know, to be fair, if there is a team that has neutralized Micah, it's been the Eagles.
Yeah.
So they're just very difficult because they don't have any weaknesses. And so I know a lot of people will say they got to have spies. They got to have a spy on Hurts, and I get it. But Hurts isn't really trying to run. He will, but he's not trying to. So you sit there and have a Leafal or Damone Clark or even an Overshown if he was healthy, and that's where Barkley and Goddard and those guys are still going to hurt you because they've got so many different weapons. I mean, they really do a nice job, and it showed. But I think the encouraging thing is, and you know, you could say moral victory, no moral victory, whatever you want. But the encouraging thing is that the Cowboys were just as good as the Eagles. They should have won that football game, and I think they took a step in the right direction even without winning.
What does your spitting scorecard look like in terms of blame after the Dak video came out?
Oh, that's just Jalen Carter. I mean, doing something stupid. I mean, that's. I mean, when you look at it, at what it was, I mean, you know, we've seen Dak. You've seen Dak do that 100,000 times.
Yeah,
that's what he does.
Yeah.
So, you know, if Carter is going to use that as motivation, like, you know, all that. I mean, the interesting thing was that, you know, without that injury, and I forgot the player's name, the running back that got hurt on the opening kickoff. But without that, like that never even happened. But I mean, I don't really blame Dak on that one. I mean, am I missing that? I mean, they were just kind of trash talking, and he did that. But wasn't that like 15 feet away? I mean,
I think, and I give Dak credit if it was intentional. The eye contact in the face he was making that triggered Jalen. But to act like Dak spitting, still at the end of the day, he spit on the ground. Jalen spit on him. Only Philadelphia fans are trying to compare the two.
Right. Well, so good luck with that one. But I didn't realize that was assault. I was told that in the press box.
It's not. They just say it is.
It is legally.
It's not assault.
It is legally.
It's not. It's so stupid.
So this sounds like at 9:32. It sounds like y'all brought this topic up earlier.
Yeah. This came up. Chop has tried to say it's not assault, which I mean,
and not ejectable.
It may not be in practice and in reality, but according to the law, it is.
Yeah. I just it's like, come on. I keep getting in. People say if you squirt a water hose on somebody, that's assault. And I'm like, I start assault with a fist. Like, that's where assault starts.
Yeah.
Well, when you think about the way that game was officiated, like, I thought the Cowboys got a lot of the good calls. Now, you can save the holding penalties and some things like that, but it just felt like, taunting. Are you serious? Like, taunting in an NFL game, that seems so lame.
Yeah.
And then, Hurts gets pushed out of bounds a couple of times, and that wasn't that big a deal. But then they'll call it, the other way. Like, I just thought the Eagles had about 100 yards in penalties, felt like. And, just when Jalen Carter missing that game, A.J. Brown not doing anything. It was there for the taking. But I'll say this about A.J. Brown. The secondary did a nice job. For all the antics, for all the stuff that Trayvon Diggs did, he comes right out there and plays well.
Yes.
I got to give him credit. I mean, I thought he played well. Tyler Guyton, I give him some credit too for stepping out there. I just, it sucks that they didn't win because they had chances to do that. But I think if we're being honest with ourselves and what we expected, and knowing that we have 16 more games to watch this team, I think that the arrow is pointing up for them.
Perfectly recapped. I just got a little goosebumps down the spine as you said that. Get some rest. You sound way too energetic, and enjoy the weekend.
All right, guys.
Thank you,
See
brother.
you later.
Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. Let's party it up in Fort Worth with the K&C Masterpiece. They are at Uncle Julio's with 105 through the Fantolo trucker hats. Let's do a cowboy crosstalk with the fellas and RJ's degenerate football picks for the weekend after this.
This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Eagles are second down and goal at the 8. Hurts in the gun. Barkley on his right. Long count, snap back. Barkley goes out in the pattern. Hurts looks right, nothing there. Little pressure, and again there's no edge player on the left side. He runs to the 5, dives to the pylon. Touchdown, Jalen Hurts.
Brad Sham with the call. We know what happened last night. Thank you for getting through it with us here. Humongous numbers with the radio, the Odyssey app, fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube. You are appreciated. By the morning show, NKNC, Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Bobby Belt, Jacob.
Good job, Jacob.
Solid work.
Very solid. I think Pepe, you had the most impressive thing about you before today was that wet jumper that I saw in the pool, that nice Chicago stroke, but maybe you've matched it or topped it here with the game day performance.
So what you're saying is Peyton should stop taking off so many days after Cowboys games.
Yeah.
Otherwise, he's going to get Wally Paytoned.
Wally Payton. Let's go ahead and finish up things strong before we cross up with KNC at Uncle Julio's in Fort Worth. Degenerate picks.
6-4 last week.
Nice.
A very nice start.
Take it.
College or pro?
Kevin Hagelin, college or pro?
By the way, I met your handicapper last night, Choppy.
Oh, yeah, Bo?
He said you ridiculously went against him on one bet, and that was your fault. So
I did.
Let's go college.
Yeah, college. Okay. I got a little double play here. Iowa State -3 against Iowa, and the under 41.5. This is going to don't watch. This is going to be an unwatchable football game. Iowa will probably throw for about 70 yards in this game.
You think this has got 16-14 written all over it, or I guess 16-12?
I would think it's 16-6.
Okay.
This is going to be an unwatchable football game. SMU -2.5 against Baylor.
Oh, spicy.
Yeah.
2.5.
Ole Miss -8.5 against Kentucky. I think this number's way, way too low. I like K-State -17 against Army. Army lost to Tarleton State last week.
Hell yeah, they did.
Yeah, they did in overtime.
But one of their players then saved somebody from a burning car.
One of the Army players?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, they're Army. I mean, they're tremendous.
It's a good point.
After they had their locker room desecrated.
Yes, and then Tarleton State dancing in the locker room, doing some kind of what the baby.
Yeah, I mean, look, Jacob may end up in the Navy or the Marines now after Tarleton put down that beat down on Army. He may not want to be associated.
People were saying that Tarleton was being a little classless in the locker room, dancing. I'm like, they just
that was more than dancing. That was more than that was impregnating.
They were impregnating the Army logo. That's what they were doing. They were impregnating the Army logo. And here's my thing. I bet you if I asked my son who plays at Army, I think he would just say players. He says I don't think he would think that Army is Army, like the Army.
Right.
I think he would just think it's the name of the school.
Is this the same one though that said MJ wasn't a top 100 basketball player?
Different. That's my 12-year-old.
Okay.
The 15-year-old.
What?
Yeah. Well, see, now listen, he's trying to skew me, and he's working because I've completely written off the 80s. Magic Johnson, trash, never dribbles with his left hand, just trash.
Everything that happened in the 80s, or just 80s basketball?
80s basketball.
Magic Johnson is trash.
You know he doesn't write off everything that happened in the 80s.
That is a good point.
81 to 89 was a great time for RJ Choppy.
I understood, yeah.
K-State -17 and Oklahoma -5.5 against Michigan. The same thing that happened to Arch in Ohio State is going to happen to Bryce at Oklahoma. First road game, very, very tough. Mateer is going to put on a show. NFL, Detroit, Green Bay over 47.5. New England, Vegas under 43.5. Miami +2 at Indy.
He'll tweet him out at RJ Choppy if you want to follow the degenerate selections. And, of course, Kevin Hagelin would endorse us getting in all your football plays with Underdog.
Heck
Our
yeah.
promo code is TOLO. Corey,
Hopefully their app stays up the whole time this time.
Corey, we heard you had a big-time party last night.
Dude, that place was so packed that it was max occupancy. We had to turn people away. I got a parking ticket because I had parked 2 inches too close to a stop sign.
What?
Yeah, that's pretty ridiculous. But
boy math or girl math in inches?
What's the
Where
difference?
did you measure from?
Oh, there's a difference.
Yeah, I measured from the bumper. It was awesome, and it was full of Tolos. Like, that was the thing too. It wasn't like they just had this. It was packed full of Tolos.
Did anyone hear Kevin's Levon disrespect or show up with high school memorabilia?
There were a few. They didn't bring a high school memorabilia, but there were people that they were like, we understand. We understand why, because not a lot of people make their way here. But there are a lot of people in that area. Some very beautiful people, by the way.
Oh,
very attractive city. Yes.
Very beautiful people.
Really
beautiful.
Yeah, I'm ready to go back. I had a really good time.
Hold on, how is that not disrespect from Sean that he's shocked that there's beautiful people in Levon?
Yeah.
Where he goes, really?
Oh, really?
Well, I was more giving a response, for Corey's wife, that he's talking like this. He's like, I can't wait to go back there.
Well, I was just saying that the community is beautiful. That's what I mean. It's the beautiful community. Of
The high school.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the whole area. I loved it.
What's coming up on the pro? Where are you guys, by the way?
We are at Uncle Julio's out in Fort Worth off of Camp Bowie. What?
It sounded like you said Hunkle Julio.
Uncle Julio's. Well, you said the D word yesterday.
No, did not.
Yeah, we're going to be at Uncle Julio's all day today. We got some trucker hats while they last, while supplies last. So come out here and get them. They'll be gone very quickly. We got some Tolo shirts as well, and so much more. And it's going to be an awesome day of just celebrating a loss.
What?
Moral victory, Kevin?
Moral victories.
Yeah, no, I agree. Moral victory. I don't know about celebrate. That feels too far. But
I want to celebrate Friday. Can I just celebrate Friday with Lexi, our bartender back here, making some amazing margaritas?
Okay, now that I support. I thought it was a moral victory because if you look at both sides of the ball, I'll say like 3 out of the 4 halves, stay with me here, you didn't get dominated at the line of scrimmage if you count 2 offensive halves, 2 defensive halves. I thought only your defensive line in the first half looked like they got run over at the line of scrimmage. Other than that, I felt we were competitive the rest of the way.
Yeah, I feel better. There's a micro and a macro. Micro,
sure.
I'm very disappointed.
Yeah.
Macro, I'm feeling better. Better than I thought. I thought they were going to get destroyed. I thought they were going to lose by 14 or more. But the Cowboys going to Cowboy. The most gut-wrenching way to surprise you was CeeDee Lamb being the number 1 GOAT of this game.
And that's the GOAT in the bad way. And that's one of the things.
By the way, let's break that down for a second. So the GOAT animal, like how is this one? Does another animal have
the double meaning?
The double meaning as much, and why the GOAT?
Yeah,
greatest of all time GOAT.
Well, that's why.
But why the bad connotation for the GOAT? You're the GOAT of the game.
Eat a tin can.
Do they eat tin? Can they eat tin?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
So that's what I was wondering. Why the negative connotation?
I'll look it up.
For the animal.
the GOAT. I don't know. Okay. I really don't.
Well,
I guess because
interested in it.
Yeah, I don't know. Where did the negative come from?
Yeah. All right.
What about scapegoat? That's why it's scapegoat.
Scapegoat.
Okay.
Yeah.
But what does that mean?
I don't know.
You were
Maybe goats
scapegoated?
used to escape a lot.
Yeah,
when
I know
Houdini
what
was
the
in
term
space.
means, but why is the goat the one that the saying was applied to, of the scapegoat?
All right.
Are goats known to be like that?
No, I don't think.
I don't know.
Bobby's Googled it, and that because I heard, all right, because that usually means, all right, I've looked this up, guys. I've done extensive research. Bobby, what have you found?
I can have
The black sheep? Why the black sheep?
That can have. I don't know.
Because that one is it's different. Is like the black sheep is rarer, and so that's why I got linked with the outcast.
Okay.
So there is another animal that is associated with double meaning, where it can be a negative or positive, and they say dog. Where you can say somebody's a dog, or like that's my dog, or like.
Oh, okay.
So that's the other one that they use. And then I guess that's.
He's dogging it. Like, should the dog have the negative label? When's the dog ever really dog it? You know.
I mean, dogs are lazy creatures. They just sit around all day.
You think?
They have amazing bursts of energy.
Yes, they do.
And they like to lay around.
So here we go. Negative meanings of GOAT. Historically, GOAT referred to an athlete who failed at a critical moment, like the Buffalo Bills' Scott Norwood. It's short for scapegoating. Someone blamed for a misfortune. Is the scapegoat.
It's a biblical reference because the scapegoat was often burdened with sins and sent away.
Thank you for humoring me. Ruben is making fun of Kevin on the fan cam back there. But anyway, I'm feeling better about the Cowboys moving forward. I'm excited for week 2. and excited for the first 6 weeks total.
Interesting.
What do you mean? Interesting. They play the Giants.
So, yes.
If you lose that game, your season.
I think the Giants are going to have a better defense than people give them credit for. The Eagles are walking away from this game going, whew, we got away with one tonight. We weren't at our best. And the Cowboys, I think Cowboys fans out there should probably consider the idea that they played at their best last night and still didn't win. They surprised everybody with what their offense looked like, and I don't think anybody's going to be surprised from here on out.
Yeah.
And they had some moments throughout the game that were good. Now, granted, they weren't sloppy. That was something that I'm used to the Cowboys on big games having false starts, having pre-snap penalties. But
their defense could not have been as bad as in the first half, Corey.
I don't know that. It was one game. So
they didn't get a stop.
I'm sorry, what was that?
They didn't get a stop.
In the first half, and in the second half they were better. No, they absolutely were. But what if that's the best that they can play? Like, what if that's the best that they can do? We don't know what this team is beyond what we saw on a game where they had the thing circled on a calendar. They worked on it all through training camp. That's all they thought about. That was the game that they were focused on. Now let's see what they do whenever they only have a week to prepare for the next opponent. Because what if that was the best version of them last night and it still wasn't good enough?
If they with a hobbled Trayvon Diggs who didn't play most of the game, Maris Leofau not play most of the game, and unable to generate any pressure with their 4-man rush, like if that's the best they can do, I don't think that's possible. Like, they certainly are capable of getting a sack, and they didn't generate any pressure with a 4-man rush yesterday. Diggs is going to get healthier, so he's naturally going to get better. And then Leofau didn't even really get to play.
And Trayvon may not be starving. He may
show. That's what y'all have always been known for, is positivity.
So that's what Dawson always calls us. He says we're the most optimistic show on the station.
The humorous show on this station.
I'm proud of Bobby for being there, man. What a
toxic humorous.
48 hours.
I was trying to give Bobby the morning off. Like, I feel like this is actually this is hostile work conditions. This is inhumane. I think this is actually inhumane to have Bobby in here on zero sleep. And he got kicked out of the hotel. Like, he couldn't even sleep till 3 p.m. yesterday.
Did they kick the players out?
Yeah.
No, I don't
think
think
go down to the lobby.
Did the players
and
stay
said,
till 3?
Is Dak down here?
No.
It's CeeDee. He's going to F up this game tonight. He should be down here out of his room displaced.
No, they didn't literally kick me out. They were just like, it was the checkout time. And they added, and then I got an hour added to it.
Well.
It was my fault for not looking when was the checkout time, because then I didn't plan properly the night before to sleep as much, because I was like, I need to get less sleep, so I'll sleep during the day.
And what about the rest of us? Me and Choppy and Jacob with the rain delay? I mean, we got screwed just because Bobby had it worse. Doesn't mean we're not performing under.
I mean, the guy who had it the worst was Peyton. I mean, he needed to not be here today. He was so tired.
The KNC masterpiece from Uncle Julio's.
Wait, one more thing really fast. Kevin Hageland, I just found an article on newspapers.com where an article you wrote and Levon, Texas were mentioned on the same page.
Disrespect! Disrespectful! KNC is next. Have a great weekend on The Fan.
Hey, thanks for starting your...
Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's the hair of your hair.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
By our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Uncle Julio's in Fort Worth, 5301 Camp Bowie. We say this every week. I want to tell you again. Your navigator might be like, well, that's not open for an hour. The hell it's not. It is open now. Come and see us for the Friday football feast. And Corey, I told Alec we might just change the run sheet around. And you know what? Let's just do it to start things off.
Okay.
It felt like a tale of two halves, and the positives and negatives were wildly different in the first half versus the second half. But here's where I'm at today.
It actually felt like Jerry Jones scripted this thing like he did The Gambler.
Sure.
And he was just like, I know drama. Let's get in the spit in action. Let's get a rain delay. Jerry made this all happen because you can make rain happen.
Yes.
So that's a thing, too.
See, I agree with you because much like episode 8 of The Gambler was stupid and useless, the end of this game was stupid and useless last night. And I have a lot of complex thoughts, like I'm sure a lot of Cowboys fans are this morning. I get why everyone's talking about a moral victory. I just thought if we had a moral victory, it would be like, hey, man, they didn't let the Eagles get away from them. They fought all night. They kept it close and, like, good for us. But instead, you had a chance to legitimately win that game. And that's why I'm kind of going back and forth with the concept of a moral victory is I get everybody who takes a moral victory out of it, but I'm also still upset because it hasn't even been 12 hours since you lost the game that you definitely had the chance to win.
Yeah, you absolutely had opportunities. I say it started with the fumble. That's whenever you lost the game. Yeah, when Miles Sanders. Now you can obviously CeeDee Lamb has to catch those.
Yes.
And there's no doubt in my mind. I think there are a handful of number one receivers in the league, and CeeDee Lamb's still one of them. And you know what? Quite honestly, I don't think he has more than 2 drops for the rest of the season. He's that kind of guy. Whenever something like this happens, he turns into it. And dude, don't forget the way he had 100 yards before the rain delay. He was the dude at the first half of that game.
Yeah.
He was. I mean, every catch, I was like, man, this guy's on fire. I actually had it in my notes. CeeDee Lamb is rolling right now.
Right.
And as soon as I typed it into my notes, he started dropping footballs. So I'll blame myself on that one. But the Miles Sanders moment, Kevin, you're driving down the field, just responding the same way you were the entire game to whatever they did, and now you're saying, hey, we're going to make a statement real quick and punch one in, and we're going to have a 27-24 lead. had that fumble not happened, I still think that the Cowboys would have scored on that drive, been up. Now, I don't know if the rain delay after that point then changes things there, but our defense came out from that rain delay with a different type of focus, and I really appreciated the way that they played. I thought there were a lot of positives, a lot of really good things that happened last night, but you lost. And you lost in a game against a division opponent. You're now 0-1 on the season, and you had some other bad things that happened throughout the night as well.
It's really weird when the person who makes the play to set you up for success is the person who, in part, takes that success away. Like Miles Sanders breaks off that really awesome run, though. Run a little bit faster.
Mm-hmm.
And then he fumbles after, you know what, I know RJ is going to destroy me for this, but make the catch, Jake Ferguson.
Okay.
Because here, look, I know people are going to say
he got murdered twice last night.
And I hear that. But, like, before that, he was already dropping that football.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what's frustrating to me, because that's a ball that you need to catch before the murder, death, kill. And I thought that could have been a touchdown. And it just really sucks because you're like, dang it, I know we got the penalty. That could have been a touchdown. Miles Sanders' breakaway could have been a touchdown. And then on the very next play, you get a fumble, and you're like, son of a gun. I do have to admit, though, I thought the game might have been over right there. Like, I really did, just because I was like, you've been playing with fire all night, but you've been staying close. You got to take opportunity. You got to score a touchdown. And when they lost that ball, I thought they were done, and they were not. Like, I know they lost, but they were not done in that moment.
Yeah,
and then, of course, CeeDee Lamb.
I want to flip it around to listen, and somebody just texted in and says, so you're blaming the free agent running back. Yeah, yes, I'm blaming the team for the failure of their loss last night. Everybody involved, and I brought up CeeDee Lamb as well. I'm probably not going to look at the fan text for the rest of the day because they're only going to hear what they want to hear. So that's where I'm kind of settling in on that, going, hey, I know you're emotional today. It was a loss. It was a Cowboys game. It was the first one of the season. They lost to the Eagles. You're all ramped up about that. But you got to hear the full story whenever we're having a conversation, all right? The moment that I really liked the most, and I don't know, Kevin, if you have this like lined in for a very specific topic. I didn't see it. Was Dak's energy.
Ooh, okay. Tell me more about that.
From the moment that Jalen Carter was ejected from the game, and even right before that, when I saw. We can discuss the spitting incident and whatnot. Again, I'll say,
man, that was crazy.
Yeah. I'll say this: you spit in my direction, I'm offended-ish. All right, like
okay.
That's about it. You spit in my direction, I'm like, dude, why'd you do that? If you spit on me, we're throwing hands. Like
right.
that's just disgusting. You don't do that. That's what I teach my kids. We don't spit on people. All right,
although
just like Suarez biting people, and
yes,
you don't do that.
Good for Dak for not throwing hands and just looking right at the official, and the official being like, "You're gone."
Yeah, but like Dak's energy. Go back and watch his face in that moment. He's smiling. He's like, I'll step straight up to you right now. He did not want to back down against any of those guys. And Kevin, I think it's because Schottenheimer gave this team permission to be football players. And that was something I saw. They had a different edge about them last night that I haven't seen the last 2 years, honestly. Since that Green Bay playoff game, I haven't seen that kind of edge from this team where they were cocky, confident. We're coming at you. We're taking it right to you, and we don't care. We're gonna fight through this entire game. We might not be as talented as you in certain areas, but we're going to take it right to you all night. And I think that's Brian Schottenheimer and his staff that gave them that the permission to be that again, because it didn't feel like McCarthy had that in them last year. And so I really did like seeing that, and I hope that carries over. Not that it was just hey, we're taking this in one game. It's the Eagles. It's a big game. We had to come out with that energy. No, you keep that kind of energy for the rest of the season, and you're going to turn out on the better side of this thing.
Yeah, there are so many things that happened in the second half that kind of changed my perception of this game. Like, I hope that makes sense. For example, I really thought, and that's probably just because of the people that I follow, that I thought the Philadelphia Eagles defense was getting off without much criticism in the first half. Like, where people were like, what's happening with the Cowboys' run defense? I hear all of that. But Philly's defense was getting run through in the first half in terms of effectiveness for the Cowboys' offense. So I love their effectiveness in the first half. And then in the second half, you're like, man, we struggle to get much of anything going. And then conversely, in the first half, I was like, oh, oh, this defense looks like it's going to suck again, and this run defense looks like it's got nothing. But then you go to the second half, and you still have, obviously, two glaring issues with the run defense. Sealing off the edge and being able to handle running quarterbacks. But when it comes to, like, getting gashed up the middle, especially in the second half, I thought they looked tremendously improved, although I certainly understand how you can juxtapose that with the first half, and you're like, yeah, but don't forget the first half. They didn't look so good.
Yeah, no, you got to play a complete game.
Yeah, absolutely.
And you do have to finish strong, too.
Absolutely.
And somebody just said, all that and a loss is a loss, you clown. Did I not say you lost the damn game?
Why are you yelling at me? I didn't say that.
You're 0-1 against the division. You're 0-1 against an opponent in your conference. You're 0-1 on the season. I said that already. Listen better, all right? This is not going to be a good day for y'all if you're not going to listen better out there, all right? Y'all are getting too emotional about this. But yeah,
are you talking? I was listening.
No, I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to this other clown. But this is I think the defense. I liked what I saw from Solomon Thomas. We've heard that he's a leader in the locker room. I like what I saw from Fowler last night. We heard that he's a leader in the locker room. I would have liked to have seen more looks for George Pickens last night.
That was surprising.
He caught 3 of 4 last night on 3 of 4 targets. I liked what I saw from him. I know that we had the boneheaded
penalty.
But as Barstool Sports had tweeted out, I think he's allowed 1 of those per game by the NFL. I think that should be a rule. Is that Pickens
doesn't get penalized?
He gets one moment where they go, that's a penalty, and they say, but it's Pickens, so we're taking it back. I'm perfectly okay with that, obviously, because it's for the Cowboys. Booker had a couple moments of being a rookie. Did you hear Tyler Guyton's name last night?
Yeah, the most you heard about Tyler Guyton, I feel like, was when Jerry was talking with him in the tunnel after the game, which is not a bad thing whatsoever.
That's what you want.
Can I throw in Terrence Steele?
Yeah.
In that group as well. And look,
they came to play that offensive line. Kevin, they have a new offensive coordinator, new offensive line coach. That group came to play last night.
Yeah, and look, I know that the counter argument is going to be, well, the Eagles were without Jalen Carter, and you're right, but I did feel like the offensive line, for the most part, though not all of the way, took a good advantage of the Eagles missing one of their quality players. But that's why I go back to, I still have a level of frustration this morning because the game was there for the taking. And
yes.
From the 206 or maybe 208.
I'm glad you're looking at it because I'm done with that clown.
I will do what I can. Even though we lost, I thought it was a win for us. So I'm not going to go that far. I'm going to say I understand the moral victory parts of it, but I would have felt different if it was 24-2, if it was like the same final score, but you scored a touchdown late in the fourth and you had kept it close most of the way and didn't get blown off the field. You definitely didn't get blown off the field, but you could have won the game.
The word victory doesn't involve itself here, Kevin.
Yeah.
Don't even, you know what? Don't even say moral. I don't even see the come out of your mouth today, all right?
Okay.
There's no moral victory.
What if we do the moral compass?
This moral compass, if that's the case, then
By the way, props to Tyler Guyton. If we're also doing a shout-out Friday for doing what looked like a left hook and not getting penalized for it.
Yeah,
good for him for getting away with that. Or maybe you're just like, that's an offensive line punch, no penalty.
He's supposed to be offensive. I don't want to use the word moral victory, but I think there are positives to take away. And Schottenheimer is going to definitely push those positives. He's going to be pushing P about what these guys have done because they didn't look like a sloppy team.
Yeah,
and that's an important thing about what they accomplished last night was they didn't look sloppy. And if they keep that kind of energy up, that's going to turn into a positive thing for this team. Now, the other side is Schottenheimer's also going to be able to go back. I don't think that he's thinking to himself, man, I got to worry about CeeDee Lamb. I really don't think that he's that concerned about CeeDee Lamb right now. But he's going into the film room, and he's going, I have so many things that I can say we can be better at. And that's the way. That's what I was asking Casillas yesterday. Hey, whenever things are going good, do you want the coach to be like, oh, man, things are just great. Let's just keep it up, boys? Or do you want him to be like, hey, Let's get you laser focused again. Let's get you back. How are you going to be better next week? And that's what I think Schottenheimer's going to focus on this week now is how do we get better for next week because we got another opponent coming up on us quick.
Alec, I think you're on the same page with us, but are you thinking moral victory this morning, or are you like, I like the way we play? Sorry, Corey. I like the way we played, but you still should have won the game.
I almost want to keep saying moral victory because I know Corey can't do anything about it since he's not in the building.
He's getting pretty heated about the fan text. You might not want to.
Exactly. I'm a little too scared, but no, I'm right there with y'all. There was a lot of great things to take away from that game. It's still a loss, and like Corey said, you're still 0-1 in the division, but I feel a lot better about this team than I did going into the game. So, I'm going to give credit to Mickey when he said yesterday, I think this is going to be a closer game than we expect. And I think they're going to look a little bit better than we expect. That offense was fun to watch. I actually enjoyed watching that offense. So,
in the first half or for the whole game?
Mainly the first half, but
okay.
I did at least like the concepts that I saw in the second half, like at least gave me a little bit of, it gave me a little bit of motivation going forward that, hey, this team has an identity. They know what they want to do, and like we joked about yesterday, it's cool when your team actually has a plan for a division opponent that they're going to execute against this team, and then they're going to change it up next week because they're playing a different team. So I have that idea that, they're actually going to change things up and give different looks week in and week out.
By the way, Mikey B texted me yesterday, 27-20 Eagles. He was 3 points off. I mean, for everything Mike is, he did tell me, if you want to bet again, Corey, I'm your guy. And I was like, no, I'll never do that again.
By the way, just as an aside, if you miss Mike tomorrow earlier in the day, he will be at the Dallas Card Show, he told me.
Nice.
So, all right, we're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, I am going to not subject Corey to this. I will read some fan text with your complete and total overreactions from the Cowboys season opener. 877-881-1053. I've already made all kinds of absurd season-long decisions based off of one game. Join me, will you? We'll do it next live from Uncle Julio's in Fort Worth off of Bowie right here on The Fan.
And by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
This is the ball game, 4th and 3. Snap is back. They blitz, and he throws deep left. He's got Lamb down the left side, and he can't hold it. Diving out at the 25. And he just couldn't put it right on him. And Lamb diving couldn't hold it.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live from Uncle Julio's in Fort Worth. 5301 Camp Bowie. As you can tell, I told you they're open. I don't care what your navigator says. You can hear that there's clearly people here. Now,
they've already brought me shots too. So
did you took that shot after reading the fan text?
I will sip today.
Oh,
Kevin.
okay.
I will
all right.
sip.
All right.
Thank you though.
I got you.
That's a big boy.
Now we can talk. Okay.
Thank you, Kevin Harlan.
Kevin Harlan knows. All right. So 877-881-1053. Frankel & Frankel injury attorney text line if you want to get involved in the conversation. We could talk about that CeeDee Lamb. I'm not going to call that a drop. The other ones I thought were pretty egregious.
The crossing route.
That was egregious.
The first play in the fourth quarter bounced off his hands or his face mask.
Yes.
And then the next crossing route that he had, where it was weird because Jalen Tolbert was running into him on the route for some reason, and I'm kind of with Wolchuk at this point. If Jalen Tolbert's on the field, be careful because I don't know what he's doing positively on the field. But that other one,
not blocking.
CeeDee, there's no excuse. You have to catch that. CeeDee knows that. He absolutely does, and that's when he also probably went just like I would to you, Kevin. Come back to me.
Right.
I'm gonna do. Come back to me. And Dak said, "Okay, I got you, big dog."
I would too.
And went right back to him and. Look, man, Dak threw some beautiful passes last night, and that one right there was only my receiver can catch this football. CeeDee Lamb laid out for it, didn't get it. But that one's tough. The one before that, though, inexcusable. You have to catch that, and he knows.
No, I agree with that. I also, at some point, want to have maybe a Cowboys offensive philosophical discussion about on third or fourth down, you don't always have to make a deep shot at it, get the first down first, and then take your deep shot at it.
What do you think about first half clock management at the end whenever he was like, you know what, we're not just going to kneel it out and go home here. We're going to kneel it out and take a 70-yarder. We're going to go ahead and try and get one more play because I thought it was awesome that Schottenheimer trusted his quarterback to make the right play there.
Okay, so that leads perfectly into the next segment, your complete and total overreactions from the Cowboys season opener. Because you know what? Again, it's the tale of the first half and tale of the second half. In the first half, I thought the way they navigated to get that field goal at the end of the first half was tremendous. The way they navigated the clock at the end of the second half, I hated it. And I want to tell you specifically why. And I get it. people are going to say it didn't matter because you couldn't stop Jalen Hurts either way. But I'll tell you this. Go back to the Cowboys' final drive. Go back to, I realized before CeeDee couldn't lay all the way out and make that catch, or maybe you just thought he should have made that catch either way. The Cowboys run a play, and the clock keeps running. The play ends, I believe, and the ball is reset at 2 minutes, and I think it's 23 seconds. Go back and look at the clock right there. The way they ran it down to the 2-minute warning, I hate. If you want to argue it's because they knew they were going to convert and run out the clock, I think you could have done that anyway without running it down to the 2-minute warning. But instead, what they did was they faked like they were going to run a play and let it run down to the 2-minute warning. I hate that for so many different reasons. Because, A, you could have run another play, and if you didn't convert after Philadelphia's first play, it would have gone down to the 2-minute warning. And then if you could have stopped them 2 after that, you would have had about 1:40 left with the ball and another timeout. Or if you would have decided to punt, the exact same logic would play out and you would just have better field position. So I go back to that, and I know it didn't matter in the grand scheme of things, but while I loved the clock management at the end of the first half, I hated the clock management at the end of the second half. And I think that could have been to your benefit, but then again, make a stop on third down.
In my imaginary world where Miles Sanders doesn't fumble the ball,
sure.
The Cowboys are up 27-24. The lightning delay happens. They come back out. Both defenses ready to rock. They stop the Eagles. They weren't functioning right on offense. They just didn't look like they knew what they wanted to accomplish there at the end of the game. And so in my imaginary world, CeeDee Lamb never has to make those catches because you're up. And that's why I'm like, hey, if that doesn't happen, you're not having that, Kevin. Look, they passed on every single play on that last drive with 3 minutes left.
Right.
You did not have to pass on every single play with 3 minutes left. Yes, you needed time when you got closer to the end zone, but if you manage your time correctly, they can still run the ball. They can still be effective in that manner. Now, they said, you know what, Dak Prescott's our $60 million man. Put the ball in his hands. Let him win this game. And unfortunately, that did not happen. But I thought Javonte Williams gave them reason last night to say he earned our trust to get the ball and give us some plays. If it's 2 or 4 yards, we're still moving the clock down and we're still working our way to a win.
So I'm really interested to see some of these overreactions or reality, and I'll tell you a little bit more why in just a second. Let's see. From the 214, complete overreaction. Here you go. We will have a top 3 offense, and the defense is going to play way better than most of us expected. We win 12 games and win the division. Holy moly!
I think that's a great overreaction.
Okay, and see, so I have to change some of mine.
And I don't disagree that if they play at that kind of game again and they clean up the mistakes, that they can be a 12 and 5 team.
You played an excellent look. If we would have played the Giants, no moral victory, it would have burned this thing to the ground this morning. But you played a really good team on the road. So I've had to change some of my overreactions as the game went along. All right?
Okay.
Corey, I will give you my initial overreactions and then how I had to change them. So the Cowboys were rotating groups of 4 defensive linemen, right? Like they were rotating them out in chunks. So you had Fowler, Osa, Kenny Clark, Sam Williams. And then you would have Nealand, Toya, Solomon Thomas, and Ezraku. So my overreaction was, that's not going to work. They need at least 4 more defensive linemen because you were getting gashed on the run throughout the first half. But then you see how it played out in the second half, and I'm like, ooh, maybe that was a one-game overreaction, one-half overreaction. Mm-hmm. And so I might have had to already back off of that. Another overreaction I had, Mozzie Smith should have been cut. Like, if you're not even going to...
CeeDee should be cut, honestly.
Okay. No, I'm not going to say that. That salary cap...
What's he even doing?
That salary cap hit is too tough for me to take. But Mozzie Smith, he wasn't even on the active roster, which I know just kind of goes back to the idea of, like, why did he make this team to begin?
You got to earn your spot on the.
Which I do like.
And I'm glad the Cowboys approached it that way and said, you know what? If you didn't show us, then you're not going to be on the field. You didn't. There's no reason to have an empty person on the field for that. Kevin, Alec, will you do me a favor? There's a very definitive drop that Kevin has about Micah Parsons and another defensive end.
There was one play. I was like, hell yeah!
There was a moment last night where I think we all believed that that this was the overreaction that we all needed, if it's available to us in the near future. It's not right now, though. So we'll wait.
Needs Micah. We have James Houston.
Okay. So, yeah, there was a moment. I texted that to you guys last night. Alec, thank you very much. That's awesome. And that's why Alec is the best at what he does, ladies and gentlemen.
Because he didn't know you were going to
he did not. That moment right there, though, I was like, hey, you know what? I feel pretty good. And we can have the Micah Parsons conversation. Sam Williams said stop. He was like, well, don't even ask any more questions about this. He's gone.
Does he not know how the media works? That's not going to happen.
And that's why he's like, stop. Let's just move on. He's letting everybody know I'm not answering questions about this.
Yeah.
Jerry would say, I'm not answering questions about this, but let me give you some thoughts on Micah. That's how Jerry's going to approach it. But Sam Williams is like, I'm done with this. Now, James Houston had a couple good moments. I thought Ezraku had a couple good moments too. He had a couple of rookie moments.
Yeah.
That I was like, okay, you came down too far inside. Jalen Hurts scores a touchdown. You got to be better at sealing off the edge there. Sam Williams had a moment last night, Kevin. He had a couple of them that he came down too hard on the inside. Then he had to hustle his butt to go get back.
Yeah.
And he walked a very thin line a couple of different times of almost hitting Jalen Hurts too late. Very thin line, and he got very fortunate with that. But I loved watching Sam Williams. I hope the boneheaded mistakes are gone from him, and that you can watch the athleticism take place.
How nervous did you get when Jalen Hurts ran into that audio guy, and you thought that Sam Williams was going to be penalized?
That was it.
Because he had his...
That was the moment right there where I was like, "Oh crap, dude!" Because again, go back and watch that play. He goes down inside.
Yeah.
He's almost past the center. Turns around and realizes Coach said I need to seal off the edge, and I'm not there. He ran as hard as he could to get back to Jalen Hurts to make a play there. Now, does he get the yardage if Sam Williams did his job correctly? No. Or yes. No, he doesn't get that yardage.
Right.
But Sam Williams did the hustle that I thought was necessary after the mistake.
Alec, I had another mid-in-game, I guess, overreaction, and it was that the Dallas Cowboys will never, ever put a spy on a running quarterback because after Jalen Hurts scored on the first drive, and then we're marching down on the next drive, and I was like, what are we doing? And then he scored again, and you're just like, oh, for the love of God.
I'm sorry, Alex,
scored
they
again.
did in the second half. Dante Fowler had a specific play that really stood out in that. Did you mention that one?
No.
Yeah, Dante Fowler was on the right side. He's spying, and that was something that Eberflus was like, all right, I guess I need to adjust to this. He's spying. He rolls around with him, and Jalen Hurts thought he had a free lane to take off running, and Fowler was with him behind the defensive line on that approach.
I'm fascinated how many people have changed their win total up because of this game. From the 8-1-7, I went into the season thinking that the Cowboys would only win 5 games. My overreaction after last night, this team could win 10 games at least. Man, I saw somebody mention the penalties. That's another one of my complete overreactions to the first game. We are not going to be a penalty-laden embarrassment in the NFL
sloppy
this year.
That's what I agree. They didn't look sloppy. And we're just like, that's a dumb mistake.
Yeah.
And that I don't know who to credit that to because Bill Parcells says I don't coach penalties.
Right.
And so I'm trying to figure out who coached them to be better at that last night. So yeah, man, the penalties in a season opener on a Thursday night against Philadelphia, that you expect the Cowboys to have 3 false starts before they snap the ball. You expect somebody to line up incorrectly. You expect a lot of different things like offsides, encroachment, and they didn't have those penalties. Now they had 4 penalties for 42 yards, but it turns out it worked out for them. Kevin, can I say that I think Marshawn Nealon is going to be a stud in the NFL?
Oh, hey, it is overreaction to reality.
And I also think that I really appreciated Kenneth Murray being a linebacker in this defense last
Kenneth
night.
Murray was in on a couple of different plays that I thought were impressive. Now, unfortunately, at least one of those plays was he had to clean up somebody else's mess.
Yep.
Because once again, you could not seal off anything on the edge, and we talked about that in the first segment. But yeah, I there were a couple of times that I thought that I definitely noticed Kenneth Murray.
Yeah, and he's a bigger, more physical linebacker than we've had around here, and he flies to the ball. I thought the defense did their plan changed late in the game, and they said, we know they're going to try to run the ball. We're going to line up 9 in the box and try and see if they can get past that. But that was effective for them last night.
From the 817, overreaction. Cowboys will win 10 games, get into the playoffs, and then ask the bet against Green Bay.
Well, you know what?
I feel like I've seen almost that exact
compared
thing
to the preseason.
before.
Compared to the
That's
preseason,
true.
nobody. Kevin, we were walking into this thing thinking 7 wins.
Yeah.
And right now I think a lot of people are changing their mind to 10 just because they looked a little bit better than we expected last night.
Yeah. And overreaction, here's both a good one and a bad one. From the 972, Javonte Williams and Miles Sanders are going to rush for 2,000 yards combined. Overreaction? ? All right, I love that. I won't say I agree with the positive overreaction, but I definitely don't agree with this negative overreaction. The Cowboys were only in that game due to penalties. Outside of penalties, the Eagles would have blown them out. I don't know what game you were watching. That was not indicative of the game that I was watching whatsoever.
One of the biggest penalty was the ejection of Jalen Carter.
Man,
that was and the penalty on the deep ball to George Pickens was warranted.
Yeah.
Like there were warranted plays there. So if you're going to say no, there were a couple of lucky ones. I will give them that. But if you're going to say that the ones that were warranted that's part of the game.
Yeah.
Kevin, now that George Pickens is here, this is one thing that I wish we had a stat for. Yards picked up on pass interference. Because George Pickens might get us this year, he might get us 400 yards in pass interference calls, but not get the catch.
Right.
Because
be wary of that with your underdog plays.
He's a deep threat. And that flips the field. And that's something that Tom Brady was an expert at. I've talked about this for a long time. The ability to have a deep threat that somebody has to guard, and then you know what? Now I have to tackle him in the air before he even gets the ball because he already beat me. That's an effective play right there.
Man, not an overreaction. Zach Bond can beat Miles Sanders in a foot race. Fact. Probably emphatically.
If that had been Jaden Blue, do you think it would have been a touchdown?
I would have been
Alec?
Shocked if I would have been shocked if that happened. This is a big picture overreaction, I think. Shoddy will win us a Super Bowl. I mean, obviously, that's what all Cowboys fans have been waiting and dying for for a generation.
It would mean
more than a generation.
I think, Kevin, of all the coaches we've had since Jimmy, maybe Parcells, it would mean more to me to see him win one.
Oh, interesting.
I like the man that he is, the connection he still has with his father and the conversation, and I just like the guy.
I got one more. My complete overreaction was that I guess this was not an overreaction, I needed multiple minutes to pause the game after Jalen Carter got ejected because when they said the penalty was on him, I was like, oh, does that count as one of the two needed to boot him out? And then he goes, is disqualified from the game. And I was like, what?
Yeah.
And my son, Noah, he goes, what? Because sometimes that's what we do with the little nephews, and he thought I was doing a bit. But in actuality, I was shocked at that moment.
As soon as he did it, I was like, he has to go. And the whole Levon bearded monkey, they were like,
get him out of here.
Yeah, and Kevin, I ask you that question. Is that enough for him? One full game there, or do you think he deserves another? Because I think Bill Romanowski was ejected for that. I do know Steven told Jerry Jones that he leaned over and asked him, and he was like, hey, they're focusing a lot more on sportsmanship this year. So
we saw a penalty like that too. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we continue to be live from Uncle Julio's in Fort Worth. We will do some baseball nuggets to get you ready for the biggest series of the season so far. Next, right here on The Fan.
say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Waves.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
0-2. Line drive, center field. Langford coming on. Slides. He makes the catch. What a play by Wyatt Langford. It required a perfect jump. He executed. And it's a 1-2-3 inning for Merrill Kelly.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. And right now we bring on a friend of ours, Daniel Esteve. How are you this morning?
I'm glad I've upgraded to friend status.
Yeah, I mean,
great
look,
news.
You came on our show, so we went on your show, so now you're on our show once again. That counts, right?
I feel like it's an exchange relationship.
Yeah,
and
3
you
dates
guys
is a
actually get to
relationship.
make your debut tonight on
Oh,
CW33.
here we go.
6 o'clock, the KNC Masterpiece takes over the television wave.
See, did you hear that? And if we're friends, that means we should be able to say Eastie,
Yes,
right?
of course.
Okay.
Of course, as all great friends do.
All right, so we're going to get into some baseball in just a second, but I just want to read these two texts because they came in within 30 seconds of one another, and we need to pick a lane. Are we too positive or too negative? From the 806, y'all are just insane. This is a 6-win team. Defense remains atrocious. CeeDee Lamb is soft. So in that one, we're too positive.
All right.
Okay?
Pushing P.
From the 512, yeah, Corey, all y'all do is spit negativity. Did you see Dak's performance? Did you see us
was
be able to
very
run
good.
the football? So
Yep.
we can't be too positive and too negative at the same time.
You
can
absolutely
we?
can.
Oh,
Hey,
okay.
Kevin, I had a Tolo that came through here, and he said, "Hey, Corey, don't pay attention to the fan text today."
Yeah.
He said, "You got hundreds of thousands of Tolos out there that got your back," and I was like, "You know what? That's all that matters."
That's nice.
So I got Steve, I got a shot over here to just kind of simmer everything down, really take care of, get the emotions down, because that's what alcohol does.
Hey, listen, I'm new to the market, but I'm not new to Cowboys Nation. I feel like this is right on par, right?
Yeah,
no, it absolutely
something of
is.
this season in particular.
Yeah.
That is a fair point. Right now, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning. Gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. It's time for Baseball Nuggets. Now, there were a lot of things that I want to get to in Baseball Nuggets, so I'm just going to go ahead and quick hit one of these, and then I feel like we probably need to turn most, if not all, of our attention to the Rangers and the Astros.
Okay.
Does that feel like a fair way to say it?
It is a
Okay.
significant series.
This is, would we all agree, biggest series of the season so far. And the reason why I say so far is you might loop back around to the Astros in like a week or so and be like, okay, now this is the new biggest series, right?
It's funny, though, because we were talking about this 2 weeks ago.
Yes.
That it was the biggest
Yes.
series 2 weeks ago.
Yes.
Biggest road trip, right?
Yeah,
Absolutely.
And then that happened, and the Rangers said, we're going to still stay close enough. And I was like, dadgum, they just keep staying there. So, yeah, they never, ever quit.
Okay, I see what you're doing. I like that. But yeah, quick mention: Kendall George. He's a prospect for the Dodgers. In his past 5 games, he's stolen 15 bases. And
In 5 games?
Yes, he has.
That's like 3 a game.
Yes, very good. He has 100 steals this season. Actually, it's up to 101. In his 111th game, he got up to 100 steals. Only 3 players have stolen 100 bases faster, including former Ranger Delino DeShields Jr. I just wanted to mention that. He's at high A. It's going to be a minute till you see him, but that is freaking incredible.
That is unreal. And I was actually just looking at the stat that Sebastian Walcott eclipsed, the 30 steals, 10 home runs, and I was like, that's awesome, but this is unbelievable.
And somebody this morning has already said what they're looking forward to the most is seeing Sebastian Walcott on the Texas Rangers. I know we still have to be a little bit patient to make that happen, but you're going to see it at some point, and I think it's going to be fantastic. How are you feeling going into the Rangers-Astros series? By the way, G-Bag Nation going to be broadcasting live from Globe Life Field today. What's the vibe going into it? Because this Rangers team has been very difficult to predict.
It's been the same vibe that it's been for the last 2 months,
right?
And the exact same vibe.
Yeah.
When you talk about trying to pinpoint exactly how this team is going to perform, well, you've got a better luck of maybe winning that Powerball that's up over $1 billion at this point, because it's an absolute roller coaster. So are you going to get the team that puts all three phases together, right? The pitching, the hitting, the defense, or are you going to get that team that can't hit worth a lick?
Right.
You just absolutely don't know. But it seems like every time we've gone down on the Texas Rangers, they've surprised us. So
Let's go ahead and mark that.
Perhaps this Houston Astros series is going to be another turning point.
Okay, are you guys excited about the return of Cole Winn, and do you think he needs to be limited to one inning? Because I know he's been very effective, but there are some folks who believe, like, hey, use him one inning at a time and then move him back out of the game.
That's an interesting approach. I like what he's done so far, but he's only really truly been supremely effective in one inning. So if that's the case, then that's going to be his career. Unfortunately, he had a
could be great as a closer. I still don't want to rule that out.
Yeah, so I'm not against that. I think Boch is one of those guys though that continues to give opportunities because he's like, hey, you can try.
And then, Daniel, have you noticed the defensive improvement from Wyatt Langford this year? Because it's one of the things where you feel like you see a thing and then you see the numbers that back it up and you're like, okay, now I feel justified, right? Because year over year, he is 11 outs above defensive outs forced above average. Last year it was 2. That is a massive jump for him defensively.
And it's nice that you actually get to talk about that, because I think we talk about this, and you'll see this at 6 o'clock tonight in our conversation, is, well, maybe the expectations are too high for Wyatt Langford, right? You expect all this offensive output, but when you see some success on the defensive end, that's a huge part of his game, especially when you talk about how impactful the Texas Rangers defense can be in supporting the pitching staff and in keeping them in close games when the bats aren't quite working. And Wyatt Langford, still super young, obviously, still a ton of potential. To see that kind of success is super important.
That's a really good point, because I know he was phenomenal in August offensively. I have been disappointed by some of my interpretation of lack of offensive advancements from Wyatt Langford this year. But he has made some staggering defensive advancements and still shows some defensive versatility. So I probably shouldn't undersell that.
No,
right?
And you shouldn't. We played this game a lot in my time in St. Louis with Dylan Carlson. He obviously came out the gates firing, and you saw the versatility in the outfield, and you're thinking, all right, well, this guy can play some defense. Bats will come around, can switch hit. This guy's going to be great. You just got to hold on to him. And then you end up holding on to him too long, and you're left with your hands in your pockets because you don't know what to do with this guy. Wyatt Langford is certainly a step above, in my opinion, far above what Dylan Carlson was. But you just don't want to handcuff yourself and think, well, hey, let's just keep waiting for that potential and just rely on how great his defense is right now. But it's good to see.
Yeah. How are you feeling about the back-to-back combination of Merrill Kelly and DeGrom to start off the first two games of the series?
I love it.
Good. You better match that energy.
Anytime you get DeGrom on the mound, I think. It's funny. We went out and talked to fans. I hate to keep talking about the special because you'll be able to watch it.
No, keep talking about it.
Yeah,
we'll keep talking
really
about
good.
it, mainly because the KNC Masterpiece is going to make their
on
debut.
The couch.
But we went and talked to fans outside the stadium, and we were just talking about, hey, season MVPs, who you got. I did not hear Nathan Eovaldi once, but I did hear DeGrom quite a bit. Maybe that's just the mental bias that fans have. But anytime you see DeGrom take the mound, you're going to have that general sense of confidence, and I feel like the fans feel the same way.
So the Houston series starts tonight. After that, you pivot into the best team in the league in the Brewers. Then you have a Mets team that can be unpredictable. Then you're back around to Houston. Do you think, not only this series, but a week from Monday, when you get back and now you're at Houston, do you think we're going to be having similar conversations about, well, they're still in striking distance, they could still win the division, they could still win the wild card? Do you think in 8, 9, 10 days we'll be in the same spot?
Do I want to give the
You better give
fun
the real
for
answer
radio to keep our audience engaged? I mean, the reality is, again, we had this conversation 2 weeks ago, so I don't think it's a matter of thinking. I think it's a matter of hoping. And I certainly hope that the Texas Rangers are still going to be in that conversation. I hope that they're going to be in the running to make the playoffs. But mathematically, well, thought comes into mind that that's probably not the case. But, boy, they've surprised us so many times, and they tend to do it against pretty good competition.
Yeah.
Will this be the turning point for them? I sure hope so, but I don't think so.
By the way, super random baseball story for you, since we're in baseball nuggets. Anthony Rizzo was talking about how somebody had found his World Series ring at the bottom of Lake Michigan, and that's really neat. But what I want to focus on is Yohei Yamada.
Of course.
That's the person who found the ring. And in a story I was reading on, I think it was MLB.com, it said Yamada is an experienced swimmer who makes a living helping those retrieve items they lost in Lake Michigan. What do you think about the concept of you make your living just finding things that people lost in the lake?
It's a bit morbid, but I almost think that would be the coolest thing to put on like a tombstone once he finally goes. Like, I found what people lost. Mm-hmm. And how special that would be for people to walk by and read. What a legacy. You talk about going out on a high note, or rather a deep note, given that he's swimming down low. Unbelievable.
And you don't have to deal with people while you're underwater, so that's a good thing, too.
That's true.
Yeah, you can just be underwater in the quiet.
That is a good point.
Yourself.
You're like, that fish really pissed me off.
He looked at me funny.
Yeah, that's probably going to be okay. Can you stick around, or you got to boogie back to the station?
For the KNC Masterpiece, I can stick around.
Look at this guy.
I love it.
This is why we love
it. I love it. Now, Alec, just be prepared. I'm going to try to convince him to stay all the way through your segment as well so we can keep rocking and rolling. Coming up next, we are going to talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
remember something, you have to.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the K&C Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Uncle Julio's in Fort Worth. 5301 Camp Bowie. We've got special guest galore. Corey, I know you got a shout out before we get to Mickey.
I'd like to shout out Anthony and Travis from Glenn. Anthony and Travis came and sat in with us.
I like the way you
when
said
we
it.
were the night show, Kevin. Well, when we were on nights, it was about 1 or 2 years before we turned into the daytime show.
Okay.
So shout out to them.
Excellent. And right now, brought to you by Ford. In your North Texas Ford dealers, Ford is the best in Texas. We talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Mickey, the Cowboys currently have the worst record in all of the NFL.
What are you going to do about it?
And also, I just wanted to introduce you or reintroduce you. We have a special guest. Who do we got here?
Mickey, it's Daniel Esteve. Obviously, we saw each other at Cowboys training camp, but if you flash back to the Rio Grande Valley days, the 956 for all my 956 listeners out there, Mickey, we used to do Q&A weekly with my station KVEO down there. Looking forward to chatting some more Cowboys with you again.
Well, sounds great. Good that you were at training camp for about a week, right?
Yeah, about a week, 5 days. I think I got the first Micah Parsons, have we come up with a BC type of era of the Micah Parsons?
Oh, yeah.
We need to come up with something like that.
But you don't want to say BM. I got what you're saying. Now, yeah, exactly. You don't want to say that.
And
now,
by the way,
Mickey,
thanks for gracing me about 50 minutes or so.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Did you get to sleep? Or are you running on little sleep? What's the situation right now?
What would you rate 3.5 hours?
Yeah, that's little sleep.
That's enough.
That's good. Well, who needs more than that, right?
Yeah, that's one cycle through the rim cycle.
He hit a
so
rim
that's
cycle,
enough. Yeah, you're good.
Oh, well, see, I was going to give you some grace. They think you should just be quiet and do the report. Sorry, Mickey. Now, Mickey, this was a complicated game on a number of fronts. You were competitive throughout with the defending Super Bowl champion, but you can look back on this game and think, we really should have won this game. And that's why we've been cautious about moral victory this morning. I understand the people who say that, but I look at this game at least short term, and I'm like, dang it, you could have won that game.
Well, how many people out there would have said that before the game started? That they could go into Philadelphia in that atmosphere.
Not a lot.
I could have won the game because no one gave them that much credit, right? And I was just glad that, some of the stuff I was telling you I saw in training camp basically came to fruition, right?
Yes.
The offense was really good until the last couple possessions, couple drop passes kind of did them in. The defense finally figured it out the second half that, Jalen Hurts can run the football for 62 yards. I think he averaged like 8 yards a carry. And you know what? It was more than what the final stat showed because he actually ran for 65 and he had 3 -1 kneel downs. And they finally kind of contained that. So you saw Kenneth Murray, who I thought I saw in training camp, the guy can play, and
he made some plays for sure.
My concern going in the game mostly was the offensive line, and I wouldn't have guessed that Philadelphia would have finished with only one quarterback hit. And as Dak pointed out, the only time he hit the ground is when he made the diving tackle after the fumble. Think about that.
You know what?
And they started Guyton, and he played the whole game.
I think that part is amazing. I also wanted to give some props to Dak. There were at least, and I need to go back and watch the game again, but there were at least 2 throws where I thought the pocket was not collapsing, but really closing in around him. And he stood there and threw the ball, even though I could see how that would be a time where he would want to boogie out. So I thought his pocket presence was very good yesterday.
And I think when you get the protection he was getting, it gives you a little confidence that, okay, I can stand in here. I don't have to take off. Because if you're getting beat up left and right, then you're going, I'm out of here, right? or you start looking for things that aren't there. So that was my other reminder. We talked about it the other day that, hey, Dak is back, right? Let's not forget what he can do. Unlike the NFL top 100 when they had 16 quarterbacks ranked in the top 100, and he was 15th at 79, all right? There were 79 other players better than him in the NFL.
What kind of odds do you think we could have got a couple hours before kickoff that Jalen Carter or any player would spit on another player and get ejected from the game?
What an idiot. He hadn't even played a game a down yet, right?
I know.
It was after the kickoff return.
Yep.
And I don't know if you guys were able to hear Dak's explanation. He was trying to punk Booker, and Dak decided he was going to step in between, and said, "Hey, leave my rookie alone." But he was giving him the treatment before the first snap.
Did you like Dak's explanation better or the pool report during the lightning delay when the ref goes, "Yeah, no, I saw him spit on him, and that was a disqualifying non." I don't know if what people were expecting the ref to say, but he was like, "Yeah, no, I saw him spit on him." Well, there
was a follow-up question. He said, "Did that merit the disqualification?" Well, yeah, absolutely.
You don't spit on people. That's what you teach your kids.
Yes.
You would hope you do.
Yeah.
Rule number 1.
Yeah, that feels like that feels fair.
Just a weird the whole day, right?
Yes.
The whole game. Not to mention the delay for an hour and 4 minutes, whatever they officially said it was. And if they had started earlier, they were going to have to delay again. I don't think TV did justice on how hard it started raining. At one point, because when they had the pregame crew in the tunnel there, they couldn't see how hard it was raining. You could almost not see the other side of the stadium. It was raining so hard.
Wow.
So yeah, there was a lot to unpack, and when I'm trying to write my column, and I kind of broke it down to like a 2.5 minute span from when Sanders took off on his 49-yard run. That I don't know how he didn't go 60. The linebacker catches him, right?
He's getting old.
And then the very next play, Pickens gets a 15-yard penalty. They're at the 11-yard line. And they ran for 3 yards, and he gets a penalty for unnecessary roughness on. They never showed the replay of the penalty.
I saw it. I thought it was a 100% valid.
I saw somebody get yanked to the ground, but I didn't see how it happened.
So essentially, it looked like George Pickens was trying to twist that guy's head off.
Okay.
Right, didn't it?
He's competitive.
Did he get his money's worth?
He did. I personally think he got his money's worth out of that. I really wish he would not. What an eventful sequence. First of all, Bonds showing that he's faster than Miles Sanders, and then the Pickens penalty, and then the Ferguson. He was going to drop that pass even before he got lit up, and then another penalty, and then a fumble. That was a crazy.
Yes. And I thought that decided the game right there, because they would have been 2nd and 7 at the 8, and instead they were 1st and 22 at the 23.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness! And then they kind of the penalty in the end zone, and they're right back to 1st and 10 at the 11, I think it was, and then the fumble, and a lot of times when you run the football, you don't need to be jump cutting when you're that close to the line of scrimmage. You just go get your yard, right?
Right.
And he gets tackled from behind, and they fumble, and that guy's going for a touchdown if Dak doesn't make a diving tackle.
Yeah, Dak secured his 100-point quarterback tackle for fantasy owners everywhere.
Because that guy's gone, because all I saw coming behind him was offensive linemen, and they weren't catching this guy.
Do we categorize George Pickens withholding maybe some more substantial abuse to a Philadelphia Eagles player as a big win for the Dallas Cowboys, showing big change for George Pickens?
The other thing is they only had 4 penalties, and 2 of them were personal fouls, right?
Yeah.
It could have been 3 because they had 2 on the one play. And how did the guy yanking Leofau's helmet
face
off?
Face
mask off, and he got called for face masking. How did that happen?
I really thought when he said there's 2 fouls on the play, and I was like, all right, well, it'll offset. And then they go both on the Cowboys. And I was like, what? So I do admit I didn't get I was mad that the Cowboys lost, but that play made me angrier than probably most every play except for the fumble. Now, I know a lot of the focus, and it's a complex game, but I know a lot of the focus has come down on CeeDee Lamb. I appreciate that he has accepted that focus and said he would be better. What was the vibe that you got from him last night?
Yeah, I didn't get a chance. I was in the interview room with Schottenheimer, and then Dak came in.
Okay.
I didn't get a chance to get into the locker room, but I kind of heard what he had to say, and yeah, step to the plate. There was at least 2 balls you got to catch for sure. And then the deep pass, it's a diving catch, I understand, but it hit him in his hands.
Yeah.
Which was an incredible throw to start with.
And CeeDee will tell you he needs to catch that ball.
Yeah. And so, that gets in the way. But the thing is, nobody would have said the Cowboys would have a chance to win this game.
Except for you.
And I predicted them to lose, but it was going to be close, right?
Yeah.
And I think they showed people that they're not 7-10 team that everybody is kind of stamped in with. I'm not saying they're not going to finish 7-10, but I think everybody was assuming since they were 7-10 and they were so bad, they're not going to be any better, right?
Mickey, I've seen that narrative so much around the Dallas Cowboys is, hey, this is a train wreck and they're going to be terrible. But at the end of the day, it's an NFC East showdown. You're playing the Philadelphia Eagles, a game that typically, especially with Dak Prescott, a quarterback, is going to at the very least be relatively competitive. The thing that kills me, and I'll credit Babe Laufenberg with this, when trailing going into the third quarter, Babe says the Cowboys were 4-33, now they're 4-34. Obviously, CeeDee Lamb dropping 3 balls in the second half was the last thing on my bingo card to see go wrong for the Cowboys, but something always goes wrong, and in a game where, yes, you have a chance to win, this whole idea, like Kevin has talked about, in a moral victory, it just doesn't sit right with me because it's always something that goes wrong.
So did you think they would be within?
Me on that last drive that we
Did you think they were going to be within 4 points and 3 times in the game have a lead?
Mickey, I'm not a gambling man.
No,
I'm
just asking.
Was 6.5, and I would have taken the Cowboys plus 6.5.
Oh, okay, all right. Well,
I would not. I would not have.
It almost takes me back to when Colt McCoy or Mark Brunell was playing. Or was it Mark Brunell was playing quarterback for the formerly known Washington Commanders? We know the name before. I mean, you talk about how those teams were always competitive, even when they were not great at all. The NFC East is just a competitive division. No matter what, I still go into maybe 3-4 years ago when the Cowboys were at their peak into a game against the lowly New York Giants team, and I was always nervous. And I think Cowboys Nation never goes into an NFC East game thinking, yeah, we're going to steamroll these guys. And if they are, they're pretty naive. The Eagles, just like Jalen Hurts said in his post-game presser with NBC, he was very impressed with how talented the Cowboys were, and they were expecting a competitive game. It's the NFL. You've got to think they're going to be competitive at the very least.
Well, if you'd seen the pregame stuff, you wouldn't have thought anybody in that stadium, 69,000 people, thought this was going to be competitive.
Hey,
they were
listen,
in here
maybe
for a
I'm an
cakewalk.
optimist, but on Wednesday on So Sports on CW33, our nurse sports show, I was talking with Sean McFarland of Dallas Morning News. I expect and wouldn't be surprised to see one of those old Peyton Manning, Tony Romo matchups, that Dallas Cowboys, Denver Broncos matchup from several years ago, where there was like 1 billion points
51-48.
That might be every week for this Dallas Cowboys team, but the offense is more than good enough to keep pace with any team in the NFL, in my opinion.
As long as the offensive line plays the way they play.
Which
now,
they did.
They got to figure out the run defense. And I know it was Saquon Barkley, but you know what? If I told you all he was going to run for was 60 yards, you would have taken it, right?
Hell yeah, I would have.
Although that touchdown run, the second one, that was unbelievable. I just said that is some kind of run. It was 11 yards, 12 yards. He must have broke 3 tackles and weaved his way through. He's quite. It's just electric. But again, the problem was they let Hurts out of jail way too many times.
Yeah.
And I heard
Dak
you guys
did that.
talking about,
Imagine if
why
Dak
didn't
ran
they
for 5 years.
why didn't they spy him? Well, who do they have on defense that's going to run with him?
DeMarvion Overshown.
Well,
Thank you. Yes. Maybe even as he's rehabbing from a torn ACL.
Yeah, God, I would have loved to see that. I think this game could have been different with him. Man, thank you very much on a night that is kind of disappointing, but also better than a lot of us thought. We appreciate it. We'll catch up with you again on Monday.
Yeah, and the good thing is that Schottenheimer said the same thing you mentioned. No moral victories, right?
Yeah,
We're
there you go.
disappointed we lost. So
Go get some more normal people sleep.
Yeah, get some
No,
rest,
that
Mickey.
can't be till tonight. There's work to do today.
There you go. Mickey Spagnola, DallasCowboys.com, right here on 105.3 The Fan. Now, one more quick thing for you. We talked about the Dallas Card Show. Kyle, who runs the Dallas Card Show, has always all kinds of spicy sports opinions. He said the home team should forfeit in the professional sports if there's a delay for lightning. The owners and city, they have plenty of money to build a roof on that building. So I like it. If we could have retroactively changed that, I would support that very much. All right, Daniel, where can everybody catch you again, and when can they see us?
I mean, I'm going to start with you guys because you guys are by far and away most important. This has been my strategy coming into the DFW is just bring cooler, smarter people onto my programs, and
I like
hopefully it elevates the status. So 6 o'clock tonight, the final Rangers Roundup pregame special. I'll go ahead and tease our theme is awards night. So we're going to be handing out some quote-unquote end-of-season awards. I know we've got some time there, but that show will feature a roughly 8-minute conversation between the three of us, which I thoroughly enjoyed. It was actually 15 to 20 minutes, and our director was getting pretty frustrated with how much we were talking. And then more excitingly, or just as exciting, we just launched our new sports program, finally brought sports officially back to CW33. So Wednesdays, it's digital exclusive right now, but we're getting to the broadcast. It's called So Sports on CW33, very much just a sports talk show on television. We've got some great guests. Had Adam Schefter on Wednesday, had Sean McFarland, Dallas Morning News, and obviously used some sound from Micah Parsons and the like. So we're excited to bring that and introduce even more sports to the market that already has plenty to hear from.
Well, thank you very much, Daniel. We appreciate it. Coming up next, we will switch gears and do a little AM on the FM.
We got the question of the day plus EA Sports not in the game next on The Fan.
Okay, now that is a very cute cat. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Pepper Lady.
Wasn't it Seven Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens.
Pre-club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Uncle Julio's in Fort Worth off of Camp Bowie. It has been a hectic day already, and right now we need someone to take over the show. We need Alec Medford, and it's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful. 1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time for AM on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, the man that they call the pride of Mansfield, Texas, and I will be the pride of Fort Worth, Texas tonight, as I will be back on the call for the Fort Worth All Saints against Prestonwood Christian Academy.
Ooh, the Lions.
Yes, so another heavyweight matchup that I am so looking forward to because high school football is simply the best. 877-881-1053. That is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line to answer today's question of the day. And plus, EA Sports says they're in the game, but they might not be making the game this year. We'll get to that here in just a little bit. But
Alec,
yes,
can I ask you a question of the day?
I'm scared.
If you no, it's a normal people question.
Oh.
If you continually cover like specific teams, whether it's All Saints or anybody else, do you find yourself, like, I know it's work, but do you find yourself getting more emotionally attached when you cover a team like multiple times?
Yes, I do. And I do exclusively call games for the Saints, so it's hard not to because you get to know these kids and you get to see the work that they put in. Wrong Saints, Corey, but good job. Protect the family is what we say around here. But Yeah, and getting to know this coaching staff, and oftentimes I am broadcasting right next to some of the coaches in the box, so like I go through those waves of emotions when penalties are called and whatnot. So like I'm right there experiencing all of it, so it's really hard not to.
I get you.
And when the program's really good, it's hard not to as well. So whenever they're constantly making state championship runs, it's like, well, it's easy to root for teams who are good. So very fun to watch those games and call those games, and they're usually barn burners too. But gentlemen, before any of that, we still got a fine program to do right here on 105.3 The Fan. And I look at the National Day calendar, and I see that tomorrow is actually National Read a Book Day. And it got me thinking, because I wish I had more time to go through some of the stuff that I do have in my bookcase, and I do plan on getting into some of that content more. But some of my favorite literary quotes and whatnot have come from books, and I want to know, what are some of your favorite quotes? 877-881-1053, some of your favorite quotes. It could be from a song, it could be from a movie, just something that stuck with you, that sticks with you. It could be your senior quote from high school that has stuck with you for many, many years. And I'll lead things off to give you guys some time to think. If you're ever in like a lack of motivation, go to John Cena's Twitter page. Almost every day, he tweets out some sort of motivational quote. And he tweeted one, I want to say it was back in May, that I have written down that is stuck with me. And it says, quote, "Get to that point where you do you, ignore the noise. It's not there for your benefit." I love that quote.
Okay.
And because it's just very direct and on the nose that, hey, everything that you hear is usually not going to benefit you. Everything that you hear about you is probably going to be against you. So just don't even care. Get to that point where you show up, you do your work, as we talk about in spring training, everybody's favorite phrase, just getting my work in. Get to that point, and then everything's going to be all right. I've always liked that, and ever since I saw that, I've kind of approached my daily life different, and I think it's benefited me.
Now, I have two quotes, and it won't surprise you at all to know one comes from Star Wars and the other comes from wrestling. And I feel like the Star Wars one is relevant. Somebody just sent a link to the Hollywood Reporter. Is the primary dueling lightsaber from Empire Strikes Back and Return of the Jedi of Darth Vader just sold for $3.65 million. So it's from Empire Strikes Back. Everyone always says, "Luke, I am your father." And that's not how it goes. He's like, "Obi-Wan never told you what happened to your father. He told me enough. You told me you killed him." And then Darth Vader goes, "No, I am your father."
I thought he said, "I'm your stepfather."
No,
and that was the misquote.
No, that's so I love that one. And then from wrestling, and I know what people think about wrestling, but it was the day after Owen Hart died, and one of the wrestlers said, "I just hope I can be half as good of a person as he was so I can see him again someday." And I always thought that was just like perfect. So yeah, those are mine.
I don't know how I follow that up.
I'm sorry. Should I have done that one and then done the Empire Strikes Back one?
Yeah, probably so.
That's
then
my
you would have
mistake.
followed up an amazing one with a good one,
Okay.
And that would have been easier for me. Picture me rolling in my 500 Benz. I got no love for these people. There's no need to be friends. That's Tupac Shakur from Picture Me Rolling. That is one of my favorites. As a matter of fact, I heard it last night at the Bearded Monkey when they started playing it during the break, during the rain delay, and I was like, "Oh man, this is my song." Other than that, though, I would have to say to see a man truly succeed is to see him struggle through adversity. And that's Seneca, BC. And I think whenever you're going through hard times,
that's a long time ago.
Yeah, exactly. Whenever you're going through a hard time, like if you kind of think of it that way. And I also love that idea of looking at obstacles as not obstacles and opportunities. Like that's that kind of goes with that mindset of you're in this struggle, but when you get out of it, the success is there.
You know what? Since you said that, Alec, and I'm sorry we're like saying all of the quotes, another one I really like is when people talk about luck and some folks believe that luck is when preparation meets opportunity.
Yeah.
And I think that's where I fall.
Denzel was the first person I heard say that.
Yeah.
And since then,
now it's Denzel.
Dude, I think it was Brad Sham that said it last night? I can't remember. It was, but he was quoting Parcells, and it was you know what? I'll get back to it later on because it was a really good one. It's just I can't remember right now.
Oh, that's called a
Sorry
tease,
about that,
ladies and
guys.
gentlemen.
Yeah,
that's what we call
C-block
that in the
coming up
industry.
here at 1 o'clock.
Look at that! Look at that! I'm gonna pay that. I hope you pay that off. Maybe the what were we sipping on there? I saw when Kevin was talking about Star Wars.
This is clearly water with a salted rim, so don't worry about anything other than that.
I think you might be the only person on the planet who does that, but if that's true, I respect it. There you go.
It's not.
And yeah, I don't know if I believe him. Just like how he's not a Philadelphia Eagles fan, apparently too. You know,
that's
There's a
why
lot
he's
of
so
things.
happy today. I get you.
Yeah, that's why he's in a great. That's why he's drinking right now because he's in a great mood. And gentlemen, EA Sports, they're saying it's in the game. Well,
it's in the game.
They are not going to be making the game. It seems.
What?
Back in June, they posted a teaser on X, formerly known as Twitter, but it's Twitter to me. Dang it. They said, "Bring the madness. Let's run it back," with a picture of a basketball with the EA Sports logo, hinting that, hey, we're going to bring back the college basketball video game. Well, they might have prematurely announced something that they didn't actually have done, because it turns out they're actually one of 3 companies that had submitted the bid to obtain the license to make a game.
Oh, no.
Which Take-Two, the company that oversees 2K Sports, was one of the others, and they already plan to make a DLC addition to the NBA 2K game where you can play college basketball. So it looks like 2K was already like, hey, we kind of already had this in motion, and you guys announced that you're going to make a whole new game when we're going for the license too. Let's pump the brakes there. So, and there's already people that are angry at 2K for how they've handled the NBA video game itself. So this whole thing is up in the air after EA Sports just straight up said, we're bringing back this video game back in June. 2K Sports is like, no, we're gonna buy that license, buddy. Go ahead and stop talking about this. So, but again, money controls everything in these licensing deals. So it looks like 2K is actually going to be regaining control of that license, and EA is just gonna have to deal with it.
That is crazy. What a PR misstep that they've had with that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we're live at Uncle Julio's in Fort Worth. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. We'll do some NFL season by the numbers right here on 105.3 The Fan.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Side the one, lifting motion right to left. Handoff, Javonte Williams. Bang at left guard, and the Cowboys score the first touchdown of the season.
KNC masterpiece right here on 105 through the fan. Javonte Williams will score another touchdown. Wonder what kind of odds you could have got on double rushing touchdowns from Javonte going into this game. We're the KNC masterpiece live from Uncle Julio's in Fort Worth, 5301 Camp Bowie Road in Fort Worth. Thank you guys very, very much. Now, we've gotten some divisive feedback today, and that's just based on, people want to hear what they want to hear. And some people want to hear, hey, you went toe-to-toe with the defending Super Bowl champions on the road. You could have beat them. That's a positive. Other people want to hear, why the hell are we talking about moral victories? This is the Dallas freaking Cowboys. I have leaned much more towards the former than the latter because you were predicted to win 7.5 games this year. You were tied for the biggest underdog of the weekend. But that is also sprinkled in with some frustration that this game was there for the taking, and you did not take it.
Yeah, you absolutely had the opportunity to do it. You did some positive things, some negative things got in the way of a victory.
Yes.
And that's a learning experience, but it's nothing that you can hang your hat on and say we did good. You hang your hat and say we got to go back to work. And
Right.
I think that's what I mean. I have no doubt whenever Shoddy gets in his presser this week, that's what he's going to be saying is we got a lot of work to do. We got some things to clean up, but we have a great opportunity. Kevin, Javonte Williams was on my bench in my fantasy league last night. You know why?
Oh.
Because I had no clue what to expect.
That's fair.
But I also drafted him because of the potential of what this offensive line could be.
Yeah.
And so I have him on the bench. He scored 20 points last night, 2 touchdowns, had receptions. He was good, fantasy-wise.
Yeah.
But so that's the thing is, like, we didn't know what to expect out of him, so a lot of people had some – I think they outperformed any of my expectations last night. But then, as you said, the expectations changed once I thought we could win the game.
And you know what? I'm really glad that you said that, is because I see this all the time, not just in sports but in life. It's okay to change your mind or your opinion when presented with new data points or new information or whatever. And as that game went along, your anticipations changed. Like, we were having that conversation with Mickey, and I 100% get Mickey's point about going into the game, I did not think that the Cowboys would have multiple opportunities to win this game. But as the game goes along, you change your mind. You change your feeling based on the flow of the game. And that's why it's frustrating that in the second half, you look at those drives and fumble, punt, turnover on downs with the opportunity to go win the game. The game was there for you to take 3 different times on offense. And Schottenheimer referenced this. He talks about, like, championship plays, championship mindset, championship opportunity. I realize it was just one game. But yesterday, winning that game feels like it would have been a step in the right championship mindset direction. It's just you'd be 1-0 as opposed to 0-1. But it feels like you could say, because people like to say, when did the Cowboys win a big game? Well, winning on the road, defending Super Bowl champions, first game of the season. If you went in and won that game, that's a big win. But you didn't.
Before the game, Kevin, again, there was a different energy about this team. I don't know if you felt it because they were in Philadelphia and you can't feel things through a TV.
I didn't notice that, but when you bring it up, I can reflect, and I'm like, I got what you're saying.
I was telling a couple of people last night, I was like, man, I think they have something to prove. Not just because of what they've done, previously, not just because Shoddy's a new head coach. The Micah thing did help. There were a bunch of guys on the defensive side of the ball that wanted to come off the ball firing, and they had something to prove. There were a bunch of guys in that offense that had a lot to prove from what they were last year. Dak hadn't played since week 9 last year. So he had a lot to prove. I think there were a lot of guys with a chip on their shoulder last night, and I hope they carry that chip for the rest of the season too. Can I throw a couple numbers at you real quick?
Yes, please.
Mina Kimes posted this earlier. There was last night 42% of motion for the Cowboys offense,
which is something that I feel like heading into the season we talked about the hope.
Last year they were ranked 29th in motion.
Yeah,
which I didn't know that was a ranking, but here we are. 42% would have been 4th. So up there,
wow.
If you watched
the 4th worst to 4th best.
Yes. Huh. So if you watched the offense last night, it looked better. It looked more functional. It looked like something that you see that's modern, and that as Shoddy says, hey, we're not going to go out there and throw all the gadget plays at you. We got them, but we're also we're going to dress up some of the things that we do real well in different ways so that you don't know what to expect. And that's all I've ever asked for. A little more like what McVay does. We're going to run out of this same formation over and over, but it's going to be different plays, and you don't know exactly what's coming at you. And then this one with Kenny Clark on the field. This is from Patrick Walker. With Kenny Clark on the field, 2.8 yards per rush against the Cowboys. When he was off the field, it was 6.6.
Wow!
So almost a 4-yard difference there, and that's the effectiveness of him. And so they got to work on when he's not on the field, obviously. But it's nice to have that dude in the middle.
Now, let's get some more numbers out there as we go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip it and rip it.
Let's talk about CeeDee Lamb. CeeDee Lamb is the 5th fastest receiver in NFL history to get to 500 catches. He's the 2nd youngest behind Larry Fitzgerald, and he's the fastest Cowboy to make it to 500 receptions. I can't say that's particularly surprising given the continual evolution of the game and the push towards passing over the generations. But still, That's pretty cool.
And just think, he'd be at 507 right now if he wasn't such a chump, right? Cut the guy. Get rid of him.
Okay, well,
he's a number 3 receiver at best.
First of all,
allegedly.
You know how I am. I can't handle that cap hit. But no, obviously, I don't think one game is enough. I shouldn't be to push people one way or another. I still think CeeDee Lamb is unquestionably a number 1 wide receiver. I think you could make a really strong argument. He's one of the top 6 in the league. I'm not going to say that game disqualifies all of that. However, at the flip side, you're making the big money. Make the big catches.
Okay, I know the big money exists.
And he did not.
This is a question now that might be another conversation. Would you like to see more balance between him and Pickens? Or would you like to say, no, this dude deserves 14 looks, this dude deserves 4?
Actually, no. I hate artificial balance for balance's sake. You go back last night, because look at CeeDee Lamb in the first half. Like, he was rocking and rolling in the first half.
15 yards a catch.
And it's on him. Like, he made... I know some people will say 4. I'm going to stick with 3, but 3 very egregious drops last night.
Yes.
And if you tag those on, and especially if the Cowboys win the game because of that, nobody is talking about balance today. Nobody is talking about the lack of George Pickens. They're talking about, well, you got the hot hand, you give the ball to CeeDee Lamb all day long. So if balance presents itself, hell yeah. But otherwise, if there's a game when it's going to be 13-3 targets for CeeDee and Pickens, or even vice versa, fine with me.
Whatever the game calls for is what you got to do, as Ron Washington always used to tell us.
Exactly. From the 214, where does he rank on fastest to a certain amount of drops? Actually, that's a good question, and we could probably investigate that. But I think
drops are weird. Just doing my research on drops, it's weird to get a consensus on them across the board.
Because some people have different variations of what's a catchable ball and whatnot. And so, like, I saw some spots saying 3 drops last night, which is where I fall. And then other people were yelling it should be 4.
Yeah.
I don't agree with that. But at the same time, like, he's capable of making that layout catch. And I thought it was a really well-thrown ball from Dak Prescott. I feel bad that Dak... Some people don't... It's hard to change people's minds about narratives, right? And I feel like some people are still sticking Dak with the narrative last night, even though I thought he made the throws that could have won us the game. It's just, unfortunately, whether it was Ferguson or CeeDee Lamb, they didn't catch the right throws. He made the right throws.
I agree with you, man.
All right, let's go from that to some news for tonight. The Chargers did announce that Mekhi Becton is questionable with an illness for that game in Brazil against the Chiefs. Obviously, I'm sure that will pop a big number as well. I don't know if you guys care about, like, the football ratings in general. We talked about this the other day, that the NFL claims that the Nielsen company has been undercounting their ratings. I want to know what happens with this rating.
Yeah.
Because you had the giant weather delay. You had, like, the biggest name in football brand-wise. You have the defending champions. It's the first game of the season. It was a close game. So all the elements are for a monster rating. I wonder if it will be dinged at all for the fact that there was a giant weather delay and people were like, I like to hear Jason Garrett talk sometimes, but not that much. I actually think he did a good job yesterday. I really, really did.
I think it was in the post. Sean and RJ and Bobby and Peyton show was playing the audio from the post this morning. Yeah, sometimes Aiden and Jacob. Him recounting Dak's conversation about what happened on the spit situation,
right?
Whatever we're going to call it now. Spitgate. I don't want to call it
Spit Happens?
Yeah, let's call it Spit Happens, Kevin.
Okay.
I like that. And it was... Hey, he said he had to spit. Dak did, and so he did it over Booker's shoulder. And then Jalen Carter said, were you spitting at me? And he said, why would I do that? And then he got spit upon. So that was how that goes. I think I thought that Jason Garrett did a great job being a reporter for the first time instead of somebody who was a coach.
Let me ask you a serious and important football question. Would everyone have relaxed just a little bit more if in the postgame Jalen Carter said, sometimes you just got to spit up on that thing?
Everybody would have laughed about it.
I think...
If he'd have just... Hey, the D's nuts joke. I mean, just think about how much that added levity to it all.
Yeah, I think you're probably right. And plus, something to keep an eye on. And if you've already had your fantasy draft and you're depending on this guy, you're not going to want to hear this. Christian McCaffrey was added to the injury report with a calf issue. Now, that's not to say Christian McCaffrey. And that's not to say that it's going to impact his ability to play in this game. But it has to be concerning when somebody with a history of calf issues as of late is back on the injury list because of even some calf soreness. That has got to make you nervous.
Oh, yeah, it absolutely does. Unless you drafted Brian Robinson Jr.
Okay, but don't pretend. Oh, that's a good point. Okay, now that
Didn't
I approve
tell you
of.
I was doing that immediately?
See? Look, gridiron gives and it takes away. Yesterday, I told you that Amari Cooper was like, I'm done. I'm just
make
retiring.
an immediate move.
But today, we find out maybe Robinson will be able to pick up plenty of fantasy points this season. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I am always excited about this segment. I am really excited about it today.
I dare you to be excited.
Dallas Cowboys, thank you. And no thank you notes. 877-881-1053. Send those in. We'll get to it next, live from Uncle Julio's in Fort Worth on 105.3 The Fan.
our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Eglin. You got, oh man, Corey Majors and the famous Alec Medford as we are live at Uncle Julio's in Fort Worth off of Camp Bowie. We've been having fun all day long, and oh man, I am excited for this segment. Cowboys thank you or no thank you notes, and I feel like the most logical thank you note to start with. Thank you to Jalen Carter for being a dumbass and getting kicked out before the first play from scrimmage.
One of our Tolos also did say no thank you, Jalen Carter, because that's gross.
Yeah, don't spit on people. At least it landed on. Is it weird that I'm thinking spitting on his jersey will get him in far less trouble than if you were to, like, spit on his face? Because I know people are like, oh, he might get suspended. And I'm like, oh, landing on his jersey. I wonder if they'll factor that in. Is that weird that I'm – yes, I agree.
I agree, Mike McCarthy. Either way, it's disgusting. And that's no, man, I don't – again, Dak spitting in your general direction, Yeah, if you spit it in my direction, I'm offended-ish.
Right.
I'm asking what's wrong with this guy. You spit on me, and I'm punching you. And so so you've assaulted me, now I can assault you back. Isn't that how it works?
Yeah, no.
All right.
Because I think what you learned – no, don't support that. You got Jalen Carter kicked out. If you would have punched him back or something, then you probably would have gotten
retaliation
thrown out.
that always gets the flag. That's right.
From the 972, no thank you to the Cowboys receivers. If you can't man up against the most hated division rival, sit out. Now – that feels like that could apply to a few people. Is it Jalen Tolbert for seeing blocking opportunities and been like, I'm going to pass on that? Is it Jake Ferguson for dropping what would have been the go-ahead touchdown pass? And, man, he feels like he's gotten off light in the last 12 hours or so. Or is it CeeDee Lamb for dropping numerous opportunities yesterday?
I think they are specifically talking about CeeDee Lamb. I'm just taking a guess on this one because he was the one that got the big targets in the big moment.
Sure.
Against the big opponent. Like they're frustrated with that. That first half doesn't matter what you did, buddy. It's the end of the game when it matters the most.
Yeah.
And that's unfortunate for him. I would like to give a thank you note, Kevin, to Kyer Elam, Kenneth Murray, and James Houston. I like those guys a lot out there.
Except for that one Kyer Elam play.
The one Kyer. Other than that, dude, he put his nose in there. He was making – look, Diggs was the one that happened to be on the goal line when the run came through.
Right.
And I was like, he's not tackling him. He acted like he tried, and that's okay. I appreciate it. But Kyer Elam, he was sticking his nose in there trying to make some tackles. He had 6 tackles on the night. I appreciate that. And again, Kenneth Murray led the team with tackles, tied with Malik Hooker. Those dudes were in there being physical, chiming with what they wanted. Unleash us. Did you hear that part of it? I really enjoyed hearing that.
Yeah, and in the first half, I would have been like, "You were unleashed." Like, let's see their punter. So I want to give a thank you note to this player from cut number 17. I actually got nervous and did not like that the Cowboys ran another play to make the field goal closer for Brandon Aubrey. I was like, just let him kick it from 62. He'll be fine. But instead, he kicked it from 53. Let's hear it. Never a doubt.
Snap good, hold good. 53 yards.
Good.
Thank you to Brad Sham for that.
Yes.
That one right there. Good.
Yeah, absolutely.
The entire place last night where I was at the Bearded Monkey, Kevin, was like, as soon as it left his foot, everybody knew. They were like, as you just said, never a doubt. No thank you to Miles Sanders.
Yeah.
Listen, man. Hold on to the ball. You got 4 carries last night. One of them was on the ground.
Man, one of them was almost as good as it could be, and the next one was as bad as it could have been.
And I think it completely altered the game because of where you were, field position-wise. You changed the game there. You changed your – you know what, Kevin? Let's say they don't make it. They kick a field goal. They're down 24-23. Now you don't have to get a touchdown at the end of the game. Now you can kick another field goal to win the game, and we would have had a walk-off with Brandon Aubrey maybe from 75, 85 yards. Who knows? Exactly. He can kick it from Lubbock as a shot Schottenheimer said. So that's a missed opportunity there.
Now, coaching soccer practice, no thank you. Made me miss all but 3 points in the game.
Man.
And then I like this. Thank you to Javonte Williams. He looked great and showed a ton of fight and toughness. Man,
he's a tough runner, man.
He was moving the pile when I thought at least 2 plays were dead.
Yeah, there was one near the goal line, right? They were about 8 yards, 10 yards out, and he pushed it all the way down to the 1 yard line after everybody thought he should be down already.
Yeah.
And that's one of the things. That's the Javonte Williams that I kind of saw coming back a little bit last year with the Broncos at the end. And so that's the one that I was expecting. Okay, he's going to be a little bit healthier. He has the ability to run with that kind of force. So hopefully that's the case for him, man.
Now, I've seen a couple that kind of follow this idea. No thank you to the refs for not calling any early holds on the Eagles, especially the egregious one on Donovan Ezeraku. I get some of the other ones, man. I thought the one on Ezeraku where he was getting hooked and thrown to the ground, I was like, come on, dude.
Yeah, no, there were, and Kevin, you can call it on every play.
Sure.
There are plenty that I've
Call
seen.
it on the plays that I want.
I know. There are plenty that I've seen the Eagles fans thrown out there going, how is this one so egregious and it was not called? I get it.
I want those fans to shut up.
I understand. And you know what? That's what no thank you notes are for. And thank you notes as well. So you're right, Kevin.
No thank you note to the Eagles fans. Shut up.
I don't think I've been Homer enough today. And I think that's what I'm going to. Next week, I'm aiming to be more Homer because I feel like I've been very kind of right down the middle with everything today.
Okay. Can you be overly Homerish against the Giants?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Hold on. You're trying to suggest that I can't do it with Philadelphia, but I can do it with other teams. That's
I don't
what you're
know
trying to
what
say.
you're saying.
By the way, Malik Neighbors' back tightness. Dable says that he's going to be okay. I don't know about that.
That's something that was. See, there you go. But that's
I'm trying to
something.
get somebody to trade Malik Neighbors to me also. So.
That's something that was prevalent all throughout the offseason as well. And he was like, look, I'm going to just kind of have to manage his back. And so keep an eye out on that.
I'd like to say no thank you to the Eagles kicking game. Why not give Cavante Turpin an opportunity, man? He was frustrated because you guys wouldn't kick the ball to him. Were you scared? Are you scared? Are you Eagles or chickens? I don't know.
Okay, first of all, that was an amazing line. But also, I understood Cavante Turpin's frustration, but also I was like, that just feels like good football strategy.
It is. It's smart.
Now, this one's tough. Does my wife deserve a no thank you note for not knowing any names of players on the Dallas Cowboys? And when I say that, I'm going to walk you through what happened.
Okay.
Noah wanted to sleep in our bed, and she goes, If you can name let's try this again. If you can name one Dallas Cowboys player. And I was like, how many Dallas Cowboys player do you know? And she goes, Dak Prescott. And I was like, how many more? And she goes, Jerry Jones.
That's not
I
a
was
player.
like, that's not a player.
Not a player
and
at
I
all.
was like, tell me another player. And she goes,
Although Jerry probably thinks of himself as a player.
Yeah.
You know?
Oh, yeah. She goes, what about Tank? And I go, he's not on the team anymore.
Gone.
And she goes, what about, do they still have the kicker? And I said, yeah.
What's his
She
name?
goes, I want to say Brent
Maher.
And I go, does Brent Aubrey sound right? And she goes, that might not be right. And I was like, no, it's Brandon Aubrey.
Brett Maher is who she was thinking.
Yeah. And then she looked on the sidelines and they showed him turned around and she goes, oh, they got Diggs? And I was like, you just saw that on his jersey.
And you're like, which Diggs? And she's like, Stephon.
Yeah, and she goes, if you could give me multiple choice. And I was like, no deal. And I said, what about Lamb? And she goes, oh, CD. See, I just need multiple choice, and I can figure it out. And then I made up.
C and D are
yes,
both in multiple
exactly.
choice.
So she might not know. If you had to fill in the blank, she would have only gotten one Cowboys player correct. Now, Noah, of course, is not familiar with Brian Schottenheimer or Jerry Jones, so he did not get to sleep in the big bed.
That's unfortunate for him. When I got home last night, my dog was in his kennel, and he was whining. I was like, I'll let you out for just a little bit longer, buddy, so he could hang out with me to watch the rest of that game.
If you could tell us one team Schottenheimer's dad coached.
He was like, Bolts. No thank you or thank you. they're trying to convince us that was a real eagle. That was a drone. Whatever.
Okay.
You think an eagle's really going to do something like that? Come on. That's how we know birds aren't real right there, Kevin. 'Cause they're trying to trick us with that stuff.
Now, that I agree with. From the 806, I'm assuming this is a no thank you. They said Kenneth Murray was bad, Corey. He was the worst player on PFF. Now, I understand when people reference Pro Football Focus, but also last night, I believe the Pro Football Focus on Saquon Barkley last year had him as like the 12th ranked running back or something ridiculous like that. And so that you can use to undercut the grading measures as well.
I'll give you three things. One, I was watching the game intermittently because I was talking to people also.
Yeah.
Like I wasn't watching it like I usually do. Two, I have not watched the complete game yet. Like I'm going to sit down tonight, go through it like I typically would after a Cowboys game. Three, watch the damn game. You can look at stats all you want, but the great Randy Galloway said watch the damn game. And if the damn game tells me that he played good, then I'm going to believe that.
Okay. All right. And then somebody said thank you note to the Cowboys for giving them optimism. And that's like right on. I'm not here. You've told me numerous times not to tell people how to fan.
Yes.
So if you're stoked and more optimistic about the Cowboys season now because of what happened yesterday, then I'm not going to hate on you for
I thought, dude, Kevin, coming into this season, I kept saying I have no clue. But I kept having this like fear of badness. And going through another season where Jerry Jones is going to be ticked off at us. Very much like the way Sean feels about it. I was like, this just isn't going to be fun. This looks like it could be a fun season. I know it started off with a loss, but it looks like it could be a lot more fun than we were expecting. That guy right there has the light on his phone in his pocket, and he doesn't know it, I bet.
Okay. Now, I want to read this text because this is a new criticism. From the 817, no thank you to y'all for killing Ferguson for dropping a pass where he immediately got his head taken off. Yeah, but that's irrelevant to the play because he had dropped it before. And so, like, he was already dropping that before he got hit. So, like, let's not factor that in. But then not killing Dak for throwing it short on the play before, where if he leads Ferguson, it's an easy touchdown. As usual, we glaze Dak and kill Ferguson. I want to thank them for being the first person to complain that we glaze Dak Prescott. I have not seen that critique yet, so thank you.
That pass hit the defender in the back of the helmet, and I've seen Ferguson pull that ball off of the back of somebody's helmet before. Saw Alvin Harper pull it off somebody's face mask back in San Francisco also. It would have been a lot better had that been a higher throw.
Absolutely.
And that's for sure. Dak had a pretty good game. He didn't have any touchdowns. He didn't have, and there are lots of people at fault for that. But I thought Dak, considering this was his first game back since the injury, I felt pretty good and pretty confident about him. But yes, that throw definitely could have been better for sure.
Yeah, but I wanted to read that. It's not often that we get
we glaze Dak
for being too pro Dak.
Yeah.
So I like that.
Yeah.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we move into the lunch rush and the expressway. Got a couple of different things that are going to happen right here. We're going to do some NFL overreaction or reality, plus the NFL season by the numbers and Forgiveness Friday, all crammed into one next on The Fan.
Take us with you.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady? Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Beta Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curd?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Fan is presented by the On Time Experts.
Eagles are second down and goal at the 8. Hurts in the gun. Barkley on his right. Long count, snap back. Barkley goes out in the pattern. Hurts looks right, nothing there. Little pressure, and again there's no edge player on the left side. He runs to the 5, dives to the pylon. Touchdown, Jalen Hurts.
KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. The Cowboys lose to the Eagles 24-20. Been some heated feedback all day long on the Frankel injury attorney text line and the Twitch and the YouTube. Right now, I've got some NFL overreaction or reality for you. We will weave in and out of Cowboys questions along the way. Overreaction or reality, you believe in the concept of moral victories.
I don't. I believe you can take good things away from a loss. I think, I do remember, Kevin, was it Coach Westerberg that said, no, there's nothing they couldn't learn from this loss and they couldn't learn from a win?
Because they had a really close win. He goes, we could have learned all the same things if we won 49-0. I was like, all right.
So, I don't believe in moral victories because I can't go. I wouldn't be walking into the Star today being like, oh, man, no, we're fine. I would be walking into the Star going, I can't wait to get back to work. Whatever we did this week, we saw the effects of the work we put in. Let's do it again. Let's be better at it. But the moral victory part, we saw some good things. So as a fan base, you saw some good things, but you didn't win. And the win is ultimately the factor that is the biggest difference.
Alec, overreaction or reality? You believe in moral victories.
Overreaction, because I'm right there with Corey. You can always learn and you can take away good things, and good things can happen in a loss, and I think a lot of good things did happen last night for the Cowboys. And for me, I'm kind of right there with Corey. It's not like you walk in there saying, hey, great game yesterday. You walk in there saying, I'm excited because we proved a few things to a few people that didn't necessarily believe that we could do that. And it proved to me that they can hang in this division when I didn't think they could going into that game. So, I think they're motivated for all the right reasons, because you could get your ass handed to you and say, we're motivated to not lose by 25 again. That's easy. But now you can say you're motivated because we did a lot of good things, and I think we're ready to actually capitalize on some good football.
Kevin, while I was at the house yesterday, I had the YouTube on and was watching Eric Chiafalo and Brian Broaddus do their amazing pregame show. And then on my drive over, I was listening to the pregame show as well, and I heard the great Christy Scales interviewing Jerry Jones.
Love her.
He says, they got some guys, Jalen Carter's a load, and then they're talking about Saquon Barkley, and he's like, look, we're definitely going to have to stop the run. They're going to have to stop the run, too. And I almost rolled my eyes whenever he said that.
Right.
Oh, gosh. But then I saw the proof, just like Alex said. They proved it whenever they went out and ran the ball effectively near the goal line a couple times, aside from Miles Sanders' fumble. But other than that, they proved to me that they can actually be a good offense.
We might need to pick up that running game conversation again at some point, because I know Miles Sanders obviously had the big run. Javonte scored the 2 touchdowns. 21 carries for 70 yards total outside of that Miles Sanders run, which is not
You got
good.
near the goal line and you got 2 touchdowns. Who was the goal line touchdown guy last year?
Ooh, still Zeke.
It was Zeke. Remember, that's where we're missing Zeke.
It's always Zeke.
That's something. No, I agree with you, man. I want 5 yards of carry. I absolutely want 5 yards of carry, and if he can give us that, that's awesome. I think that I got a little more than I was expecting last night.
Overreaction or reality? Bryce Young will prove himself worthy of a contract extension from the Panthers.
Ooh, he's got a receiver to throw to. I think this is a reality. I thought he was a better quarterback than he was the first couple of years in Carolina. I'm interested to know if that last part of the second season is the real version of him that we're going to get.
Right.
But now that he's got Tet with him and they can do some work, I'm interested to see what they can grow and build there. So I think he will.
Alec, overreaction or reality? Bryce Young, contract extension
Feels weird to say it, but reality, because
Yeah.
it seemed like all signs were pointing towards that was just the worst possible situation that he could have gone to, and it's still not a great situation, but something happened with maybe it was the coaching change, the whole leadership change that they made with a new GM and everything. I don't know what it was, but he's just got that confidence that he had in college, the poise and composure, the things that you can't really teach, the things that you just have to grow. And I think that it's going to be consistent. You saw it throughout training camp from what we were able to see from miles and miles away in the preseason. It looks like it's going to stick. It looks like something's just kind of clicked for him. So I like what I'm seeing.
All right, NFL overreaction to reality. I'm really excited about this one. Obviously, I'm going to borrow from our friend Reginald Atatula for this. This is the year that Tyler Guyton puts it all together. Now, I know it's only the second year, so this might be a fake usage of that, but this is the year that Tyler Guyton puts it all together.
Kevin, can I tell you a secret?
I mean, you're on air. Don't do the same thing they do on wrestling, and they're like, hey, I got a secret for you. And I was like, you can see the cameraman right in front of you, right?
The other day, Kay Adams had done is this the year that so-and-so puts it all together? And I reached out to Reginald Atatula, and I said, Reggie, the great Kay Adams is trying to steal your bit.
Oh, my God.
And he said, quite honestly, it wasn't my bit in the first place. It was Bomani Jones.
Oh.
Exactly. That was my reaction immediately was, oh, man. So, Kevin, I appreciate that.
Jason Kelsey's trying to take that from you.
Yeah, he is with that commercial. I think that puts it all together is too much. I think that's an overreaction.
Okay.
But obviously it was because of the way that you used the quote, too. Because I think this is a building year for showing that he can play in the league. Last year, he didn't even look like he could play in the league.
Yeah.
And that was obviously something that they said, even the Cowboys said multiple times, we know it's going to be a learning year. They kind of also were like, well, we took a tackle, and we took him, and we might regret it, but we really need him to pan out. So I think he's going to have a growing year, but I think put it all together, I'll give him another year or two before I say that's even possible.
All right, Alec, I'm depending on you to make this nonsense make sense. This is the year that Tyler Guyton puts it all together.
Kevin, can I tell you a secret?
Yes.
This is the year that Tyler Guyton puts it all together. That is a reality. And I think it's just going to be a testament to, really, in my mind, I know Bobby's talked about this a lot. I think the new coaching staff has a lot to do with that. I think the new offensive line just group that he's working with on the field, but the coaches, and Clayton Adams having the background of working one-on-one with offensive linemen as the position coach in his previous stops, I think that this is going to help him out a lot. I think that this staff believes in him a little bit more and they understand him a little bit more. And when you put players out and you say, let's work with your strengths and try to exploit them a little bit more rather than teach you new things and try to break you out of your mold, I think that's going to help for a second-year guy, especially who, when he doesn't get as many reps as you'd like in the preseason with the injury. I think it's going to benefit him a lot.
Yeah, and to just piggyback on what he said about Clayton Adams and Connor Riley, Clayton Adams, offensive coordinator, Connor Riley, the offensive line coach, Jerry was talking about hiring those two guys,
right,
and why they hired them and the success that he liked and the things that they did well. And so, Kevin, that might be the reason that he has more success this year, to go on with what Alec just said.
Now, I'm going to go ahead and throw this out there in case things go sideways in the first game, and I don't want to look as stupid. Omarion Hampton, not Ashton Genty, should be the favorite for NFL Rookie of the Year. Look, they also spent a number one pick on him. I know they got Najee Harris. Najee Harris is a spare and already dealing with an eye issue. I know he's going to play. I think they're going to realize really quickly.
He's scheduled to be the starter.
Yeah. For how many weeks? 1, 2. I think they're going to realize that when he maxes out at 3.9 yards per carry or whatever it is, it's Omarion Hampton time.
I think it's an overreaction. Not that he might play for the team. Okay. Not that he might play for the Chargers, but overreaction that he should be the favorite for Offensive Rookie of the Year. I think Ashton Jeanty earned that right immediately. He's going to get tons of carries and tons of opportunities in a Pete Carroll offense who loves to run the ball. And Geno Smith has not put it all together again. So so obviously handing the ball off is going to make life easier for him.
Alec?
I'm right there with you, Corey, because I know, trust me, Kevin, I want this to work because between you and me, I'm going to tell you another secret. I went on Underdog yesterday. I told you about this. I do this during spring training for baseball, and I'm going to start doing it for football now. I did a 6-player long slip where
I love it.
What I did was I took the more or less on some of their season-long stat projections.
Yeah.
And I took the more on Omari.
I like it.
Yards. So I need this to happen.
Spicy.
I agree with Corey that I think Ashton Jeanty might just be in the better situation where, hey, the quarterback might not be as comfortable, so we're going to have him turn around and hand the ball to you instead. So that probably looks to be better for an award-winning season, but I'm hoping the numbers still look pretty.
Why do you hate Ashton Jeanty so much?
I don't. It would be boring if I was like, overreaction reality, Ashton Jeanty is the favorite to win Rookie of the Year. Because you'd look at me and you'd be like, yeah, he is. That's not going to get me anywhere, Corey. All right.
Kevin,
you're going to hate.
I'm going to tell you a secret.
Okay.
You're right.
Okay. You're going to hate this next question and the way it's structured because I'm going to have to explain it because you're going to be like, no, that's wrong.
All right.
NFL overreaction to reality.
I don't get it.
Travis Hunter will play at least 145% of the Jags snaps if you count offense and defense. Now, I already saw the look on your face.
You can only play 100%.
Okay, see, and I knew you were going to say that. So allow me to explain. Assuming you have 100% for offense and a separate 100% for defense, so he could play like 85% of the offensive snaps and 60% of the defensive snaps. I am claiming that counts as 145% of the snaps.
Kevin, I'm going to see your weird question, and I'm going to underreact to it, I guess.
What does that mean?
I don't know. I'm going to overreact to your underreaction. He's going to play 185% of the snaps.
Oh,
because
wow.
I feel
That's
like
a lot.
Now you're taking away guys that play special teams, and I think he might get some special teams too. So you got to add those snaps into the conversation.
You're
maybe
right.
not 185, maybe 165.
I did not add those people in, so that's fair.
So
Alec,
yeah, you got to think about those too.
Twofold. Did you understand my math? And will Travis Hunter play at least 145% of the Jags snaps this year?
So, Kevin, I carried the 1 and I moved the decimal over 2 spots like I was supposed to, I think. And it ended up telling me that this is a reality because I think he's going to sit around 150%. I think he's going to be about 50% defense, and he's going to get all of that work on the offensive side because I think that's where he's more NFL ready right now, and I think that's where they just benefit from him playing more right now in Jacksonville. So, like, somewhere close to 100%. I don't think he plays exactly 100%, but make that math work to where it's about, most of the snaps, if not all of the snaps on offense, and about half on defense.
From the 214, that is not how percentages work, Kevin. I knew I was going to have to sell this. And from the 214, that's some Steiner math right there. Corey, do yourself a favor.
Epsteiner files?
No.
Is that what that means?
Too far.
Okay.
Look up Scott Steiner math promo. But you're going to need to...
I've seen this before.
It's so amazing.
Because in the other guys sitting there going, hold on, that doesn't make any sense.
Oh, yeah. Petey Williams is in the background. And then sometimes he's like, oh, yeah, no, I got it. I agree with you. All right, NFL overreaction to reality. We'll get back to a more grounded idea.
No, I don't know,
right
man.
here.
I like the ungrounded.
Okay. NFL.
Or elevated, as I like to call it.
Oh, my God.
That's what the hipsters call
Overreaction
it.
or reality. The Bills, Ravens, or Eagles will lead the league in points scored. The Bills, Ravens, or Eagles will
the Bills are only going to score 24 points like they did last night. The Eagles are only going to score 24 points like they did last night. I don't think so.
Okay.
I will roll out with yes, one of those two. One of those other two. The Ravens or Bills will do that this year.
Alec, what say you?
I say it's a reality as well, and I will say I'll actually pick a team. I think it's going to be the Ravens. I think that offense is going to continue to roll with Derrick Henry. Lamar Jackson is going to play just as well because that coaching staff has finally unlocked that perfect balance. They really understand him now, and I think it's going to lead to a ton of points being scored.
All right, now this is an individual. NFL overreaction and reality. Bijan Robinson will be unstoppable this season. He said last year's goal was 2,000 yards from scrimmage. He was about 100 yards or so short. There we go. And he's going to make a run at it. I think he's going to be badass this year. He said the goal is to be the best player in the world every time he steps on the field, which is a good goal.
So that he has the ability to be a Marshall Faulk. The ability to be I can catch the ball out of the backfield and give you 1,500 yards.
Yeah.
I can run. I can give you 1,500 yards. Like, he has that ability and to be so much more. And for some reason, they constantly go, but we also like this Terry Algier kid.
Right.
You know, and I'm like, just keep giving Bijan the ball. What's the problem? I think he is always a monster, dude. So I don't think that's an overreaction at all. That's a reality.
Alec?
It's a reality. He's a beast. And I feel like now that they have the quarterback situation squared away and there's not going to be the constant questions of what is this offense going to look like, and the game planning each week is going to be a lot more consistent of, hey, we know ways that we can get the ball to you out of the backfield and pass plays and whatnot because we actually know our quarterback can move and he's not going to be a statue in the backfield because, you know, the injuries caught up to him. I think everything's just going to look a lot more clean, and that's going to lead to more touches for him.
NFL overreaction or reality. The Saints or Browns will be the worst team in the NFL this season.
Oh, reality. I think the Saints are going to struggle mightily. I mean, just the quarterback position itself. I know that Kellen Moore can dial up some really good offenses, but you have to execute those offenses as well. And I think that they're kind of in a talent struggle still, trying to figure out exactly what to do. That being said, I think Alvin Kamara might be a good fantasy player for you this year, you know, because
they're not going to be able to throw the ball.
Yeah, and they'll check down a lot in PPR. That's going to help out, but they'll check down. And then on top of that, he'll get a lot of runs. So, but I think that they're probably destined for it, man.
Alec, what say you?
I think they are destined for it, and I feel bad for Alvin Kamara, but not really because he chose to re-sign there and essentially end his career there. But, yeah, the talent slump is real. I mean, I feel like Corey's player coach idea is not too far rooted in fantasy belief.
Right.
Because at this point, you got to try anything if you want to look like you're trying to be competitive, because I don't think it's even going to be hidden, the fact that they're not really trying this year. The roster that they put out there, just look at their depth chart if you get bored before kickoff on Sunday, and just try to see how many names you recognize and see how many of them that you recognize is because they were relevant 5 years ago.
And then finally, NFL overreaction or reality. An AFC team will win the Super Bowl.
Reality. I think that there are a lot of strong AFC teams still. I'm trying to figure out which NFC team kind of stands out above the rest other than the Eagles at the moment. And the Eagles last night just didn't put a lot of confidence in me that they're the same team yet. They're still talented, but they have to clean some things up. But that might be the best team out of the NFC again. And Kevin, that might be the first time in like 700 years that somebody wins the NFC East in back-to-back seasons.
Yeah, that's true. All right, Alec, wrapping it up with this one, overreaction reality, an AFC team will win the Super Bowl.
If it's not my team that's going to win, I always wanted to be somebody from the other conference. So I'm going to say yes, and I hope it's the Ravens because as a fan of just players in specific, I want the discussion around Lamar Jackson to fade away about what he can do and can't do in the playoffs and the MVP awards and whatnot. I want all of that to disappear because I think he deserves it. I think he's good enough, and I think that team is good enough to win. So my prediction, before week one really gets underway, outside of the game last night, I would probably say the Ravens have the best chance in my mind.
Now, I wanted to throw this out there because we also are doing some shout-outs today from the 817. Shout out to my wife for sexy time after I was extremely sad that my goat dropped the passes.
Oh, man. Hey, we all were very sad about that last night.
Yeah.
My wife was asleep.
Yeah.
So she didn't help me out at all.
Did she go to sleep before the game was over?
She was asleep at like 9 o'clock last
Wow.
night. I was gone, though, so she wasn't there with me. I was out and about doing things. So I can't blame her for that. She has a long day today. My nieces are coming over tonight, dude. She's got work to do.
Okay.
They're my nieces, but she still has to work hard.
Okay. All right. Quick side question for you guys. Since the G-Bag Nation will be out at Globe Life Field today for that start of the series with the Astros, Rangers-Astros, out of the 3 games, how many are the Rangers going to win? How many do you really think they're going to win?
2. I really do think they're going to have great chances to win these first 2. The back-to-backs with Jacob deGrom and Merrill Kelly, as you discussed this morning. I think they have the best chance to win those 2 because those are the best opportunities to have low scores against. And I just don't trust the Rangers to compile a bunch of runs, so you're going to need to have a bunch of goose eggs on the board.
Alec, does 2 out of 3 sound right to you? 2 out of 3 ain't bad.
It's not bad at all. And, Corey, I think you remember we witnessed the clubhouse starting to melt down there in Houston because of a certain pitcher throwing at his catcher. So, I think all signs are pointing towards just absolute implosion there for that Houston club. So I'm not even going to say their name. They don't deserve it. Give me the Rangers taking 2 games.
Bochy desperately wanted to have a conversation about that, but he realized he had to back off because it was somebody else's team. And it was the Astros, but he was hinting. Oh, yeah, definitely something's going on there.
No, I agree with you. Now, a little bit of a mini Forgiveness Friday right here, and we can go more in depth on this if you want. I love Kennedy Landry's articles. I think she's super tapped into the team. But I found this answer fascinating. MLB.com, player with the most approve on each team the rest of the way. Her vote was for Jacob deGrom. So I asked the tough question. Does Kennedy Landry need to ask for forgiveness for saying Jacob deGrom still has something to prove this year?
No, I think he does have something to prove.
Really?
I appreciate what you're saying here, Kevin. There's got to be another player on this team. Jock Peterson.
Josh Smith.
Wyatt Langford. Adolis Garcia. Corey Seager's appendix. There's lots of things.
Oh, that appendix already failed.
It's gone. But I see what she's saying, and I didn't read the rest of what she said. But my presumption is, when was the last time he finished a full season?
19?
Okay.
Maybe?
It's a long time. So to finish this full season healthy would be amazing for him. Like the confidence that goes along with that. By the way, whenever I drop that Bill Parcells quote later, it's going to be about confidence. Just be ready for it. Alec coming up here at 1 o'clock. I think that Jacob deGrom still has that left to prove. He's proven that he can be back to the kind of guy that he was. Now, he's not pitching 9 innings. He's not throwing complete game shutouts and no hitters. But he's proven that he can still be a dominant pitcher when he's on the mound. But finishing out the season healthy is the thing that he still has to prove to himself and to this team and the fan base.
Now, Alec, I need your help with this next one. Because I'm going to say that everyone involved with this needs Forgiveness Friday. But I could also see how I end up being one of the people that watches this. So I'm asking for forgiveness ahead of time for myself as well. For future, Kevin. Everybody involved with this Floyd Mayweather, Mike Tyson
me, Kevin.
farce.
Look at this monster.
Oh.
What is this thing? It's got a chocolate brownie, and it's got sauce all over it, and it's got some whipped cream next to it, strawberries, and it looks so good. Sorry, please forgive me for interrupting. It looked amazing. Thank you very much.
Please forgive me for just giving that to
sorry
you.
about that, Ruben.
Man, did you hear people audibly go, we're not going to give it back?
I'll give it back. Back to you, Kevin, regarding the boxing.
All right. Alec, does everybody involved in this Floyd Mayweather Jr., Mike Tyson farce need to ask for forgiveness?
Yeah, I didn't think we could get much lower than putting Mike Tyson against Jake Paul, and
you saw that he looked terrible in that fight.
Exactly. I was going to say, what are we doing there? But I know exactly what they're doing. They're trying to collect a paycheck, and you know what? Everybody deserves all the money in the world. I'm okay with that. But the ways you go about it, I will judge you, and I will judge you very harshly. This is stupid. This is irritating. As a fan of combat sports, it just feels like a slap in the face because guess what? They know my dumb ass is going to watch it, but it's not going to be anything worth watching. And that's exactly why I'm going to watch it. And then we're going to laugh about it and we're going to talk about it. And then it's going to give MVP Promotions or whoever out there the best reason to say, how about we think of something dumber? But we raise the price and we get more people to watch it. So, yes, everybody deserves forgiveness, including future Kevin and future Alec, because we're going to watch it.
Why don't we put a horse out there against a marsupial?
You know, it's funny that you said that. I was just thinking about, like, would people watch Mike Tyson box a horse or something like
absolutely
that?
we would. Here's the question I have about this. You know what to expect from this, as Alec just said. You know what to expect. If they just told you, and Mayweather at the end he ran a lot.
Sure.
His boxing was different. He was still a sharp technician with his boxing.
Great defensive fighter.
Tyson was known for being a bull.
Yeah.
And so his power was the key to that. If it was two guys that are like at that age and they said, no, this isn't a fight for a belt. This isn't for anything. We just want to get in the ring and show the technique that we have in this sport still. Would that be of interest at all to you to kind of watch a demonstration of two great boxers? Because Tyson can't do that without being the power that he was. But if it was Mayweather and somebody else that had great technique, would that be interesting to boxing fans?
Maybe. I don't. Maybe.
If you're not getting the knockout, I think a lot of people or the expectation of knockout, then people don't really want to be involved.
I'm okay without the knockout, and in fact, future Kevin needs to ask for forgiveness again. Guys, I will not be here in person next Friday for the Friday football feast.
Guess what, though? Guess what?
I'll be on the show, though, live from Las Vegas, getting ready for the Canelo Crawford fight. I almost forgot I'm flying out in 6 days.
Yeah, that's actually not the big surprise. The big reveal is that one Alec Medford will be sitting next to me. Oh man, yeah. So he'll be out with us, out and about as Kevin is in Vegas.
Hurtful that I got booed.
You're doing the whole show from Vegas.
Yes.
It's like we got a lot of work to figure out here. We got some things we got to kind of like figure out. Are you just a guest on the show? I don't know exactly how this is going to go.
Maybe.
Kevin, the one of the best guests on the KNC Masterpiece.
Okay, thank you, thank you very much. For allowing me to be a guest on your show. Maybe it'll be better without me.
No, what are you talking about right now?
Does Caitlin Clark need to ask for forgiveness, or do injuries need to ask for forgiveness? She said she's officially out for the rest of the year.
Isn't their season over next week?
Yeah, but they can make a run at the playoffs. Unlike the Wings.
Yeah, I guess her body needs to ask for forgiveness for not holding up for the full season. I mean, it takes a physical toll to play this game, as they all told her before her rookie season, didn't they?
Do you think the people who don't like her already are going to be like, see, she's soft.
See, look how soft she is. All she can do is shoot three-pointers to the left.
Whoa, man. Whoa, are you? Hold on.
That's
Alec,
what
is Corey a secret Caitlin Clark hater?
I think he is.
Oh, my gosh.
Been very opinionated lately, Majors. What's going on here? First the Philly love, now the Caitlin Clark hate.
I don't know, man.
Well, this is why he gets texts like this from the 469. Corey is still my favorite radio personality ever.
Oh.
Love you too, Kevin, but Alec is moving up the charts as well.
Because Kevin's going to...
Really feels like I'm falling down the list here, but... Congratulations to Corey and to Alec for being very popular and shipping me off to Las Vegas. I humbly accept my punishment.
My niece last night, Kevin, needs to ask for forgiveness.
Oh.
Yeah, I went to drink my water. Evidently, she drank the last of it. And then I went back for my tater tots. She ate the rest of my tater tots. And so I was like, look, you were my favorite niece. And now,
because of that,
right in front of her sister too. So that was kind of a weird situation. But then I was like, you know what? You're going down the rungs just a little bit. Aubrey's making her way up to the top, so she's got some work to do.
That Man, that's a good question.
Maybe a little extra cleanup at the house tonight. I don't know.
Okay, because do people, parents, uncles who rank their children or nieces and nephews need to ask for forgiveness? Because my mom has 4 grandchildren now, and she frequently tells Brandon that he is by far her favorite. And she goes, I love them all, but we got so much time just you and I.
It was definitely.
You're my favorite. And I'm
makes
like,
a lot
oh,
of
in your
sense.
face, Noah.
And he needs that too. I mean, yeah, I definitely tell the boys. I remember they said, hey, who's your favorite? And I said, look, Lucy's the favorite because she's the girl. You boys are both competing for second place. And Avery sat there for a minute, and he looked at me, and he goes, I don't think you're supposed to say that out loud, Dad. And I was like, well, at least you know.
Now, and somebody asked, am I a big boxing fan? Absolutely. I've got Canelo by decision, much like when Canelo tried to move up just a little bit. I thought it was a tiny bit too much for him. I think this is going to be a hell of a fight. Maybe the biggest money fight that boxing has right now.
You get to stay and watch the fight?
Yes.
With Lucius?
Yes.
Dude, that's going to be awesome. Are you going to have the same seats we had last time, or are you hoping to be a little closer?
I hope they're better. Those seats last time were the worst. And then the Wings need to ask for forgiveness. 9-33 is despicable. We're the KNC masterpiece.
One last thing, Kevin. My suggestion to you, if you see a fight break out in the lobby, leave. Don't stand around and potentially get shot, okay?
Right. That is something I hopefully have learned from one of our previous trips to Vegas.
Yep.
We're the KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block, starring Corey Majors.
And Kyle Yeomans, and the quote from Bill Parcells.
Ooh.
Next on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out.
By our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We've been rocking and rolling at Uncle Julio's in Fort Worth off of Camp Bowie all day long. And right now, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors and special guest Kyle Yeomans.
It is
Yeomans.
It is Kyle Yeomans. Kyle, welcome to the show, man. How's it going?
Hey, guys. How are y'all today?
We're doing good. I wanted to. Okay, we'll get to Kevin's.
We lost.
Man,
we have the worst record in the NFL.
Yeah. Well, no, hold on.
Tied for it, for sure.
No, not tied.
You're
for
right. No, yeah,
tied for nothing.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. We are by far the worst team in the NFL right now. That's part of it.
No, I don't really feel that way, but one of the things we've been talking about, I understand the concept of moral victories, especially against a really good team, but this was a game that you absolutely could have, and I guess I might argue should have won.
Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at, and I talked about it on a couple of our shows this morning, but if you would have told me going into the matchup that Saquon Barkley is held to 3.3 yards per carry, A.J. Brown has just one catch for 8 yards. Devontae Smith has 3 catches for 16 yards. And Jalen Carter did not play a single defensive snap all night. I think Dallas wins that football game, especially if CD has 100 yards, your ground game produces a couple touchdowns. I think you look at that and say, yeah, okay, Dallas is either right there in it or they've won that football game. And I think when you go back and you look at the film, and we've been doing that throughout the morning, it's almost infuriating at how close it was, but you also feel pretty good about how close it was and how you did go toe-to-toe with arguably the best roster in the NFL and a team that, of course, was at the mountaintop last year. But, yeah, it's going to hurt for a little bit because you had the opportunity to sneak up on them, to steal one at the beginning of the year, and to possibly set yourself up for a really good start. And with the schedule that's incoming at the back half of the year, you need to take games like that.
Did it not feel kind of like a movie script last night? First off, you got the spit incident. Spit happens is what Kevin likes to call it. Then you have two offenses scoring on every possession. Then you have a second halftime. Like it's all these weird things that happened last night. It was a weird season opening football game. Yeah,
and as soon as the spit happens, whenever it pieced it together, my first thought, and I looked at Isaiah, Barry, and Nate, who were in the studio. I said, "Is this?"
By the way, I was watching y'all's post afterwards. It was really good.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it.
Sorry to jump in there.
Yeah, I looked at them. I said, "Is this what we're in for this year?" We had the weird year last year with the Dak injury and the every crazy thing that happened all the way through the year in 2024, and then you turn around and this is the first play, the first huddle of the entire season, and you've got something like that happen. You're right. It felt like a movie, but it wasn't like an intense, like Friday Night Lights, like inspirational movie. It was more of like a sitcom of what the NFL season could possibly look like going into 25.
You said you've been watching the film. I'm looking forward to checking out the All 22 here shortly. As the defense looked, who were some of your standouts defensively? Because we were kind of having a little conversation. Kenneth Murray, for me, stood out, but he had a bad PFF grade. I thought Kaiir Elam stuck his nose in there defensively to make some tackles as a cornerback. What were some of your thoughts on who the good guys were here last night?
Yeah, I haven't checked out the PFF grades yet, so this is just purely based on what I've seen. Yeah. I thought Kenneth Murray and the linebackers struggled at times, but it was mostly when they were in coverage. And they were forced to be in coverage a lot. Philadelphia did a lot of those shallow crossers, a lot of movement with their tight ends and their slot receivers that kind of challenged the linebackers. And both Sanborn and Murray, when they weren't playing downhill, I thought they struggled a little bit at times throughout that matchup. Not to say they had a bad game. I don't think they had a bad game, but there were just lapses in that. So if that PFF grade is down, that's probably what it would be from.
Yeah, and their strength is definitely, I know for Kenneth Murray, his strength is definitely not in coverage, but stop and run. Yeah.
And they did a good job of that at times, too. The big thing for me and why I wanted to see more from the linebackers, this might have been the best interior defensive line play Dallas has had in years. I don't know if I remember a time where Dallas dominated an offensive line of this caliber with the interior of their defensive line. And they didn't. Saying they dominated is probably a little overzealous, but based on what they've had in the past, that's what it felt like watching the film. Solomon Thomas, Osa Odigizua, Kenny Clark. I mean, all three of those guys played really well on the inside, and my attention kept going right back to Solomon Thomas. I thought there were so many times where he had second or third moves and a part of a combo that worked around a potential blocker and helped either misdirect Saquon Barkley or make the stop entirely at that moment in time. So the way that they played on the interior last night was a big reason why there was an ability to stop the run when it wasn't Jalen Hurts. The big thing is you got to contain Jalen Hurts. The edge rushers, Sam Williams and Dante Fowler Jr., they were rough stopping the run, where I thought there were times where Marshawn Nealon played well stopping the run. So all of these things, bullet points along the way, but those are just some of the notes that I took early this morning.
And in terms of, obviously Sam Williams is one of them. If you get a hold of or you get a piece of the quarterback, you got to finish that. If we're going to be that aggressive. Yeah. Now, what are we to make of, or what do you make of the Cowboys' running game? Because I understand Javonte Williams had 2 rushing touchdowns. Miles Sanders had the big run. I get it that this is not how statistics work. But if you take out that Miles Sanders run, it's 21 carries for 70 yards. And I know Javonte Williams had a couple of hellacious runs where he broke the line of scrimmage after I thought he was done. But what did you think about the overall running game? Because I guess I just thought it was fine.
Yeah, I was kind of right there with you. I loved what they did in the first quarter, and the script that they used in the first quarter was what I wanted to see. It doesn't have to be the big runs, the home run type of carries. It just needs to be 4 or 5 yards a pop, and I thought we got that early. And even Javonte Williams alluded to that in his post-game words, was in his interview. He kind of said, while all of the things were going well in the first half, they kind of took their foot off the gas in the second half.
Yeah.
And you can't allow that to happen. If you're going to establish the run, that's great, but part of establishing the run is making sure it remains consistent through all 4 quarters. They didn't do that yesterday. I think we saw glimpses that they can do that at some point in time. Give credit to Philly defensively without Jalen Carter. I thought they did a good job of still playing fast to the football. Zach Bond was incredible last night at the linebacker spot for Philadelphia. He was plugging holes and running downhill quite a bit too. So I'm interested to see how they take this to a defensive line that's also talented in New York this week. But I'm right there with you, Kevin. I think you need to see more from the run game as a whole.
Yeah, I think the description DeMarco Murray once was he was a train. He's always on time. You need 2 yards, he's getting you 2 yards. You need 7 yards, he's getting you 7 yards. But it was consistency. And that consistency over time. If you only watched the first quarter like I did last night because you couldn't see anything else, then you probably thought that everything looked pretty good.
You know what?
Like, wow, that's a great time. They run the football super good. And then you look back at it and you're like, where did all the yards go?
Yeah.
It's so funny that y'all say that because I would argue if you watch just the first quarter or maybe even just the second quarter or just the second half, you might have 3 totally different narratives of what happened in this game, right?
I think I agree with you. I really do. I think.
Are you sure though, Kyle?
I think he was waiting on. I think he was waiting on me. Yeah.
Nope. I got distracted. I was waiting on Corey there, and I wasn't ready. It's week 1 for everybody, right?
I like it.
I do agree.
Bobby was talking about this morning. The Dak walking by and it looked like a silk romper, singing "Fly Like an Eagle" before the game, intentionally to the media, and how his confidence was very high. And there were times, even the spit happens incident, there were times that I saw this confidence and swagger from Dak that I just had not seen in a while, and I was kind of curious if you kind of saw that was rubbing off on some of the guys. He looked like he had a different energy, and I feel like if that energy comes up for the next 17 weeks, this is going to be a really good season.
No, I'm right there with you. When you've got a quarterback that played like he did last night, you should get a win, and that's not to completely throw it on the receivers and throw it on CeeDee Lamb, the square of what happened in the matchup. But when you go back and like you said, you're looking forward to reviewing the film, just watch some of the throws that Dak made last night. He was dialing it up, and there were a couple times that he missed. I know he's going to want that seam route to Jake Ferguson in the red zone back. That should have been a touchdown. If he floats that to the back of the end zone as opposed to the front of the end zone, Jake doesn't have to turn back to the football and then it clank off of Zach Bond's helmet and falls incomplete. Because Ferguson had Bond beat in that Tampa 2 coverage, and if Dak puts that on the back of the end zone, that's the touchdown. He'll want that throw back. He'll want a couple throws back. But for the most part, Dak was accurate. His footwork was solidified. He was able to be mobile when he needed to be mobile. Saved a couple plays because of that. There was the one play where he had to break contain, get outside the pocket, kind of rolling footwork square to the line of scrimmage, and then throw it downfield. I can't remember if it was Tolbert or Lamb off the top of my head. I think it was Lamb. But it was a first down gain after just evading all sorts of pressure, working through traffic, and then avoiding the pressure that was getting closer and closer off the right side. It's just that type of stuff that is going to make Dak what he was in 2023 when he was second in MVP voting. I was very impressed with him last night. I thought he played well enough to win that game. I know a lot of people are going to still put it on the quarterback, and there are wins and losses for quarterbacks, and he's not going to make any excuses. But at least one game down, check the box for Dak. I think he looked great, and I think he'll get better from there.
I don't think you have a disagreement from this show about how he looked. We could always want more. According to Dove Kleiman, since 2020, CeeDee Lamb leads the NFL with 35 drops. Should the Cowboys cut him now or wait until later to cut him?
You said what year was that?
Since 2020.
Yeah, that's kind of a huge stat just to think about it. And I know you're making a joke about
he had one season that was pretty rough. Last year was exceptional.
Yeah. I still hate that though, because since 2020, I would argue he's one of the more targeted receivers in the NFL. Period. Right? I mean, since he entered the league. So from before 2020, you can't throw anybody else into the mix, and all of a sudden you've got all 5 of those. That means he's going to be at the top of the list of most targeted in that draft class too. I don't like stats like that where you try and make it from the moment they entered the league. Now, if you want to say over the last couple years, then sure.
And we can go to last night specifically too, if you want. Yeah, we can go last night specifically. That was rough.
Now, right?
Yeah, well,
that's a good point. That is a good point.
I guess that's I don't expect him to not bounce back from that.
Yeah, I don't either. I think he's going to be just fine. And even I was impressed last night the way that he took accountability for it post-game. And he talked through, he said, that's not a part of who I am. That can't be acceptable. That's not what I'm here to do. And as much as I agree with him, I like the way that he hit it after the fact. And he said, I'm not going to hide from any of this. I'm going to attack this head on, and I'll be better next time around. Because at the end of the day, making grabs like that, whether it's tough and contested or not, that's going to decide who is an elite receiver in this league and who is just a good receiver in this league. CeeDee has shown us before he has what it takes to be an elite receiver. He showed it at times last night to get to 120 yards, but those 4 drops and 2 in massive situations, that's going to be what people remember, and I think that's what CeeDee will remember.
Yeah, I think you did a great job defining the entire thing right there, Kyle. Thank you very much for your time today, good sir. Have a wonderful one. We really appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Y'all have fun out there. See you next week.
Yes, sir. Kevin, I wanted to get this quote in since I promised it all day.
You did.
Since I forgot it earlier because it's one of my favorite quotes that I forgot.
Oh, no.
Bill Parcells. Confidence is only born out of demonstrated ability.
Yeah.
It is not born of anything else. You cannot dream up confidence. You cannot fabricate it. You cannot wish it. You have to accomplish it. And I think that's where, like, confidence in yourself. I did it. I know I can do it. Confidence to a coach. The coach has confidence in you. I've seen him do it. I know he can do it. And then you have the trust that it can happen. That's the quote that I've been holding on to all day for you, Alec.
I like that quote, too. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, what football game are you most looking forward to this weekend? Plus some Masterpiece of the Week, probably some more Cowboys. All of it next right here on The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, a pepper lady? Basil babes.
Saffron squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron squad?
of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
56 seconds in the half. They will run a draw to Barkley up the middle. Broke a tackle, broke 2 tackles. Touchdown, Barkley.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We are live from Uncle Julio's in Fort Worth off of Camp Bowie where...
How are the fajitas, buddy?
Oh, my gosh. That fajita meat is so frickin' good, man. From the 2-1-4, Dak locks in on one receiver every game. And this is one of the things, I think it goes back to what Kyle was saying about the quarterback probably getting a certain amount of the blame no matter what. I think he was right to lock in on CeeDee Lamb yesterday. I thought CeeDee Lamb was open time and time and time again. And if he makes those catches, everyone will be like, what a genius decision to lock in on that wide receiver.
I think you're dead on with that assertion. I also agree with Broadus on the idea of find the scrub, and that is a Vach Lombardi special right there. Find whoever the weakness is on defense, mark them, go at them over and over and over until the opponent says, well, we got to cover for that. And then you say, okay, now where's the weakness? And last night, Adoree Jackson was the one that Broadus identified as the weakness on their team.
Sure.
And he was like, they just did not go at him enough. And that's kind of frustrating because there were a lot of times where maybe Pickens was matched up on him. And I haven't watched the All-22 to see if they were bracketing Pickens, leaving CeeDee Lamb in one-on-one coverage against Mitchell. But that would definitely be my approach next time is find, because Dak's probably going, instead of find the scrub, find the one-on-one coverage.
Yeah.
And if I have one-on-one coverage, that was the old Dan Buckner at Allen. Hey, if they're one-on-one, we throw to Dan Buckner. Otherwise, we throw to somebody else.
From the 940, when Kevin orders fajitas, does he ask for only the meat?
He did.
Yes.
He said it's only meat and cheese, correct?
That is exactly
I'll be honest,
how
Kevin,
that played out.
They brought it out with the meat on top of onions and bell peppers, and I thought for a second, is that going to frustrate him?
Yeah.
But I want you to know something right now. Since you didn't eat the bell peppers or the onions, that meat was more flavorful because of it.
I agree with that.
There you go.
I do. All right.
Show me your meat.
What?
Not yet. We're not doing that segment yet.
What football game are you most looking forward to this weekend? I have to admit, I'm not overly enthralled. I hope Carter doesn't kill me for this.
With the college slate.
I'm not overly enthralled with the college slate. I do probably Baylor SMU would be tops on my list because SMU is a favorite, a slight favorite, but a favorite nonetheless. It's a local game. And then Baylor, I put trust in what Carter says. I know tough opener against Auburn, but that was his team to win the Big 12. So I think that should be a really good game. And then I like Michigan and Oklahoma, but I have to admit, like, especially compared to last week, which is just unfreaking believable. One of the best slates in college football history to open the season. This college slate, that's all right.
Yeah, I agree with you. I kind of look at it. I really do like the Baylor SMU game for multiple reasons. You brought them up right there, just to see SMU's continued growth. The NFL slate has a few more that I would say I want to stick on. Tonight's YouTube game that everybody can see on YouTube, obviously, is going to be on YouTube. It's
Brazil.
The Chiefs and the Chargers going at it in Sao Paulo. But, Kevin, who can get away from this Steelers-Jets game? Aaron Rodgers going up against his long history New York Jets. Because of the long history he has there. And Justin Fields, can he take over for the legendary Aaron Rodgers, who spent so many years in New York getting that team to where they are?
No, he didn't. Alec, I'm going to go to you. Do you give two S's about Steelers and Jets? Because I did not.
Well, it's kind of shocking that you don't, Kevin, because we know that, there's...
All right.
There's definitely...
Right.
There's premise for it, I promise, and I have it right here.
I'm a huge Steelers fan.
So that is true. That is true.
I'm surprised that you don't care, because I don't care. I really don't. Am I going to watch it because I'm a sicko? Probably.
Probably so.
Now that I get.
Yeah, because I just missed NFL football so much. But if you want to watch real hoops, some real football, Ravens-Bills. Oh, boy. In
That's
week
the big one.
in week 1, we are getting treated to that. We get the big NFC East rivalry matchup to kick off the season, and then to be one of the final 2 games ending week 1.
Okay.
Ravens-Bills. Whoo.
Do you think there's a very similar strategy happening in the time slot before with Lions-Packers? Because I'm with you there. Lions-Packers.
I was just going to say that was my real game.
Okay.
Because obviously the Micah Parsons interest to see what he does if his back lets him play. And then what are the Lions?
So Lions-Packers feels similar to Ravens-Bills to me in terms of those teams might be 2 and 3 in their respective conferences behind Kansas City and Philly, at least just to start the season. But they all seem like they could be potential Super Bowl contenders, certainly playoff teams. And Alec, to your point, I'm probably more in on Ravens-Bills, but I think it's really cool that both of those games you get like almost essentially back-to-back. Another thing to keep an eye out on, Baltimore is a 1.5-point favorite despite the fact that they're on the road against the Bills.
They love themselves some Baltimore in Vegas. I think the Giants and Washington game is obviously can Jaden Daniels pick up where he left last year?
Right.
Continue that kind of offensive onslaught that they had. Is that Dan Quinn defense going to put something on Russell Wilson that makes them go to their second quarterback? And could that be Jackson Dart earlier than we expected? Like, there's a lot of potential things that could go on in that game. I'm very oddly and weirdly connected to the Buccaneers and Falcons game. Because, I have Baker Mayfield for the first time ever in fantasy football. My new team name is now Bake It Till You Make It.
I like that.
Because it was once Parsons of Interest, and now I just don't want to do that anymore. But seeing Michael Penix out there against Baker Mayfield, it's football season now, so I'll say it correctly. Seeing him out there against Baker Mayfield, and can they match? Baker Mayfield was phenomenal last year offensively. So can he bring that back to it, and can Atlanta keep up? So that's another game that I think I wouldn't typically be interested in, but A, fantasy football, and B, Michael Penix completely changed my mind about it.
By the way, because I don't want to leave this out, because we talk about games at all levels from the 972, I'm looking forward to the Duncanville South Oak Cliff game.
Yes.
If you want to check, I think that's going to be on WFAA Plus, I believe is what I just saw. And then I'm at Uncle Julio's. Can I meet you guys? Definitely, especially if you just wait till the break. Absolutely.
What if they're at the wrong Uncle Julio's? What if they just went to Uncle Julio's?
They asked if there was still space available, so I bet they're at the right one.
Okay, gotcha.
So, yeah, we're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and now it's time for Masterpiece of the Week.
She said, list this.
Gentlemen, long time no speak. How are we doing?
I can't look the people in the eyes during this segment.
Oh, this is wonderful because
I have to look away.
I am currently staring, since the G-Bag Nation is at Globe Life Field, I'm staring into a room that has nobody in it, so I don't have to feel bad for anything that I play here, because it's time for Masterpiece of the Week, where we revisit the wild, wacky, and oftentimes very concerning things said on this very program. And guys, once upon a time you heard of Mike's Piece of the Week. How about Major's Piece of the Week this week? It's going to be very Corey forward.
This is going to be fun.
Oh, for you.
And for everybody else.
That's right. But we do have a tradition, guys, of picking on people who are not here to defend themselves. And we have 2 people that fit that mold.
One of them better be Daniel.
We have Daniel, E-Steve, as we call him around these parts, or Sean Sharif.
Oh, let's play Sean first.
All right, so this happened during Crosstalk today, and I think he was describing a friend of the show, Jacob Ray, and got very descriptive.
That nice Chicago stroke.
Oh, my goodness. That's the real Italian beef, you know what I'm saying?
All right.
That's what I'm saying.
That's from the Bear, the original. Yeah,
exactly.
I like it.
This is probably an awkward time, but I want to make sure I don't forget. Hey, shout out to Franklin. He turned 9 yesterday. His dad was here, wanted him to wish him a happy birthday. So I just wanted to throw that out there.
I wanted to throw this out there, too. My favorite thing ever was being in my car for Masterpiece of the Week last week, since I wasn't here. and hearing you guys make Kyle Yeoman so incredibly uncomfortable was my favorite thing ever. That was awesome.
He's a good sport.
He was. He did go along with the bit, but I like how he was like, it's fun to listen to, but being part of it, it's a different experience.
I can see why this segment's popular. I don't like being in it, though.
CW33's Daniel Esteve.
Pause. Hold on. Before you play this cut, I just want to know if people heard this in the moment. Because when he said it in the moment, I was like, wait, what now? It is very explicit.
Yeah, and, Friday nights can be fun for anybody, I guess.
Seems like every time we've gone down on the Texas Rangers.
Oh, my gosh. What are you doing right now? That was a misplacement of words.
Mm-hmm.
You're not supposed to say those words
So you think
that way.
How well do you really know Daniel? We've only hung out with him a few times.
I guess you got a good point there.
You'd be like, who's next?
What are you doing?
I don't know. That's too far. Alec, you're going to say too far.
You
I
said
know.
my Epsteiner joke was too far.
Okay, now I like it. I changed my mind.
What are we doing? All right.
New information has been presented.
Gabe and Garland tweeted me and said that he really liked the Epsteiner joke. So
okay.
I appreciate it.
All right.
I do.
More dangerous than the other two.
Jeez. There were a couple entrants from when I was not here on Tuesday out sick, and I'm going to call this a new subcategory. Corey gives life advice. Here's piece of advice number 1.
Dude, come on. Keep your mouth to yourself.
It's true. Dude, listen.
That makes sense. Jalen Carter should have listened.
Absolutely.
Should've.
Keep whatever's in your mouth to yourself. Keep your mouth to yourself. If nobody really, they'll tell you if they want your mouth.
Huh. Do we need to play Daniel's cut again?
And that was that was about Luis Suarez, by the way, who he has been known to bite. And did you say he spit on somebody? Is that what he did? So
yes,
we have 2 spitting incidents in 1 week.
What is this, the movie Sinners? Come on.
Yeah. That was so gross.
Yeah,
that movie's awesome. That movie is awesome, by the way.
It is an awesome movie.
Spitting was so 2 months ago. And then, Corey, you also said this.
Don't compare yourself to dogs.
Oh, man, that's a great point.
I don't know why I said that, but if you're a human, it's probably smart to compare yourself to you, all right, and not dogs or other humans.
Why are you comparing yourself to you?
Because
spoiler alert, it's a tie.
We got to focus on we got to focus on ourselves, not other people, and trying to keep up with the Jones eye.
All right.
Huh. Corey, if you were a dog, what kind would you be?
Probably just a sweet old puppy, Just
a puppy is not a kind of dog.
It's not a kind of dog.
Not the answer I was looking for.
Probably a very loyal golden retriever. I think I would just be a very good golden retriever. He's a good boy if he is.
I don't
I'd
like
be
that.
a cross between a bulldog and a Shih Tzu.
I know where you're going there, and Corey, you know what? I'll answer what I would be for you.
A dog Sue?
A dog Sue?
Yeah, sure. That's totally what Kevin Hageland, of all people, is going for.
Oh, what is that supposed to mean?
I'll tell you during the break. But Corey, I would be a bulldog because I'm short and stocky. There you go. There's your short joke for the day. You're welcome.
I haven't made a short joke in 8 months.
I know. I was gone for a long time, so I had to hit your quota for you, Corey.
I could see Alec as a bulldog. I'm thinking about it right now.
I appreciate the validation in my thought process there,
no
and not just Corey's
Alec
thought process.
Often? You often imagine Alec?
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, okay.
I didn't say in a weird way.
Do we need to play the
I think about you, too. I told you, I had a dream about us messing up the clock once, and I was like, Alex, was that dream today's show? So I have dreams about weird things.
All right.
Oh, well, I'm going to save that one, too. Corey, this, again, with the context, it makes sense, but I just feel like this is what you're going to say every time the Cowboys win.
Yeah, your team got destroyed, all right, by America.
That was was that about handball? No, what was that? What was that sport that we were whooping everybody at?
It was the game, that sport.
Lacrosse.
Lacrosse. We're amazing at lacrosse, dude.
Yeah.
We're so good. We beat people by 20 points a game or whatever, 20 goals or 20 wickets. I don't know what we call it, but we do. We're really good at it.
Well, Kevin, you only have one entry this week.
By America.
That sounds about right.
And, all right. Jeez, we're pushing the line.
What do you mean? I meant about the show.
And no, I ran the tape on yesterday's controversial moment.
Oh, no.
And I didn't hear it.
Yes!
So I let that
In your
one
face,
pass.
Charizard.
I let that one pass. But this one might have been worse.
But then when you get the fancy, like you just pull it down and it's like, oh, perfect every time.
Oh, man. I understand that. You're right. It is, kind of moment.
What was I talking about?
I'm pretty sure you know. But yeah, it's like there's like this golden halo surrounding it and everything. I get it.
Corey thinks very highly of himself after going to Men's Tea Clinic. Look at that.
Man, this is really going to bother me. I do not know.
You sure do.
What I was talking about.
That's for me to know and you to find out.
Son of a gun.
Best of luck.
Corey's just going to continue to incriminate himself, though, because he did say this.
We enter in the rear. Like, that's what we do.
In my neighborhood.
Oh! Plano ladies.
Pineapple.
Or men.
In my neighborhood, we don't park in the front very often. All of our garages are in the back side of the house, in the alley. And so we go into the house through the garage door in the alley.
I don't know if you've heard the phrase, it's business in the front, party in the back.
Yes. One of our guests said that recently.
You're not
It was Tony Casillas yesterday.
Oh, okay.
He was saying, he was saying that they used to call certain games mullet games.
Okay.
Because they would be business early and then party at the end of them. And when he said it, I was like, I don't know what he's talking about. And then I figured it out. Good job, Tony Casillas.
Well, Corey, in this one, you were talking about your business, it sounds like.
Do you have a hot mouth like me?
Oh, man. That is.
I have heard you say that numerous times, though. That doesn't shock me, just because I'm aware.
Yeah,
of your
I
thoughts.
eat ice cream very fast. I wouldn't say, Kevin, you've seen me chug beers.
It's unbelievable.
I would say I chug beers faster than I eat ice cream, but I do have I think the temperature of my mouth, whenever compared to ice cream, the ice cream just can't handle my mouth.
Well, you know what else might not be able
Douglas
to?
over here.
Yeah, I think you might have mentioned somebody who likes the hot mouth here.
And my wife's always like, how did you do it? And I'm just like, my mouth must be warmer than everybody else.
Oh, my God.
I wish there was a scientific way to go about this. I don't know. Maybe my tongue is wider and it just there's more surface area.
Which is also a good thing.
I don't know about that. But, yeah, ice cream. I love it.
Great PSA.
That was what I was supposed to take away from that? Okay.
It's not what I took away.
Just do it, right? Is that the...
Yeah, that is. That's what I took away.
So, I'm sorry, Alex, is that the last one?
Yes.
Okay. So, Corey, you said a lot of things.
It's about mouths.
About mouths. But they were all focused on only one person.
That's right.
Instead, I'm going to vote for the man who is ready to literally take one for the team. From the CW.
What are you doing?
Go ahead and play that one more time.
Wrong. Seems like every time we've gone down on the Texas Rangers.
Oh, my gosh.
Well, they don't steal as many bases.
He's such a
Their
nice
legs
guest.
are tired. No, he is.
Yes.
He is, but that is what he said.
You know what? And everybody that comes on this show understands that they're fair game.
Feels like we should be winning this division.
Corey, vote.
I'm going to go with keep your mouth to yourself.
Oh, man. I'm trying to find that one.
Yeah, I said a lot of mouth things
Yeah, you
this
did.
time.
You really did.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's too many things named mouth. Here it is.
Dude, come on. Keep your mouth to yourself.
Yes, exactly. That's what we tell our children.
Yes.
Very.
Nobody wants an unsolicited mouth.
It's true.
That's true. And you know what? I'm going to leave it up to the people because I feel like there was a very underrated entrant this week, and it was Kevin Hageland.
But then when you get the fancy, like you just pull it down and it's like, oh, perfect every time.
All right. Hit us up on Twitch.
I still don't know what you were talking about.
I don't either.
That's tough.
YouTube, the Frankel and Frankel injury attorney text line. Daniel, Corey, or Kevin, who is your winner for Masterpiece of the Week? Coming up next, we'll throw it out to Globe Life Field to chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Sanders stays at running back. Receiver Tolbert in motion to the right. And Prescott gave it to Sanders, and the ball came out. It's picked up by the Eagles. And Quinyon Mitchell recovered it at the 25-yard line.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing. Let's take things out to Globe Life Field to chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Amazing, Hagee. How are you?
Man, I'm doing all right. There's been a lot of positivity today, but also some frustration that they didn't close it out. Are Wolchuk and Broadus hanging in there? Because I know I was listening to you guys after the game last night, and I said I had hopes and prayers for you, and then a weather delay really threw that into chaos. What were some of y'all's top takeaways from the game, if for some reason people weren't listening to y'all afterward?
Yeah, it was a missed opportunity there, certainly. And I know Broadus got up at 6 a.m., watched the film. Luckily,
Wow.
NFL Plus actually got that thing up pretty quickly, so I was able to watch the All-22 as well. But
Good for you.
Anytime Jalen Carter doesn't play a snap and defensively you're able to do as well as they did in terms of the coverage, limiting A.J. Brown, didn't have a target until the final drive of the game, and the way the offense played. I mean, I thought that the running game, what they were able to do, if you had a better runner, you probably end up having more in that running game. But that's exciting moving forward. I thought Dak was really, really good, but it comes down to you can't have Miles Sanders fumble. I think Dak certainly would like to throw to Ferguson back, where if he throws it to the back of the end zone instead of underthrows him where Bond can make the play, then that's a touchdown. But CeeDee Lamb did have some big-time drops, and you're paying. I mean, he did. Ferguson dropped a touchdown too, but I mean that is easier said than done when you're about to get your head taken off. Some would call that a hospital ball, but that's one where it's like, damn, man, that was a lot of positives to take away. But you had a chance to go in there and steal one from the Eagles, and I just hope it doesn't come back to bite them at the end of the season.
Yeah, I kind of feel like though that the unfortunate thing is when you start to talk about the Miles Sanders fumble is your best offensive lineman missed the block, where his man was the one that knocked the ball loose. You know, you don't feel like that Tyler Smith, you know, if you want to say that maybe Steele didn't get his guy or Guyton didn't get his guy particularly buttoned up, but it was your best lineman. And that's the sad thing about it. And you mentioned the stuff with Lamb as well and some of those. He had an incredible game. And then all of a sudden they run a slant, he has a drop, and then it kind of snowballed from there for him. But, you know, when your best players aren't making plays for you, it's hard to win football games that way. And I don't think you're ever going to go to Philadelphia and have a better shot of winning a football game than you did last night. You know, I think everything was kind of lining up for you. The defense kind of figured out some things, and you know, after the weather delay, you know, good for them to kind of do that. You know, all of a sudden the edges were playing a little bit better. They were playing a little bit better, more of contain. You know, the secondary I thought was really good in that game. So, yeah, there are a lot of positive things, but, man, if your best players are going to go through the season not making plays, this is going to be a very, very average football team.
Chiafalo and Dawson, y'all's thoughts?
I'm feeling good, man. I was really, really pleased with the offense and especially the way Schottenheimer went ahead and attacked it with the vision that he laid out, and he dropped it on us pretty hard.
Can I ask you guys a question on that? Why did I feel like his first 15 were really good?
Yeah.
You know, and then all of a sudden we didn't see the orbit motions. We didn't see the return motions. We didn't see the motion on top of the motion. It's like he went into, like, he spent the whole summer kind of coming up with the first 15, and then it turned into, okay, you needed something after the weather delay, and you really didn't have anything. You couldn't get that back going. I felt like his first and second quarters were really good as a play caller.
Yeah.
And after the weather delay, I didn't see the creativity that we'd seen like early in that football game, and that bothered me a little bit.
For the totals for the game, I think they would have had the fourth highest motion if they had done that rate last year. So big step in the right direction from when they were third lowest in the NFL last year in motion. I'm optimistic. I think the division's in play. I think the entire coaching staff on both sides of the ball showed that they're capable of making adjustments better than any of the previous administrations that we've had in my time covering the team. So I'm optimistic, even though it was disappointed. It was a fun game.
Broadus, just real quick, are you worried then that Shoddy maybe has a shallow creative playbook?
I wouldn't say shallow because he showed some creativity off the jump, but you wonder first game, he was always telling us he's going to have surprises and things like that. I felt like, though, to me, as you watch this game on tape, they played pretty stationary. One motion maybe. There wasn't the the creativity in the running game. It went trap. It went behind the trap. They were doing things, I felt like, early in that football game that were like, oh, well, here's some things that we worked on this summer, and we're throwing them out there. Oh, we didn't see this during training camp. I just didn't see him putting a lot of pressure in that after the weather delay on this Philadelphia Eagle defense. I just didn't see, the thing. It was pretty, let's try and run the ball, and then some of the routes, the all curls, the hooks and things like that, the slants. He on 4th and 2, that was probably his most creative play when they switched the routes to try and get the pick. They had the underneath if they wanted to throw it, to Turpin, but he went for the home run ball, and good for him. But that was, to me, there needed to be more of that after that fumble. It's kind of like the offense turned into something that was like last year's offense a little bit.
Some forced throws.
Yeah.
Like the Schoonmaker one where, he's not open, and you're trying to force it to him along the sidelines. I also, I don't know that there was some confusion, it seemed like. There was one time CeeDee and Jake Ferguson are going to line up, and Ferguson's asking CeeDee Lamb, what am I supposed to do?
Yeah.
Tolbert, I think, is in the wrong place when that CeeDee drop happens down the field. Jalen Tolbert is a yard away from CeeDee Lamb. So I'd love to know, did Tolbert run the wrong route? To me, it seems like Jalen Tolbert's a net negative when he's on the field. He sure as hell isn't blocking, and I don't know that I can trust him where the hell to be. So I don't know what the point of Tolbert is on the team.
Honestly, I didn't know what Pickens was doing, that rodeo move that he made. He was bulldogging at the national finals.
Yeah, you saw him some of the old Steelers stuff on the field. He wanted to yank Quinyon Mitchell's knee in the back of the end zone after that one flag. Thank God he didn't, but you could see a little bit of that not good competitive nature from George Pickens to boil over. And I'm sure over the course of an 8 or 17 game schedule, we're probably going to get a couple of those moments.
What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold as always, Hagee, 4.5 hours worth of Nick Harris Star Telegram at 4. Of course, what you drink and what you think at 5 o'clock. And we'll be talking Rangers, Astros, getting ready for this sweep here at the Globe.
G-Bag Nation live from Globe Life Field. Next, we'll be back on Monday, 10 to 2, right here on The Fan.
Good night, Kevin.
Good night, Kevin.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go, Hour 1, G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. We are live at the Globe for the next 4.5 hours. Rangers pregame's coming up at 6:30, so we will we'll spend some time talking about them and some important messages to pass along to you. We have Cowboys chatter coming up here in just a moment. Our reactions to last night's 24-20 loss to Philadelphia and how you feel about it. Your texts are welcome at 877-881-1053. General at your service. You see me, bear me. NA up here, Comerica backyard, suite level center field, basically, if you want to come say hi on your way to the game, that'd be cool. Brian Broaddus, former Cowboy scout, Super Bowl champion, already watched the film. Lucius Alexander's in the Pimp Cup, back home master control, 75 and fits you, keeping the Gators down best he can, fixed to go 4.5 flawless. You got Wolchuk and Chiafalo here. Wolchuk has watched the All-22. It's posted on NFL Plus. You have Carter Freeman coordinating your video. Ramon Cruz, remote engineering here live at the Globe. I think the Rangers are testing out some new tunes or some new speakers or something. We've got the Natural. Was that Freebird or was that something else that came through as well? We got some good high volume tunes in the background throughout today's show, I believe, as well.
Yeah, you got me.
There's some more.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of what that was. I don't think it was Freebird, but it was one of those Skinner tunes.
Yeah.
It wasn't "Give Me 3 Steps" or anything like that. It was. But yeah, I got to go back and see. I'm usually pretty good with those Skinner songs,
Yeah.
but
I should have come to you. I know it's a banger.
Off the jump, I should have identified that, yeah.
Well, right off the jump here at 877-881-1053, leave your name and city you're texting from. We'd love some of your feedback. Big picture reaction, I was overall encouraged. You know, I think last night looked like a team that could win the division. I think coaching staff's heading in the right direction. Dak played great. You know, I think Javonte Williams is something. The adjustments the defense made to come out the way they did in the second half and get a stop, but then even after the weather alert thing, there was I think Saquon touched it 7 times and had 1 yard.
Yeah.
You know, so I thought we saw some really cool stuff last night, and compared to where we were last year, and I think this is a developmental type of year where you're building towards something, so you need to start getting encouraging signs. Like it didn't snap your fingers and here's the Super Bowl with Jimmy Johnson. Took a couple of years, and I think we're now in like 1991.
I love that. Yeah, I mean, from a big picture standpoint, I like that. I mean, Shotty had the guys ready to play. The physicality was there. I loved it from the jump. I mean, what a crazy start to the game. Carter's getting kicked out. We're spitting on each other, and we're pushing and shoving. We're not going to get punked. Love the way Maris Leofau was cracking heads out there a little bit. Guys flying around. Fergie was his usual nasty self. You just saw guys like. It felt like the real a toughness rivalry that, I don't know, it's been a little bit of a missing ingredient, I think, for the Cowboys for a long time. The physicality was there, and so I thought it was a really, really nice start to the season. I don't know if I'll say moral victory, but to some extent, CeeDee Lamb's not dropping balls like that.
Yeah.
Generally speaking, and even bigger than all of that, Dak was like the best version of himself.
He was.
He looked really dang sharp
Dak
last
was
night.
really good.
Yep.
And I think they need to get more Maris Leofau. The fact that he only had 6 snaps
That's
out
crazy.
of a possible 62, he needs to be in there over Damone Clark and Kenneth Murray. Like, Murray tackles, which I appreciate, but coverage, you could see there was a little bit of some struggles there. And I felt like Jack Sanborn was in position to make more plays, and it was just a lack of finish sometimes, or maybe the footing was bad. I think he slipped on one play.
Barkley will do that to you
He
a little
will.
bit.
He sure will. And he sure got Kenneth Murray on one that was a poster play there for Barkley. But I do think this offensive line I'm super pumped about. Like, they've got something special for the future with those three in the middle, with Tyler Smith, Cooper Beebe, and Tyler Booker. And I thought Booker in his debut, it was really impressive for the most part. There were a couple of snaps, even for Beebe. He gave up some pressures up the middle, that one that Dak has to fight out of. He ends up picking up 3 yards. But the way that they were able to get push inside, that's something that travels, and that's something that's going to get better throughout the year. I think Guyton and Steele, solid. There were definitely some moments there, especially like Steele, I thought, pass protection didn't hold up quite, didn't hold up a block there.
Yeah.
The tight ends, I think, and they played a lot of 13 personnel.
Yeah.
I didn't realize that watching the game, Brian, but going back and looking, I was like, damn, they are using a lot of Spanford, Schoonmaker, and Fergie on the field at the same time. Even some Lipke, like all 4 of them out there to try and run the ball.
Yeah, I think to me, if you said the positivity, I think you went through with the offensive line and all that, the negativity on my side of it was these linebackers aren't good enough right now. I know it's week 1, but
talent disparity.
There's a problem. I mean, if you're going to get guys that are going to run under blocks and stuff, and we'll see with Jack Sanborn and stuff like that. And there were a couple of times where he did that. I didn't know what happened when you're watching the touchdown run that the one that Saquon Barkley had, his run. I don't know what Murray was thinking. I don't know what Murray was seeing. He just stayed stationary and let the men come right into him. Didn't flow, didn't move, the reactions I didn't think were great with this crew. I didn't think they tackled particularly well as a group, and I think that's going to be kind of a little bit of something you got to keep an eye on. I think Kenny Clark is as good as advertised.
Absolutely.
I think his ability, they did a really good thing of kind of moving him around, but the power that he played with inside, I think, was something that they could absolutely build on from there. The edges there.
Yeah.
Fowler, there was too many times where I felt like that he was trying to play, when we talk about hero ball, you go inside, you take it, instead of playing contain, you spin inside, and next thing you know, you're pinned. Mm-hmm. You've got outside contained. I think there was some scheme problems that they had with their edges. And that's why some of the things that you saw with the quarterback's ability to run was, okay, I've got outside responsibility, but now I take my rush inside against against Jordan Mailata, and now he's pinned me. He's going to hold you every single time when you go inside. That's why we were talking about it leading up to this. You have to attack him on the edge, because if you show his weakness on the edge, officials call that. They see him leaning. They see him grabbing. When you go straight into him, and this happened with Fowler a bunch, and it happened with Donovan Ezaraku, and he's a rookie. So he's going to – there was a couple of times after the weather delay where they were able to break him down, and that way you're like, okay, why not? Why not in the first quarter? Why not in the second? Why did you just rush inside, and just let him pin you to the edge or pin you inside? So to me, I think it's for Ezaraku, it's a learning experience. For Fowler, it's like, what the F are you doing?
Right. Yeah.
Your responsibility is outside gap. You can't go flying down in there and spin inside, and then they just pin you, and now the ball comes to the edge.
Yeah.
There are just so many things that they were not very good at the first 2.5 quarters, and then all of a sudden that hour in that locker room, Flew said, listen, guys, if I tell you to play outside D, play outside D. Don't go down inside. Don't try and be a hero. They looked much better. Now, on the flip side of that, what happened to the offense? What happened to their ability to the way they were moving the football, the way they were kind of being creative, the way that Dak – I mean, as the game wore on, the twist stunts started to be a problem for the Cowboys' offensive line.
Yeah.
And they got everybody leaning. And when they get everybody leaning, there's going to be some problems there. But they were not – it just wasn't the same. It didn't seem like it was the same type of, okay, let's set this up. Let's do – that creativity that we saw in the first two quarters of the game up until halftime, you're like going, wow, okay, Shoddy is trying to do some things different. But they did. They reverted back to some of those things in that third and fourth quarter that were like last year's offense that was just it got them in trouble. It was just so bland that they could not move the football. And Philadelphia was like, fine, if you're going to do that, we're going to twist this front. We're going to make you have to block us this way, and we're going to try and defend you. And they were able to do that.
Yeah, that's to me is the biggest problem. And it's kind of it's tough because once you get into hurry up, once you get into a 2-minute or 4-minute offense, time is of the essence, and you don't necessarily have time for all the motions and the misdirections and everything that you want to set up. But that was the case well before then as well.
Well before. I thought the best play he called after the weather delay was the 4th down play.
The 4th and 3.
Yeah, the 4th.
Where they hit Lamb down the sideline.
Yeah, that was that. To me, that was I was thinking, where is that? Where's that on your play sheet on that massive?
Yeah. The binder.
Yeah, that why are you not circling like, okay, I'm kicking their ass on this motion. I'm kicking their ass with this combination of routes. You did not get, to my opinion, you didn't get Pickens involved enough. No. You didn't get Turpin involved enough. It was like that kind of went back to the 2-man game of Ferguson seam and then trying to throw the ball to CeeDee. Not a problem, but hey, you've got other weapons that you could have used in this football game, and I didn't see that. Once that fumble hit, the offense as we knew it was non-existent for what we'd seen up until the fumble.
Okay, so some things to build on, but I think overall, schematically, I'm encouraged. Game one
won that game.
Shoddy's probably looking at that and saying, well, how did we get away from this stuff so much in the second half? We got to make sure that we don't let the game get away from us and forget what's going to give our quarterback a decision-making advantage.
Quarterback played very, very well.
He did.
He played very, very well, and he hung in there. When he had a clean pocket, he hung in there. When he had to roll to his left, he made some really very good throws.
He was accurate. He was able to hit players on the run.
The numbers don't tell you how well he really played from looking at it, looking at the field, seeing where everybody is. There were a couple times you couldn't walk the ball down there and hand it to CeeDee Lamb as good as he did.
Incredible.
Christ.
Yeah, the drop downfield inside the 20.
Oh, and the third down and 10 drop. I mean, that's what I'm saying. It just was – that part of it was disheartening because – you had Philadelphia on the ropes. You took Vic Fangio out of something that he's not comfortable doing. He's not comfortable blitzing. What did he have to do? He had to start blitzing because his defense wasn't holding up. He had a problem at corner. You went after that corner. We talked about Adoree Jackson and how you have to wear him out. Just keep going at that. Keep going at that. Why are you throwing the ball over here at Mitchell? No, stay over here and try and those are the
They benched Jackson after the flag in the end zone.
They did. They put Bennett in.
He was in big trouble.
Yep, absolutely.
But I like what Chief said that the energy, the mood, the tone, it seemed more resilient. It seemed more energized, and maybe that's from the hangover of last year. But I think that's culture paying off. I think there's a physicality and urgency, and hopefully they can maintain that. How much of that is Micah was traded and it's Dak's mom's birthday and it's week 1 against the champs? Can you maintain that energy throughout a 17-game season? And if he can, it's easy to have highs and lows and sort of ride the emotions. But if you can maintain that, I think
that's just a shame. Last night, man, they had one. That to me,
they couldn't tackle Hurts.
Well. He had 61 yards. He averaged 3 yards a carry.
Yeah.
He averaged 3 yards a carry. Come on, man.
They were back-breaking plays all over the field for 3 hours, 4 hours.
The second half of that game, he had nothing.
Yeah, This is the first
carries. They got 3 straight stops.
That's what I'm saying, though. I mean, it wasn't like I say, to me.
But they had 24 points because he kept moving the chains and running into the end zone.
His legs were the difference.
Are you saying Barkley or Hurts?
Hurts.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Barkley was who I was thinking.
Gotcha.
My apologies.
His legs were the difference for them.
100%. No, absolutely. My apologies. I was thinking Barkley. I'm like, because
they did a pretty good job of not letting Barkley kill him.
Barkley did absolutely nothing against him.
Was that Dickerson going down? I mean,
that was big.
After the weather delay, they had him totally bottled up. He was almost 6 yards in attempt before the weather delay, and he ends up at around 4. So, again, encouraging signs, but in the end, you use the word moral victory or, hey, I'm excited about the loss, and I don't blame people for being offended by it. I just think it was a tremendous step in the right direction. It makes me feel like they are going to beat the Giants. They are going to beat the Bears, and they're going to be 2-1 getting ready for Green Bay instead of thinking, holy crap, are the Giants going to beat us too? a lot to work on. They have essentially a week and a half now to get ready for the Giants, and hopefully they take another big step in the right direction. We have the champ on the other side, the G-Bag of the Day champ, then Wolchuk's Top 10, buddy. Where are you taking us?
That's one of my favorite lists of the year. Tomorrow, it's National Tailgating Day. We've got the top 10 tailgating foods for 2025. 877-881-1053. What are you going to be feasting on this weekend? That's next in the nation. But
said that? Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It's the G-Back Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at the Globe. Rangers game night. Astros are in town. 30's going to be closed between Fielder and East Chase Parkway from 9 tonight through 6 a.m. Monday for bridge repair work. So 30 eastbound will remain open, but the closure of westbound lanes will impact traffic from many routes into Globe Life Field this weekend. So hit the GPS before you come to the yard, and especially if you're coming from Fort Worth, you'll be good to go. Segment's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. It's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. We'll Chuck's Top 10 here in just a second. Let's go back into that Pimp Cup where Lucius has the chant.
Check one, check two. Did my mic sound nice?
You got it.
Aye, sweet. G-Back of the day, we do it every weekday on the Fan at 5:30. Replay the champ right about here. Our champion, I'm lost on days. How many days is this, bro? I think they're looking for 3 today.
I think they're looking for 3.
Looking for 3?
Yeah,
so.
Missed a couple in there.
Yeah, missed the spots. But we still played it that day, so it felt like it counted. You know what I mean?
Yep.
But we never did G-Back of the day that day. Anyways, Trap House Sports, disgruntled Cowboys fan. I wonder how he's feeling after that loss last night. He made a song for Jerry Jones. He's pretty upset about the Michael Parsons trade.
Trapaholics mixtape.
Wow.
Man, Dallas Cowboys, they ain't hitting on say, man, Jerry Jones, man, he about old as a bitch. Been a fan for 20 years, now I'm about to make a switch. Man, how the we lose Michael, bro, that don't make no sense. Say, why the I'll trade that man to the Packers, what's the reason? To the same team that knocked us out the playoffs every season. To the same team that used to give us hell with Harvard. Now they got DDG at QB and he's still giving us problems. So I'm like, it's time to solve him. Hand me the switch, I'm headed to Dallas. My CTE just awakened, it's time to show Jerry Jones my man. Say, why the did we trade Michael for a trade that wouldn't even happen on Madden? So they like, Trap House, you gotta chill, you getting strange, it's getting outlandish. So they like, Trap House, you gotta chill, the CIA gonna put you on the list. I'm like, too late, won't stop till I show Jerry Jones my fist. So I'm like, it's too late, can't stop till my CTE get.
Fired up, disgruntled Cowboys fan. Trap House Sports, your G-Bag of the Day champion. Tune in tonight at 5:30, right before LA Live. He'll face the challenger, see if he can make it 3 in his pursuit of 5. Here's the Wooly Bully.
Alrighty, thank you very much. Top 10 tailgate foods of 2025. 877-881-1053. What are you going to be tailgating on over the weekend? We got another great college football slate. Tomorrow, we're going to have game day, Michigan and Oklahoma. They're going to be at Carter Freeman's Boomer Sooner in Norman as they welcome in Mr. Underwood and the Michigan Wolverines. So this is going to be fun. Like, how legit are both of these teams? John Mateer for Oklahoma. I know a lot of people very excited about him. Local product as well. Going up against a Michigan team that, I don't know. I don't know how good the Wolverines will be this year, but this is going to be a good, I think, test for both of them. I'm taking Oklahoma to win it. I'm taking Oklahoma to cover this. But I'm excited. I think that's going to be fun. Texas looking to get off the schneid. They got San Jose State coming in early tomorrow at an 11 o'clock kick. That should be just what the Horns need to be feeling good about themselves.
Absolutely. You got to have a tune-up game, man. You really do. And for a tune-up game, you need amazing tailgate feast.
You do. Now,
I think brisket's the best because when you cook a brisket at home for your family, there's so much left over. You end up freezing it, and then if you dig it out, you're like, man, is this even good anymore? Should I just make another one? So I think brisket and pork shoulders for me got to be number one at a tailgate because that's a chance to make it and actually have the entire thing consumed.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
Can't go wrong with that.
It opens up so many options. Like, you just want to have it straight up, fine. You want to throw it on some bread and have a sando?
Yes,
beautiful.
I do.
You want to throw it in a tortilla?
Yes.
Let's party rock.
Yeah.
You want to get some
Sprinkle
chips
mac and
out, maybe make a little cheese, queso, a little nacho situation. Really, the opportunities are endless when you're going with the butt and the brisket.
Very versatile. Absolutely very versatile. All right, let's go to Filthy. And I guess we've got...
I was thinking of something else. The butt and the breast, were you thinking? I think that's what you were thinking about.
I like the shape of them.
I actually like the wangs a little bit better for a tailgate.
There you do.
The wangs.
Over the breasts. Right?
Yeah.
I don't
It's on brand.
No,
Nobody
absolutely.
would disagree with that.
No, 100%. Love a good breast and butt and wang.
Barbecue. Breast. Good.
Schnitzels.
Excellent.
God, I love a good schnitzel, too.
By wang, you mean the Earl Campbell hot links?
Yeah. I'm thinking more bone in.
Okay.
A little
Just to
caliente.
clarify.
The real chicken wing, too, the one where you got, like, the nub and everything. You can get those out there. Those are the ones to get.
Do you ever, Dawson, do you just buy them already cut up for you, or do you disconnect them yourself?
The what?
The wings.
The wangs?
Oh, I almost
cut off-
always buy them party style.
Cut off the tips and stuff like that?
When I do that, they're better. They're better. They're fresher.
That's what I'm saying,
Yeah.
man. If you do that knife work yourself, they turn out a little bit better.
I'll tell you what else really works is to cook them whole and then cut them because there's like a fat and collagen pocket in there
exactly
that cooks around it and it just kind of seeps into the whole deal. Party style is convenient. It's probably more fun. But for the ideal gourmet bite, I think you got to cook them whole.
All right, let's hear this crazy, psychotic Eagle fan who is out there just tailgating his Eagles nuts off at 4 a.m. out there at the link.
I can't even count how many beers I have in my cooler. multiple. I have 2 bottles of honey whiskey because you gotta do your shots.
2 bottles.
And I have 4 pounds of jumbo shrimp, iced up right now, ready to go. We'll be in M2 over there by the guardrail. All my cousins, my family. We're gonna have a nice tailgate. Anybody's welcome to come. Everybody knows Superfan Craig. Come over, grab a beer, do a shot for the birds. And I'm staying here, and I'm no work Friday. So who cares what time I get home, right?
And I always ask you, how do you stay up? Do you stay up the whole time?
Oh, I'm up. There's no nap matcha. That's what they call me. I'm not sleeping. I went to bed at I watched the Eagles special last night on NFL Network, went right to bed, got up at 2:30 this morning, shower, said my Eagles prayers, gassed up, iced up. We're here, and we're KYW like we always do. This is what we do.
This is what we do. 2 bottles of honey whiskey and some beer and some shrimp.
I got my cousins.
Did he got the railing over there?
Is he talking about the peel and eat shrimp that come in the container?
The jumbo
He had them on
shrimps.
ice.
Yeah, he must have been talking peel and eat.
Tailgate shrimp? What do we think about a tailgate shrimp?
I get shrimp skewer.
Maybe on a skewer, yeah.
Yeah, skewer for sure.
All right, here's your top 10. Got a lot of good text flowing in 877-881-1053 wings, obviously. 940 fajita meat. That's what they're into. 903.
I one time traded a 12-pack for fajita meat.
Really?
Yeah, I ran out.
You won
ran
that
out.
trade.
You won.
I ran
Yeah, you
out.
did.
I can say I'll give you a 12-pack for that pound of fajita meat you have right there.
I heard you guys talking about the tablitas last night.
Yeah,
I think
the tablitas.
you got to
text
at
in.
least do 1 round of those so everybody can get a taste.
Yeah.
Just delightful, man.
Number
Now,
10.
do those come standard with the seasoning that the meat Chicana throws on there?
Yeah, majority of the time. You can get it without, but yeah, most
You
of the
want it
time
with.
you want
Yeah.
it with.
It's
Absolutely.
good to go.
Yeah, you got to get that sauce. All right, number 10 is the chili cheese dip. And I think really just any type of dip I think you've got to have for a tailgate. No matter what, if it's queso, if it's chili cheese, if it's the 7-layer, you got to have some type of dips ready to rock. Specifically, I would say a cheese dip.
Yes, and I think I would avoid the chili in that situation. That is a massive fart bomb. Chili and cheese. Woo!
Tearing up the family restroom at the stadium.
The heartburn is
Better be an outdoor field for that tailgate.
Yeah. Number 9 is the grilled shrimp skewer, and I'm totally in on that. I love a good shrimp skewer.
It's
Grill them up.
sometimes
Easy to overcook.
Yeah, you got to be careful.
It could get rubbery on you.
That rubbery part of it, not good. Not good. You got to pay attention.
8 is bacon wrapped hot dogs.
Oh, dude. See, okay. This is a staple for a lot of folks.
Bacon wrap dogs.
When my wife does hot dogs, like the first time she was like, hey, we're doing hot dogs, I'm like, all right. And then I get home and
they're bacon wrapped.
They're bacon wrapped.
She went to another level on these
or
dogs.
bacon topped. Yeah, it's just like a double pork bonanza.
Like the bacon bits? And you're just kind of
well,
sprinkling them over the
it's
wiener?
actual bacon, but yeah, you can bust it up. And
Is this in a vessel? Is this like a hot dog, or is this just like you're eating the bacon wrap around a hot dog as with no bread?
No, it's got the bread.
Okay.
Yeah, got the bread.
We got the buns. We're bunning it. Number 7 is barbecue ribs.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean
That
that's taking it to another level. Like
you got to have a
committed.
smoker. You got to have something that you can travel with. That
Big
actually
old
cook these
smoker.
up. Definitely.
Especially if you got a party of 20 or 30 on your hands. Takes up a lot of grill surface area.
I know where Brian's going to go with this. He's going to talk about the surface area and the coverage. And every time I order these, I think of you, and I think, did they do this? Would Brian be satisfied? And I'd say 9 out of 10 times the answer is no, they didn't. They effed this up.
Okay.
It's the loaded nachos.
Yeah. That's absolutely, and that's what I think. Like the 7-layer nachos.
Yeah, you got to layer that.
I mean, take the time. You guys had those trash can nachos at Guy Fieri's.
No,
right?
we didn't because the lady told us literally don't get them. They're not consistent.
Very
you don't
hit
know
and
who's
miss.
back
Very
there
hit and
making
miss.
it.
Well,
Instead, we went and got overpriced fish and chips at Ramsey's.
Okay, at least
Yeah.
those nachos look like they have coverage on them.
Yeah.
That they're not just naked chips with nothing, and you're kind of scraping around on
But
the side.
if you're doing a tailgate situation, I think it's a make your own nachos, right?
Oh,
The
like
cheese,
your little nacho bar?
yeah, like
I love that idea.
So then the cheese stays with its integrity, with the heat and everything in the crock pot, and now you're making it up yourself, and that's when the brisket and the Dawson pork butt come into play. You top that bad boy yourself, because otherwise everything's going to get soggy, right?
Yeah, 100%. You don't want the sog factor.
Like shelf life is small.
I will say Velvet Taco, their brisket nachos, they do a pretty good job with their coverage. And they put the white queso on there, which I do like.
I do like queso blanco.
I like the queso blanco. Do got to get some brownie points to your father-in-law listening. Tell them that my beloved father-in-law makes the best schnitzel in the whole world.
No way.
Best schnitzels. Best schnitzel. Now, don't ask him to make some meatballs for you. Those will be some dry balls. But the schnitzel, he's got it on top.
Now, what's a schnitzel?
It's basically a
Wiener.
a chicken parm.
Ooh. Is it veal?
Without sauce.
Is
no,
it veal?
No, it's chicken.
It's
You-
chicken.
You beat the chicken down, you bread it,
chicken.
you fry it up.
Okay.
It's basically like a thin chicken cutlet.
Schnitzel. Okay.
That's fire.
But it's schnitzel.
Hey,
Very
I
popular
need to
in
be
Israel.
invited over next time. Family function with the schnitz.
We got Rosh Hashanah coming up soon. I'll invite you over. He's going to make the schnitzels for that.
Is that the holiday where we have the salt water and the?
No, that's Passover.
Okay.
Rosh Hashanah is the Jewish New Year.
Okay.
So this is like my family makes, but it's pork instead.
Yeah, you can do it with
Yeah.
pork if you want.
Okay.
And I think in Germany it's popular with the pork.
I thought Rosh Hashanah played for the Hawks.
He did. But it's also
Went
the
back to
Jewish
Europe.
holiday. Yeah, he did. Grilled veggie skewers coming in at number 5.
Whoa!
Now, I'm
what?
gonna sub this just for kebab.
At
you
5?
You gotta have
Seattle checking in.
Yeah, you got to have some type of meat on here. Like, I'm cool with a skewer with some veggies on there, but we got to put some type of lamb or steak or chicken.
You're not tailgating if you don't have protein in there.
We're not
Yeah.
doing vegan tailgates.
We're not just doing bell pepper, zucchini, mushroom, cherry tomatoes, and red onions here with a little brush of olive oil and garlic. I mean, that sounds a little...
You would be
The wife
surprised.
took over the tailgate.
But you'd be surprised the number of people that ask for that
This is
stuff.
ladies' night at the
Yeah.
Yeah,
ballpark.
they're,
I guess-
they're kind of looking around like, oh,
Yeah.
where's the healthy selections here? You know?
Okay, fair enough.
No, I'm not saying. I'm just saying the people.
No, you're
always,
right.
they're
There will
always-
be some.
There always
There's
somebody
always
asks.
that.
But no,
person.
it's not even. It's the fact that it wasn't just an OLI. You know what I mean? They got that thing sitting at 5.
5.
That's disgraceful.
And
I need to
it-
introduce
yeah.
these people to fiber thins. You know,
Yep,
you don't
Metamucil's.
have to go hunting around every meal looking for roughage to add.
Hey, Dawson,
okay? Protein, a fiber thin in the morning, one at night. You'll be a happy
Cleaned
camper.
out.
can anybody tell me if they, when they're grilling, do you use like the vegetable basket? Have you ever seen what I'm talking about?
Yeah. That's genius. Yes.
Does
Yeah.
it work?
Yeah, you
So
must
what,
have.
What is the
yeah.
vegetable basket?
It's like a metal basket that you throw the veggies in, so they're not slipping through the grates or getting burned.
Yeah, they're not getting burned up.
Smart.
Yeah.
4 is the pulled pork sliders, which tremendous.
yes, absolutely.
Pulled pork just in general.
3, we go to Lambeau Field, the classic brats.
The brat.
You can't. I mean,
I used to have a brat. There was like we go grocery shop and they had a brat shack outside the grocery store. Like you would like give them a couple of bucks. You
Yeah.
can eat like a brat while you're pushing your basket around.
that's
Yeah.
a good deal.
See, sometimes I wonder how the hot dog even still exists when brats
Not
are
when
around.
Thank
brats
you.
are
You know what I
involved.
mean? It's
Yeah,
like,
no.
what
No
are
kidding.
you doing?
Yeah.
2, we got stuffed jalapeno poppers.
Oh, okay.
People do love that spiciness.
You got to know yourself, though. I'll tell you what.
Dawson's saying no because the cream cheese is involved.
Yeah, the cream cheese and the jalapenos. It's a lot. And I
jalapenos.
Salute people that like them. That's an at-home party for me if I'm digging into this.
Yeah, because you're not sure like how you're going to react to it. I get it.
That'll put me on the fritz.
But number one,
you don't want a stadium
food,
porta potty.
No, you don't. Number one tailgating food 2025 is the chicken wings.
Chicken wings. Let's go. Right on. Thank you, Wolchuk. Top 10 is in the books here. G-Bag Nation. It's a Friday staple coming up next, Eric.
Yes, sir. 877-881-1053. Where have you taken some L's this week? More importantly, where have you gotten those personal victories? Biggest L, biggest dub. Next right here on The Fan.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world, they've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-price of sales. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations, 2023 and 2024.
Thank you very much, Lucius. G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan, and we are live at the Globe here. Rangers Astros tonight coming up at 6:30. Could you sweep them? Could you win 5 out of these 6 that you have against the Astros over the next couple of weeks? Rangers team's been hot. It's exciting to see them back here getting ready for tonight's game. Here's the Chief with your staple.
Here we go, 877-881-1053. Where have you taken some L's this week? More importantly, where have you gotten those personal victories? Here is British Ian.
Oh, yeah. Now listen
Great mouth fart.
It's time to
That was fantastic. Caught me by surprise.
Eric Chiafalo to give us this week's L takers and dub makers. On and off the field, no one is safe from this imbecile's tongue. It's biggest L, biggest dub.
Huge dub with football back. The Cowboys looking like a team with a little bit of life. A little bit of life here with football back, man. It's just like my dopamine levels are through the roof.
Yeah.
They really are.
Really awesome, man.
It's what a glorious time we're in right now.
I'm imagining playoff football, Chief.
Yeah, are you? Had that vision last night?
Yep, wild card weekend, baby.
I started to think about that 7 seed a little bit.
About time you guys wised up and trying to tell you boys.
Yep.
NFC's champions.
I'm not full on the NFC's championship wagon,
Come
but
on.
the door has not shut on that.
I'll leave
Philly's still better.
No, they're
I mean, how many penalty yards they give you?
That's because they're not better. They're stupid.
Yeah, that's true. They're so
It was
freaking
kind of
dumb.
amazing how undisciplined they played last night.
They really were.
Though,
Yeah.
for
Just a dumb football team. Dumb fans.
Say that twice and mean it.
Dumb city.
I kind of feel like that maybe the Wolchuk was a year early on the Commanders.
I could see that.
Now, I tell you what.
Maybe Philly is going to have problems because of their offensive line if it's not completely healthy. And maybe they're going to have problems because they're cornerback, and maybe they're going to have problems because they don't get a lot of pressure.
The pass rush and secondary is going to be an issue.
Yeah.
Well, it's going to be a lot of fun. Football's here, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get our minds right. Okay, let's see. Walchuk, what's the first letter in Lamb?
L.
Yeah, he's going to have to hold that one.
Come
that was
on.
pretty dang disappointing.
Jeez, the social media stuff. I mean, we're talking about him with no arms.
I saw the amputated arms where he's just elbowsing up.
Oh, it's bad.
That is pretty off-putting.
I mean, he made such a big deal out of it at training camp. I know he is just killing himself today. He's, probably more frustrated than all the fans put together.
He's going 24 hours on the jugs machine today.
Yeah.
That's what I got him doing.
And I'm just not concerned about it. I don't think he's going to drop about average amount of footballs. Last night, something weird happened for Saquon Barkley at the weather delay. I think it happened for CeeDee Lamb as well. Maybe you lose focus. I know the broadcast crew was talking about that kind of stuff. But these are execution errors. And I can't be that mad at a guy who just didn't make the play. You're going to drop about 7% of footballs thrown at you in the NFL unless your name's Larry Fitzgerald. Unfortunately, that happened at the worst possible time for CeeDee Lamb, but I still love him. I trust him. I think he's one of the best players in the game. The way that he was attacking some of those footballs, even that last pass, like the way that he turned on the rocket booster and exploded into the air to even have that ball hit his hands, he's next level. The comebacker one where he just snatched it from the corner.
That
was awesome.
Yes, thought that was going to be an interception.
Yeah.
But that was a hell of a play by him for sure. So still had a really good game for the most part. He was the focal point of the offense for sure.
They couldn't cover him.
Could not cover him. Okay, big dub as well to us because Tolo Vinny swinging by with the Wingstop care package yesterday.
That was so nice, man.
I mean,
You're the man, Vinny.
truly MVP caliber stuff right there. Getting it done. He's in midseason form. Thank you, Vinny. We love you. Also, big pregame dub. We hit Merrill Reese with the double dick Fangio. Yes, we did.
Yes, the first one he just tried to power through like he didn't hear it.
He powered through like a professional. Then I doubled down on the Dick Fangio.
Which I appreciate.
And he hit me with the double emphasis on Vic in his response. We will play that. Well, let's do a little Monday 2 guys 1 booth.
Okay.
Does that make some sense?
Pretty light on the 2 guy 1 booth.
It's all right.
I saw that. But
we'll
I
get
think
it
there's some
figured out.
preseason stuff that we might be able to fill it with.
I'm so used to hearing Dick Fangio now. When Jason Garrett last night said Vic Fangio, my brain did that thing where I was like, he said a name wrong. And I was like, wait, that is his real name. Yeah, I had my buddy Jason Ripple send me a video where they put up a Vic Fangio graphic, but like he morphed it into Dick Fangio. I was like, yes, it lives on. All right, 214 biggest L this week. Cowboys not taking advantage when they had the chance. And then also, this is our buddy Woody, got to lay a family member to rest on Monday. Oh, no. So sorry to hear that, Woody. Thoughts and prayers. Big dub, though. OU football tomorrow. Still going strong off the benzos and the opiates. Nice work, Woody.
Good stuff,
We
bud.
admire your consistency.
Coming up on 10 years Wednesday.
Oh,
off the booze.
10 years.
Oh, man.
Need a cold beer.
Let's crack some NAs on Wednesday. 903 biggest L.
Is that a Stella celebration day? Should we do that?
Yeah. Yeah, all the NAs.
A celebration.
Celebration.
Celebrations.
Yeah.
Got something to it.
Could be Transfusion Wednesday or whatever.
Yeah.
Should be hammered.
Mardi Gras brought us.
Mardi Gras brought us. Get back in the mix.
As we celebrate Dawson's sobriety.
Yeah. Sure you don't want some?
Yeah.
It's got to come to an end soon.
Ryan
It's
Carroll.
getting boring. Ryan Carroll?
Yeah, Ryan Carroll, biggest L, had a grinder bounce off my knuckle.
Excuse me?
But Grace of God didn't cut it off. I don't know what type of grinder he's dealing with here.
It's like it's a tool, like a.
Oh yeah.
Like it kind of makes things smooth.
Be careful, Rhino.
I was making that.
that was pretty good.
I was making
limited fake grinder sound.
I was trying.
Biggest dub, though, he says he's opening for Giovanni and the Hired Guns tonight in Tyler at Stanley's Barbecue. Congratulations, man. Tear him up.
Big step up.
Tear him up on the acoustic. 469 biggest L was buying a Parsons jersey the day before he was traded.
That's a big
I
L.
saw those things go on sale at the Star. You get them for like $29.99.
Yeah. Take it back, see if you can get the refund.
But now all the S's talking, I want nothing to do with
Yeah,
him.
whatever.
I mean, he can just
This
go
guy.
bleep himself.
F him.
Unbelievable, man.
That was something.
817 biggest L. I did get my 10-day vacation this week, but didn't get it. But biggest dub, just rescued my nephew from the dope house, headed to East Texas with him. So I guess he's on the road to sobriety as well. That's a good uncle right there. Let's see here. We've got the 817 biggest L. CeeDee dropping those passes, of course. Big dub. My wife opted for sexy time to cheer me up.
Oh, that's always a win.
He says it worked, man. He's feeling great. It's a victory Friday for that guy. Let's see here. 682 biggest L. Cowboys losing. Biggest dub. Eliminating my social media so I don't have to listen to the haters. How about that? I love that. 817 Big L having to hear Eric do his awful bit of D Fangio. Big dub listening to Zach help us cope with the CD drop game. How about that?
Thank you, 817, but I like the Dick Fangio bit.
I'm a fan of it.
I like the fact that he just was adamant at the end. It's Vic.
Vic. I can't wait to replay that sound for you guys. Hey, how about a huge dub for all of us? Do you see what Bluebell's doing? Getting spicy?
The pecan pie?
Yes.
Gosh, this is just a problem.
Classic pecan pie ice cream arrives in stores beginning yesterday. Classic pecan pie is a rich brown sugar ice cream with roasted pecans and pieces of flaky pie crust mixed with a pecan pie filling. Wow, dude. I love it when they put the chunks of stuff in there. Cookies, the dough, the brownie, whatever it is, man.
I feel like pecan pie is made for ice cream, too.
Yes.
That's just going to hit so good.
Gosh, I'm excited about that. Huge victory for all of us. L to the college basketball video game fans. We thought we were going to get one with EA Sports, but they nixed it. They said, nah, not going to go ahead and do that. I think there's a college basketball kind of little side quest you can do in the NBA 2K, but they're not going with a full bore on the college basketball game. And the biggest L of the week goes to the 4 bros who had to be rescued from the Catskill Mountains after getting so high on mushrooms that they couldn't find their way out of the forest.
Wow.
I mean, that was crazy, dude. I thought Aaron Rodgers left New York.
And they never, I mean, it didn't wear off enough for them to be like.
That one was described as debilitatingly.
Wow.
Ball tripped.
Wow, debilitating.
Sounds horrible.
Yeah, dude. And then they lost their keys. Like, they had to get escorted back to their random, like,
I
Airbnb
wish we had body
deal.
cams for this.
They're shivering up in the mountains.
That'd be so good.
Thinking they're dead. Are we dead yet?
Oh, where am I?
Big up to those guys, man. They still have a pulse.
I don't feel dead.
I'm sure that debilitated ball tripper, though, might still be in the clouds somewhere.
Oh, jeez.
Still waiting to come down.
There it is. Biggest L, biggest dub.
There he goes, Eric Chiafalo. Every Friday, 2:40, we'll take a look at some more storylines from Cowboys defeat. Where's this idea coming that Dak should be suspended? We'll get that to you and more coming up next. It's the G-Bag Nation of the Fan.
Products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. Your name's Jen. Right, but I feel like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, cute.
Paprika.
No.
Nutmeg maple.
I just said that.
Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. We are live at the Globe, where the Rangers are going to host the Astros in the first of a 3-game weekend set. Coming up tonight, the pregame at 6:30, the first pitch at 7 o'clock. Got some cool stuff going on. It's Optic Night tonight, co-branded Rangers Optic jerseys if you have one of those special theme night tickets. Silver Boot Series Pin Night tomorrow. Of course, all the fun on Sunday with the ice cream and all that. And a reminder, there is going to be traffic to the west of the stadium on 30 because it's going to be closed. 30 is going to be closed in Arlington between Fielder and East Chase Parkway from 9 tonight until 6 a.m. on Monday. So plan accordingly if you're heading out here. Our buddy Nick Wright, FS1, has a message for football fans upset about the red zone adding commercial breaks. He believes football shouldn't primarily be consumed via red zone. It's time that we start watching the NFL like adults, he said. He adds, you cannot be a self-respecting, diehard NFL fan if the only way you consume football is through red zone. I probably agree because red zone's not on Thursday, Sunday, or Monday night. So it's a little bit difficult. But, yeah, I think the red zone is under attack. Red zone's under attack. People aren't saying that you're a real football fan if you consume the red zone. Wolchuk, Chiafalo, I know you're fans of the red zone.
Yeah.
You take offense to this?
Yeah, that's laughable. It's absolutely laughable. On a football Sunday, I'm trying to get as much as possible of the important stuff. What am I going to do? Break down a random Cardinals and Jags game?
Yes.
No, that's not what I'm here for. Now,
let me help you here.
But if there's anything important in that game, guess what? I'm going to know about it because I'm watching Red Zone. As you mentioned, I got Monday night, Thursday night, and whatever other friggin' night they want to go Wednesdays and everything else. I'm watching full games there. Okay.
What week
so
can I
don't
help
S on my Red Zone parade.
What week can I help you with your breakdown? Would you like what week would you like to watch?
Yeah, and I have the encyclopedia here of film breakdown. If I am curious about a 2nd and 1 call in Jags Panthers, guess what?
We can
Broadus
pull it up.
has the answer.
All 22,
yeah,
baby.
And if you pay for NFL Plus,
Yeah.
I've got all the games there too. I can go back and watch them.
Yeah.
And I think the notion that it's just inside the 20, I get it's called the red zone. That's fake news. All right.
Yeah.
We are seeing more than just inside the 20. We do get to see how the drive got to that point.
Nice little look back.
They do a good job of doing all of that for us. So, yeah.
See, that's what
Get off your high horse, Nick Wright.
That's what I always wondered. Great hair by Nick Wright.
He does
by the
have
way.
good hair.
But I always wondered
Better
about that because I'm one of those, how did they get in position? How did they get into the red zone? Massive penalty, good drive, good play calling and all that. So you're telling me they do a better job of showing more of the drive?
They do, yeah, especially in the afternoon slate, the
Yes.
late games, because there's only 2 or 3 of them going on.
Okay.
I'm more of a 3 and outs and TV breaks put me to sleep. And if I don't have a vested interest like it's the Cowboys or like the Packers game this weekend, all the Packers games that I hate watching and wanting them to lose for a better draft pick, I have a hard time staying interested in random NFL games, and I think the red zone keeps people locked in incredibly well. Where's the idea coming from that Dak should be suspended too? I guess this is started this morning in Philadelphia media.
Of course it did.
I think he rage baited him perfectly.
Yeah.
I don't think Dak was an innocent party, but that's kind of the advantage of having discipline, and I think Dak does that better than anybody. Is walking right up to that line, winking at the guy, smiling at him, and getting him to do something that kicks him, out of the game. I don't think Carter's going to be suspended any further. Maybe a fine, but I would consider that time served if I'm the league right now.
I think a 16-game suspension should be on the table here.
Yeah.
I think, if you want to go ahead and flag these guys for taunting, you get up, you flex over your opponent, really set the standard here. Go ahead. There's no place for spitting on your opponent.
Make it a floating suspension.
Make
and
it just a banishment.
He misses the next Cowboys game, too.
See, that's what I
agree.
was saying. The fact that the crime was against the Cowboys needs to be, again.
All right.
I'm
in favor of that. Man law.
Man law. I haven't heard a man law reference
Man
in
law.
a decade.
Nice.
What is that
they should
from?
bring it back. Was it
Yeah.
the Bud Light commercials?
Man law. Good call.
Yeah.
Good call.
They were good ads.
But yeah, I can't remember the little jingle. It was badass. Those commercials were awesome.
Yeah, the Real Men of Genius.
Yeah, the Real Men of Genius. That's what I was thinking. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. So was he playing with a loogie on his jersey all night?
I don't know.
Is that kind of the way that goes?
He probably got a little squirt of water and brushed that
And
off.
if that's face and not jersey, I think you're talking about a healthy suspension.
Yeah.
The jersey factor here is big.
Now, what do you think about the intent of Dax Lugie? Clearly on the ground, I thought Carter was already on your side of the line of scrimmage. I thought it was kind of marking the territory, but careful not to spit on him, from my understanding.
Yeah, and he executed the spit in the direction perfectly, and he didn't actually spit on him. Nobody in their right mind would take the Dak spit and then haul off and hock a loogie on the player in front of the ref. It's one of the dumber things I've ever seen in all of football.
Did you see the lip reader say that maybe Dak said to Carter, "Your boy died"?
Yeah, that was a ball sack for sure.
That was a ball sack.
I mean, of course, Dak's at the podium.
I can't rule it out.
Dak was just depending or sort of defending Tyler Booker because apparently Jalen Carter was trying to get into the head of the rookie.
Okay.
Tyler Booker talking smack. So that's why Dak sort of stepped forward and kind of had the rookie's back. Like, why are you trying to get on my guy right now?
He's not going to spit on his teammates. He's just got to spit over them.
And Dak has way too much couth than to dip that low in a trash talk scenario.
Next topic here is we continue to react to the Cowboys' Week 1 loss to the Eagles, 24-20. I'm overall a lot more optimistic than I was yesterday at this time, so I'm feeling pretty good. What happened with the jersey grab? I don't know if this is a hold or not. I'm trying to get educated on the rules, but to me it's clear. You can kind of grab on the inside as long as the guy's trying to get behind you. They let offensive linemen get in there, right? But once you turn and try to pursue to the sideline and you still have that jersey, that is a material restriction of your path to the ball. That should be a hold, right?
That's holding, yeah. That's holding.
Okay.
Yeah, they missed one on Sam Williams. They missed one on Donovan Ezeraku. They were not a big holding officiating crew.
Because Manyweather was out there doing battle with people, and apparently he says he's going to do a video with Gene Steratore or some sort of officiating guy with credibility, and he was holding the line strongly against the fans that wasn't a hold. Now, maybe he's offensive line biased. Maybe Mailata's one of his guys. He was just calling that dominance. Didn't think that was the case.
I will say this, though. With Mailata, he is so big that the way you rush him is important. I mean, you've got to make him play with his body position out of whack. And there was a time where Ezeraku broke his hands down and got a quick pressure.
That was a great move.
He slapped, and you're like, okay, but that's how you got to make him overextend and maybe try and tackle you. It happened to Tyler Smith, his holding call. That's a pretty easy one to call.
Yeah, that was a tackle.
Because body position was bad and all that. But if you're going to just take a guy head up and rush him, they're not going to call holding that much. You have to be on the edge of him, and they have to be able to see the hands are on the outside of the framework or pulling a jersey or hands up in the face. You have to show these officials that. But they'll let them hold all day as long as their hands are inside.
I think Ezeraku maybe heard how strong Mailata was, but needed a couple of series to figure out that I can't go straight at this guy. It's starting to look kind of silly.
There's a lot of tape of Jordan Mailata playing football, and you're talking to the old scout guy here who I've seen every one of them, and it's like, this is how you beat him. This is how if you're going to beat him, this is how you have to do it. And there's plenty of cut-ups where you could have studied him and said, okay, I can't let him get his hands on me or he'll kill me.
It looked like Donovan had a better game as that went on, though. What would you say overall?
I think so.
I think there's things. He had some balance problems. Did you see that?
Yeah, absolutely.
He had some balance problems. I think he was trying to actually do too much.
The spin would get him into trouble.
And it kind of got him caught into some places he didn't need to be. His best moves, when you watch him at Boston College, was attack. We saw it in training camp.
And his bend.
Yeah.
He needs to use that to his advantage.
And when he's just straight rushing guys, he's not going to win many of those.
Because when he's able to dip and rip, it's difficult for linemen to get their hands on him.
Absolutely.
And when he's going straight down the middle, which he's done too much of in the preseason, then against Mailata, especially a guy that strong, when he gets his hands on you, you're not getting off.
Not a good night for the edges, though, and I guess their tackles and Jalen Hurts and Saquon Barkley had a lot to do with that, and hopefully we can feel better. But maybe last night Marshawn Nealon was their best defensive end.
I think Marshawn Nealon might have been with him and Kenny Clark, in my opinion, were the two best defensive linemen.
And James Houston had the best play. Do we need to see more of James Houston?
I would say so. I mean, only 9 snaps.
Him and Leofau,
Yeah.
I think, earn more snaps, hopefully moving forward.
What other adjustments from week one do you want to make sure we talk about Jaden Blue here? Would he have not gotten snatched? I was just stunned when I looked up the 40 times and saw how slow Bond was at the combine.
Yeah.
Like, he hulked up to run a 4.68.
Yeah.
Like, they were like, wow, that's a great time for him. Sanders is running in the mid 4.4s and gets snatched like that at 28 years old. That was bizarre, and everybody was immediately saying Jaden Blue would have not gotten caught. Maybe Jaden Blue would have fumbled. I don't know. Maybe Glenn Smith was right, and they wanted to send him a message that you got to work harder to get on this active team.
I was really surprised for a team that doesn't blitz a whole lot that this would probably be a good game. Now, they tell us that they played him because of special teams. They were playing Flanoy because of the special teams, and that's what they wanted to go with. Him and Buddy Johnson were going to be the special teams players. And so that's why Blue didn't get to play. But, it's a team that doesn't blitz, it seems like to be a good opportunity to play Blue, that he doesn't have to worry about blitz pickups and things like that, if that's in fact what you're worried about.
But if I'm Jerry Jones today, I'm thinking, okay, maybe last year really sucked, and this year might not be our year, but it could be if we spend some money. You look at the linebackers right now, Murray and Sanborn, as I feared. They are try-hard jobbers at most. And,
Murray was not as good as he needed to be.
No, he was
that trade
bad.
might be worse than the Trey Lance trade.
Jahan Dotson on that pass out to Shipley early in the game. Jahan Dotson.
They did a great job getting numbers on that.
Oh, no, they totally
did.
did.
The Cowboys were totally mismatched.
That might have been one of the best blocks of the night, though. Dotson just decleating Murray.
Okay, what about the running back, Javonte Williams?
I thought he was really good.
Better than I gave him credit for.
Absolutely.
There's power in there.
Yeah,
there's some shiftiness and slipperiness that I didn't expect.
The power is clearly evident there.
And the vision difference between him and Miles Sanders is night and day.
Absolutely.
For sure.
But he had my favorite play of the game.
When
his
he's dragging
10-yard
people
run down to the 1 yard line, like that was badass. That's the type of physicality this team has not had since probably that offensive line started to deteriorate.
What got figured out in the second half with the run defense, though? Is that the impact of Solomon Thomas and Kenny Clark? That's who I thought I noticed the most on TV.
Well, what happened is they lost their guard in that, and then all of a sudden Dallas did a much better job of playing on the Eagles side of the line of scrimmage. They were able to get across, some slants. They were able to get up the field. They were disruptive. Clark against Steen that's power right there. And that's what you kind of had to do. But much better job of when the defensive line was in gaps, of linebackers being in gaps with them and making sure that there weren't there was a couple of times, like I say, Sanborn jumps underneath and he's supposed to be in B gap and he ends up in A gap, and now the ball's in, he's in. They had a deal where one time Sanborn, if you remember the play, I think Zach or all of us remember the play, where Sanborn's behind the line of scrimmage, and then all of a sudden Barkley jump cuts, just jumps to the side. Sanborn misses, but there's Clark right there to make the tackle. And maybe if that's Mozzie Smith or somebody else, he's probably blown out of the hole, and that's like a 7-yard gain. So, they did a much better job of playing the gaps and playing for each other after the weather delay.
How brutal was the fumble?
It was bad.
Disappointing.
It was disappointing
but
because
you're right about the block.
It was Tyler Smith's man. It's your best offensive lineman. He just couldn't secure the guy, Hall, and Hall just kind of throws him aside. And then now he's back in the tackle, and then Sanders is not really – it hit him from the side. He's still got to hold on to the ball, but, man, it was your best lineman that got beat. That's the tough aspect of it.
And then going back and rewatching, because I know we had a call, I think it was Chip in New Mexico, and he was noting, after a long run like that, why don't you get Miles Sanders out of the game for a breather?
I think it was 4 or 5 plays.
But they did.
Yeah.
Javonte Williams actually had come onto the field for a couple of snaps, and then Miles Sanders came back in. Now, I would have personally, and in hindsight it's easy to say, Javonte Williams had run so well in the red zone, just let him be the guy. But unfortunately, Miles Sanders put it on the ground, and that was one of the big reasons why he lost the game.
Yeah, I was. I mean, that thing right there, bigger than the CeeDee Lamb drops. I feel like if I was going to weigh the why you lost, And then, talking about the end of the game, Brian?
Yeah, I was just going to say, too, though, you talk about some drops. The Ferguson drop on the one he got whacked, it ended up being the penalty.
Should have been a touchdown.
Should have been a touchdown. That honestly, that's a ball that Jake Ferguson catches 8 out of 10 times.
Yeah.
It's just unfortunate that, you could see him, he's kind of peaking. Yeah. He's kind of peaking a little bit at Blankenship, and so he's really not trying to, he's trying to catch it, but you can see his eyes are not where it needs to be to go get the ball.
I like the aggressiveness from Dak. I really do. But you could have had 3 interceptions in that game. I mean, Mitchell had one go through his hands.
The Mitchell one was bad.
Was it Young?
That was pressure. Yeah.
I think they PFF credited Dak with 1 turnover-worthy play.
Yes, these were deflections. They were deflections because of so many guys in the area.
They had the one
Jackson,
that CD, the one that Jackson knocked.
That was scary.
Yeah,
but I think Dak played incredibly well. As I look at last night's game and the difference of it, it was what Collinsworth said as that drive is getting underway. Dak's probably going to have to run it at some point. And the Eagles are thinking, we're just defending against chunk plays. So to me, like that it was a great game from Dak, but what happens if he's young enough to run in those situations? And instead of, I got a YOLO it, it's like, I think I can get 3 yards and make 1 tackle or miss. The throw to CD, was it a little bit too far? Yes, but I mean, every one of Dak's other throws were just pinpoint precision, and CD could have made that play. I don't know how I want to reconcile everything that happened with Dak last night, because I feel like his limitations significantly take away your ability to keep the defense honest.
I just kind of wish, we talked about the motions and the metricals, like, it was 42% for the game. But, man, it just seemed like to me there was more of it early in that game, the more the emotion behind that. They were getting guys in position to say they were going to run the trap. That was the big – they were trapping, pulling, combo blocking, trying to get guys pinned and then having guys pull. It just seemed like to me his first 15 were like really – like he's going after Vic Fangio here. And for 2 quarters, I thought he was really, really good. I don't know what happened to him after the weather delay. I just don't.
Do you got, I don't know, loss of focus? I mean, guys were hungry, a weird meal,
I don't know.
Blood sugar.
I don't know what Schottenheimer, I don't know what he was trying to do. It came back, that 4th down call. I'll say it again. I think it's the best call he had in that since the weather delay.
Yeah.
I didn't see anything that made me feel like, that they were really getting, okay, well, hey, we've got to do something really kind of creative here to get things going again.
They definitely seemed like they lost their rhythm. That one negative 3-yard play to CD.
Yeah.
That was one of those where I think that they wanted to try and get the defense going one way and then come back side.
Yeah.
But the Eagles sniffed it out, and I think it was a busted play.
Yeah.
I don't think somebody didn't do the right thing because it just looked in shambles.
Well, they had a handoff too where Steele got beat inside.
Yeah.
It was the only time that I really saw the Eagles move their front. And as they moved it, and I mean move it as into the gaps, every one of Dallas's guys were, lunge, and then especially Steele. And then what happened is Booker couldn't help Steele because he was kind of out of whack. Usually sometimes if a guy gets beat inside, they can kind of help their buddies. But, man, it ended up being a negative play.
All right, it's the G-Bag Nation here on the Fan. C-Notes coming up next. One Dak angle on last night's game that I haven't heard discussed so far. I'll tell you where I'm going with that. We'll get Krusty's Corner coming up at 3:40, and we're back here live at the Globe getting ready for Rangers-Astros on the Fan.
But Fort Worth, it's time to get ready because the all-new Alliance Hyundai is here right off I-35 in Golden Triangle.
tclinic.com.
It's Uber Eats Week. Go to dfwrestaurantweek.com to see the list of your favorite restaurants offering deals, even BOGOs on your most loved meals. Download the Uber Eats app and get your most loved meals delivered right to you.
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It's the G-Back Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Time now for the C-Note, Cowboys news of the evening every day at this time. It's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you or a loved one's injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online at frankelfirm.com. Yeah, Rangers, Astros, little silver boot action. Pregame coming up at 6:30. First pitch at 7 o'clock. I wish there was something... I had a solution to offer here, guys, but I'll tell you my frustration with the way the game ended last night. As frustrating as the interceptions or the fumble and the drop passes were, what do you do when the defense wants you to throw a 50-50 ball down the field and you only need 3 yards? And if you hit the 50-50 ball, best case scenario is that you score with like a minute and a half remaining on the clock. I don't know if Dak can check out of that play. I don't know if you should just not throw it. But that reminded me of Tony Romo to Dez Bryant in 2014 against the Packers. Like, what is the big plan here? That comes down to game and clock management. So we need 3 yards. I get sending the guy down the field, right? Let's clear things out. Let's threaten them with that. But they're putting it one-on-one. And Collinsworth even said, we're going to get a one-on-one ball here. CeeDee's probably going to get left alone. And it happened. It played out in the next 5 seconds. And I'm thinking, man, that's what the Packers want you to do, because they're thinking probably you're not going to get it. We're throwing it way down the field. This is less than 50% once you're 35, 40 yards down the field. If they do get it, we're not done. We have life. What can kill us right now is if they use all 2 minutes and 45 seconds or 2 minutes and 30 seconds left on the clock, whatever it was, to get a touchdown, 1 first down at a time. That's worst case scenario. So I don't think I'd bang a timeout there, but if I'm shoddy and we're coming up to the line of scrimmage, I'm like, okay, 4th and 3. If they give us this, we ain't taking it. We're not throwing the ball down the field. Do you guys think that's a crazy idea?
I don't think it's crazy. I had a similar thought that you did there, and
when the ball's in the air, I'm like, this is
they're
Dez
really
all over again.
Yeah.
They're begging you to take this because it gives them outs. To start with, better than coin flip chance you don't complete it and get a first down.
Yeah, it's interesting, and I do think Dak has the authority. I mean, you saw him all night long checking out of plays and moving guys around and switching things up, so I would think Dak absolutely has that authority. And I guess they just always love the idea, if you're going to give me one-on-one with a guy like CeeDee Lamb, I'm going to go for that. I think that's just something that they feel super confident in. But I'm with you that at that point in the game, you need the 3 yards, just get it, and eat more clock on your way to going for the score.
And he was under pressure again, so I don't know if once the play is in motion, if he had any other choices. I guess you could float it and hope Turpin clears. Looked like Ferguson was coming behind him. If maybe he'd stepped up in the pocket and looked to the other side, he would have saw Ferguson coming over the middle of the field as well for the first down.
Well, they needed Turpin initially. Like, my thought watching it before I went back and saw the All-22 was just go underneath to Turpin. And if he sits down, he's open, and he's going to get that. Instead, Turpin kept going, and I don't think Dak really had any intention of going to anybody but CeeDee on the play. And in fairness to him, like, CeeDee was open. It should have been they should have hit it. It could have been a touchdown possibly if he doesn't overthrow it by a yard to where CeeDee's now got.
You split the difference on that throw and Ferguson's throw. Ferguson's a little bit longer. CeeDee's a little bit shorter.
And the Ferguson one, I mean, maybe if
you
had a little bit more time. Absolutely agree, 100%. Yeah, if he underthrew that one and then he overshot that one with CeeDee. So, like, I thought going underneath to Turpin was the play. Going back and watching it on the All-22, the way Turpin just kept running it, there's a linebacker right there.
Yeah,
I could understand that scaring off Dak.
What happened on the play, though, too, is they're going to try and rub it. I mean, they're going to try and pick it.
Yeah.
And really, DeJean does a really nice job of fighting through. It's really not – it's not like this violent pick that we've seen, down the goal line where guys turn and then all of a sudden – there's a collision, and then the guy's open. Really, you didn't get much of a you didn't get much help from Pickens on that because DeJean was able to fight and work around it, and then he was able to grab Lamb and slow him up from getting to the ball.
Yeah.
So if it's clean, maybe Lamb doesn't even have to dive, but he has to dive because he gets held up. Pickens really didn't help him much coming off the line to kind of get that pick. He could have slowed up and made a collision right there with DeJean and then got Lamb up the field, and it might have been clean. The thing with Turpin, and I thought the same thing initially coming across.
Yeah.
They bring Bond. He comes on the blitz.
Yeah.
They fake. Campbell fakes like he's coming on the blitz, and he drops. So what happens is he's at like the A-gap depth, and he attacks and then backs up, and that's right into
that where Turpin was
right where Turpin.
Yeah. Now Turpin sat down.
Yeah.
Then he'd have been okay, but he didn't do that.
Turpin sees it clear, and he's going to go all the way across. But in reality, he gets fooled by the linebacker Campbell dropping back.
Yeah.
So his looks muddy, but it looked like to me the way Steele gets beat right off the jump, too, at right tackle.
I thought on that play, going back and watching it, Dak made the play that he needed to make. I thought CeeDee was open, and if he doesn't get held up, and if the ball's just a yard shorter,
the mesh
that's connected, and who knows what happens after that.
Yeah, the mesh of where they're running the pick, it's almost like the guys were on this. You got Lamb who's a little bit back, and then all of a sudden you get a situation where Pickens. He's got a situation where he's got to make sure he gets that guy taken care of. Because that's the whole idea. They're trying to rub that thing to throw DeJean off. He doesn't get thrown off.
Okay.
I mean, that's a problem.
Up next here on the C-Note, Cowboys News of the Evening, Patrick Walker has given us standout performers from Week 1. Dak, the first one, no doubt. A really good game, maybe one of his best ever. Javonte Williams, running back 1. Marshawn Nealon, we've already talked about him. Brada said probably your best edge player. Then we get to offensive line, Tyler Guyton and Tyler Booker. Guyton gave up, I think he was credited for 5 pressures against him. That's not good. What do you think overall? Did you get a chance to zero in on the rookie Booker or the left tackle Guyton?
Yeah, I think where Booker has problems, it's always going to be if somebody tries to move him. If it turns the stunts.
Yeah.
And that was a problem. That was a problem in training camp when there were stunts going on. He's just not accustomed to seeing. I know it's Alabama and big-time football and all that, but the NFL, you get a lot more of those twist games up front. Yeah. And where he's had problems is that he gets a little bit overextended, and then those guys are able to get around him. I think that there was times I thought your worst or your shouldn't say the worst, but the lineman that played the poorest was Steele.
I agree.
Yeah,
brutal.
Brutal. Steele was the poorest, and then all of a sudden now you start to say, okay, where are the others? I thought Guyton was pretty good,
especially the first half.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think he gave up the most pressures though.
But the thing about with Guyton, and I say this, and you're not wrong, but I think with Guyton's situation of not playing any at training camp, basically.
Yeah.
He's out there kind of trying to get a feel for how he needs to.
It's a great point.
How he needs to play.
Definitely.
And I'm not saying he was the best because, like I said earlier, Smith had a key missed block in the game that probably changed the game for you.
Yeah.
So it happened, but overall, the offensive line, they had to. Philadelphia wants to rush 4. They had to bring more people.
Yep.
They had to. And Dallas, I thought, did a pretty good job of holding up front.
Better than last year, I think, for Guyton. It was a hell of a left haymaker that he threw there in the first quarter. I forget who caught that, but, man, that looked like 1950s football. And he definitely did not skip eating while he was out. Like, Guyton's big now. He is not a lean basketball player playing tackle. He now looks like the other offensive lineman.
He looked really good for somebody that hadn't played very much.
I agree.
I mean, he looked like I was expecting his like all of his techniques and stuff to just be way, way, way off, and they weren't.
Warren Sharp noted last night the Cowboys played zone 100% of Jalen Hurts dropbacks. Only one other team played 100% zone in a game last year.
Buffalo?
Logic for the Dallas strategy is pretty cool. I don't know. He didn't say who it was.
I think it was
So,
Buffalo.
I don't know who it was either, but the logic behind it is that when you look back at last year, Jalen Hurts was dang near dead balls last in a ton of categories when it comes to versus zone coverage and versus man coverage. He was dang near at the top of the list in major categories versus man coverage.
Yeah.
So I think that is the reason why
He
they
didn't
went
beat
that
you with his
route.
arm.
Yeah, and it clearly worked in terms of stopping them through the air. Unfortunately, first half he was just taking whatever he could with his legs. It was easy money.
Incredible job, I thought, by the defense there with that strategy, and then with the run fit adjustments they made, particularly in the second half. It's a big reason. I'm optimistic about where the Cowboys go from here after the week one. Even though they lost, they went toe to toe with the champs.
I would
had
call
a chance to win.
Maybe the most encouraging loss that I can remember.
Yeah,
Probably
well
since
said.
the Bucks opener in 2021.
Yeah, good call. Good call.
Yeah, there you go. Okay, we're back, Nation, here live at the Globe in Arlington. Rangers, Astros coming up pregame 6:30. Krusty's Corner's coming up next, buddy. Where are you taking it?
Yeah, let's talk some more about this game. I got the all 22 broken down for you, and so does Wolchuk. We'll do that next.
I hope you had a safe weekend, a great weekend, and we steered clear of the...
product? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. But Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freak me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Singing Sisters?
Basil Baby.
That Fun Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curl?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
September 13th at the Credit Union of Texas Event Center in Allen. Watch North Texas police and firefighters square off in a battle of the badges, benefiting the families of fallen heroes. It's an awesome event for the whole family. Get your tickets today through Ticketmaster.com.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-prices sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Relax and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Lucius. We're live at the Globe. Rangers, Astros tonight. Sweet dreams made out of those first 2 drives last night. How sweet was that, baby?
So hot.
It was like an alternate experience. My mom texted me, she watches all the Cowboys games from over there in Bend, Oregon. She goes, well, this is different. I was like, yes, Mom,
yeah,
it sure is.
was.
Going to be a lot of fun to talk about. And speaking of that, time for Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Here's the king, Brian.
Thank you very much, General. Appreciate that.
Thanks for all the hard work you put on this team, man. To be up till 2 last night and back at them again at 6 o'clock in the morning watching tape, you're the man.
Oh man, hey, it's what we do this time of year. I was curious. I was actually, when Wolchuk and I got done last night at 1, I was honestly looking forward to when that film hit the box, because I was like, okay, how did they not finish this thing off? There's things that you wonder, like the whole thing with the fumble. You're like, we're talking in post game, and I'm like, God, what a terrible thing to have happen. And then you see, oh, it happened because.
But linemen get beat. You got to hang on to that rock.
Yeah. No, well, but
take the TFL.
But your best guy, your best.
That's tough.
Your best guy, and that's the part about this game last night, is that it was your best guys doing things that kind of hurt you in the football game. Best guys make plays, and then best guys, when you need them to make that clutch play, then something happens that they don't. I was because you're sitting there thinking like, okay, is it a backup guy? Is it somebody that it shouldn't be playing today that's causing you to not to have success?
No, it was your main guys.
It was your main guys, and that's what was really just kind of. And I said I wouldn't let this team get me mad.
Oh yeah, how long did that last?
Not long.
I don't think I was mad. I think I was
frustrated.
I was frustrated because I was frustrated in a selfish way, because I picked the 27-24 final.
Yeah, which it should have been.
And you go down there and score, and it's now you're.
Somebody picked 24-20.
Yeah.
And then you'd been double thumbing back to your chest
Who
today.
picked 24-20? Did you pick
Yeah,
Cowboys to win?
I picked Eagles. No.
Eagles.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, nice.
See.
Yeah, I did
But you were
27-20 Eagles.
I was thinking a pass for them to win. I was, my whole day was like thinking about, wait a minute, now think about this and think about that. That's kind of what I have to do. If I told you this in the game, because I was just looking at a couple of things, and we'll get into who I thought played well, but if I told you that Saquon Barkley, the metrics, he faced a stacked box in that game, 8 or more defenders, 67% of the game.
I believe it.
This was more than 3 times the amount that he has faced, or he faced in 2024. Would you like to take a guess at how many yards? He had 12 carries. In those 12 carries against stack box for the Cowboys, and the Cowboys used to be they were a bad stack box team last year.
Yeah, they would be
really bad.
Get through
really bad.
Get through the first level and you were gone.
Barkley had 12 carries. How many yards do you think he had against those stack boxes?
30, 20.
27.
33. 33 yards.
It worked.
Yeah, it worked. I was surprised watching it how well it really did work.
Well, how were they able to do that and contain A.J. Brown? A.J. Brown couldn't get open all game.
It's a great question, and I would love for Broadus to answer that. I do think part of it, man, I thought the safeties were tackling people.
Malik Hooker was thumping.
I thought Hooker was coming in
and
playing
Donovan
the run.
Wilson late also came up and was playing.
I'll tell you what, Diggs was a big help in that game. And, to be honest with you, they needed to get Elam off the field.
Mm-hmm.
In
what way? What was he doing?
Elam, they were going after when they were trying to throw the ball. It wasn't so much at Diggs or at Bland.
Yeah, it was Elam.
It was Elam
For
they,
sure.
They were trying.
The one big play was on him.
Right.
The Dotson.
Well, and if you look at that play, and I know you did.
Yeah.
What happened was, you give Smith a lot of credit for running the route that he did, because he holds Hooker in the middle of the field. Hooker has to honor the route that he ran. He couldn't get over, and there was that separation, and Elam tried to run it down. I mean, he really, really did, but he couldn't.
He's not fast enough.
He just wasn't fast
That
enough.
was the fastest play of the night, I think, with him touching 20 miles an hour.
Dotson's got some serious speed. He really does.
Yep.
How would you get Elam off the field, though? Who would you play?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Diggs needs to play now. Diggs is starting, and then Bland's starting.
Oh, and then you go put Reddy in the nickel?
Well, you can even look at, maybe it's a situation where, to me, I just don't start him. If Reddy could be a nickel player, I would sure look at that. I mean, the things with Elam, I think in training camp were good. There's things in the game you're like, I see why. I see why I see some of the separation problems. I see some of the not coming forward and tackling like you need to tackle.
Yeah, because he's going to be the mark. Like we're talking about Adoree Jackson. Right. You mentioned Vach talking about find the scrub.
Find the scrub.
Teams are going to look at Kyrie Elam and be like, that's who we need to attack.
Yeah, absolutely. And by the way, real quick, too, my second little point that I want to make here, the Eagles, they had, again, 12 carries between the tackles. 12 carries. This is your factor of with Osa, Clark,
Thomas,
all those guys. With those defensive tackles that we're all terrified of, 12 carries, how many yards between the tackles last night for the Eagles?
Man, I saw they smashed them. Let me get 25.
Yeah, I would put it somewhere in there. They did a nice job in the interior.
Yeah, 20 something. I think it was like 1.3 yard per carry is the stat.
18 yards.
18
yards.
That's dominant.
See, that's what we talk about run defense. We say, tackles, edges, linebackers, but great job. I think that, the Cowboys front office was bragging about Clark. He made a difference.
He did.
At run defense.
Second play of the game.
He made
a
big difference there.
One of the big reasons to feel better about this team.
Yep. Zach, I'm with you on the whole Jalen Tolbert thing. I'm just saying that I'm not going to talk about him much.
Yeah,
it's embarrassing.
But they need to kind of figure out something, maybe a little bit better plan.
They need a Cole Beasley type. They need
Yeah.
somebody who can kill you underneath consistently. And I like Jake Ferguson and the violence and the big playability, but they need a Dalton Schultz type of tight end and a Cole Beasley type of slot. They need at least one linebacker and a running back. And, well, I don't know, maybe they don't even need a running back. But if I'm Jerry Jones, I'm thinking, like, how about this deal the Eagles did where you sold 10%, you got $1 billion to pay a bunch of players? This thing is close. Use the picks, trade for help, and go contend.
Yeah,
That's what I'm thinking today.
I
like that.
I just didn't see that Tolbert. And I wish, like I said earlier, I wish they would have got Pickens more involved in this game.
Were they decoying him?
No. They just
There would be times Pickens kind of was very lackadaisical on some plays.
The routes, and that's what I wanted to get into about the routes. The routes weren't what you would think. Like, I was talking about Smith running a route that helped
to clear,
that helped his teammate, that helped Dotson catch the ball. Pickens did not run the routes like you gotta
a little lazy.
You can tell when it's a run.
I'm glad you saw that because I didn't want to come and just bash Pickens because he still did some good things, but there was some stuff I'm like, are you really engaged here?
I was thinking that maybe that it was like he knew that it wasn't coming his way, but there's things like I say, the penalty he had, I don't know what he was thinking on that, but there were routes where it was not run as hard and as as you're like going, okay, he's trying to get open, he's trying to get the ball and all that. And I wonder if it's one of those situations where Dak's like, okay, I got a feeling what's going on over there, and I wanted him to get more involved, but the routes were a little bit of I think they weren't run at the level they need to be run at. Did you see anything else on that? I mean,
no, I agree with you. And then even some block, like early in the game, he put somebody on his rear. I think it was a Turpin catch, maybe.
A Lamb. It was a Lamb catch.
And he had a really good block. But then there were other times it's like he's just kind of lollygagging in there, not really wanting to make contact and engage.
Yeah.
My reaction to the penalty was I thought it was a reputation call. I think it looked much worse than it did. When they put that on the instant replay, I thought he didn't throw him down. His arms might have moved in a direction that made it look like that.
Yeah.
But
I think they call it like clotheslining is what they call
Yeah.
it. I think they called like
up around the headgear,
blow to the head.
That's what it looked like, I thought.
It was like I told Wolchuk, I go, my gosh, it looks like he's like bulldogging for the pro rodeo guys out here. I mean, he literally, it wasn't even a block. It was just like he jumps in like kind of old school clotheslines.
Yeah.
Reed Blankenship in the neck, and I'm like, bro, you don't have to do that. You don't have to do that at all. You might get a situation like to say, I'm interested to see now what happens. We talked about the defensive tackles. I'm interested to see when Winfrey comes back. If, in fact, can he be a part? I think Jay Toia, was okay.
I thought he got better as the game went on.
Yeah, it was kind of like he was always seemed like to me just a half man away from making a play.
Mm-hmm.
Like if he was just a little bit more in this gap, there would have been a play. And they didn't give up anything inside, but it felt like, though, that there were some times where he could have been, like, right there and made a play, but he was just a half man away from making the play.
Yeah.
So I wonder if that is something that we'll see.
He inactive and Winfrey's active.
Exactly. I mean, maybe it's a deal where Mozzie and Jay are inactive, and then I totally agree with you guys, too, about Houston. I think Houston needs to play more in these situations because I think a lot like Marshawn Nealon, he's good against the run, and then he could also do stuff with the pass or things. So just keep an eye on how those things will play out there. But I do like what the secondary did overall. I just feel like now that with get Diggs on the field full time again, get Bland there, maybe you find a way with Reddy Stewart. Maybe that's a little bit more of a nickel option for you that kind of gives you your best guys to be out there playing. But I thought overall those guys played pretty well.
Thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
Krusty's Corner brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning every afternoon, 3:40 here on your home of the Cowboys. Nick Harris, Star Telegram, joins us next year on The Fan.
Hey, don't fumble your retirement. Call the team at Trajan Wealth today and set up an absolutely free consultation. The simple truth is there's more to retirement planning than simply calculating.
D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Yeah, buddy, here we go. It is hour number 3 of the nation. We're live at the Globe, Comerica Backyard, Rangers Astros tonight. Excitement is building for a Silver Boot series, and we'll get more on that coming up with Eric Nadel and Jared Sandler. Brian Schottenheimer's presser's coming up at 4:30. Let's check in with our buddy Nick Harris, Fort Worth Star-Telegram. And a good afternoon, Nick. How the heck are you? Do we got you, buddy? Nick Harris, Star-Telegram here in the G-Bag Nation. Okay, yeah, I imagine he's up there at the Star, probably getting spotty cell coverage, but looking forward to this Schottenheimer press conference. I felt like the coaching staff was one of the main thumbs up from last night that gives me, optimism that maybe they're going to have their best coaching staff that we've covered in a long time, Brian.
Yeah, I really I had some questions about some things second half offensively. Really appreciate that Eberflus and those guys stayed after it.
Yes.
The rotation that they were able to do. I mean, with Coach Whitecott and the defensive line, you could see that they were trying to find different combinations, keep guys fresh. And so, yeah, that part of the defense, I like what they did bouncing back.
Nick Harris, Star-Telegram with us now here on The Fan. And a good afternoon, Nick. How you doing?
Yeah, sorry about that. Take two. Doing well, fellas. How are y'all?
We're doing well. Even though the Cowboys lost, I feel like there's some reasons to be optimistic and positive about these next 16 games. Is there hope in there for you?
Yeah, absolutely. Brian Schottenheimer was very insistent last night. Actually, most people in the locker room were insistent last night that there's no moral victories to take away from it. The loss in the loss column, it still counts the same as the 34-6 and 41-7 losses they took last year to the Eagles. But I feel a lot better coming out of this game about this team than I maybe did going in. A lot of concerns that I maybe had on defense, they were, answered in the second half. Maybe not completely, but I think there's a lane for those answers to be had. My offense is certainly encouraging too.
What we saw in the second half as far as stopping the Eagles' run game, do you think that's replicatable? Like, was that a big step in the right direction that we saw at halftime and then there with the weather break?
Yeah, it was a huge step in the right direction. I think you saw Kenny Clark really get comfortable in that front for the Cowboys. He's still learning how to play next to all of these guys. 9 seasons in a specific system. It's going to take a little time to, get used to some other faces that you're playing with on the D-line and, a different system as well. But you saw him really kind of settle in that third quarter and how big of an addition he is going to be. I think you saw a little bit of a glimpse of that there in the second half. I mean, there was a stretch for Saquon Barkley where he had 7 carries for just 1 yard in the second half, and that's huge, especially against a running back of that caliber and against an offense of that caliber. It was really encouraging to see.
I agree with you 100% on Maris Leofau. I saw you tweeting about that last night. I was like, why is Maris not getting more snaps? What stood out to you about the linebacking core in general?
Yeah, I didn't love the play from the second level. If I had to pick one big red flag from the game defensively, I would be pointing at that linebacking core, led by Kenneth Murray and Jack Sanborn. Even at times when I feel like they did get into the right position to make plays and running lanes, they weren't able to finish the play, but it was very rare that they were even in good position to make plays. I mean, in that first half, you saw Saquon Barkley, A.J. Dillon, Will Shipley. It was basically anybody they wanted to roll out there at running back, they were picking up positive yardage. And then Jalen Hurts just being able to scramble and make plays with his legs. That was just so killer there in that first half. And if you're looking at probably the biggest thing that hurt the defense last night, it was Jalen Hurts' legs. And not having a spy with the athleticism of a guy like Maris Leofau, it would have made sense, I would have thought, in my eyes. But, going back and seeing the snap counts and seeing Leofau only get 6 defensive snaps compared to the 62 for Murray. I believe it was 41 for Sanborn, and even Damone Clark was in the high 30s. That really surprised me. Coming out of training camp, I thought Maris Leofau was the most athletic of that group, could probably give you more sideline-to-sideline range out of anybody in that group, but, he wasn't trusted on the field last night, and that's an interesting thing for me.
Nick, how long before you think they get blue on the game day roster?
Yeah, that's an interesting one, too. Coming out of training camp in the preseason, I think it was maybe a little bit closer than some had expected as far as, him making the 53. I don't think he was ever in jeopardy of missing the 53, but, I think there was at least a discussion had, and I guess I didn't take that, as seriously as I maybe should have, because I expected him to be on the game day roster and, to get some early season opportunities. So it surprised me when he was inactive yesterday. If it were me, I mean, I would be trying to find touches. He's, I think, the most explosive guy in that running back room. Sure, there might have to be some things that he has to work on from a game knowledge perspective, but, overall, I think that type of speed, you have to bet on it. And you think to that Miles Sanders 49-yard run yesterday, I don't think Jaden Blue gets caught on that run, and that's nothing against Miles Sanders. That was a really good job of him to find that big hole in the big gain. But, when he follows it up with a fumble a couple of carries later, you think about those things. So, hopefully you'll see some Jaden Blue next week.
Nick Harris with you, Star Telegram here on the Fan. What do you think about CeeDee Lamb? Do you have confidence he's going to be securing catches?
Yeah, it was very uncharacteristic, right? I mean, the 4 drops that he had in that game last night, not only a career high for him, but it's more drops than any NFL receiver has had in a game since he entered the league in 2020. So it was super uncharacteristic of him. And I was told this afternoon that, this is a player off day for the Cowboys players in the facility. But CeeDee Lamb, he went into the facility on his own this afternoon and spent quite a bit of time on the jugs machines with, one of the equipment guys. So he's trying to get back into the lab as quick as possible to rectify whatever happened last night, and hope that doesn't happen again for him.
All right, what did you uncover when it comes to Spitgate? Are we in danger of Dak maybe getting some kind of fine here?
I'm not really 100% sure as far from a league perspective. I haven't been able to talk to anybody from the league about this situation. I am curious to see what the league thinks about it at the end of the day. I'd be shocked if Jalen Carter does not get a fine. He won't get a suspension. Unless it's something absolutely egregious. It's very rare that a player that gets ejected gets suspended on top of that. For Dak, it could be a fine, but again, I didn't really see anything that was qualified as a hostile act in my eyes from Dak to maybe warrant a fine. But, we'll see what the league thinks. Obviously, the league has a lot more eyes and ears on this situation than we do.
Hey, Nick, when it came to the rookie right guard, you and I do a lot of work, Zach, on the draft show. Where were your impressions of how he played?
Yeah, I thought he played well. I would have loved to have seen him up against Jalen Carter, but, there were some moments up against Moro Ojomo where he really had some showed that juice and that power that he had at Alabama, and I thought it was a really encouraging start for Tyler Booker in his first start. If I was ranking, the 5 offensive linemen last night, I'd probably put him 2 or 3 as far as performances. I thought he played pretty well in the run game, paving some holes down the middle, and then in pass protection, I thought he was solid. He wasn't perfect, but I thought he was solid given his debut against that type of front.
Would number 5 be Steele?
Yeah, it probably would be. Although I thought there were some moments in the run game.
Yeah, it was a little tough.
Although there were some moments in the run game that I thought Terrence Steele did really well getting out into space. Talking about that Miles Sanders 49-yard run.
Right.
I mean, he came across the formation to deck a safety and clear that hole. So, I thought the line as a whole played well last night. And so, to be the number 5 guy in that group, I don't think that's as big of a negative as it maybe would have been last year.
What about Guyton and the 5 pressures that he gave up? Is there, evidence that he's heading in the right direction and he can be a left tackle of the future?
I saw things from him yesterday that we didn't see last year. Those hands have come a lot more inside. It's a lot more narrow hands than he had last year when he got super wide on guys. He was almost hugging them. The fact that he had 0 penalties last night, I think that's a bigger deal than him having 5 pressures in my eyes. That's a step in the right direction for him. The discipline things and him getting his hands into correct usage, I thought those were, positive signs. Sure, those 5 pressures, you don't want those, especially against that type of front. But I thought all in all, considering the circumstances, considering that he hasn't been in a live training camp practice, or he wasn't in a live training camp practice for the last 3.5 weeks, I thought it was a strong start for Tyler Guyton considering.
Nick, what do you know about the approach that they took with the rain delay being in the locker room? I know Trayvon Diggs was out trying to find some grub, and it seemed like the defense made plenty of adjustments.
Yeah, I thought the defense played really well in the second half overall. And, I talked to some guys in the locker rooms about, like, hey, what were the vibes in the locker room during the rain delay? And everyone was like, well, it was good. We took our pads off, took our helmets off, just kind of sit back and chilled. And, we tried to keep the energy up. And a lot of guys said that they headed back out to the field with a lot more energy and a lot more optimism coming off of that fumble than had they, continued right through that drive. They thought it really benefited them. But, obviously they weren't able to score any offensive points out of that. But, again, I thought the defense played really well there in that second half. At halftime, I was talking with one of the media members about, Matt Eberflus, is this going to work this season? And I think after the game, we found each other again. I was like, well, I think Eberflus is going to be all right. He made some second half adjustments. And so that's a big deal, right? Because, coming off of these, last couple of years, it felt like on either side of the ball, there were times where second half adjustments weren't made, and it was almost things that seemed really obvious and clear up front. But, I thought Eberflus did a really good job of shoring some things up, especially in the run game.
Yeah,
123 yards allowed on the ground in the first half, 35 in the second half.
Wow. Yeah, if half times were only an hour in length, we might have a good shot there at that then, right?
Yeah. Unfortunately, it's not a Texas high school football halftime.
Exactly.
Every band in the county has to play. But
no doubt, the drill team.
Yeah, 100%.
Get them all out there. What was your assessment on Pickens' debut?
Yeah, I maybe expected him to get a little bit more involved, and I think Pickens maybe did as well. And, we talked to him in the locker room after the game, and he was like, look, my time's going to come. CD was getting open most of the night, and, George Pickens was actually, helping out CeeDee Lamb there after the game and, keeping his head high after those really crucial drops. Overall, you would have liked to have seen more, I think, from a receiving production standpoint. But I think in that first quarter, you saw him get the first reception of the game. Then he drew the DPI later on that second drive, I believe it was. Those are two big things, and that just comes from being a smart player and understanding, the situation. But all in all, at least his presence was noted. You saw safeties over the top of George Pickens, and it really allowed CeeDee Lamb to find those open lanes. The 13 targets that Lamb had, I'm not sure he has 13 targets if George Pickens is not on the field. So even if he's not showing up in the stat box, he's going to show up in some other places for some other guys.
What do you make of the Eagles? How different are they? Are they a favorite? Do they look like a Super Bowl team to you?
Yeah, I think their secondary is going to need some work, and it kind of reminds me of how I felt about them going into the 2023 season. There's a couple of pieces that they've tried to replace in the secondary. They're still figuring out their cornerback 2 situation in my eyes, and then Adoree Jackson gets hurt on top of that, and they have to flip around to Bennett last night late in the game, and I thought CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens both had their way with him on some one-on-one opportunities. So, I'm curious to see how, Vic Fangio, Howie Roseman, they attack the secondary issue. But they just added another pass rusher in Zadarius Smith, so maybe they try to solve it by getting more guys home in the backfield. They're having to replace some guys up front, too. So I think they're still figuring out what exactly is going on defensively as far as the new faces go. But I think offensively, when they found their stride, it looked like the team from last year. But, when those second half adjustments were made by Eberflus, you wondered about the Landon Dickerson injury, if it maybe affected them up front a little bit more than we expected. But overall, it's a good team. That's a top 5 team in the NFL, even on their worst day. And I thought the Cowboys played up to that level last night.
What are you looking forward to following up with Shoddy on here in about 20 minutes?
Yeah, excited to talk to him about the linebacker play. We talked about that here earlier in this hit. Overall, the feelings coming off of the plane this morning whenever the team got back. The energy was high in certain areas of the locker room last night, and then in some other areas, guys are kind of beating up on themselves, feeling like they let one get away there. So, I wonder how that's, kind of turned now that everybody's flipped on it, and, they're heading into the weekend. Now, granted, the whole team is off this weekend through Sunday. They'll be back in the facility on Monday. But I am curious to see what the vibe is around the team coming out of week 1.
Terrific job as always, sir. Love your social media there on Twitter. Just outstanding information and insights. And have a great weekend, and we'll catch up with you soon.
I appreciate it, fellas. How about we get a series win out there at the Globe? What about that?
Let's do it, baby.
Oh, dude, I'll drink to that.
Let's go.
Let's do that.
Let's get the
Rangers,
broomsticks
Astros,
out.
pregame coming up at 6:30. First pitch at 7 o'clock. And, these are – you got to take 2 out of these 3 at least. And then it's going to be tough next week. Brewers, Mets. So the rubber's really hitting the road. But I think after that day off, people are fortified. They're feeling good here about your Rangers here in this silver boot. I think they got a winning record against Houston this year.
They do, and you got Merrill Kelly tonight and DeGrom as well.
Yeah, Kelly, DeGrom, Corbin. I think that lines up well, although Alvarez is back. We'll have to talk with Sandler and Nadell about how you approach that a little bit later on. Chief, where are we going next?
Let's go ahead and hit you with a little football's finest, more Cowboys takeaways, and we prep our bodies for week 1 of the season next in the nation.
Uber Eats has
That is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, good.
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It's the G-Back Nation live at the Globe. Rangers Astros tonight. A reminder, 30 westbound is going to be closed from 9 o'clock tonight till 6 a.m. Monday, so there is going to be some traffic. That's between Fielder and East Chase Parkway. It's going to be time for the Shoddy Presser here in 5 or 10 minutes. Let's get some the football's finest with the Chief. It's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. Here's Eric.
All right, what do you guys think about this? If I was doing the newspaper today, it would be spit, sweat, and tears. That would be my 3-inch headline.
It's pretty good.
Does that work?
I love it.
Works.
Yeah.
Not in their DNA.
Oh, look at you getting biological on the beat.
Yeah.
With the spit.
That's strong.
Science.
Not in their DNA.
Science rules.
Shout out to the Dak spit, though. That was obviously a pretty nice game changer. He even lent voice to it after the game, saying, like, yeah, our whole game plan changed, really, once Jalen Carter was not going to be participating. So that was good stuff. I'm sure Tyler Booker really appreciated that.
That is mental toughness right there. That's you got alpha'd, Jalen Carter. That's what happened right there.
No question.
Couldn't
Somebody
hold it
spits
together.
on one of us. I mean, I'm throwing hands.
Yeah, Dak, he held his water on that. That's leadership. And what else is leadership is that tackle he made.
Oh, yeah.
Brian pointed that out immediately, like saved a touchdown.
Superman tackle, bro.
Yeah.
That was awesome.
Maybe you should play some linebacker.
I told Wolchuk, I said, if they win this game, that is the play of the game. That right there is play of the game.
And then when you look at the Pro Football Focus
you want to know
stuff,
their play of the game?
The fumble.
Is Braun running down our
Miles
Bond.
Sanders. Oh, no question.
Jason, gosh, come on, Miles.
Through the trash.
You know he wanted that touchdown. Where's the second year?
So the box score shows for Dak 21 for 34, 188 yards, no touchdowns, no picks. The PFF premium stats, he recorded an 86.1 passing grade, which is super good. 4 BTTs.
Big time.
1 turnover-worthy play, 4 drops. His adjusted completion percentage would be 78%. Completed 9 of 12 passes under pressure, 85 grade there. So that's a much clearer picture of the story of Dak's night, which was, I mean, really damn impressive. So kudos to him. If we get that version of Dak this year, that's going to be really, really good stuff. All right, your NFL stat of the day. Derrick Henry has played 9 years in the NFL. He's still 500 yards away from his total rushing yards in high school.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean his high school numbers are legendary.
So he's got, let me see, he's got 11,423 yards in 9 years in the NFL,
Which I was going for $3K a year in high school.
12,124 rushing yards in 4 years of high school. What an absolute animal man beast from a world that I've never been before.
I mean, this is the durability.
Yeah,
all those years.
No, the staying power is just ridiculous, dude.
Yeah, he averaged 328 yards a game. In high school. That's insane.
Thoughts and prayers to Chargers guard Mekhi Becton, who posted to his Instagram story allegedly from a hospital bed saying, "Don't eat the rice and beans in Brazil, bro."
With the puke emojis.
With the puke emojis. I imagine that could be a both ends situation.
Yeah.
But if you're dealing with food poisoning, I'll tell you what, you're not dealing with actually suiting up and playing a football game. From my experience. From my experience, food poisoning tells me he ain't playing, if that's real.
If this game was Sunday, he'd have a shot. But you got to get rehydrated. You got to get your strength back, get rid of those body aches. I wonder why. Did it soak in water? That's not good for the American stomach?
I don't know, man. Sometimes those frijoles can get you.
That's a good point, Dawson, because they tell you not to eat salad in Mexico and places like that.
Bad water.
The water that's cleaning the salad or vegetables.
Could be.
The hazards of, where are they? San Paulo or something?
Sao Paulo.
There you go. Sao Paulo. All right. Surprise, surprise, boys. We're back. Week 1. It's time for the G-Bag Nation to guess that spread, baby. Let's go. Woo! The Dolphins in Indianapolis. Brian Broaddus. Guess that spread.
That would be 4.5.
4.
Colts favored by 4.5.
Plussing, minusing.
Dolphins
road 4.5 favorites. I like it, Broaddus, with the little Tua confidence. Wolchuk.
I'm
Guess
going
that
to go
spread.
Colts 1.5.
And Gavin Dawson.
Pick 'em.
That is a Walchuk ding, ding, ding. All that time this summer doing the BetMGM.
Bet Nation.
Bet Nation.
Bet Nation.
Paying off at a high level.
Bet
All right,
Nation.
Dawson Saints are hosting Kyler Murray and the Cardinals. Guess that spread.
Arizona -2.
Arizona as a 2-point road favorite. Broadus.
Arizona -5.
Ooh, that's a big-time road fave. Bully, bully.
Your Cardinals -4.
That's going to be Cardinals as a 6.5-point road favorite.
You know I love home dogs.
Yes, sir. You and me both. The Raiders. These are two sneaky fun teams this year. Raiders traveling across country to Foxborough to take on the Fighting Mike Vrabels. Zach Wolchuk. Guess that spread.
I'm going to go Patriots -2.
Patriots -2. Okay. Dawson.
Wow, the Patriots are a total unknown. They were terrible last year. Let me get Raiders -2.
Patriots -4.5.
Patriots -2.5. That's going to be a fun game. I'm looking forward to that.
No Christian Gonzalez for New England. He's got a hammy injury. The Colony Zone. That's a big loss.
Pick up Dante Thornton, ladies and gentlemen, in your fantasy.
It's a mistake, Vegas.
And
about to capitalize on it.
Patriots are my bold playoff prediction this year. How about that? Not bold enough to win the division because the Bills exist, but they're still going to make the playoffs. Steelers-Jets. We got the Aaron Rodgers reunion game. Gavin Dawson in New York. Guess that spread.
Steelers -3.
Ooh, 3-point road faves. Broadus.
Steelers -2.
Wolchuk.
I go Steelers 3.5.
Steelers by 2.5. Road faves.
We were all over it.
Love it.
We're dancing.
You guys know ball. All right, the Commanders hosting the Giants. Divisional game. Giants in Washington. Broadus.
This would be Giants -8.
Commanders.
Commanders
Yep.
-8.
Well, Chuck.
I'm going to go Washington -3.5.
Let me get 4.5, Chief.
Washington as a 6.5-point home favorite. We got the battle.
That's a mistake. I'm loading up on New York.
Loading up on New York?
Yeah,
that pass rush could be the real deal.
I could see the Giants covering for sure.
All right, you have the Battle of the Cats in Jacksonville. Travis Hunter, Trevor Lawrence, Liam Cohen, Duval with the Bryce Young Panthers in town. Dawson, guess that spread.
Jags -4.
Well, Chuck.
Man, give me Jags -3.
Jags -2.5.
3.5, Jags.
Look at this.
You guys are on fire right now. All right, the Bengals go to Cleveland to take on the Dutch Oven Brownies. Wolchuk, guess that spread.
Let's go with Browns +2.
Browns are at home. You have them as a 2-point dog at home.
Yeah.
Okay, Broadus.
Give me Cincinnati -4.5.
Love it. Dawson.
Cincy -1.
Cincy -5.5. They think that Bengals defense is going to be all up in that kitchen at Joe Flacco. This is a big one here. Bad division. Two solid teams, though. Bucks go to Atlanta. Go to Atlanta. Broadus, guess that spread.
That would be Bucks -4.
Ooh, 4-point road faves. That's a Buck lover right there.
Yeah.
Dawson, guess that spread.
3 Bucks.
Yeah,
Wolchuk.
2.5 Bucks.
Bucks by 1.5. Road favorites in the division. That's going to be a game. That's going to come down to the wire.
Yeah, it's going to be close. And both games were outstanding last year.
Another divisional game. We have the Niners going to Seattle. Dawson, guess that spread.
Niners in Seattle. Let me get,
Christian McCaffrey, maybe Christian McCaffrey on ice a little bit.
Yeah.
And same thing last year. That calf pops up on the injury list right before the game.
See, I think Seattle's the better team, but I think the public is still so heavy on San Francisco. Let me get the Niners -2.
Love it. Walchuk.
Yeah, I'm going to go Niners -1.5.
Broadus.
Seattle -2.
Nail meets head with the Wooly Bully as
He
the
got
Niners favored by 1.5.
Look at that.
Hey, we got some Rangers news. Rangers are putting Adolis Garcia on the 10-day IL. They're moving John Gray to the 60-day IL. Dustin Harris has been selected from Round Rock. He was here in the clubhouse earlier. They were waiting for a corresponding move. So Ranger fans, I know you're texting Doley on the 10-day IL. Really upsetting news since Houston's in town.
Yeah, that hurts a little bit.
Hurts a little bit.
Okay, Micah's first game in a Packers uniform, wearing the number 1. Packers at home with the Lions in town. Lions in Green Bay. Dawson, guess that spread.
Packers -2.
Yeah.
Wolchuk.
I agree with that. I'll just go Packers -2.5.
Broadus.
Packers minus 1.5.
Broadus nailed it. Texans and the Rams. Man, we got some good matchups this week.
It's fun.
We do. Yeah.
Texans and the Rams. We'll see if Matthew Stafford's back can hold up. But the Rams are home with the Texans in town. Broadus, guess that spread.
That would be Rams minus 2.
Wolchuk.
I'll go Rams minus 1.5.
This is in L.A.?
Yes.
Rams minus 4.5.
Rams minus 3.5.
3.5.
That's going to be a fun one, man. And Sunday night,
Ravens.
where no one circles the wagons.
Like the Buffalo Bills.
Like the Buffalo Bills hosting the Ravens. You have Lamar versus Josh Allen. Dawson, guess that spread.
Baltimore minus 1.5.
Broadus?
I'm going to say Buffalo minus 2.
Okay.
Who's the home team?
Buffalo.
Yeah, I'm going to say Buffalo minus 2.5.
Did you say Baltimore?
Yeah.
You freaking nailed it. Baltimore as a road favorite.
Wow.
Ooh, I love that.
And did you guys
Give me
see?
the Bills.
Did you guys see Josh Allen got a deal with Snickers, and they're creating a barbecue sauce out of Snickers ingredients. We're getting Snickers barbecue sauce with
Sounds
Josh
amazing.
Allen's smile on the bottle.
Yes.
And they got a couple of different little flavor profiles, but all the Snickers ingredients will be in the barbecue sauce.
I love how we're not even hiding it anymore. We're just like, we're putting dessert in your food.
Yeah.
Here we go. Let's do this. We're live at the Globe. We'll be back at any minute with the shoddy presser as soon as he starts yapping up there.
He's on the phone. It's a conference call.
Oh, it's a conference call. No shoddy presser?
No shoddy presser.
Okay, we're good to go with Sands then. Jared Sandler joins you next right here. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Fort Worth, get ready.
Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course it's not. Oh, Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, what is your name? No, I'm Jack. Your name's Jack. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
Remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Baby.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curd?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you, Lucius. It's the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. We are live at the Globe, and Rangers-Astros coming up pregame at 6:30. First pitch at 7:05, and we're excited about that. Silver Boot is reignited this evening, and the stakes are as high as they've ever been. As Jared Sandler joins us now here on The Fan. Jared, how the heck are you?
Gavin, I'm great. I'll say
they're not as high as they were when the Rangers beat the Astros in the 2023 ALCS. I just want to let's start this conversation off on the right foot and just remind people what happened the only time these two teams have ever met in the playoffs.
Amen.
Good correction. And
but
to celebrate.
I would say that from a regular season standpoint, you know, in 2023 when the Astros came here and swept the Rangers in September, the Rangers had a playoff spot. They actually gave away the division in that series, if I'm not mistaken. But that was a big series. It was like August or maybe August, September in 2015 when the Rangers overtook that. That was a big one.
Amazing.
I was trying to think of like big regular season series between these two teams like late in the year. This is probably top three. I mean, you know, however you want to rank the other two I just mentioned, this is a big one.
How are the Astros playing coming in?
Not great. You know, they just dropped 2 of 3 to the Yankees. They had to come back and beat the Yankees in the one game they won. You know, there's a reason the Rangers have kind of gone back in this divisional race. The Mariners have been really bad, and the Astros have been not as bad as the Mariners, but bad enough to where, you know, the Rangers have been able to make up some ground. So, you know, they've got a rejuvenated lineup just from like a presence standpoint of Yordan Alvarez and obviously having Carlos Correa and Jeremy Pena's healthy, but it's not that scary of a lineup. Now, they could go and score 20 tonight, you know, who knows, but it's not a lineup that intimidates you the way it has in the past, and they're pretty beat up on the mound. So, you know, Spencer Arrighetti had to go back on the IL. The Rangers are facing Colton Gordon tonight. Josh Hader's out, you know, I think for the rest of the regular season. So, I mean, they're a good team. They're winning the division. You can't discredit them from that, but it's of division-winning teams, I don't think that there is the same level of invincibility that maybe some might have. Like you see the Dodgers, right? Or you know, take you know, the Blue Jays. Like their things are like, man, they're really good. The Astros are good. They're better than the Rangers record-wise, but I don't know that people are going into the series like super intimidated.
Rangers going to have to do this one without Adolis Garcia. He goes on the 10-day shelf today. All the ramifications of that would be interesting. But are they also going to have to play them in 10 or 12 days from now without Dolly?
Well, he had a grade 2 quad strain. I'm not a doctor, but you guys can use the internet just like I can and see the typical return times for grade 2 quad strains. And, you know, that would suggest that it might take some time. With that said, we're in September. And guys with more on the line, this is where, you know, I think the average person maybe doesn't grasp, and I don't know that I grasp, all that these guys do play through. You know, it might not make sense to play through this in May, but you're at the end of the road anyway, right? Or potentially. So I know Adolis wants to get out there as soon as he can. If you guys remember in 2023, he had the knee thing where he helped off the field, and it was like, gosh, is he done for the year? And he came back and set a record in the ALCS for most RBIs in a single series and overall in the postseason, right? I think there were people who thought his season was done. Adolis is a tough SOB. So it wouldn't surprise me if he was back. Normal timelines would suggest no, but all indications are that he is fully, you know, prepared to be back at that point. The only hope, the question, Gavin, to me is more, you know, what's going to be on the line in 10 to 12 days? This is such in flux. Could the Rangers be fighting for division? Are they hanging on for a wild card spot? Are they totally? I mean, it could be anything, you know, on either end of the spectrum.
Could he miss the rest of the season?
I don't think.
Could we have seen Adolis' last game as a Ranger already?
I would say if the Rangers tumble and they're not playing for anything because they struggle over the next week or so, maybe the thought is, hey, Adolis, it's not as, you shouldn't push it, right? This could maybe, but I don't think that's the expectation at this point.
Offensively, it's Colton Gordon, a lefty, on the bump again. But do things kind of work out well for the Rangers in terms of the pitching alignment?
Well, yeah. I mean, they're going to face Hunter Brown tomorrow. Hunter Brown's really good, but the Rangers have had some success against him. Yeah, I mean, Colton Gordon's not a guy that scares you, and you're not going to face Framber Valdez. I don't know if that's good or not because he's so emotional. You never know how that's going to work out. But yeah, I mean, I think what's great is that you got Merrill Kelly and Jacob deGrom tonight and tomorrow. That deGrom Hunter Brown matchup is going to be a fun one. So yeah, I think in that regard, you got 2 of your 3 best starting pitchers pitching in this series, and so I think you like that, right? Whereas you're not having to face Framber. We'll see how Hunter Brown does tomorrow, but again, maybe Colton Gordon goes and shuts them down tonight, right? I mean, it just
we've seen it before, sure.
and the Rangers have turned things around, but it is tough at some point. Not having Adolis, not having Seager, not having Simeon, not having Carter, those things can catch up. So we'll see. Murph called the young guys the little rascals, right?
Yeah.
So that's Osuna, Freeman, and Michael Hellman. And they're starting with Freeman and or Hellman and then Freeman at the top of the order. So a little rascal starting combo to begin the lineup.
Is Dylan Moore giving a little pop at DH?
He's actually been pretty impressive in very small samples. He's come with some big hits and in just a few games. But yeah, I hope so. The weird thing with Dylan Moore is that he's been better against lefties than righties in his career, but it's kind of been reversed this year. But yeah, it's interesting. I thought it was interesting that they had him at DH, but a lot of those decisions are made, hey, not just where we're going to start the game, but what is it going to look like as the game progresses. And
right.
That seems like, all right, that could be a really likely landing spot for Jock Peterson. Well, that makes it easier then for Jock just to slide in as a DH as opposed to making a lot of chops and changes. So that's one reason why I think Dylan Moore might be DHing tonight.
What's the word on Seager?
Yeah, he's pleased with where he is. He understandably doesn't want to commit to any sort of timetable, but he is progressing, and at some point it's just going to be a pain tolerance thing. And let me tell you, this guy, he basically, I think, was playing through, an appendix that was on the verge of bursting and hit a couple home runs. This guy's pain tolerance and what he did in the 2023 postseason should never be put in question. But at some point, I think it's going to be that. Structurally, right now, I don't think his body is ready, especially, as a swinger.
Right.
That's your. But, I think he is pleased with where things are progressing and hopes that he is able to come back while the team is playing meaningful baseball.
How has Correa played for them?
He's been better, better than he was. I honestly, Eric, I think the biggest thing for Carlos Correa on this team, not that, he's hitting in a leverage spot in the order, he's playing third base, but I just think they desperately need some sort of clubhouse presence because Jose Altuve is not that guy. I know he's a great player. This is not taken away from anything that Jose Altuve does as a player. He's a great hitter. He sucks defensively. But he's not a clubhouse guy. He's not a guy that's – Alex Bregman was that guy, all right? That's what they teach at LSU, right, Broadus?
That's us.
That's Alex Bregman. That's also Carlos Correa, and I think getting him back really helps in that way.
How about Seattle against Atlanta this weekend? Could Braves give us some more help?
I think so. Chris Sale's starting tonight, so that's good. And Seattle just can't win on the road for whatever reason. But maybe they turn things around. I don't know. Maybe having yesterday off allows them to reset. They're way too talented of a team to be playing this poorly, but they have struggled on the road. And no Acuna in the lineup tonight for the Braves. That stinks. But, hopefully Chris Sale can help the Rangers out.
What do you feel like they need? Do we need to sweep them? Or would just winning one be okay?
Well, if you want to win the division, which right now that means you would overtake both the Mariners and the Astros, I think it would be challenging to win the division if you don't win at minimum 4 of 6 in the 2 series between the Astros, and really maybe 5-1 puts you in the driver's seat to be knocking on the door and making them feel the pressure. If we're talking wild card, just take 2 of 3. You keep taking 2 of 3, I think you could find yourself in a decent position. Take 2 of 3 if you're looking at the wild card. But if you want to win the division, you got to make a move, and winning one game or gaining one game on the Astros with a little less than 3 weeks to play might be a tougher hill to climb unless they just totally tank.
Should we be checking some of these Houston bats?
Why not? Let's
clear
out the garbage.
Yeah, it looked a little bit like last night. There might have been
Taylor
some foolery
Trammell
going on.
all of a sudden, hitting the ball hard. Yeah, no, I'm all for it. Check them all.
Check them.
Only the Astros bats.
No, our bats.
Yeah.
Cork 'em
I
up.
checked our bats. They're great. They look really pretty.
Perfect.
They look like the bat that Eric swings when we do the wiffle ball stage. Just like
Just tearing it up.
Yeah.
You got the radio call tonight?
Radio tonight, yeah.
Very nice.
Hey, you killed it on TV.
Yeah,
and the
great job.
day in the life of Jared Sandler in Arizona.
Oh, I loved it.
That's cinema.
And the TikToks are blowing
I just want
out.
to say thank you.
No, I thank you guys.
You pumped for Packers Lions?
Pumped for Packers Lions. I don't like how many people are on the Packers this Sunday. It makes me a little nervous. But some people think the Lions are just going to take this huge step back. But I don't know. We'll see how big Ben Johnson is, right? 2 new coordinators.
Ben Johnson, what's he done?
Got 8. No, two new coordinators.
No Frank Reich now. That's the big thing for me.
Yeah, no. Well, yeah, they lost 2 guys on the line. Aleem McNeil's not back yet. Who knows what Hutch is going to be? My only concern about the Packers, not only, but I just think their quarterback is above average. I don't think he's any better than that. But I don't know.
They
Maybe
definitely just added an average defensive player.
Yeah, I heard he was overrated.
Good luck stopping the run this year, Beyond.
Hey, let me tell you, they couldn't stop the run last year. But Kenny Clark, hey.
No, Kenny Clark's good.
Yeah.
Listen, that was a nice ad.
I think.
But
I
Mike
think,
is a nice ad for the Packers.
Yeah, I think the Micah trade could end up being great for the Packers. I do genuinely believe, and I'm consistent, right? When Micah was a Cowboy, I was not like Team Micah.
Yeah.
I think he's a Hall of Fame talent. I think this could end up still long-term being okay for the Cowboys.
Thank you, Jared. Have a great weekend.
See you guys.
He's at Jared Sandler on Twitter. We got what you drinking and what you thinking. Your phone calls coming up next here. What you want to react to. You want to talk Rangers, Astros, Mavs, Stars, anything. You just have to answer the questions. What you drinking, what you thinking. We'll react to Cowboys as well with you coming up next year. It's the G-Bag Nation, the Fan.
then by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go, Hour 4, G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. It's time now for that one segment of the week where you're encouraged to call in while intoxicated or in the process of catching the buzz. That's right, it's what you're drinking and what you thinking at 877-881-1053. Imagine a lot of people are thinking about the Cowboys, what last night's defeat means for them. We'll have Eric Nadell coming up in the Expressway here in about 20 minutes. Let's get to your phone calls after we go around the broadcast positions and talk about what we are drinking and thinking. For me, it's a 20-ounce Diet Coke. I've been cutting back on them, but with the road game today, wanted to tap into it, especially late night last night. But I'm thinking Cowboys go do this. You know, Dak is good. The defense is making improvements. I think you're 3 or 4 players away from really having a team that could go contend. For me, it really starts with the running game, and Dak showed last night in the fourth quarter, even when all the chips are down against your rival, he's still not going to go out there and run. I think he's athletic as he was last year, like great job coming back from the avulsion fracture, but you need a dominant running game and just a little bit more help in the run defense. And I think you could at least win this division. So I'm excited. I'm optimistic. Probably not going to happen. So I'm just thinking, man, I can't wait to see what Shoddy has cooked up here in the next couple of years for the Cowboys. But overall, I'm trending up. Like yesterday, I was just like, okay, whatever. And a probably continuation of what we saw last year. But last night proved to me Shoddy's not only got the style, he's got substance. And excited about what he and Eberflus were able to put together. That's what I'm drinking and thinking. Brian, how about you?
Currently drinking some water here. But I was just kind of sitting there thinking about my comments about the offense going away.
Yeah.
And I feel like that going back and just kind of during the breaks and looking at plays and stuff like that, I thought there was some I thought they showed the creativity of Lamb being in the backfield and then him using him out and trying to get him in a route and then having a completion and able to get a first down of that. I thought the screens were poorly called. When you're asking guys like with Tolbert having to block on the outside, I thought those were some negative plays. The drops were surely a problem. You didn't give him any help. The interception that he almost threw there's really no creativity in that play as far as trying to get guys open. Dak was trying to force the ball there at the end. I just think what I'm trying to say to everybody is that, to me, with the motion, the one guy that was always in motion is Tolbert. Find ways to get Pickens more involved. Find ways to get Lamb, move him around a little more. Just don't make it about Turpin being the move guy. Get others involved in that game. I felt like that's what they did early in the game. Later in the game, I didn't think that's as much. I just went back and checked myself on that. And like I say, I thought the screen plays were negative plays. The fact that Dak on almost the interception that he threw was a play where he didn't have really any good options there. And I just felt like that, to me, they were better early than they were late.
I don't know the last time the Cowboys had a good screen game. It's frustrating. Hopefully last night was just an appetizer, and the full meal of motion in this scheme is going to be unveiled.
I would have tried to create opportunities for Pickens in this game. I wouldn't have just put it all in Lamb's hands, even though Lamb is one of your best players. You put it in Ferguson's hands as well. I would have tried to get others involved in this game. That's where I felt like the offense didn't do enough to finish that football game.
Well, Chuck, what are you drinking and thinking?
I've just been polishing off some water. I'm going to go home and probably have the rest of this Buffalo Trace that I've been saving.
Good bottle.
Going to be a hell of a weekend of football. I can't wait for it. But what I'm thinking of is just, don't question me when it comes to ball knowing. All right? I told you this team's going to win the damn division. I told you they weren't going to get blown out by the Eagles. You all want to just, yeah. Shut up. Listen. I might know something. You too, Brian. You pipe down over there.
Chief, can you follow that up?
Probably not, but I'm drinking water, and I'm thinking, one, the tush push is an illegal play when they line up offsides.
Right.
Lining up offsides
what are we doing?
Is horse ass. Bleep the dude wipes.
Screw that.
And I'm trying to think, can we get a Dak Tua 2.0 at AT&T Stadium next week? Get Dexter Lawrence the hell off the field.
Ooh, I like that.
That's what I'm thinking.
Would be good.
Might be Dak's go-to in the
Dak
pregame.
Tua.
Into the Pimp Cup we go, L.A., drinking and thinking.
Oh, yeah, man. What am I drinking? I'm drinking Americano. I got it from McDonald's. I did not know they had Americanos on the menu, but they do have that, and I was surprised. I used to get my Americanos from Starbucks. I like them iced.
Okay.
You can't get them iced at McDonald's for some reason. They don't like putting ice in there. But, yeah, I got that. 5 shots of espresso in it.
Ooh. Zooming.
5 shots, my man.
Grooving, baby. Some sugar-free vanilla in that joint. So I'm grooving. And I'm thinking, who was asking for Mike Tyson, Floyd Mayweather? Who was asking for that?
Is that real? Nobody.
Nobody was asking for that, bro. We seen Mike Tyson's last fight, bro.
Weird money grab. It's an exhibition.
It's a heist. It's a troll out for an app, for another boxing app that nobody can afford because we're already paying for 4 of them out here in a sense.
Nailed it.
Yeah.
All righty, let's hit these phone calls at 877-881-1053. Who's up first, Lucius?
DJ Rocket in Dallas. What are you drinking? What are you thinking, bro?
Hey, long-time caller. Sorry. First-time caller. I'm drinking some water. Just want to be really quick here. What's up with the Cowboys and these route combinations where there's like 2 receivers in the same area? I don't know if y'all remember a few years ago in the Packers game where there was 2 receivers in the area and Dak almost threw an interception. And then yesterday, the whole Tolbert and CeeDee Lamb fiasco. What's up with those route combinations? Like, why are those receivers in the area?
Yeah, somebody's wrong.
Tolbert doesn't know what the hell he's doing.
I think it might be Tolbert because of the way that the routes were run.
It's weird.
It was very strange. And
so it's a misread on what the defense is doing and your responsibility?
I thought, too, on the crossing route that the crossing route that Lamb dropped, or the deep cross route, I thought maybe that Turpin was wrong, carrying guys in the routes, too. Yeah. So they had some problems with those in that game. And you'd like to believe that it probably wasn't on Lamb there, that maybe that Tolbert or Turpin were the guys there as well.
Who's next, Lucius?
Yeah, let's go to Polo and Garland. What are you drinking? What are you thinking, Polo?
What's going on, fellas? Happy Friday. I'm drinking some Dayquil and NyQuil because me and my entire family is sick right now, so I'm getting up on that permission vein thinking I'm from H-Town. What I want to talk about is 88. Now, what's 8 minus 8? 0. I mean, you played like a 0 and not a hero last night, Lamb. Don't get me wrong, that one doesn't catch. That was pretty much, hard to do. But you walk around with these braids in your head, and you got these little platinum teeth in your mouth thinking you just cute and all that. You is not all that, dude. I've been saying it for the longest. I'll take one Dez Bryant over 20 doggone Lambs. Everybody talk about Lamb, our best player. No, he is not, man. Lamb is just garbage, and he a pretty boy. That's all he is. he got as much game as Brothers got on the top of his he on top of his head. Now I love y'all. Now Brothers, I'm still kind of mad at you because I went through some racism. You laughed at me last week, but it's all good, man. Y'all at the Rangers game. Let's go Rangers. Y'all need to come on, step on with it. And man, look,
go Rangers.
I love y'all. Bye.
There he goes, Polo and Garland. Have a great weekend. Hope you and your family start to feel better.
Yeah, man.
Lamb's better than Dez, isn't he? I think he's coming up on like third in 100-yard games. He already zoomed past Dez.
Yeah, he
is.
And
I love Dez. Yeah. I think Dez could get Dez was more limited though. Dez could get taken out of a game plan.
He could. He absolutely could.
And that's with all due respect to Dez. Okay, who's next, Lucius?
Yeah. Walton Waco. Oh, shout out to Polo. Polo, you got to lower your expectations, my guy. You got to lower your expectations. Walton Waco, what are you drinking? What are you thinking?
I'm drinking that ice-cold Natty Light, baller on a budget. And I'm thinking after last night, all NFL games need to be played indoors. And I'm also thinking that I binged America's Team leading up to the Cowboys game and finished it, and it got me all in my feels. I'm a Cowboys fan because I got to experience all of that, but I was also a Cowboys fan because my family was. Fortunately, though, man, in my middle school and high school years, that was everything in that documentary that we watched. I got 2 boys, 120, 121, and, man, they're Cowboys fans. They watch it with me, and they love the Cowboys, but they watch it because of me. I don't want them to only watch the Cowboys because of me. I want Jerry to nail it with these draft picks. I want us to do great this year, but if we're not going to do great, let's just do terrible. Because in the next 3 years, man, we got to get this thing done. There's too many young people that did not get to experience what we did, and Broadus got to experience all of it. So that's all I'm going to say, man. We need Jerry to come through on this one.
Thank you,
Here.
Walton Waco. Yeah,
love the call, Walt.
I guess it would have to start with a loss against the Giants. Do you guys feel like the Giants are improved enough? I know they're believing.
I think they're improved. Their defense is pretty good, but the Cowboys aren't losing to the Giants.
I don't think so either. Who's next, Lucius?
Let's go to my man Harrison in Mesquite. Harrison, what are you drinking? What are you thinking, bro?
Drinking on a little water, man. Thinking about the Cowboys, man. I'm thinking I like the blueprint from the coach. I'm liking the strategy used on the offensive side of the ball. Defense needs to catch up with the offense. I think they use Pickens as a decoy for Lamb. If we didn't have Pickens in that game, Lamb wouldn't have had any catches like he did. He wouldn't have had near as many catches. It'd have been totaled on the other side.
He sure didn't run routes like he was a decoy.
Well, he did, because that's why Lamb was open. If we go back and look at last year when they had Tobit as the second wide, we had problems. They wasn't getting open. A lot of games. So Pickens going to be used as a decoy. Let that happen. He's going to get his time to be served. Okay? Now, the linebacker play, I didn't like Sunburn and Clark play. I did not like it. I watched film with you. And I play football with Tony Bracken. I'll watch film with you, and you ought to know who Tony Bracken is. You're a Longhorn fan. I ain't talking about no bitch one, I'm talking about starter. I'll watch film with you. But I didn't like that linebacker play. It's been weak for a long time on the team. Your linebacker's supposed to come up. They defensive line did achieve a lot last night by closing the gaps. But I did not like the linebacker play. Y'all have a good weekend.
Thanks, Harrison. Take care. Harrison Mesquite opens a line at 877-881-1053. Yeah, the linebacker might be the first spot I'm looking to make a trade if we're serious about contending this year. I don't know last time. I mean, Eric Kendricks was pretty dang good last year. Maybe it just wasn't a scheme fit, but probably should have held off on the trade for Kenneth Murray and gave Kendricks that $7 million. He was one of your better run defenders.
He was one of your better.
He's still a free agent.
I mean, Sanborn's just a try hard, and I don't know who you take off the field more. Is it Murray? Is it Sanborn? Who are your starting linebackers? I don't know if Damone Clark and Leofau would be much better. This is a personnel issue there at linebacker, and it's frustrating to watch. Okay, who's next, Lucius?
The Teflon Don, Donald Trump is on the phone. What are you drinking? What are you thinking, sir?
Good morning, America. Good morning, G-Bag Nation. Afternoon, I mean. Sorry, I've had one too many Dos Equis. The only import I will give a tariff exception to. And what I'm thinking is, Shoddy, that's my boy, got us off to a good start. Even Dookie Dak played it pretty well. Pretty good game. Defense could have been better, but could have been worse. Now that we have Baby Micah, Crybaby Micah, I called him. He's such a loser. And I want to give a shout out to all the teachers out there raising our next great Americans. And that's all I've got to say. I've got a country to run, guys.
There it goes. DT, thank you for taking time out of your day to lob into what you're drinking and what you're thinking. And that opens the line as well. Lucius, who's next?
Yeah. Let's see where I want to go here. Let's go to Colton in Dallas. What are you drinking? What are you thinking, Colton?
Hey, man, I'm drinking a Topo Chico at work right now. Just kind of chilling. Hope my boss ain't listening because I ain't chilling. But anyway, I'm thinking I got a podcast, man, and I talk about it every week. I'm 26 years old, never seen a Super Bowl, never seen, an NFC Championship game. But I will say this. I'm a big fan of Jerry Jones. I think he does the most unpopular thing to do, and I think it's smart. I think he let Dez walk and cut him, and Dez wasn't nothing without Dallas. He let DeMarco Murray go. I think the biggest regret for him was not getting Tyron Smith and Zach Martin a Super Bowl, not getting D. Ware that Super Bowl. But he does move on from players that most teams won't, and they'll overpay and do all this stuff. And I will say this, I do think that Jerry should take the 2 first-round picks, and I think he should move him for another playmaker on the offense, or even just go get a linebacker. But I think, running back could be a play. Javonte Williams, I don't think he's got a lot. I know that Carter's not there and whatever, but I do think Breece Hall could be a good play for Dallas. But I do think, like Brian did say earlier, linebackers should be their number one priority in the draft next year. Or if not, you take those 2 picks and you're trading for a guy like Roquan Smith or somebody who's going to come in and make it effective immediately.
Thank you, Colton in Dallas. An alternate view. Big fan of what Jerry Jones been up to.
What did he open up his call with? Hasn't ever seen a championship game?
Yeah.
It's a weird take.
Yeah, he is 26 years old. Lucius, who's next?
Let's go to Michael and Allen. Michael, what are you drinking? What are you thinking, bro?
I just finished a shot of 1800 and ripped one and then chasing it down with a Miller Lite. Yes, sir.
Getting Friday started.
But, I'm not against what Colton said. I think Jerry Jones, we're giving him a hard time for this Micah trade. But I really think he pulled a fast one on the Green Bay Packers. And hopefully, we will be able to capitalize on those draft picks that we got. But I'm thinking, man, this is the best time of the year right now. Football started on all levels. You got hockey and basketball right around the corner, finishing baseball. Who doesn't want to be a sports fan right now?
Fantastic.
And to be honest with you, the Cowboys are going to go at least 11-6. I was thinking 6-11, but we're going to switch it around. I was very surprised what they did last night. Keep up the good work, boys. Love you guys.
Thanks, buddy. Yeah, I think double-digit wins are in play. What do you think, Lucius? Couple more?
Yeah, sure. Let's go to Big Jim. Big Jim been waiting patiently for a track to explode on. What are you drinking? What are you thinking, Jim?
Well, I should head out, so I'm not drinking anything. I'll probably drink a little bit later. Broadus, I was reading something this week. That fella commented on your hair earlier. I was reading about a new drug that they're testing that made it through phase 2 trials, and it literally wakes up dormant hair follicles, which is what we got.
Yeah.
And it'll give you hair. So they're heading into clinical trials on that. So in case you do, you may like your head. You're a fine-looking fella, I guess, and you might like it. But I'm just going to tell you that's out there.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that.
A few years away. Well, I talked to you last night, fellas, and I was very positive. I did go back and watch the game. There's some things, man. I don't understand why Schoonmaker's still on this team. By the way, Javonte Turpin was wide open in the middle of the field on that play. I don't know if Dak could see him. He is kind of small. But, look, I think the team's going to be all right. They honestly, I kind of thought this had blowout written on it, potentially. Although I listened to Broadus, during the week, and he talked a bunch of smart logic and as to why this team. And Broadus, hey, listen, if they just taken that ball down the field, you'd have nailed it on the points.
Yeah.
So anyway, hey, I'm kind of positive. We'll see what they got. I did like the play calling. You're all right, Brian. He did get a little bit more conservative at the end. Got to get Pickens involved. Got to get, we'll see. Listen. I'll let others get on here. Appreciate the joy this week, and we'll talk at you soon. All right.
Thanks, Jim. Have a great weekend. And go Cowboys, go Rangers. We are about an hour and 11 minutes from the pregame show as the Rangers are going to host the Astros. I think that's a good note to end on there from Big Jam. What do you think?
Yeah, let me get one more. David in Dallas. Come on, sir.
David.
What are you drinking? What are you thinking, bro?
Gentlemen, hey, I hope I can get away with a technicality because in a few minutes I will be drinking some Bombay-infused dirty martinis with a Stella chaser, and I diligently in watch. Believe me. Now, what I'm thinking is this. I think Jerry did Mike as messed up as that trade was. I think he did him a solid by sending him to a contender and letting him play with his other boy, Jordan Love. That's my opinion. Now, my other thought real quick is, I don't know where you grew up, but I've seen David whoop Goliath on a many other occasions on the street. And if Jalen Carter did that to somebody, to a grown man out there, he'd have got the brakes beat off of him. That was sick. He should be suspended and everything else. They played a good game. I look for them to score a couple of 30 and maybe even a 40 burger. I love what Shotty has brought as far as the attitude to the team. And I look for them to come with at least 11 wins this season after this is all over. Appreciate you, fellas.
There he goes. Thank you, sir. Have a great weekend. Okay, we have Eric Nadell on the other side. We have the G-Bag of the Day in L.A. live for you as well. Rangers pregame coming up 6:30 here on 105.3 The Fan.
Tolos, it's time to transform your bathroom into a dream space.
Roger that, Sally.
Uber Eats has local feed products? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your hair. But that's hair on your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair.
All right, welcome back. It's time to chat with Eric Nadel here with you on The Fan. Rangers and Astros pregame coming up in just over an hour now. The Expressway brought to you by the On Time Experts, and Eric Nadel Show brought to you by Tylock George Eye Care and TXU Energy. And a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
I'm doing all right. How are you?
Doing well. Wondering, when we're going to see Adolis Garcia next, as the news today is going on the 10-day shelf. What are all the moving parts there, you think?
Yeah, I don't think we're going to see him anytime soon. I mean, a grade 2 quadriceps strain, I can't imagine he's going to come back, any less time than 2 weeks. Who knows? I've been wrong before. And, of course, I'm not a doctor. But I think that he's out for a while.
Now, how about can you imagine a world where the Rangers still sweep the Astros, or take 2 of 3, take 5 of the next 6 against Houston? Like, what are your expectations for the Silver Boot as it reignites here tonight?
Gavin, this season has been so bizarre. Starting with the fact that the whole season we've lived in bizarro world where the Rangers have the best pitching in the major leagues and haven't been able to score runs. So I don't rule out anything anymore. It's like the improbable seems to be what happens more often than not this year. So, I'm ready to just let these guys play, let Michael Hellman and Cody Freeman let it rip and see what happens.
How are you treating Alvarez? Are we getting close to having to look at him from a Rangers perspective like the entire league did with Barry Bonds, where you could walk runners into scoring position just to avoid him?
I would, yeah. The Astros don't have all the guys who scare you anymore that they used to. So I would be extremely, extremely careful with him. We just saw what Ketel Marte could do to the Rangers, completely destroying the Rangers in 3 of the 6 games that the Rangers played against the Diamondbacks. So I have no objection at all to walking Alvarez at any time, any situation.
Do you think there's been some new life injected by these young guys, Hellman, Freeman, and, of course, Alejandro Osuna?
Yeah, I don't think there's any question. It's a different-looking team. They don't have the stable stars that they had for so long. It's a bunch of guys trying to prove themselves and a bunch of guys with a lot of energy. The whole team's taken on a different character, I think. And I do think it's infused some energy into it. I don't think there's any question about it.
How about these pitching matchups, getting Kelly, DeGrom, and then Corbin? You got to think that lines up pretty good, doesn't it?
Yeah, right now you're confident in all these guys against anybody. Now, the DeGrom-Hunter Brown matchup, that's one for the ages. You've got the number 2 guy in the league in ERA against the number 4 guy in the league in ERA. You've got a long-time star against the guy who's just kind of broken through this year into stardom. That's the game that really has me excited. But, with the pitching matchups, looking at them on paper, you think you've got a chance to win all 3 of these games. And at this point, you probably need to win all 3 of these games. Yeah, I know you play them again, but you play them again in Houston, so you've got to win these. And I figure to go 15-6 the rest of the way, which is what they probably need to do to have a chance to win the wild card, it needs to start with sweeping these 3.
Hey, Eric, Hall of Famer, longtime baseball guy, and I know you're not your team with Houston, but is what you saw with Valdez and Salazar the other day, what were your thoughts when you saw that whole thing about the catcher-pitcher getting crossed up, getting upset? What were your thoughts when you saw that?
Well, at first I thought this can't possibly be deliberate. But then as I talked to people, around baseball, I know Dallas Braden has been very outspoken on this, and Braden is, he's a former pitcher and a guy whose opinion I respect as much as anybody's. He is certain it was intentional. I've talked to some people who cover the Astros. They're certain it was intentional. So, I'm going to go with them. I don't know for sure, but if you had me to take a guess, I would guess it was intentional.
Was that something have you ever seen anything like that before?
No, it's unbelievable. It's unfathomable.
Okay.
And it just speaks to the kind of guy that Valdez is, that people would even suggest it was intentional.
What you drinking and what you thinking on this fine Friday evening, sir?
I've been drinking Diet Mountain Dew, trying to trying to keep the energy up all day. So I've turned to the last resort. Now that they don't make Jolt Cola anymore, I've turned to Diet Mountain Dew.
All right, buddy. Well, you have.
I'm thinking again. I'm thinking we got to sweep this series.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Let's do it.
Got to win all three.
I will drink to that. You have yourself a fine weekend, Eric, and we'll catch up with you next week.
All right. Thanks so much.
There he goes, Eric Nadel with you, Hall of Fame voice of your Texas Rangers. The Eagles did sign veteran edge Zadarius Smith, a one-year deal with Ian Rappaport and Tom Pelissero reporting that. I'm looking for the Cowboys to return serve here and do something to improve this roster, because last night was encouraging. We're live at the Globe. Pregame now under an hour away. It's time to go into the Pimp Cup, where Lucius has your G-Bag
Here we go on a Friday. G-Bag of the Day, we do it every weekday on the Fan, 5:30. It's presented by Berkey's Plumbing, AC, and Electrical. My name is L.A. Lucius Alexander. You can hit me up this weekend at Lucky Lucius P if you see something we should be playing out here. You hear what I'm saying? Lucius Alexander on Facebook. Follow us all if you find G-Bag Nation on Twitter. I believe this is day 3 for this audio. He wasn't supposed to win, but here it is, day number 3. Trap House Sports, disgruntled Cowboys fan. He has a Jerry Jones diss track. He didn't like that Michael Parsons trade.
Trapaholics
Man, Dallas Cowboys, they ain't hitting on they man. Jerry Jones, man, he about old as a bitch. Been a fan for 20 years, now I'm about to make a switch. Man, how the we lose Michael, bro, that don't make no sense. Say, why the I'll trade that man to the Packers? What's the reason? To the same team that knocked us out the playoffs every season. To the same team that used to give us hell with our Rangers. Now they got DDG at QB and he's still giving us problems. So I'm like, it's time to solve him. Hand me the switch, I'm headed to Dallas. My CTE just awakened. It's time to show Jerry Jones my man. Say, why the did we trade Michael for a trade that wouldn't even happen on Madden? So they like, Trap House, you gotta chill. You getting strange, it's getting outlandish. So they like, Trap House, you gotta chill. The CIA gonna put you on the list. I'm like, too late, won't stop till I show Jerry Jones my
on fire.
My fists.
Yeah, I wonder how Trap House is feeling today after last night's game.
Yeah, you think he's feeling kind of positive?
Got to get that Kenny Clark anthem going.
I mean, if you're listening to the TV call last night, they couldn't stop talking about what would happen if Micah was still around.
Yeah.
Everything was blamed on the trade.
Yeah. All right, let's see what I got here. It's been a while, so I got get some of these out the way that I've been sitting on. Rangers played the Athletics this past weekend.
Yeah.
And they were flashing to people in the crowd.
Oh, jeez.
And this dude just grabbed like a handful of his old ladies' McGuffies. He just
the McGuffies.
Yeah. He just rubbed his hand across them joints, get the hills and the mountains and the valleys.
That was Everest.
Yeah. And they handle it like G's on the broadcast.
For the folks at home, I on behalf of Chris Carey, I will apologize. You are a handful, Chris, let me tell you.
No. Straight layout.
Not a good joke?
Wow. What a layout for a boob joke, bro.
Man, that's quality work.
Fly ball center.
Still laughing.
Had to turn his mic off.
In the inning. A's down by a few. Trying to grab a couple back.
Trying to grab a couple back. Come on, guys.
Well done, sir.
Nice work.
Man, I do like the idea of maybe a handful cam, for those married couples out there that are down.
Handful cam?
Yeah.
Give them a good shake.
You got to hold up your marriage license to prove it.
Yeah.
Yeah, consensual.
Yeah.
Probably could get ugly, but sounds fun.
I'll give him a good shake like a pit bull. Look at that.
Look at that. Maybe that's a minor league style promotion.
Yeah. All right, let's go to the RJ and Choppy show. Remember that CEO that snatched a hat from that kid at the Open?
Yeah. Bleep hole of the week?
Yeah. Sean Sharif was talking about it. Listen to this.
But he basically said, tough kid,
You know, if you were faster, you'd have it. That's what he said.
Yeah. Yeah. Usually you would think like a billionaire or a millionaire is like, they don't need that. They don't need these little things to.
I can't be at there's no way you could get me at a baseball game, and unless it's the Corey Seager home run in the World Series or the Aaron Judge home run ball that I'm immediately selling for money.
Selling.
You cannot give me a baseball. You could have 3 straight baseballs hit to me in the stands. I have no desire to take that baseball home. That's just me. I'd much rather get a picture with an athlete. I've taken every single ball and tossed it to every single kid around.
Yeah.
This hard on this
Good description for the guy.
Yeah.
It's hard on.
Sounds like Sean's a baseball magnet, though. He's just going to games and snatching balls and handing them out to kids left and right.
No, he's tired.
Now, that clip was a little bit too long, but I kept that part because RJ Choppy was getting ready to get into his point, and Sean just stepped all over it.
Yeah.
And went into his, bro.
I'll
Listen.
take this.
Yeah.
This is my show, Choppy.
But he basically said, tough kid.
Tough.
You know, if you were faster, you'd have it. That's what he said.
Yeah. Yeah. Usually you would think like a billionaire or a millionaire is like, they don't need that. They don't need these little things to.
I can't be at a there's no way that you
Let me retake the wheel.
Yeah.
Hold on.
And another thing.
And I can't. Jeez. All right, let's see what else we got for you boys. Hey. Boom, doom, 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 doom. This isn't one.
Billionaires are used to saying screw the little people at every turn. Sorry. Just final thought.
Probably why they're billionaires.
Yeah. What are you talking about? I do this for my job.
Yeah.
People.
Hey, was that post from that guy real when he said, like, hey, tough luck, kid. You got to be quick. This is life.
I think it was real.
God, oh, man, read the room, bro. Yeah, this is not one, but what is Broadus talking about here? Football is getting weird.
I don't know what Murray was thinking. I don't know what Murray was seeing. He just stayed stationary and let the men come right into him. Didn't flow, didn't move, Yeah.
You got to have more awareness than that.
Got to have a lot more awareness.
Seeing.
Keep your head on a swivel, boys.
Got to move. Can't stay stationary.
Like he's quicksand.
He didn't move. He just sat there.
He sat there.
We call those pillow princesses, by the way.
Oh, boy.
That man's a pillow princess. Give me some rhythm back, girl.
Never know what you're going to find when you're watching that All-22, huh, Brian?
Never know.
All the nooks and crannies.
All right, what do you say? Time to vote?
Sure, I guess so.
Is it our champ, Trap House Sports, looking for 3? Is it Rangers and A's? Had a little bit of a hooter honk there. Dude is probably 6 or 7 beers in. Yeah. Some gals would be proud of that.
She was.
Yeah,
she was smiling. She was like, look at these puppies.
That's right. Yeah. Husband still can't keep his hands off.
Yeah, look.
Is it Sean Sharif on the hat snatch?
Natural.
Or is it Broadus on what was Murray seeing? Wow, this is a tough vote. I'm going to go with Rangers and A's, though, in the layout of the century. How about you, Chief?
Samesies.
It's 2-0, Lucius.
The RJ and Choppy show. Which one of these fools was Chop?
Wolchuk.
I love a good McGuffey joke.
So 3 McGuffies? 3 McGuffies. I vote for myself.
by a score of 3-1. I like your style, Brian.
Thank you.
Our new G-Bag of the Day champion is the play-by-play call of Rangers A's over the weekend. Get that handful cam up, Rangers fans. There's still time.
Handful cam.
Get some graphics, man.
Hell yeah. Do that during Pride Month.
Oh, get real interesting.
Yeah.
All right.
Shooting back, baby.
It's time now to stay in the Pimp Cup, where Lucius has LA Live.
All right, man, it's a Feel Good Friday. Let's get into it right after the great Rick Jones.
Time to smoke. Fire this funk and let's have a talk. It'll make you dance to some of everything. Everybody get high.
Now, if them receivers make them plays tonight, they'll walk out this game with a W, but they didn't. Besides, we walked out with a loss, and I'm putting this loss on CeeDee Lamb. All that looking at your motherfucking hand. It's you. Ain't your hand, it's you. It's focus. You see the ball coming. There's Brian with a call. Michael playmaker Irvin with a call. Yeah, Alvin Harper with a call. You can't come back with another drop in this game, fam. You got to go on a stretch of games where there's no drops. Real talk, you know I ain't lying. Like, you got to go like 9-10 games in a row No drops. I'm talking about catching everything. Even STD, you better catch it. I'm talking about CeeDee Lamb. You better not drop. You better start catching STDs. Them boys in Dallas not playing this. Them boys in South Dallas right now. with the real sags. Boys ain't happy right now. Dallas fans.
They ain't happy right now. He said it's you, CeeDee. CeeDee was looking at his hands like, you failed me. You failed me. You let me down. Hey, this is LA Live for Friday, September 5th, 2025. It is a feel-good Friday here in LA Live. Another wild-ass week of 2025 in the books. Every week of 2025 has been wild, fam. Can y'all name some wild things that have happened this week?
Oh, this week.
This week.
Dak Prescott looked incredible, man.
That's wild to you? Dak Prescott looked like a good quarterback. That blew my mind. That's what that man just said.
He had a running game. I mean, they came out in the second half and managed to figure out how to stop the run. There were several surprises.
The Cowboys weren't the most undisciplined team on the field last
How about that? How about that?
Jalen Carter spit on Dak Prescott.
That is wild. That is 100% wild. Wow, that was crazy, man. And I love that. I love that happened, too, because now we're talking about spit 24 hours a day.
Oh, yeah.
On the radios and TVs and whatnot. Name something else that wild happened this week. Something else. Come on.
What else went down?
Nothing?
Son of a gun.
All right. The legendary fashion designer Giorgio Armani transitioned this week at the age of 91.
Oh, Giorgio.
Yep. Spray some of that Aqua di Giorgio or some of that U in the air from Armani. Spray that in the air for Mr. Armani. How about that?
Wow.
Yeah.
Nice run.
Hell
Great
of a run. 91.
Yeah, nice run.
So good that I thought he was already gone. I thought he was already in the breast of Abraham.
Yeah.
Yeah. Texas has banned the sale and manufacture and distribution of lab-grown meat. That happened this week.
I'll drink to that.
Yeah, I'm okay with that one, too.
That's good stuff right there. Get that out of here.
We don't need lab-grown meat.
And get the what is that? The glued together meat?
Oh, that's horrible.
Get that out of here too.
Glued together
nightmares.
meat?
Yeah, get that out of here.
Whenever I'm at a grocery store, I'm examining those steaks for any sign of it.
Yeah, I don't like that. Ban that too, Texas. Dan Patrick tried to ban hemp in Texas, and that failed. Shout out to Dan Patrick.
Yeah.
Go have several seats, sir.
Yeah. And a couch.
Yeah.
Sit down there, relax, get you good indica.
Please,
You need
sir.
to chill, bro.
Good indica. Now, get that man the strongest of sativas. I want to see him go crazy.
Hey, Lucius, did you see when our guy, everybody in China got together and they took the DNA off that guy's seat?
What? I did not see that. Why are they doing that?
Who's the guy that Trump's always arguing with from North Korea?
Kim
Jong-un?
Yeah.
Rocket Boy?
Yeah, Rocket Boy.
Yeah.
Rocket Boy, like, he's sitting in his seat, and he gets up, and a staff comes in, and they wipe the seat down and take the glass. I've never seen this before, like when these guys, when they all get together and meet. Like, they literally took the glass he touched and drank. So you couldn't take this DNA, and they came
They're
in.
on top of it,
His
dude.
staff came in and wiped the seat completely down. I've never seen this when, like, they get together, G7 and all those, all those leaders get together.
Wow.
They went there and took all his DNA off anything that he touched.
Good for them. Good for them. He got some people that got his back out there.
Yeah, absolutely.
Good for him. Somebody on the fan text said, Young Thug audio. Yeah. Young Thug was talking a lot in jail. Boy, he was doing a lot of talking. They're looking crazy down there in Atlanta. Some more wild-ass things that happened this week. The Jeffrey Epstein, is that it? Jeffrey Epstein?
Yeah.
Survivors held a press conference on Capitol Hill this week.
They're going to name names.
Brothers, you seen that, bro?
They're going to name names.
Name them.
Yeah, they are calling for the Department of Justice to release all of the files, none of that redacted stuff in this investigation, the Epstein investigation. Yeah, the survivors here, they're going to make their own list out here, bro.
And are they still alive? How many are still alive?
Yeah, several.
Yeah, quite a few of them.
3 days ago? Okay.
Yeah, quite a few of them.
I would be terrified to get out there with that, seeing how everything's been done.
I wish they wouldn't have said that they were going to make their own list without already having it and just busting it out that day. Because now you make yourself a target.
Yeah.
Because who's supposed to be on this list? They said Prince Andrew's name so many damn times. Prince Andrews, you better run, girl.
Oh yeah,
they coming for you.
Yeah,
they coming for you, girl.
His family has already taken him and put him on ice.
Yeah, you
like he's not part of anything they're doing. They know this about
you pervert.
Yeah, but who else are they assuming that's on the list? Didn't they say before that Bill Clinton done took some flights out there?
Bill Gates.
Bill Gates! Oh my God! Oh my God!
Bad week to be a Bill.
You better run, girl. Who else is on that darn list, man? That is crazy. What else we have? Another wild ass week. Can I
throw in Kawhi Leonard? That whole allegation.
That
was wild.
That's wild, bro. Did Pablo Torre the only one doing that, or did the NBA do an investigation and he found out that the NBA was doing an investigation? Which one is it?
Yes, I think that was the case. In 2019, Toronto kind of complained about how the negotiation went, and it put them on this path of looking into it, and I think Torre found out about that.
Okay, I was about to say.
Tipping point.
I thought that man was straight up snitch. I was like, wow, that's